Chapter 51. Nanshan gasped for breath. After 3 days and 3 nights of running for her life, she was exhausted. Her legs, having only recovered a few months earlier, were so weak they felt like they were losing consciousness. "Sister Adwa, I can't run anymore." "You keep going," Nanshan said weakly, holding onto a nearby tree trunk. Adwa, wearing a tight dustproof suit, grabbed Nanshan's arm and said, "I carry you. We can't stop here. We're getting close to the heavily polluted area, and those people are still chasing us. It's very dangerous." Nanshan gritted her teeth and choked out, "I'd be a burden to you. You go first. Don't be discouraged. Think about your sister. She wouldn't want you to lose your life like this. Besides, we've already lost several companions. We can't lose any more." Ada carried Nanshan on her back with a resolute movement. Speaking of her lost companions, she remembered Xiaoshu, who had escaped with her. Xiaoshu was also gone. Nanshan's eyes rimmed with red, and she stopped struggling as she was carried on the man's back. She looked up and around, seeing only ruins and a deep, dense forest stretching as far as the eye could see. There was no sign of any creatures hiding within, nor of any exit. They were like lost ants. Nanshan wondered how they had ended up in this situation. A flood of memories flashed through her mind. After her sister stayed behind to fight the monsters, they followed a safe passage out of the city. As the car emerged from the ground, a loud noise was heard behind them. Looking back, they saw that Area 319 had been engulfed by black matter and collapsed. Nanshan knew that everyone inside was gone. But in this dangerous world, she couldn't dwell on sadness. Nanshan set out on her journey, with the remaining Cross Star mercenaries. They had intended to head to the upper city to rendezvous with Cross Star headquarters. However, they encountered a strange organization. Its members wore white robes with flames embroidered on their sleeves. Upon seeing the survivors of Area 319, they attacked them like wolves. Thankfully, a duo and the others were experienced mercenaries, and they avoided danger and escaped capture. A duo explained that the organization was called Holy Light, a lunatic religious and scientific organization whose power was so vast that mercenaries, like them, would be hard to defeat. A duo and Nanshan attempted to seek help from the Federation in other districts, but discovered that the survivors of Area 319 seemed marked, their pollution levels exceeding the permitted limit. Entering the city would result in detention or even execution as contaminated material. Unable to enter the city, a mysterious organization was pursuing them. They wandered towards the first 10 districts of Upper City, where they were pursued again, and fled into a heavily contaminated area. During this pursuit, a duo's brother, Adai, suffered a relapse of his old injuries and transformed into contaminated material. He was struck down by the Holy Light. Number 11 and glasses were also captured. Xiaoshu, on the other hand, encountered a sweeping white vortex on the road and chased it like a possessed being. When Nanshan followed, he discovered that the person had been swept deeper into the white vortex. After escaping for so long, only Adwa and Nanshan remained. Nanshan's skills had improved somewhat after so long on the run. She could now pierce the enemy's arteries with a steady, precise strike, having killed both humans and pollutants. Unfortunately, her physical condition was too poor, and she ultimately couldn't sustain the intense running. Puff! Nanshan stabbed a monster that had attacked from behind, her mask stained with sticky liquid. She lay on Adwa's back and said, "Sister Adwa, I'm recovering. Please put me down first." A duo was sweating profusely. She surveyed her surroundings warily. They had now completely entered the deeply contaminated area. The air was filled with a rotten, fishy smell, and an inexplicable magnetic field made them feel uneasy. A duo paused after confirming there were no pollutants around, and Nanshan jumped down. She asked, "Where are we going now?" "Going further in, the pollutants." She remembered her sister's words that the creatures in the deeply contaminated area were highly intelligent, possessed strange abilities, and were bloodthirsty. Furthermore, this area possessed a strange magnetic field. Humans staying there would either be eaten or driven mad. This was an extremely dangerous place. A duo thought for a moment and said, "The group outside who are trying to catch us are still here. We can't turn back. They're afraid of this place and dare not come in. We hide here for a few days." It was a risky decision, but they had no other options. A duo and Nanshan began searching for a hiding place in the ruins of the mountain forest, trying to stay close to the edge to avoid encountering the powerful pollutants. But they were unlucky. Just as they reached a sheltered wall, they heard rustling footsteps. "There they are. Quickly close the net. Don't let them escape." The men in white robes, with flame symbols on their sleeves, hadn't left the deep contamination zone. They paused there to rest, and ran headlong into Nanshan and the others. A duo and Nanshan exchanged a glance, then quickly fled deeper into the contaminated area. But this time, it was too late. Among the men Sheng Guang was trying to capture them was a psychic, possessing flames. He manipulated the flames into a 1-meter diameter circle, blocking the two's escape. A duo and Nanshan were forced to stop. I attack in a minute. Hurry and find a place to escape. Adwa pulled out her energy gun, but it was now almost drained of energy. The muzzle flickered as it gathered energy, and it looked like it could go off at any moment. Nanshan, upon hearing this, anxiously grabbed Adwa's arm and said, "The bushes over there haven't been burned by fire. We can get out there. Sister Adwa, don't be so stubborn. If you get caught, I won't survive either." Adwa gritted her teeth. Seeing the other figure approaching, she turned and led Nanshan into the bushes. The bushes had indeed not been burned by the fire power. Compared to the surrounding burning smell, the lush green color was even more eerie. The holy light behind them was overwhelming, and the two of them were only thinking about escaping. They had no time to pay attention to the strangeness of the bushes. They stepped into the dense foliage, and the sharp thorns of the branches pierced their dust-proof clothing. Their skin was scratched, and blood dripped onto the emerald green leaves. A duo sensed something was wrong and immediately shouted, "This bush is moving. Get out. It's alive. It's contaminant." A duo hurriedly turned back with Nanshan, but the bush had already awakened, vines sprouting from it, and attacking the two who had intruded. Nanshan and a duo ran, cutting through the vines, and at a critical moment, they ran into the holy light troops. "Follow closely, don't get caught," a duo said. "Nanshan, Sister a duo, be careful too." With contaminant vines behind them, and the holy light troops chasing them ahead, they had nowhere to escape, and could only fight to the death. The holy light troops wanted to capture them alive, but they didn't kill them. However, a duo and Nanshan were still in trouble. They were exhausted, and after their energy bullets were completely depleted, a duo was hit in the thigh by an enemy light bullet. "Sister Adwa." Nanshan tried to help her, but was met with a roar. "Don't come over. Run. Think of your sister. Run." The scene was uncannily familiar. Nanshan felt as if she were back on the day of the disaster, Nanxing walking away with her back to her. Was she going to run again? Was she still going to be protected? Sister was gone, Xiaoshu was gone, and Sister Adwa was leaving too. She cried, "Nanshan, you're such a useless piece of shit." This time, Nanshan didn't run. She raised her energy gun, firing at several holy beams, and yelled, "Come on! Catch me! Come on! Catch me!" She shouted repeatedly, focusing the attention on the other pursuers, including the fire user, whose attacks were now directed at her. Ignoring the flames that were attacking her, she turned and headed back to the bushes. "You're so reckless." The fire user felt a surge of frustration when he saw the girl before him, whose flames hadn't even stopped even after burning her hair. He raised his hand and directed a shot, striking Nanshan in the leg. She didn't fall, but continued limping slowly toward the bushes. "Catch up, drag her back. Don't let anyone get killed," the fire-type psychic said. The other white-robed figures swarmed over, surrounding their final prey. The fire-type psychic dusted his hands and straightened his robes. He thought the hunt was over. She was just an ordinary girl. They'd been able to track her for so long thanks to luck and the help of the female mercenary named Aduo. But those tactics were just clown tricks. They simply intensified their search, surrounding her and capturing her one by one. Just as the fire-type psychic was gloating, his subordinates, who had been chasing her, hurriedly ran back, shouting, "She's been eaten by the vine contamination." The fire-type psychic frowned, thinking it was a waste of time chasing after the person he finally caught, only to have the contaminant snatch him away. He turned around, about to vent his anger on the subordinate who had returned, when he saw branches sprouting from him. Yes, plants sprouted from the human body, piercing through flesh, fresh blood trickling out, staining the branches red. Alienation. The symptoms of a human being deeply infected by the contaminants are that they become unconscious and transform into something more than a human monster. However, the subordinate didn't notice anything unusual about himself. He even approached, breathlessly saying, "That woman was eaten by the contaminants. She became the contaminants." "What did you say?" The fire-type psychic frowned, raising his hand and making gestures to guard against the other party's sudden attack. "Ha ha ha, she's become the contaminant. She's become one with the contaminant." The subordinate suddenly burst into wild laughter, and the vines sprouting from his body stretched wildly, bisecting him straight in two. Blood splattered all over the fire-type psychic, and in frustration, He set fire to the mutated subordinate, reducing him to ash. He looked up at the bushes where Nanshan had fled. The vines there whipped out a sea of fire, slowly devouring the surrounding creatures. Everyone who approached the vines died, hanging from the branches. Only one figure was entangled within the main vine. Nanshan's face appeared in his view, and her cold, hateful, and dead eyes. She gazed at humans as if they were a different creature. The fire-type psychic's heart skipped a beat, remembering a dangerous creature of S rank or higher. It was a highly intelligent contaminant that devoured humans and transformed into them. A heretic. After being absorbed by the vines, Nanshan could become a heretic. Chapter 52. Sir, we have entered a moderately contaminated area. We've previously received intelligence that a strange beast roams nearby. It recently attacked numerous mercenary groups. Our mission this time is to bring it back. Hack wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and cautiously glanced at the girl shrouded in a black robe sitting in the car. Compared to the others wearing tight dust-proof clothing, she looked frail, causing Hack to wonder if her pale skin would turn to rotting flesh upon exposure to the contaminated air. Hack clearly remembered what ordinary people looked like when exposed to the air outside the city without dust-proof clothing. Their bodies had become distorted, cracked, and their faces had grown cheeks. They resembled a reptile, a fish without a spine, a form part human, but not quite human. That scene gave Hack nightmares for 2 nights. To die or to live? The other person asked. Huck was stunned for a moment, thinking, that's a beast. They're lucky to have survived it, let alone captured alive. Huck was about to say something discouraging, but he met the other man's dark eyes, which revealed a lake of black water, shrouded in a cold light. He suddenly remembered the time when the man in the city used his water-shaping ability, with streams of water wrapping around a person's neck like a multi-headed snake. Huck shuddered and quickly changed his words. Of course, if it were alive, that would be even better. How could he forget that the other man was a mysterious psychic, one with exceptionally strong control? Although he was coerced into leading his men out of the city, as the leader of a temporary team, he could definitely lead the team to follow the psychic and make a killing. Huck's face flattered as he thought of this. He said, Sir, we ask for nothing more than this mission, and we all return safely to the city. Don't worry, the reward is 50%. We split 70% and 30% respectively. You split 70%, and we split 30%? Yes. Nanjing responded, ignoring the ingratiating expressions of the man opposite her, or the prying, wary glances of the others in the car. She turned her head to the window. Nanjing looked out at the familiar wilderness and the gray sky, her thoughts drifting away. She was thinking about Nanshan. She had just dozed off, and had dreamed some strange scenes. There was an endless wildfire, and Nanshan's voice. His sister's voice was hazy, and within that haziness, it tinged with sadness. Just as Nanjing was about to continue to see what was happening in her dream, she suddenly woke up. Nanjing pinched her forehead. Xiaochen, are you okay now? She had been trying to find Nanshan, but the news about Area 319 seemed to have evaporated. Nanjing had no leads, so she could only take things one step at a time. The hunting team's vehicles drove into a low valley. It wasn't really a valley, more like a ravine made up of vines entwined with metal, sand, and some unidentified debris. The vines on either side weren't thick, but they were dense and numerous. Their roots dug deep into the earth, prying the soil and causing the terrain to begin to slope downward. Just as the team's vehicles entered this low valley, Nanjing heard the feedback of the tentacles. There's food. The instrument ahead is sensing excessive levels of polluted energy. Huck said excitedly, it's a strange beast. Their voices echoed simultaneously, and Nanjing straightened up, looking ahead. He saw a cloud of dust and sand, and a giant creature, like a long snake, writhing within it, seemingly enraged, chasing its prey. 2 people, wearing dusty, indistinct robes, ran desperately toward Nanjing's group. As they fled, they turned back, gathered flames in their palms, and hurled them backwards. The flames swirled into a fireball, striking the thrashing giant snake in the dust, emitting a piercing white light before quickly extinguishing. The giant snake, a section of it burned off, slowed briefly, then quickly caught up again. It was even more ferocious than before, determined to devour the 2 in front of it. Why is this different from what the intelligence said? Why is this strange beast so enormous? Hake and the other members of his group paled at the sight. Didn't they say it was only 2 meters long? And it's a reptile. This beast is almost as tall as a 3-story building. Our laser cannons can't handle it. It's over, we're doomed. A beast this size must be almost A+. How can we fight it? It's too late to run now. We're too close, even if we turn around, we'd be caught up. That beast is chasing two espers. If they can't defeat both, we're doomed. When the members learned that the espers were also being hunted, they began to panic. They didn't know the difference between espers. They just knew two couldn't beat one. They thought, with this makeshift team, a mixed bag, and a strange female esper in a black robe, they weren't sure they could win. When disaster strikes, everyone flees. There's no guarantee the esper in the car will save them. For a moment, their pre-departure anticipation gave way to deep fear. They began to get restless, eager to flee the area immediately. Compared to the panicked members, Huck was much calmer. He ordered the others to quiet down, temporarily calming the group. Huck looked at Nanjing nearby and asked gravely, "Sir, this alien beast is too large. Even if we turn around now, it's unlikely we escape its attack range. Do you think we can handle it?" Nanjing pondered for a moment, and shook her head. Huck's heart sank at this, thinking the psychic might abandon them and flee. Just as his lips began to pale, he heard the other person's unhurried voice again. "Nanjing, it's okay, we can handle it. You wait in the car, and use the light cannon to support me remotely." Huck was stunned and asked, "Do you want to?" Nanjing nodded, and as the members in the car watched, he kicked off and ran towards the enormous alien beast. Hake, realizing what was happening, immediately shouted, "Cover up. Everyone, grab your weapons and attack. Master Psychic, we take care of it." Nanjing ignored the chaotic commotion of her team members behind her. She continued to exert herself, moving closer and closer to the giant snake. The tentacle in her mind's eye grew increasingly excited, its tail twitching uncontrollably at the sight of the delicious food before it. Nanjing chose to charge directly, entirely because the tentacle empathized with her. She could sense that the polluted energy before her wasn't as potent as she'd imagined. It was within the tentacle's edible range. Nanjing approached the area encircled by the smoke and dust, and she saw the creature's true form. It turned out that what was rolling in the dust wasn't a giant snake, but rather a tangle of vines and twigs, tangled with a tangle of flesh and bones. Head, body, torn apart. The vines took root in the valley, forming a massive pollutant. The plants, lacking much intelligence, saw Nanjing's fleshy mass approaching, and they extended another branch from the spurting dust to attack. Nanjing swiftly used a metal flying blade to sever the vine. The fallen branch rolled around before being pulled into the ash by another vine. In an instant, the severed vine sprouted again. Nanjing frowned. This thing's regeneration ability was too rapid. Cutting through these vines would probably take 3 days and 3 nights. She stopped shaking with the plants and dodged, observing the pollutant, searching for other weaknesses. Nanjing's approach attracted the attention of the 2 fire-controlling psychics. One of them called out, "Yi Daden, look, someone's coming." Yi Dan, whose name was called, said in an irritated voice, "Yi Shuang, how many times have I told you to stop calling names?" Yi Shuang, a lively person, paid no heed to her sister's accusations. She said to Nanjing, "Let's go and see. She seems to be a psychic too. Let's get to know her. One more person means more help." As she spoke, she was already running towards them. Yi Dan helplessly shouted, "I don't even know if she's friend or foe, you're so careless." Yi Shuang smiled, "Sister, you're just too cautious." Nanjing dodged the vine's attack again. The metal blade flew, slicing the plant into several sections. Perhaps the sharp cuts hurt the vines, and for a moment, the vines within a few meters dared not come close. Nanjing paused for breath. She looked up and saw 2 identical girls running towards her. These were the 2 people with fire abilities. The flames in their hands were still gathering, and within a few moments they formed into balls, which they skillfully threw out to repel the pollutant vines. However, the flames had limited effect, only burning the vine to a paste. It retreated slightly, sprouted new branches, and continued to attack creatures. Nanjing saw the branch bend and wrap around her. She raised the metal blade and cut it vertically, slicing the vine in half from the center. The vine, severely damaged, collapsed to the ground, its cells slowly dividing, not immediately regenerating. "So this thing cuts vertically," Yi Shuang exclaimed. "I've been fighting for ages, and yet one cut hasn't been effective." Yi Dan was also surprised, but she knew it wasn't because of the horizontal or vertical cuts. They had previously focused their flaming blades, but they hadn't completely cut through the plant. However, the black-robed girl before them, who looked younger than them, had concentrated her energy and made it seem like she was slicing through mud. She concluded that the other party's ability control and energy reserves might have reached level A. "Hello, we are from the 3rd District Federal College, majoring in special warfare. We are Yi Dan and Yi Shuang." Yi Dan took the initiative to greet them. Nanjing. Nanjing was slightly surprised to hear the other person's identity. Upper City, Federal Military Academy. That was the academy that all those candidates in District 65 dreamed of attending. Gao Ming praised them as the chosen ones of heaven. Nanqing looked them up and down again. The twins, aside from their tattered robes with barely discernible markings, had only the ever-burning flames on their arms. However, the flames' impact on the enemy was negligible. Nanqing wondered, were all the military academy students in Upper City this strong? The two men, perhaps sensing Nanqing's thoughts, felt a slight embarrassment. Yi Shuangxin spoke bluntly, our wounds became infected during our earlier fight with the alien beast. Use some of your strength to restrain the polluted energy, otherwise this branch-like creature will still be able to leap right in front of us. Nanqing heard this, and immediately noticed the scaly wounds on the twins' arms, a sign of their transformation. But what surprised Nanqing was that despite such severe transformation, these two were still conscious. Could it be that they possessed an ability similar to the tentacles that absorb pollution? Yi Dan tugged at his sister's sleeve, signaling her to be quiet. Turning to Nanqing, he said, now's not the time. Let's three of us deal with the vines together. If we keep going on like this, we might all be doomed. Nanqing retracted his gaze and nodded, it's time to deal with this quickly. Help me repel the surrounding vines while I attack its core. Now it was Yi Shuang, and Yi Dan's turn to be surprised. Yi Shuang said, the core? Its core is in the main trunk of the plant. The concentration of polluted energy there is far higher than usual, making it very susceptible to infection. Safety is only guaranteed by cutting away the vines outside to reduce the release of polluted energy. And now there are so many vines, and you're going in alone? Even if the two of them could manipulate the flames, they wouldn't dare go directly into the thick fog. The minnows and crabs outside haven't been dealt with yet. What if they were ambushed if they went in? Wait a moment, it'd be quick. Nanqing, however, was completely unfazed. After giving her instructions, she rushed towards the end of the dust again, soon engulfed in boiling smoke and giant snakes. Seeing this, Yi Shuang muttered, he's crazy. I thought I'd found help, but it turned out to be a reckless lunatic. Sister, what should we do now? Should we run? Yi Dan's expression also grew serious. She focused her flames and blasted away the vines that were invading again, saying, cover her. Yi Shuang's eyes widened. Yi Dan said, I can sense she's very strong. Chapter 53. Dancing vines hid within the smoke, obstructing any intruding creature's vision and subjecting them to attack from the ubiquitous vines. A moment's inattention would lead to them being entangled in the branches and leaves, draining them of blood and flesh. However, precisely because of the smoke's obstruction, Nanqing was able to fully unleash her power. A black and red tentacle emerged from her body, followed by a second black tentacle, which split from the main trunk. This split tentacle was only half the size of the main trunk, and it coiled around the body, appearing somewhat stiff. This second tentacle branch had grown after the previous battle, after Nanqing and the tentacle had eaten and drank freely, absorbing energy. However, compared to the main trunk, this thin tentacle had no consciousness and no strong empathy with Nanqing. It was a tentacle tool that could be controlled. However, it also possessed the ability to absorb polluted energy. Nanqing was pleased with this. One noisy tentacle was enough for her brain. Another would probably blow her mind. Nanqing controlled two tentacles, blocking the pollutants attacking from both sides. When the pollutants tried to retreat, they were entangled. The barbs on the tentacles pierced the vines, absorbing the enemy's nutrients. Soon, the vines went from strong to thin, finally withering into dry sticks and falling to the ground. This time, its energy had been completely absorbed, unable to grow again. Nanqing nodded. Coughing poison with poison is indeed the most effective way. Pollutions are good at fighting pollutants. Thinking of this, Nanqing paused. She looked at the terrifying tentacles on her left and right, their tails wagging, frantically wrapping around and absorbing the surrounding creatures. The surrounding pollutants frightened them like scorpions. Am I human now, or pollutant? Nanqing suddenly thought of this question. A person covered in alien scales could release polluting energy, infecting other creatures. A person's supernatural powers could devour pollutants, even merging with them into a single mass. These traits didn't resemble a normal human at all. She thought, when did I become like this? Perhaps I became abnormal the day I woke up in Area 319. Nanqing's confusion didn't last long. She had reached the main vine trunk, and the glow of the flames provided by Yi Dan and Yi Shuang behind her was completely obscured. This was the center of the pollutant concentration, the place where the pollutant energy was most intense. The surrounding smoke was no longer a swirling dust, but a gas diluted by some sticky brown sap. It was a fresh, rotten smell, an odd word to use, but it was indeed fresh. It mingled with the scent of newly sprouted green vine shoots, which rapidly expanded in energy and rotted, a cycle that created a strange, unpleasant odor. The tentacles spoke Nanxing's thoughts. She pulled at her collar, covering her mouth and nose, but it was better than nothing. The putrid odor seemed to penetrate all physical barriers and reach the mind, leaving her feeling incredibly nauseous and uncomfortable. This smell carries contaminants. We must act quickly. Nanxing held her breath and removed her gloves, revealing a hand covered in black, scaly claws. These scales were incredibly sharp, capable of peeling away contaminated vines with barely a shove. Ever since she discovered her scales were more effective than blades, she begun using her hands to tear away contaminants. She arrived at the main trunk of the vine, a twisted tree. It wasn't tall, but it was incredibly sturdy, about 3 meters in diameter. The twisted tree before her had already developed some consciousness. It sensed the approach of the intruder and stretched its roots from the soil, attempting to entangle the intruder. But Nanxing's 6 senses were exceptionally sharp. Almost at the instant the intruder attacked, she quickly dodged, transforming into a water form. Then, her tentacles wrapped around the root, absorbing the intruder's energy. It was too late for the twisted tree to break free. As the tentacles engulfed it, absorbing the energy, its newly sprouted branches began to wither, withering from the roots all the way down to the trunk. Instinctively acting to protect itself, the plant sprayed a large amount of brown liquid, and the stench intensified several degrees. Nanxing felt herself nearly fainting from the stench. She didn't hesitate, advancing to the main trunk of the vine and easily slicing through it with her scaly hands. He reached inside and pulled out a thumb-sized crystal core. This was the energy core of these pollutants. Crack, crack. The twisted tree crackled with the sound of a broken tree. Like a final wail, dust and mist emanated from its core, and the surrounding greenery instantly turned to dead wood. In an instant, trees collapsed, vines withered, and the massive mass of creatures was utterly dead. Nanxing lowered his head, staring at the green crystal core in his hand, feeling the energy overflow. Eat it. Ing. The tentacle retracted into Nanxing's body, then emerged from his arm, curling up the crystal core and retracting into his body like a puppy. After swallowing the core, Nanxing felt the usual surge of energy filling his limbs, followed by a hunger that filled his soul. Nanxing was about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking she'd finally had her fill. She tried to gather her clothes and turned to leave when she was suddenly struck by a wave of mental pain. Nanxing clutched her head, trying to calm herself, but it didn't help. Her mind began to spin, and her ears began to buzz. Boom, boom, boom. Strange sounds echoed through her consciousness. Nanxing seemed to sense something and looked down at her hands. The scales on them seemed to come alive, expanding and contracting, as if breathing. What's going on? Why are they moving? No, the scales, the ringing in my ears, the noises, these are signs of infection by polluted energy. Nanxing suddenly realized the severity of the problem. She had always believed she was resistant to polluted energy, leaving her defenseless while traversing the wasteland. Especially after gaining her tentacle powers, she had consumed mountains of polluted flesh. But she had forgotten that a container, no matter how much it could contain polluted energy, had its limits. When the energy absorption overflowed and the contamination reached a certain level, Nanxing began to experience the symptoms of a normal human being's alienation. This alienation wouldn't kill her, but it did give her a nauseating feeling, as if she were about to burst. Her emotions, affected by the pain and hazy consciousness, would spiral out of control. The surrounding fog had dissipated, and the valley floor was now visible. She heard footsteps behind her. Yi Dan and Yi Shuang stepped forward to investigate. We can't let them see anything wrong. Nanxing didn't dare bet that her alienated appearance would lead them to treat her as contaminant. While the 2 men might not be able to defeat her, she couldn't kill them immediately. After all, killing 2 outstanding students from Upper City was still somewhat difficult. Nanxing took a deep breath, suppressing the dizziness. She used her mental power to control the energy circulation within her body, barely reducing the mental pollution. She put on her gloves, her black robe concealing her figure, and managed to straighten herself. Yi Dan and Yi Shuang approached and saw the girl's pale face, her hair draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were slightly red, and her expressionless face was covered tightly in black robes. Her aura was deep and dangerous. Nanxing, are you okay? Yi Shuang spoke first. When she saw Nanxing shake her head, her thoughts turned to the dead hemp flower tree. The hemp flower tree had been hollowed out from the middle by Nanxing, its dry main body cracked in 2. The appearance of its death was horrible. This thing looks really shabby. TSK, why does it smell? Yi Xuan covered her mouth and nose, moved closer with curiosity, and examined the hemp flower tree. Yi Dan helplessly shouted, "Take it easy. Be careful of the contaminants." "Don't worry, they're dead." Yi Xuan laughed heartily and said, "Nanqing, you're amazing. You must be an A-level psychic." A-level psychic? Nanqing was confused for a moment at the unfamiliar term, but didn't think much about it until she noticed Yi Dan looking her up and down. She tensed. She forced herself to remain calm and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Dan hesitated for a moment, then directly asked, "Are you infected?" "Are you infected?" Nanqing's mind exploded at this. How had Yi Dan figured it out? Is it so obvious? What was she going to do to me? Whatever her motive, Nanqing couldn't let her abnormality be exposed. She didn't want to be labeled a wanted alien and excluded from the human race. Nanqing's thoughts raced. Her hand, hidden within her black robe, curled up, a thin stream of water gathering energy within it. She asked, "How did you tell?" Yi Dan's expression dawned with understanding as she pulled a bottle of blue potion from her pocket and handed it to Nanqing. Nanqing took the potion with suspicion, only to discover that the liquid within was a remarkably clear blue. Though the bottle was sealed, she seemed to smell a refreshing, comforting fragrance. At that scent, Nanqing's restless mood, seemingly threatening to collapse, subsided. "Take it and drink it. People like us who travel outside the city all year round need to keep a few bottles of Hying potion handy." Seeing the other person's expression improve, Yi Dan smiled. "If you're infected, you need to seek treatment immediately. Carrying it back to the city alone is not only painful, but also expensive." Nanqing was stunned. She hadn't expected such an attitude. She asked, "Hying potion?" "Yes, a potion made from Hying stone. It treats pollution and alienation. It has purifying properties and resists targets. This small bottle is incredibly valuable out there. It's in short supply." Nanqing, upon first encountering Hying stone, was told it was a precious commodity, requiring extremely fine processing before it could be used by humans. Now that she'd actually seen it, and it was being thrown directly to her, she hesitated, wondering, "It's so valuable, and you're just giving it to me like that?" Yi Dan waved his hand. "It's no big deal. As long as I have enough academy points, exchanging a few bottles won't be a big deal. I can earn back this bottle by going on a few more field missions." As she spoke, she pulled out 2 more bottles, tossing one to Yi Xuan and uncapping the other, drinking it herself. Nanqing noticed that the moment she drank the Hying potion, the distorted black spot on her arm shrank, diluted, and disappeared. It truly lived up to the saying that the flesh turns to bones after the dead. Nanqing's head was still buzzing with activity, and she couldn't hold it in for much longer. Seeing that Yi Dan meant no harm, she simply gave up her hesitation and, imitating him, opened the bottle cap and gulped down the contents. Then, Nanqing instantly felt the chaotic energy swelling within her body calm down, and a strange sense of peace and security gripped her. At the same time, she felt an itch in her palm. Nanqing turned sideways, secretly lifted her glove, and took a peek. She saw that the bristly scales on her hand had returned to their original state, and her palm even showed signs of absorbing the liquid. "Isn't the potency amazing?" Yi Dan smiled and said, "When I first learned about this thing, I was also astonished. It can actually instantly heal the damage caused by pollution. It's a pity that Hying potion can't be mass-produced, otherwise humanity would have been doomed long ago." Nanqing nodded in agreement. She looked at Yi Dan again, and this time she saw a hint of cunning in his eyes. Nanqing thought for a moment and said, "Thank you. How can I help you?" The other person was being so generous to a stranger, and Nanqing didn't believe in free lunches. Yi Dan shook his head. "Just consider it a friendship. Thank you for saving us sisters today. It's a token of my gratitude. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. I may not be very capable, but I'm well informed. I might be able to be of some use." Nanqing's eyes lit up slightly as a thought struck him. "You're well informed?" Yi Dan smiled and nodded in assurance. "To be fair, my family, well, I have a relative who specializes in communications. I dare say, aside from the intelligent Sky Eye, no one in the entire Human Federation has more comprehensive information than my relative." Hearing her say this, Nanqing instantly forgot the pain of the backlash from the mutation and hurriedly asked Yi Dan about the survivors of Area 319. Yi Dan was slightly surprised by Nanqing's question, but she didn't delve into it. After a moment's reflection, she finally gave an answer. "From what I understand, Area 319 has been destroyed for several months. The attacking contaminants were completely eliminated, and Major General Chen Qiong even killed several Super S-rank heretics. After the battle, she retired with honor and returned to the main city for a vacation. However, I'm more inclined to believe that she was seriously injured and is recuperating. Speaking of which, she is one of the survivors of Area 319. Nanjing had also heard some of this information from others. The outside story was that the Federation repelled the contaminants, but Area 319 was destroyed. Chen Xiong was the only person in Area 319 she knew for sure was still alive, but Nanjing couldn't really confront him. Not to mention the difference in strength, even in her current situation, he might not even see her. Nanjing took a breath and asked, "Are there any others?" Yi Dan said, "To be honest, since the destruction of District 319, there's been almost no news of survivors in Federal City. It's as if they were all dead." Nanjing remained silent, somewhat disappointed. She thought she was being too naive. Instead of pinning her hopes on others, she should just keep searching. She was about to say goodbye, but then Yi Dan changed the subject. "But just a few months ago, I heard inside information that Major General Chen Xiong recommended a group of students to attend the Federal Academy in the former District 3. Yi Dan said, "These students are the survivors of District 319. Chapter 54. A group of survivors from District 319 will be joining the new students in the first 3 federal districts." Nanjing's first reaction to hearing this news was joy, followed by disbelief. She asked, "Why? Why would Chen Xiong recommend the survivors from District 319 for admission? Or why would the survivors from District 319 appear at the academy in Upper City without having appeared anywhere else?" This puzzled Nanjing. Yi Dan waved his hand, saying, "I heard it from someone else. I don't know the specific reason, but I think she must have some special qualities. Or perhaps simply caring for the victims and helping alleviate poverty." Nanjing paused, then hesitated and asked, "Do you know who's in this group? Is there a girl around 14 who might have difficulty walking, is very quiet, and loves reading?" Yi Dan thought for a moment, then shook his head, asking, "I don't know the specifics of the people recommended for admission. Can you give me more details about that girl? Describe her characteristics, besides her cute appearance? Perhaps I can find someone to help me research." Nanjing was speechless. For a moment, she didn't know how to describe Nanjing. In her memory, her sister had always been quiet and well-behaved. When she had nothing to do, she liked to laze in the sun and read. When she saw Nanjing coming home, she would happily call her sister. Yet, even this sensible Nanjing seemed so ordinary during his search, so ordinary in the eyes of others. Noticing Nanjing had been silent for a long time, Yi Dan tactfully refrained from asking further questions. She suggested, "Since you're looking for the survivors in Area 319, why not ask them yourself? Perhaps you have the answer." Nanjing felt the other person's words made sense. Instead of wondering about it here, she should go meet these surviving fellow villagers. Perhaps they could find other clues. With luck, Nanjing might be among them. After calming down a bit, she asked, "How can I meet the people from Area 319? "It's easy." At this moment, Yi Shuang, having had enough fun, came over and interrupted, "You can get into the first 3 areas and become their alumni." Nanjing? Yi Dan also laughed and said, "The survivors from Area 319 are under strict surveillance. No one can see them now. I heard the Federation keeps a tight watch on them. I guess the only way to meet them is at school. You're so talented. It shouldn't be difficult for you to get into the Special Warfare Department of the Federal Academy in the first 3 areas." After what they had just learned, Yi Dan and Yi Shuang realized that Nanjing was just unemployed and had no plans to continue attending college. They found it extremely pitiful and unbelievable. Now that the conversation had reached this point, they naturally persuaded Nanjing to apply to the academy. Besides, it's worth joining the academy. Not only does it teach a lot of practical knowledge, but you can also earn points and redeem them for rare potions like the Hying potion. Yi Shuang said mysteriously, "I won't say much else. Just think about it. Is it the same if you have a position or not? The resource pool is different." Nanjing pondered for a moment, and truly felt that enrolling in the academy in the top 3 districts was the best option right now. Besides searching for survivors in District 319, Nanjing urgently needed to address the impact of her altered body. She felt that while these altered scales were useful, they were also unstable explosives that could transform her into something half-human at any moment. Nanjing didn't want to completely lose her mind and become a monster. She had to address this hidden danger. She knew the only thing that could suppress the scales was the Hying potion, and she needed to exchange it at the academy. Ideally, she could find a way to permanently suppress them. She had to go to the academy in the first 3 areas. "I understand, thank you." After Nanjing figured out the key point, She thanked Yi Dan and Yi Shuang. The twins smiled at each other, then said goodbye to Nanjing, leaving a message hoping to see her again at the academy. Nanjing watched the two disappear before returning to the makeshift team. The team members were watching her from a distance. Seeing Nanjing say goodbye to the two fire-type psychics and return safely, their hearts finally relaxed. Sir. Hack saw Nanjing sitting in the car without saying a word, so he cautiously asked, "Is the beast dead?" Nanjing looked up at him, only to see him covered in dust and dirt, his dust jacket nearly torn. It was obvious that he had been severely damaged by the sandstorm stirred up by the vines. Dead. Nanjing found his previous seat, rested, and pointed at the ruins. That thing hasn't evolved into a beast yet, it's just grown a bit. The body, it dragged back, will probably only sell for the price of a skeleton. The price tag for ordinary pollutants and beasts is completely different, more than double the price difference between the two. Risking one's life and working for a long time only to see a reduction in profit would be unpleasant for anyone. But this time, Huck smiled. As long as you're alive, you have to live to spend money, right? Nanjing glanced at him again. This team organizer was very flexible in socializing. Although his previous regional discrimination was disgusting, he made up for it with his eloquence. The other party was a jack of all trades, always finding a way to survive in the wasteland. Nanjing also smiled. It's getting late. Tell them to pack up and move on to the next location. Okay. Huck didn't care what the adults before him thought of him. He only knew that strength was respected in this world, and with someone powerful to lean on, he had to stay safe. The other party had killed a monster in just a few minutes, and had returned so easily, demonstrating his immense strength. Huck no longer dared to harbor any ill intentions, simply hoping to get some meat and bones with him on this trip. Yi Dan and Yi Shuang disdained the pile of contaminated synthetics. They took nothing with them, leaving only the scraps on the ground, which the hunting team pocketed. After the vine incident, the team hunted several larger contaminants outside the city in the following days. Whenever the team members encountered contaminants they couldn't defeat, Nanjing would come to their rescue. She waved her hand, dispatched them with 2 or 3 water forms, and then sat back down to doze off. Nanjing recently discovered that frequent, short sleeps could speed up the digestion of polluted energy within her body. Although the effects of sleep were less pronounced, far less potent than those of the Hying potion, it did provide a better mental boost, and at least she heard less noise. After a week of wandering outside the city, Nanjing and Hack's makeshift team returned with a full load. They surrendered the polluted materials they hunted to the Federation for recycling, earning a fortune that was envied by others. According to the previous agreement, Nanjing received 70% of the proceeds. Hack actually wanted her, a psychic, to remain with the makeshift team permanently. Nanjing, not wanting to become close friends with these people, declined the offer. Hack was deeply reluctant to let this valuable asset go, but he knew he couldn't offer much to impress the psychic before him. Nanjing and them weren't on the same page, so he could only say, "If you ever need to leave the city again, please come find me at the gathering place." "I, Huck, promise to be a good host to you, sir." Nanjing nodded and said, "Well, just don't discriminate against people from the lower city anymore." Huck was embarrassed for a moment, even saying he wouldn't dare to do that again. After this encounter with Nanjing, he would always judge people by their abilities first. After all, appearances are not the only thing you can judge. Nanjing separated from her temporary teammates and returned to the hotel alone. When she returned, her roommate Gao Ming hadn't returned yet. Judging by the time, she was probably still fighting in the underground boxing ring. Nanjing remembered that Gao Ming was also planning to apply to the federal college, and she was fighting to earn money to pass the exam. She had described the upper city entrance fee as extremely high, so she was desperately trying to save for college. However, fighting in the underground is also a risky business, and the payout is limited. Wait until this girl emerges, and introduce her to Huck's temporary mercenary team for hunting. That should be better than what she is now. Nanjing was thinking. She had decided to visit District 3 Federal College. Gao Ming would be her exam partner, and they might be classmates in the future, so she'd lend a hand if she could. Nanjing still had a soft spot for this boisterous, innocent girl. Nanjing went to the bathroom to change out of her dusty clothes and wash up. When she came out, she cautiously put on gloves, wrapped herself in a towel, and laid down on the bed for a short rest. Late in the evening, Nanjing heard the bedroom door open while lying in bed. She opened her eyes and saw a figure in the dark room. The figure was quite tall, and the light from the door revealed her high ponytail and the outline of her muscular arms. Nanjing recognized the person and called out, "Gao Ming." The other person was stunned for a moment, then mumbled, "Huh?" Nanqing, you're back? Nanqing frowned, sensing a strange tone in the other person's voice. She sat up, flicked on the light, and took a closer look at Gao Ming. Gao Ming, her cheeks flushed, her expression dazed, seemed unsteady. Nanqing, you have a fever? Gao Ming, do you? Nanqing was speechless. I'm practically scalded like a boiled shrimp. Can't you feel it? She quickly got up and helped the man sit down. Touching his forehead, she felt as if he were burning like a furnace. Gao Ming was a little dazed. She said, is it really that hot? I just feel a little tired. It's been like this lately. I get sleepy at this time, and I've been back from playing just a few games. Nanqing tapped her head. You have a fever like this every day? Why are you still thinking about playing? Go see a doctor now, she said, and prepared to carry Gao Ming out. No. Gao Ming shook her head furiously. No, I'm not going to the doctor. Doctors here are too expensive. It's just a minor illness. It will be gone in a few days. She grabbed Nanqing's arm. Nanqing, please don't call the doctor. I'm really fine. I'm just a little sleepy. Nanqing was speechless at her sudden, pampering behavior. She didn't really want to intervene, but Gao Ming's fever was indeed very high. If any ordinary person had a fever like this for a few days, they would definitely be dead. But Gao Ming insisted that she was fine after a few days, which was very strange. Nanqing suspected this situation was related to the other person's constitution. A fever, even if not an illness, could also indicate the awakening of supernatural powers, or an improvement in their condition. However, this usually only lasts a day, and occurs while the person is unconscious. But if Gao Ming's condition persisted for several days, without any signs of abnormality, the problem was definitely more serious. Under uncertainty, seeing a doctor is the most effective approach. Nanqing pondered this silently, while Gao Ming, stripping off his coat to reveal his vest, slid into bed, tucked in like a puppy, and said, I'm exhausted after a long day. It's late, and the hospital is closed. We talk tomorrow if you have anything to say. Nanqing, I'm going to bed. Remember to turn off the lights. Nanqing's brows furrowed as he said coldly, Gao Ming, you haven't washed up yet. Wash up before you get into bed. Chapter 55. Gao Ming's condition was indeed strange. After she fell asleep that night, her high fever miraculously subsided, returning to normal. The next day, Gao Ming was full of energy again. Look, I'm fine now, aren't I? Gao Ming smiled brightly. I just had some fistfights in thunder. I'm not sick. It's all normal. Nanqing hummed in non-committal tone. A fever that subsides means recovery, but repeated fevers mean it's more than just an illness. Nanqing, are you really going to apply to a college in the top 3 districts? Gao Ming suddenly asked. You're so brave. It's one of the top colleges in the Human Federation. Those who take the exam are all geniuses, and many of them have special abilities. If ordinary people like us applied, we'd probably be nothing more than cannon fodder. Nanqing calmly replied, you mean, people should have ambition and face difficulties head-on. Gao Ming choked up and finally gave her a thumbs up. Gao Ming asked again, you said there were mercenaries gathering there, and someone was looking for people from the lower city to go hunting? Did you go out with them a few days ago? Yeah, I went out for a walk and had a good harvest. If you're still short on money, you could try going with them next time. It should make you more money than fighting in the ring, Nanqing said. Gao Ming's eyes lit up. That's great. I was just worried about that, too. Nanqing, you don't know how stingy the owners of underground rings are. They took 50% of my profits after I fought a match. That really hurt me. Nanqing was surprised. So much? Isn't it 30-70? She looked the girl up and down again, wondering if she'd been scammed. The fighting is fierce in the ring, but with such little profit margin, what's the motivation for these fighters to fight? Why else? Because I'm from the lower district, of course. Gao Ming pursed her lips, unwilling to elaborate. After my last fight, I tell the boss I'm not renewing my contract. I go hunting outside the city. It's getting a bit suffocating staying inside. Gao Ming and the boss of the underground ring sign a contract on a fight-by-fight basis. She signs on after each fight each day. The boss arranges suitable opponents for Gao Ming, ensuring she wins. It's a win-win situation. Every fighter signs with the boss, who helps manage the odds and opponents. Those without a boss can't enter the competition. Everyone must be recommended by the boss to enter. This is the unspoken rule of the underground ring in District 65, and Gao Ming, an outsider, is no exception. Nanqing, seeing that Gao Ming still has one more fight to do, has a premonition and suggests going to watch. Gao Ming readily agrees without giving it much thought. The underground fight begins at 5 p.m., when people, fresh from a busy day, gather to enjoy the fun. The arena is surrounded by a ring, with spectators seated above the ring. Several thousand people, wearing masks, stare eagerly at the electronic ranking list above the ring. The screen displays the betting odds for each match. The rules are that if the bettor wins handsomely. Similarly, if the bettor loses, the bettors will erupt in rage, even attempting to assault the bettor, simply because they lost their bet. This is a playground for those with bad morals, where moral standards are low and where anyone with money can do whatever they want. Nanjing sat in the corner of the stands, not joining in their gambling, but quietly waiting for Gao Ming's turn. She glanced at the screen. Iron-blooded boxer versus female knight. The odds 3-1. Gao Ming's match today was the third scheduled. Female knight was her underground ring codename, and the betting odds were 3-1. The opponent had to bet 3 times theirs, while Gao Ming only had to bet single times. Just looking at this odds, one could tell how strong her opponent was. However, Gao Ming told her that this was a standard practice between her and her boss, deliberately showing weakness, picking on stronger opponents, and then making a killing on the bets. Nanjing had to admit that this was an effective business tactic. She waited patiently for half an hour, watching the first 2 bloody and violent matches, before it was finally Gao Ming's turn. Gao Ming was wearing ordinary sportswear, a mask covering her face. She entered the ring with her high ponytail swung, looking quite dashing. Her opponent, the iron-blooded boxer, was a massive figure, his body towering like a mountain. His arms were clad in long iron braces, and his gait made a resounding dong-dong sound, his imposing presence seeming to shake the ground apart. Next to the iron-blooded boxer, Gao Ming suddenly looked like a chick. TSK, with such a poor physique, the female knight is in great danger, a spectator said sarcastically. Not necessarily. The female knight hasn't lost in so many fights. Maybe she can win? When someone heard this, they retorted, impossible. The iron-blooded boxer is a perennial winner in the ring. She's won the championship for 2 years in a row. Even if the female knight is formidable, how old is she? Her moves are a bit immature. It's a stretch to think she can defeat her now. That's right. Now it seems safer to bet on the Iron Knight this time. Convinced, another man placed his bet on the Iron Boxer inside. Hopefully the female knight can hold out a little longer and not get ripped off by the other guy. A crisp sound echoed, and the man about to utter an obscenity was struck in the face. He was about to curse in anger, but when he looked down, he saw that it was a bag of coins that had hit him. Bet on the female knight, 10 times the payout. Nanxing's eyes shone coldly, making everyone shudder. The group who had been noisily surrounding the betting table had fallen silent because of Nanxing's presence. The waiter manning the betting table was the first to react, offering a rather worldly-wise smile. Ma'am, are you sure you want to bet 10 times the payout on the female knight? Yes. Nanxing answered confidently, casting a cold glance at the trolls before quietly returning to her seat. A few people, intimidated by Nanxing's aura, looked at each other for a moment, then mouthed, "He doesn't look like someone you'd be hard to mess with." "Shoo, keep your voice down. We don't know each other here, so don't offend anyone." The people who came to the ring were quite discerning, knowing at a glance who should and shouldn't be offended. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become such experienced players here. After this incident, the match between Gao Ming and the iron-blooded boxer officially began. Chapter 56. There was indeed a gap in strength between Gao Ming and the iron-blooded boxer. As the fight began, the opponent was already swinging a massive hammer, hammering Gao Ming across the floor. As she ran, she took a punch head-on and gasped in pain. Unable to withstand the blow head-on, she could only resort to roundabout tactics. A fierce chase ensued in the ring. The two of them dragged on for over 10 minutes without a clear winner, and some in the stands were growing impatient. What's going on? What's the point of running like this? Charge forward and fight. Fight! This female knight only knows how to hide. How boring. If you can't win, just surrender. Nanxing took in the audience's words, her lips curled up, thinking that Gao Ming had a bit of a knack. Knowing she couldn't win, she set out to wear down her opponent's strength, intent on a war of attrition. It's hard to say who can last longer in this match. After chasing Gao Ming for dozens of rounds, the iron-blooded boxer finally lost his patience. He stood still, roared, and swung his fists in Gao Ming's path. Although Gao Ming had anticipated this, she couldn't dodge and could only take the blows. Then the two engaged in a fierce battle. The opponent's weapon was an iron fist grown into his flesh, while Gao Ming's was an alloy chain she had found somewhere. She hung a heavy metal ball on it and swung the chain, sending the ball flying back. The iron fist and the metal chain tangled, making a clanging sound. Sparks flew from their metal weapons as they engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. Gao Ming possessed great endurance, having mastered the orthodox military boxing techniques. Nanxing noticed that her fighting skills had improved significantly during her time in the underground boxing ring. Facing a powerful foe, she knew where to strike for the best chance of success, and also how to avoid weaknesses and counterattack. Gao Ming and the iron-blooded boxer exchanged several rounds, each giving their opponent a hard time, but neither managed to inflict a fatal blow. The iron-blooded boxer's eyes welled up at this, and he swung his fist down on Gao Ming with a force that felt like 1,000 pounds and a speed that made it impossible to dodge. Gao Ming was wounded in the abdomen, spat out blood, and rolled to the ground. Seeing this opportunity, the iron-blooded boxer struck again. This blow was merciless, raising dust and ash as it struck, intent on completely crushing Gao Ming to pieces. The crowd in the stands erupted in excitement. Some shouted, "Smash her to death! Smash her to death now! Iron-blooded boxer, I bet all my money on you! Don't show mercy, smash her to death now!" Others sighed, "If I'd known the female knight was so weak, I would have bet all my money on iron-blooded. And now, my money's gone after just 2 hits. Bah, a money loser!" The clamor made the surroundings chaotic. Nanxing stood up when Gao Ming was knocked down. She wanted to rush down to save her immediately. But her eyesight was excellent, and amidst the excitement of the audience, she saw the true situation in the ring. When Gao Ming was knocked down, she didn't sit there and wait for death. She quickly rolled over, avoiding the second attack from the iron-blooded boxer. But she didn't try to get up. Instead, she curled up, clutching her abdomen. Then a hazy white light enveloped her. Aura of energy? Nanxing instantly sensed something unusual. The energy was weak at first, then amplified several times in an instant. The iron-blooded boxer then launched a third punch, but this time, he suffered no more. His iron fist felt like it was hitting an indistinct layer of cotton, its force completely absorbed. He looked down in confusion, seeing the female knight lying on the ground, seemingly enveloped in a cocoon of white light. The iron-blooded boxer, sensing something ominous, immediately tried to step back and observe the situation. But it was too late. His iron-like hand was stuck to the cocoon, unable to be freed. And every movement would cause him to scream in pain. Hot! 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 The excited spectators also noticed the change and turned their gazes towards the ring, their expressions filled with disbelief. What happened? What's that? A white light around the female knight. Someone knowledgeable said, "It looks like a superpower." The female knight has superpowers. Nanxing listened, rubbing his fingers. Gao Ming's been having a fever these past few days. It's definitely related to her superpower. It's just that her superpower awakened so slowly. Nanxing sighed, then thought, what is Gao Ming's superpower? A white protective shield. Nanxing was just beginning to speculate when Gao Ming gave her the answer. Unable to break free for a long time, the iron-blooded boxer became so frustrated that he began to kick and punch frantically. However, after only 2 kicks, Gao Ming's white energy shield suddenly expanded, expanding to a circle 1 meter in diameter. The iron-blooded boxer was flung away by the sudden increase in energy. This blast sent him flying right out of the ring. The iron-blooded boxer fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a while. The female knight wins this match. The electronic screen announced the result. The audience erupted in astonishment at this scene. According to the rules of the underground ring, anyone who falls out of the ring is considered a loser. This rule is reserved for those who voluntarily surrender and save their lives. But they didn't expect that. With a bet at 3-1, the iron-blooded boxer would be mysteriously ejected from the ring. Gao Ming lay unconscious on the ground, having won the match. Faced with this situation, the audience who had bet on the iron-blooded boxer were naturally dissatisfied, shouting, "Is this cheating? Does she have some special item? I've never seen such a special power before. What is this?" The iron-blooded knight, despite the clamor, remained unconvinced. If he lost, the odds would be triple, and his boss would definitely not give him a cent. Then, he might not even be able to fight in the ring alive. No, he had to win. The iron-blooded knight, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the people on the stage. At this moment, the white light around Gao Ming disappeared, and she lay quietly on the ring, as if she had fallen asleep. Just kill her! Just kill her! The underground ring doesn't allow for dead winners. If I kill her, the championship will still be mine. The iron-blooded boxer muttered. He had endured so much, transformed himself into this half-human, half-ghost appearance. This was all so he could last longer in the underground ring, win everything, and live a life of luxury. He couldn't tolerate failure. He didn't want to be abandoned by his boss, or end up like those retired boxers, crippled for the rest of their lives. The iron-blooded boxer's determination at this moment made him climb to his feet, regardless of anything else, and rush to the ring. He swung his iron fist, striking Gao Ming once again in the center of the ring. The champion of the underground ring can only be me. Go to hell. Bang. After a loud bang, the audience was startled by the ensuing incident. They hurriedly looked, hoping to see if the unconscious female knight in the ring was still alive. But they saw something else. The iron-blooded boxer, who had recklessly rushed onto the ring to attack Gao Ming, had his arms entangled by the current at his wrists, which lifted him high up and immobilized him. He was now powerless to fight back. Unable to exert any force, he was trapped by the water's blockade. The person controlling the water was a woman in a black robe and a mask. She stood on the ring, completely shielding the unconscious Gao Ming behind her. She swept her cold gaze over the audience, sending a chill down their spines, as if they had been struck by an extremely cold ice blade. You've broken the rules. As everyone was at a loss, the organizer of the underground ring appeared on the central screen. The other man was also shrouded in black robes. Nanxing looked up and said, "I remember the match is over, and the players can leave." She turned and pointed at the Iron Knight, suspended in the air. "You're breaking the rules." The black-robed man said, "But you shouldn't interfere in a duel between players. They haven't completely left the ring yet, and the duel isn't over yet." Nanxing didn't want to discuss any profound principles with this man. She simply said, "I'm taking my friends away now. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 57. I'm taking my friend away now. Do you have any objections? As Nanxing finished speaking, the crowd suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere in the underground ring froze. The black-robed figure paused, his gaze surveying the water form surrounding Nanxing. Nanxing's control over the water form was now far more precise than before. She stared at the suddenly appearing black-robed figure, and the water stream curved into a serpentine shape, branching out to the thickness of her wrist. In front of everyone, she swung it with all her might. The trapped iron-blooded boxer was flung high into the air, slamming back to the floor below. With a loud bang, the iron-blooded boxer was knocked unconscious. As Nanxing manipulated the water, the black-robed figure attempted to intervene, but another stream of water had already unnoticedly approached him, slowly spinning into a sharp cone, pointing directly at his brow. The black-robed figure keenly sensed a powerful energy wave, a wave only psychics could perceive. Overwhelmed by the oncoming energy, he hesitated to act immediately. At the same time, a hint of surprise crossed his eyes as he looked at Nanxing, wondering why he hadn't heard of such a powerful psychic appearing in Area 65. A powerful psychic with such precise control of her abilities must be at least A rank or above. She should have been recruited by the military long ago. Why was she in the underground arena? Is the military investigating something? The black-robed figure instantly conjured up many images, while Nanxing's gaze on him grew colder. The water shape in front of her slowly flowed, readying herself for battle. She also recognized that the other person was a psychic, her energy strength not as strong as her own, but not to be underestimated. If she truly intended to stop her, she would strike first. After a moment's stare, the black-robed figure relented. "Of course I have no objection. The arena duel is over. You may take your friends and leave. Please." The black-robed figure clearly understood that it would be unprofitable to pick a fight with a psychic of unknown strength over such a minor matter. He smiled, stepped aside, and gestured for Nanxing to leave. Nanxing wasn't one to stir up trouble. She didn't completely retract her water form, but instead let it continue to surround her, guarding against unexpected attacks. Nanxing carried the unconscious Gao Ming on her back, and led her group out of the underground arena. The black-robed man watched the girl disappear and exhaled slowly. What a nuisance. At this moment, the ring host, who had been afraid to approach, finally approached and asked weakly, "Boss, are you just letting them go?" The black-robed man glanced at him coldly. "Do you want to ruin the whole place today?" If he fought with the psychic from earlier, all the money he'd earned today would be wasted. "No, I don't." The host quickly lowered his head. The black-robed man snorted, "Take care of the rest." The ring continues. After he finished speaking, his figure faded into the center of the arena. He came and went without a trace, like a ghost. Nanxing brought the comatose Gao Ming to the hospital. The hospital in Area 65 was much better than Area 319. Clean, bright, well-equipped, and the medical staff were highly professional. The doctor on duty, upon seeing Gao Ming's persistent fever, immediately suspected that he had awakened his superpowers, and quickly ordered Nanxing to take him to the ICU's nutrition chamber. You're already this feverish, and you're only now coming to the hospital? Are you trying to save your life? The doctor complained to Nanxing. You military academy students, don't take advantage of your good health and act recklessly. Awakening superpowers is a serious matter. She's had a fever for several days straight, clearly due to malnutrition and insufficient energy. If she had come a few days later, not only would her superpowers not have awakened, she'd have died from the burns. Nanxing was stunned for a moment as she listened to the rant. So Gao Ming's recurring fevers, yet her superpowers hadn't awakened, were due to the poor food in main area 65, leading to malnutrition? This was the first time she'd heard of it. Nanxing asked, is there a direct correlation between malnutrition and awakening superpowers? The doctor rolled his eyes. You're from the military academy, and you don't even know that. Let me ask you, what are superpowers made of? What substance does their direct use consume? Nanxing replied, energy. Pollutions are made of polluted energy, and superpowers are also made of energy. Basically, they're all energy fusions. The doctor then asked, what do ordinary people gain from eating every day? Again, energy. The doctor answered his own question. Awakening superpowers also requires energy. If you don't have enough energy, awakening won't succeed. Similarly, a fever is caused by insufficient energy, as the body absorbs external energy. Some people never reach a critical energy point in their lifetime, so they never awaken superpowers and remain ordinary people. Some people have more energy than others, and their chances of awakening superpowers are higher. However, energy is something intangible and invisible. No one has yet figured out how much energy is needed to awaken superpowers, and how much of that energy humans can absorb. Nanxing listened to these words, and an idea seemed to strike her. She asked, Doctor, what if a person could infinitely absorb all energy, including pollutants, and simultaneously output the energy they gained? Is this situation caused by a very high energy storage threshold? If there's a way to raise someone else's energy storage threshold, could they also absorb all energy infinitely? The doctor looked at her in surprise, as if he'd heard something crazy. No matter how high the threshold is, it can't absorb all energy infinitely. Everyone has a limit to their energy storage threshold. If there were a way to raise it, the world would be a completely different place. Furthermore, if someone truly could absorb all energy, they'd probably be a rare talent in the Federation. Such a person is also very dangerous. Someone who absorbs all energy will have the energy infinitely transformed, just like the energy that generates superpowers. Also, like someone infected by pollutants. And then, there's that pile of pollutants in the ruins, constantly devouring and synthesizing each other. Once their evolution reaches a critical energy point, they explode. Who knows if someone who absorbs that much energy is still human? After all, human willpower isn't as strong as one might imagine. It's easily influenced by anything outside of us. Nanxing's heart sank upon hearing this. She glanced down and saw herself wrapped in a glove, a tight armor of scales. It seemed she couldn't put off resolving her body's transformation any longer. She didn't want to become a mutant. The doctor, having said so much, found it somewhat amusing and adjusted his glasses. I'm not going to waste my time on this nonsense. There's no such thing as someone who can absorb unlimited energy. Every human has a critical point at which they can absorb energy. Unless they're a god. You'd better take good care of your friend. She'd probably be asleep for a few days. Nanxing once again examined the gentle-looking doctor. From their previous conversation, she realized he possessed a remarkable demeanor. She deliberately asked, Doctor, what's your last name? My last name is Bai Huying. After Dr. Bai left, Nanxing sat quietly in the ICU, watching over Gao Ming, who lay comatose in the nutrient chamber. As Bai Huying had said, Gao Ming had been unconscious for several days, finally regaining consciousness on the third day. Nanxing heard a noise coming from inside the nutrient chamber, and immediately stood up to check. Gao Ming's eyelids fluttered, then slowly opened, glancing around in confusion. Seeing Nanxing's pale face, she murmured, Where am I? Nanxing crossed her arms and said, The hospital. You've been lying here since you fainted in the ring. You've been lying here for 3 days. Gao Ming's mind suddenly cleared at that. She struggled to open the nutrient tank, stood up, and asked, 3 days. So did I win in the ring? When Nanxing didn't respond, Gao Ming's face fell, and she clutched her head in agony. Didn't win? It's over, it's over. It's the last day of the ring. If you lose, you be fined? Damn it! Why did you faint at that moment? Nanxing saw the pain on her face, even wanting to go back for another fight. He shook his head, and held Gao Ming down. Even if you win, don't move. You're covered in nutrient solution. Don't dirty the ICU. Nanxing saw Gao Ming, stunned and dazed, and could only sigh. She recounted Gao Ming's awakening of her superpowers in the ring 3 days before, and her subsequent high fever. When Gao Ming heard that he'd awakened his superpowers, and sent the iron-blooded fist flying in one blow, he couldn't sit still. Gao Ming, I'm so powerful. I've awakened superpowers. What superpower did I awaken? I'm surprised I haven't experienced any changes. How do I use it? Gao Ming was jumping up and down like a dog, making her ears buzz. Nanxing said helplessly, close your eyes, and sense if there's a surge of energy in your brain core. Take a deep breath to draw it out. Gao Ming did as she was told. A moment later, a faint white light emanated from her. The light had a warmth and power. Is this my superpower? Why doesn't it feel strong enough? Gao Ming stared at the faint glow, momentarily unsure what to do. Nanxing, hit me. Gao Ming, huh? Nanxing, no problem, hit me. Gao Ming was puzzled, but she obeyed anyway and punched back. However, the force of the punch was negligible, only 1/10 of her usual strength. Nanxing drew out her dagger and caught Gao Ming's fist horizontally. The pale light curved as it made contact with the metal surface of the dagger, creating an invisible distortion in the surrounding space. Gao Ming stared in surprise at the metal dagger she'd broken with a single blow, and asked, my strength has increased. Nanxing corrected, your defenses have strengthened. The white circle of light is your protective shell. Try expanding it. Gao Ming closed her eyes again, carefully controlling the circle of light, peeling it away from her body, to form an arc-shaped defensive wall. After expanding for a full half-meter, the circle stopped expanding. Cold sweat broke out on Gao Ming's forehead, and she forced herself to say, I feel like my head is going to explode. Nanxing quickly called a halt, don't push yourself. You might overuse it and get backlash. Overusing newly awakened powers can be excruciatingly painful. When Nanxing battled the heretic, not only did her energy drain, but she also felt dizzy for a while, almost thinking she was being infected and becoming contaminated. Gao Ming tested his powers, and confirmed that he had awakened a defensive one. It might sound useless, but using it, covering his entire body, made him as indestructible as a steel warrior, giving him a sense of security. Gao Ming said with great joy, next time I fight someone, I can just headbutt them. Chapter 58. Gao Ming was stunned when she discovered she had awakened her superpowers. She faced the exorbitant medical bill from the hospital, her cheeks twitching with pain, as she closed her eyes, and generously swiped her card. After leaving the hospital, Gao Ming's expression fell again for a moment, and she hugged Nanxing's arm and cried bitterly, it's too expensive, too expensive. I only slept in a nutrition tank for 3 days, and they took away half of my savings. Nanxing, I'm broke again. Nanxing caressed Gao Ming's ponytail lovingly, and explained that superpowers could earn several times more than ordinary people. Gao Ming's sadness subsided upon hearing this. Afterwards, Gao Ming terminated her contract with the underground ring owner. Nanxing took Gao Ming to the mercenary gathering place to find Huck, hoping to team up with them, and leave the city again. 2 superpowers suddenly joined the team, and Huck, the team leader, beamed. The other teams observing the scene sighed inwardly, what a lucky guy. They've managed to turn a disaster into a blessing after offending a superpowered person. That's right. I wish I had that kind of luck, someone said sarcastically. Nanxing didn't care what others thought of her. She simply preferred convenience, not wanting to switch teams and get along with strangers. Hake, though a bit snobbish, was also a respectable person who wouldn't harbor any ill intentions towards her, making him a relatively easy pass. This temporary team, including Nanxing and Gao Ming, consisted of 10 people. The team was the same as before. Apparently, Hake didn't want to make any more changes, so he called back his teammates. As usual, their group headed to the more polluted areas, leaving any difficult pollutants and supernatural beasts they encountered to Nanxing and Gao Ming. Nanxing was on the lookout, while Gao Ming took charge. Having just awakened her light shield, her palms itched. She attacked with reckless abandon, pounding the passing pollutants into shards, leaving Hake and the other ordinary people stunned and muttering, what a brutality. Although Gao Ming's shield had increased her strength, she still couldn't defeat the monsters in the contaminated area. Nanxing then used her water form to subdue the monster, allowing Gao Ming to kill it. Seeing this, Gao Ming expressed great interest in Nanxing's abilities. Your powers feel so powerful. Nanxing, you're so skilled at using them. How long have they been awakened? I hadn't thought before that the girl I'd been sleeping with was a psychic. Now I think about how lucky I am. As Gao Ming was talking, she remembered something else. Looking at Nanqing, who was sitting quietly beside her, she asked, "Nanqing, when I insisted on being your roommate, you weren't laughing at me in your heart, were you? After all, back then, I was just an ordinary person with a bit more physical strength." Nanqing was so annoyed by her noise that she patted her head speechlessly. "What's going on in your head all day? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Hearing this, Gao Ming took another hard look at the thin girl in front of him. Her face had always been pale, bloodless, and she looked unhealthy, but Nanqing's eyes were a bright black, shining like rare stars in the sky. Gao Ming shook his head, "Not likely." "Nanqing, you're a good person." Nanqing raised an eyebrow. Gao Ming hugged her, nuzzling her somewhat tattered black robe like a puppy. "Nanqing, you're my best friend." Nanqing found it funny for a moment, but she felt warm inside. Nanqing's small group had been wandering around for a few days, making a good return. They were about to return when they encountered another group on the way. This group consisted of about a dozen people, their vehicles meticulously modified, each bearing a moon-shaped flag, fluttering in the wind, looking impressive. "Who are these people?" Gao Ming looked curiously at the people exiting the vehicles, noticing that none of them were wearing protective gear. Their heads and limbs were exposed to the dust and sand of the ruins, without a single sign of ulceration. "They're the Federal Expedition Team from Area 65, and everyone on board is a psychic." Hake said enviously, "That's great. Being a psychic means you don't have to worry about external pollution, and you save money on protective gear. Psychics possess stronger physiques than ordinary people, and possess a certain resistance to polluting energy. Powerful psychics can ignore external air pollution and freely navigate the ruins." Gao Ming suddenly realized, "So this is the expedition team. I heard all the city's powerful people gather there. They must all be top-tier psychics. Why are they gathering here? Are there any difficult monsters nearby?" Nanqing was puzzled by another question. As far as she could remember, the expedition team had always been conducting preliminary exploratory missions, employing force to eliminate hazards when necessary. They were a major force in the Federation. Usually, expedition team members worked in highly contaminated areas, and it was rare to see them gathered in such large numbers in non-hazardous areas. And so many of them, all psychics. While Nanqing was puzzled, their convoy approached the expedition team. When they saw Hack and the other temporary mercenaries in protective gear, they glanced at them, and looked away with disinterest. Nanqing heard them say, "There are so many makeshift mercenaries here. I've already run into 4 or 5 this morning. The wilderness is full of dangers. It's only closer to the city that's safer, with less pollution. Go deeper, and you'd be stuck with these cowards, and you won't even see a soul." The man sighed, "When does the mission start? I'm getting mad waiting here." Another said, "Don't worry, everyone isn't here yet. I heard the target this time is quite intelligent and extremely destructive, making him a formidable opponent." Nanqing wanted to hear more, but someone in the expedition team recognized her. "Hey, that team of mercenaries, wait a minute." A pair of identical girls called out to their vehicle. One of them curiously leaned in to see. Upon seeing Nanqing in her black robe, her eyes narrowed into crescents. "Nanqing, you're in the car. Yi Dayton, come and see, it's Nanqing." Everyone in the car had seen Yi Dan and Yi Shuang before, and after a moment's surprise, they forced smiles. This was a fire-type psychic. How could ordinary people dare offend them? Gao Ming saw the twin sisters, jumped into the car with a familiar air, and asked Nanqing with wide eyes, "Your friend?" Nanqing shook her head, then nodded, "Friends we met on the way." Nanqing turned and asked the two sisters, "Why are you here?" Yi Dan glanced around at the passengers in the car, paused at Gao Ming's face, which was uncovered, and smiled slightly. The expedition team is anxious for the psychic to go on the mission. Yi Shuang, however, spoke bluntly, "Nanqing, why are you still with these people?" This was a deeply offensive remark, and the others in the car had subtle expressions, but they didn't dare to get angry. Gao Ming also looked puzzled. Yi Shuang, seemingly oblivious to the problem with her words, continued, "Nanqing, why aren't you coming to the expedition? All the aspirants are gathering there. I thought I'd see you there." Nanqing smiled and replied, "I don't really like to join in the fun." Yi Shuang seemed to have a sudden realization, saying, "That's right, you have a water-attributed aspirant. Water is quiet. Except for those water-attributed aspirants from the Roland family, of course. They're all so volatile they look ready to explode at any moment." Yi Shuang, stop talking nonsense. Yi Dan was deeply troubled by his sister's insensitivity. Nanqing's expression softened slightly when she heard Roland's name. She asked about something that concerned her. "What's your mission this time?" Why are there so many psychics? It's not a secret. I tell you. Yi Dan thought for a moment and replied, a while ago, a medical research organization's base was bombed. You know about that, right? Nanxing nodded. She had heard rumors about this in the city, and she knew even more clearly that the so-called pharmaceutical company's base was none other than Holy Light. In her memories, Holy Light was a powerful organization, with omnipotent influence throughout the Human Federation city. In her previous life, Nanxing had suffered greatly at the hands of Holy Light, even believing she would never escape its pursuit. But something unexpected happened to Holy Light. A mysterious force appeared, attacking all of its bases. That mysterious force caused them immense trouble. Helpless, they devoted all their energy to dealing with this powerful enemy, ultimately leading to their own downfall and annihilation. After her rebirth, Nanxing discovered that the outcome of Holy Light overlapped with her own memories, and she was naturally delighted. In at least another 2 or 3 years, the threat posed by this organization would be completely eliminated. Yi Dan continued, this medical research has been quite unlucky. 2 months ago, an S-level heretic destroyed a base in the lower city. Recently, a vine-like heretic destroyed our branch. Because this base is located in District 10, the damage was even worse than the previous one, and the attack affected surrounding residents. After completing the attack, this heretic successfully escaped. When the Federation leadership learned of this, they were furious and issued an order to all major districts to hunt down the Vine Heretic. So, after following the clues along the way, they found the Vine Heretic nearby and gathered us, the members of the temporary expedition team, to investigate. After listening to this, Nanxing, combined with her memories from her previous life, had some ideas. The first attack on the Holy Light base, as Yi Dan mentioned, was orchestrated by Nanxing. She unleashed a white blast, reducing the Holy Light base in the lower city to dust. The second recent attack on Holy Light was caused by a mysterious force from Nanxing's memories of her previous life. From Yi Dan's description, the enemy was a highly intelligent heretic-like monster, and the Federation hadn't found it yet despite their pursuit. And if the trajectory of her previous life continued, this vine-like heretic would gradually grow in power and overthrow Holy Light. Nanxing, why don't you come with us? Yi Shuang interrupted, not wanting to be bothered. The reward for this expedition is generous. Aren't you short on cash? Why not come with us? We're all psychics, and maybe one of your future classmates is among them? Nanxing knew that their campaign against the Vine Heretics had been largely unsuccessful, and whether they would even receive the reward was uncertain. Nanxing naturally didn't want to get involved in a dangerous and fruitless mission. She shook her head and declined, sorry, I have other things to do. I won't be joining this mission. Yi Shuang felt disappointed, but said nothing. Outside, someone from the expedition team called for assembly. Yi Dan and Yi Shuang said goodbye to Nanxing and exited their team's carriage. Seeing the two of them walk away, Gao Ming leaned over and asked Nanxing, hey, what a great opportunity. Why don't you go? We're short on money. Nanxing smiled, and for once joked, their mission sounds incredibly dangerous. I'm afraid I might never return and won't be able to safely take the exams in the first 3 districts. Gao Ming agreed, arguing that the entrance exams were more important. Since she was a psychic, she could apply to a higher-ranked academy. Gao Ming thought for a moment and said, I'm so talented, I have to get into the Federal Military Academy in District 3. Nanxing nodded, then I applied to District 3. Chapter 59. 2 months passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Nanxing and Gao Ming's transit time in District 65 was over. They packed their bags and boarded the transfer bus to the first 3 districts, rushing to the Federal Military Academy entrance exam. Compared to the overcrowded transfer bus to District 10, the seats on the bus to District 3 were just right. The atmosphere inside the bus was a little uneasy. When Nanxing and Gao Ming boarded, the occupants looked them over. They seemed to be gathering some information, and when they realized they couldn't tell Nanxing and Gao Ming's true feelings, their expressions changed and their eyes turned away. Gao Ming was very sensitive to the peculiarities of the people in the bus and asked Nanxing quietly, they seem quite hostile to us. Nanxing scanned the occupants of the bus and, through her tentacles, detected 2 psychics within. They were a man and a woman. Their power was comparable to Gao Ming's, and they seemed quite strong. They were also wary of her and Gao Ming's presence. After Nanxing was sure the 2 posed no danger to her, she withdrew her gaze and said to Gao Ming, I sleep for a while. Call me at the next stop. Gao Ming's eyes widened. Nanxing, why are you sleeping again? Get up and chat with me. She realized her partner was a reincarnated sleepyhead, dozing off at every opportunity, curled up in his black robe like a furry insect, completely defenseless in his sleep. It was hard to imagine someone like this could chop off a superpowered being's head with a flick of a finger. Gao Ming had no idea that, although Nanqing was asleep, the tentacles within his body were awake, sensing everything around him and instantly activating their defenses at the slightest sign of trouble. On the other side of the transfer bus, two psychics, a man and a woman, watched the black-robed girl turn aside for a moment's rest. They then looked back and exchanged glances. The girl asked Lan Yang, "Is that girl in black also a psychic?" A hint of solemnity flashed across Lan Yang's brown eyes, then quickly faded. "It's hard to tell. The big, stupid guy next to her is probably just like us. The exams at the military academy in District 3 require teamwork. How about we recruit them?" the girl suggested. Lan Yang shook his head. "No matter how skilled the people from Lower City are, they're no match for the natives of District 3. They're naturally stronger than us, and they probably understand the rules of the Federal Military Academy better. We should just go find a team from Upper City. Our chances of winning are far better than just picking two random people." The girl curled her lips at this. "I hope so," she muttered. "I'm from District 10, so why are you being so picky?" Lan Yang was oblivious to the girl's complaints. He simply clenched his fists, thinking about the future. After his damn father, Lan Li, died on the street from contamination, Lan Yang inherited all of the Lan family's wealth, including the resources his sister had surrendered. This resource was a bottle of high-level genetic modification medicine, delivered 2 weeks after Lang Li's death. After receiving the medicine and verifying its authenticity, Lan Yang was ecstatic. He finally understood what his selfish father had gained by investing all his wealth, and his sister in Holy Light Pharmaceuticals. It was a medicine that could completely change their social class, a priceless potion that could alter their genes and grant an 80% chance of awakening superpowers. If Lang Li hadn't died, he would have undoubtedly kept the medicine for himself, abandoned Lan Yang, and begun to squander his life. Lan Yang knew his father's character all too well. He would abandon everyone for his own benefit. Fortunately, he was dead, and fortunately, his sister, Lan Yin, was gone too. Lan Yang could keep this bottle of high-level genetic modification medicine all to himself. After swallowing the potion, Lan Yang experienced a fever for a day, awakening his superpowers. He felt like he had entered a new life. Lan Yang immediately chose to enroll in the military academy in the top 3 districts. Only humanity's top institutions were worthy of the hardships he had endured. Becoming a student at the Federation Military Academy, graduating and joining the upper echelons of the Federation, his life would only get better. To ensure his life was foolproof, Lan Yang couldn't afford any mistakes. He had to choose the safest path. Similarly, the mysterious black-robed girl, who had gotten on the bus, and whose presence was unclear, was another enemy he needed to be wary of. A powerful superpower would mean eliminating a place in the Federation's admissions pool. Lan Yang sensed a potential threat. That was why he decisively rejected his partner's suggestion and chose a more advanced approach. The transfer bus to District 3 takes about a week. These past few days, apart from sleeping and eating, Nanqing has been staring out the window at the yellow sofa. Gao Ming is accustomed to her partner's trance-like state, but she's a restless person and constantly asks Nanqing what she's thinking about and what she's looking at. Most of the time, Nanqing shakes her head and says nothing, but on the rare occasions she reveals, "I'm thinking about Nanqing. I've been dreaming about her a lot lately. She feels so close to me, but I can't see her or hear her voice." Nanqing wondered if Nanqing would be like her in her previous life, and she'd never find her again. Gao Ming patted Nanqing's back comfortingly. "How long has it been since you last saw your sister?" Nanqing thought for a moment and said, "Almost a year." Gao Ming was deeply moved. "So long. Hey, when I was away for 2 months, I missed my mom, but knowing she was waiting for me in District 103, I felt reassured. If only I knew where your sister was." Nanqing smiled. A week later, they arrived at District 3. To be more precise, they arrived at the town outside District 3. Outside the high walls of District 3, residential buildings stood, simple and clean. The pedestrians were dressed in various styles, some in protective suits, others bare skin. They varied in appearance, but it was generally possible to tell that most of those in this small town outside District 3 possessed special abilities. Or perhaps, those resistant to the polluted air outside. The transfer bus stopped at this town outside District 3. Gao Ming jumped out of the car and looked around, bewildered. Why are they only taking us outside the city? Not to the city gate? Nanqing hadn't said anything when a girl next to her chuckled and replied, "What are you thinking? Even if we take you to the city gate, you still can't get in." You have to walk several kilometers back to your hotel. Gao Ming was even more confused. Why can't we get in? Aren't the city gates there for people to enter? Look at that group of people going in. The girl shook her head and laughed. She was about to say something when the man next to her reminded her, Sui, don't waste time. Let's get in quickly. The girl called Sui pouted and said, I know, Lan Yang, you're the one who's anxious. With that, she turned and left with the other person. When Nanxing heard Lan Yang's name, she looked up and saw the man's face, who had turned around. It looked familiar. She pondered. What a coincidence, she thought. Chapter 60. The rules of District 3 are that the city gates open once a week. If you miss this week, you have to wait until next week to enter. You're late. The gates closed this morning. Come back in 7 days. By the time Nanxing and Gao Ming arrived, the gates to District 3 were already sealed. Only a gray-brown-haired grandmother remained, puffing on a cigarette and informing them of the situation. Gao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Why does District 3 have such a rule? Isn't the Human Federation's policy that all cities are open to humans? We're already at the gate, and we're still waiting? The elderly woman, accustomed to the fuss of people from the lower city, calmly replied, with so many people in the first 3 districts, it's difficult to manage. A 7-day rotation is normal. Not only are you allowed in every 7 days, but you also need a temporary residence permit. If you enter the city within a day without one, you'll be arrested and kicked out after 7 days. Don't think the first 3 districts are strict. They're the main artery of humanity. What if heretics get in? Look at District 319, for example. Everyone there was wiped out. Gao Ming exchanged a silent look with Nanxing. She had assumed the first 3 districts would be like before, with a 2-month transit through District 65 before entering District 3. But she hadn't expected the reality to be one hurdle after another. Gao Ming was disappointed. Indeed, according to human custom, even in a good place like District 3, even entering the city requires certification and connections. Nanxing, however, was focused on another point in the conversation. Excuse me, ma'am, where can I get a temporary residence permit? What are the requirements? The elderly woman was pleased with Nanxing's address. She pointed to where the transfer bus was parked in the distance and said, temporary residence permits can be obtained from the District 3 Outer City Guild. They tell you the requirements. Nanxing nodded in thanks, then returned with Gao Ming. The Outer City Workers Guild in District 3 was a sloppily pitched tent, about 100 square meters. When Nanxing and Gao Ming arrived, there were already a dozen people inside, gathered in groups of 2 or 3, gathered around the center of the tent, looking at a specific spot. They seemed to be waiting for something. Nanxing glanced around and found that the group was about her own age, and there were also quite a few with special abilities. She even spotted Lan Yang among them. Lan Yang was studying a blueprint with a girl named Sui. Where can I get a temporary residence permit? Why are you all gathered together? Gao Ming sensed something was off in the tent. Nanxing shook her head and approached someone nearby, asking, excuse me, what are you waiting for? Where can I get a temporary residence permit for District 3? The man looked up at Nanxing and Gao Ming, seeing one wrapped in a black robe and the other almost towering over him, with muscular arms. Surprise crossed his face. Then he explained, waiting for quests. The guild hasn't issued any quests yet. What's the point of accepting quests? Nanxing asked, frowning. A temporary residence permit requires contribution points, and you earn contribution points by accepting quests. The man quickly replied. Nanxing asked, how many contribution points are needed for a temporary residence permit? 1,000 contribution points for 1 temporary residence permit. The man seemed to have little patience with Nanxing and Gao Ming, and after saying this, he stopped talking. Nanxing knew she wouldn't get any further, so she stopped asking. She said to Gao Ming, let's wait and see. The 2 of them waited with the others in the tent. After about 10 minutes, a staff member wearing what was clearly a guild uniform walked in. All eyes in the tent were focused instantly. The guild staff member entered without further ado, pulled out the data from the electronic screen, and began issuing tasks. 60 kilometers west, 10 creeping pollutants, 1B plus level alien beast, 300 contribution points. Who takes it? Me. I take it. While some were still waiting for the guild staff's decision, someone had already tapped their electronic data to the guild staff screen. Ding. Task issued. Then the recipient's screen also displayed the data. The recipient, ecstatic, sprinted out of the tent. At that moment, the people in the tent began to fret, eagerly scrambling to get the task first. They still had good sense, and didn't directly grab the staff's electronic equipment. The staff, accustomed to being surrounded, continued issuing tasks. East, 70 kilometers, 2 B-level alien beasts and 5 sea-level pollutants, for 100 contribution points. South, 100 kilometers, a swarm of centipedes, over-reproducing. Clear them all, including the king, 200 contribution points. Metal ore transported from Area 83 to Area 3 was robbed. Find the ore and bring it back, 100 contribution points. Nanqing and Gao Ming arrived late, and were squeezed to the outermost edge of the crowd. As the people ahead of them received their tasks one by one, they quickly disappeared from view, leaving them as the last two. Today's contribution point tasks have been distributed. Those who didn't apply for a task, please come back tomorrow. The few people left in the tent were immediately disappointed and angry upon hearing this. Is that all? Why are there so few missions, and only one per person? By the time we've accumulated 1,000 contribution points, the entrance exams for District 3 should be over. These rules for entering the city are just bullying us outsiders. Gao Ming, seeing this, clenched her fists, looking a little uneasy. Nanqing patted her shoulder, urging her to relax, then stepped forward to stop the staff member, who was about to leave. What for? The staff member seemed impatient at being blocked and touched the energy weapon at his waist. He planned to shoot Nanqing if the other party said they were giving them trouble. Nanqing, seemingly oblivious to the danger, wore a friendly smile. Hello, I have a question. Aside from regular quests, are there other ways to earn contribution points? I'm asking if there are any special ways, like completing difficult quests, that can also be redeemed for contribution points? My partner and I may be late, but we're quite capable, and should still be able to help the guild. Nanqing spoke in a steady voice, and with a gentle smile on her face, it was hard to seem annoying. The guild staff looked her over. She wasn't very old, but her demeanor was calm and sharp, like a blade wrapped in cloth, seemingly harmless on the surface, yet ready to reveal its edge and slash someone's face with the slightest touch. He was about to refuse outright, but a thought struck him. I do have a difficult situation, but with your student's abilities, taking on this kind of quest would be a life-or-death struggle. Nanqing's eyes lit up when he saw there was actually a related quest. He asked him to tell him about it. This quest involves an A+ level alien beast. It has developed humanoid intelligence, and is lurking near the lake to the east. Pollution levels there are exceeding standards, and even psychics are at risk of infection. If you two can bring this beast back, our guild will directly pay you 1,000 contribution points each, and we also offer you a substantial reward. The staff member smiled at Nanqing, raised the electronic screen, and asked, will you take it? A+ level alien beast. When Nanqing heard the term, he instantly remembered the white stream he had released from the Holy Light base. That creature was an S-level heretic, surpassing A level. Heretics are stronger and more intelligent than alien beasts. Faced with this creature, Nanqing felt a sense of powerlessness, but not complete powerlessness. Nanqing, that's an A+ level alien beast. Can we take it? Gao Ming, standing nearby, was excited by the quest's reward. At the same time, she felt a wave of uncertainty about the level of the monster she would face. A+ level, that sounded incredibly difficult. Nanqing turned and asked, are you afraid? Gao Ming wanted to nod, but then something struck her, and she shook her head. I've only ever seen an A-level monster. I'm just asking. Besides, I want to be a general in the Federation. How could I possibly back down from a mere A-level monster? When Gao Ming learned she possessed the ability to apply to a top 3 military academy, her goals rose even higher, aspiring to become as powerful as Major General Chen Qiong. Seeing she had no intention of backing down, Nanqing nodded and said, we take this mission. After Nanqing accepted the mission using his electronic bracelet, he left the tent with Gao Ming. The staff member who issued the mission saw the two girls' backs receding. He narrowed his eyes and sighed, I hope these two kids return safely. I don't know what they were thinking when they assigned a mission that's almost S-level to 2 kids. Times are different now. With war imminent, the Federation desperately needs talents like Chen Qiong, not a bunch of students who only know how to answer set questions and train. An old voice echoed from the side of the tent. The guild staff turned to see an elderly man with gray hair entering. If Nanqing and Gao Ming were still there, they would have recognized this woman as the old lady who had spoken to them at the city gate. Principally, what brings you here? The staff member's attitude immediately became respectful. The elderly woman, addressed as Principally, smiled with her eyes narrowed. This is the first exam site for admission to the District 3 Military Academy. Of course, I came to see what promising students were there this year. Isn't this fate? It's a pleasant surprise that a student accepted this A+ mission this year. The guild staff disagreed. Principally, even if they were given this A+ mission, they might not be able to complete it. They might even die prematurely. Wouldn't that be a shame? Principally rolled her eyes at him. It's so risky, yet you gave it to them anyway. And I didn't see you trying to stop them? Staff, I'm just being fair. Okay. I think this is a good thing. Young people these days are aware of this. Don't be too pessimistic. Leave it at that. Report back to me when you have the results. Principally waved his hand and vanished silently into the tent again. The staff shook their heads helplessly. Principally remained as headstrong as ever. Nanxing, are we going to find that strange beast now? Gao Ming asked, but are we heading east? Nanxing patted her shoulder. The lake to the east is hundreds of kilometers away. You want to walk there? We need to find a way to get around first. Gao Ming suddenly realized, yes, we need a car. The two of them found a rental car lot outside District 3. There were also some people emerging from tents there, looking for transportation. Nanxing ran into Lan Yang and Sui among them. Hey, see you again? Did you get your mission? Sui greeted them again. Gao Ming clearly had some feelings for Sui. Just as she was about to nod in response, I got it, she heard the boy next to her say they were the last to arrive. I guess all the missions have been distributed. Lan Yang jumped into the car and called to Sui, don't talk to them. Let's take the mission and reunite with the others. The most important thing is to complete our own mission. Lan Yang's annoyance was written all over his face. Why is it so difficult to enter District 3? I thought there was a secret base in District 1. Sui, disappointed, spread his hands to Nanxing and Gao Ming and said, my partner has a bad temper. Gao Ming glanced at the silent Nanxing and nodded, I can see. My partner has a good temper. Sui, Seeing her turn to leave with Lan Yang, Gao Ming shouted to them, we've got a mission. It's to hunt an A+ level monster. Sui and Lan Yang looked at her in surprise. Lan Yang came to his senses and glanced at Nanxing and Gao Ming again, unable to suppress a sneer. Even if you're making it up, make it sound convincing. Where did this A+ level monster come from? He turned around and drove away with Sui. Gao Ming was speechless. Why does this guy look so annoying? I'm telling the truth. Nanxing shook her head and said, maybe it's a personnel issue. Let's get going too. We try to complete the mission in one go, so we don't have to run back and forth to earn contribution points. Gao Ming's mood brightened immediately. We get 2,000 contribution points per mission, plus extra compensation. This seems like a pretty good deal. After completing the mission, we stay outside the city until the 7th day when the city gates open. And then get into the District 3 Academy. Chapter 61. The ruins outside Area 3 were plagued by high pollution levels, with bizarre forms frequently appearing. Snakes covered in spikes, birds with curved horns, large, rolling balls of slime studded with various birds and reptiles. These pollutants, gathered together, formed a beautiful landscape within the ruins. Nanxing and Gao Ming drove their rented modified car eastward for about 100 kilometers, before finally scouting the lake marked by the mission behind a hillside. Gao Ming leaned out the window, and, upon seeing a lush green expanse through the windswept sand, exclaimed, beautiful. She had never seen anything like it outside the ruins. A turquoise lake in the desert, surrounded by low jungle. Plant roots stretched through the soil into the water. When the wind blew, the reflections of the roots and the lake formed a dense pattern of runes. The green and shadows merged into a single, mysterious and beautiful pattern, like a dream. It's quiet here, there's no pollution around. Be careful. Nanxing jumped out of the car and immediately sensed something was wrong. What Gao Ming saw as a beautiful lake, Nanxing saw as a pool of viscous green liquid, reminiscent of the nutrient tanks in the Holy Light Laboratory, likely lurking within. Gao Ming sensed something was amiss and looked around, finding the surroundings indeed clean. There's not a single pollutant here. Were they eaten by that A+ monster? After all, pollutants are a common feature of the ruins. No matter how clean the place is, they always be there. This land is already polluted. It's a natural breeding ground for pollutants. If there was no contamination in one spot of the ruins, there was only one possibility. It had been eaten by a higher-level alien beast or heretic. Gao Ming murmured, this monster eats without leaving any bones, and there's no scraps left around. Where is this alien beast? Why can't I see any signs of larger animals living there? Nanxing squatted down and touched the lake water with her fingers to sense it. Through the empathy of her tentacles, she sensed a clear contaminant energy in the water. She concluded, the alien beast must live underwater. We need to go down and take a look. Gao Ming was startled. Underwater? Can we fight underwater? Nanxing thought for a moment and said, your energy shield should be able to block the current. I can transform into a water form and go down and take a look. We don't need to dive too deep this time. Let's just take a look. Nanxing took the risk because of the feedback from the tentacles in her body. They told her that the creature underwater was powerful and large, making it a good food to eat. Anything that the tentacles could eat meant that the opponent was weaker than them. Nanxing felt more confident after receiving this feedback. She boldly proposed the idea of exploring proactively. After a period of adjustment, Gao Ming gained confidence in Nanxing's judgment. She also felt that instead of waiting, it would be better to go down and take a look. Without much hesitation, she agreed. The two of them were ready. One transformed into a water form, while the other glowed white, taking up protective measures. They jumped into the water. The water was much warmer than Nanxing had imagined, and the color underwater was not turbid. The naked eye could see the roots floating in the lake. Nanxing continued to dive with Gao Ming. Her water form made her feel at home underwater, but it was also very energy-consuming. After reaching a certain depth underwater, Gao Ming suddenly said through the protective shield, I saw something swimming past me. It looked like a silver snake. A silver snake? Nanxing felt her heartbeat quicken upon hearing this, and she instinctively dodged to the side. A streak of silver lightning struck. It was so fast it could even create a vacuum in the water. Nanxing narrowly avoided the impact, but Gao Ming wasn't so lucky. She was knocked off her feet and carried uncontrollably deeper into the water. Nanxing, be careful! Nanxing immediately gave chase after Gao Ming's last words. The silver snake, unwilling to let Nanxing slip through the cracks, attacked her again. This time, Nanxing was prepared. Her water form condensed into a metal blade, slashing at the silver snake. The metal blade sparked off the snake, but only slightly delayed its attack, leaving it no harm. Such a thick skin! Nanxing sensed something was amiss. She moved again, but the silver snake suddenly flashed in front of her, its crimson eyes fixed on her. Nanxing met its gaze, only to see a sea of blood. Snap! Her water form was attacked, and Nanxing felt a sharp pain. Physical attacks can actually harm a water form. She was incredibly surprised, realizing how difficult this creature was to deal with, and she wasn't sure she could handle it alone. Nanxing knew it was unwise to resist head-on now, so she chose to dive again, evading the silver snake's attack as quickly as possible. She also searched for Gao Ming, who had just been sent flying. Gao Ming had a universal protective shield. Perhaps he could envelop the silver snake and trap it in its trap. Nanxing thought as she reached the bottom of the lake. The bottom was uneven, with a cave of moderate size. It was pitch black and bottomless, making it impossible to see what lay within. Next to the cave, Nanxing spotted Gao Ming's electronic bracelet. Gao Ming had fallen into the cave. Nanxing hesitated. Heading into an apparently unknown place now was dangerous, but the silver snake behind her was always poised to attack, its speed unpredictable. Slap! Another sound of water piercing the air echoed, sharp and powerful. Nanxing knew that if she were to fall back, she would surely be severely injured by the silver snake's tail. She had no choice but to move forward, so she steeled herself and dived into the cave. Slap! The silver snake struck the cave with a rumbling sound. Its crimson eyes fixed on Nanxing's disappearing form, a cold, bloodthirsty gleam flashing before it stopped at the cave entrance, discontinuing pursuit. Nanxing, oblivious to the situation outside, transformed into a water form and swam along the winding cavern until she reached a point. She was surprised to discover a hidden world beyond the cavern's entrance. After passing through a point, the lake disappeared, leaving a vast, clean expanse. After landing, Nanxing's water form solidified. There's oxygen here. People can breathe. Nanxing marveled at the uniqueness of this place. She looked around and saw that it was covered in vines, where the shrubbery outside had taken root. It was hard to imagine that the trees outside could take root so deeply, even sprouting branches and leaves to form new shrubs. This reminded Nanxing of the pollutants she had seen in the ruins, the energy generated by the trees themselves being chaotic. She wondered, could these also be pollutants? Nanxing spotted Gao Ming in the bushes. Her eyes were closed, and the energy shield around her had vanished. Gao Ming, wake up, are you okay? Nanxing approached and patted Gao Ming's face, but she seemed trapped in a nightmare, unable to awaken. Nanxing had no choice but to carry her on her back, thinking about getting away first. But she hadn't taken a few steps when she heard a faint voice calling her. Save me! Save me! She paused, looking back warily. She discovered the sound was coming from a tree trunk tangled in vines. Save me! The cry for help still rang in her ears. Is there anyone else here? No, if there were, how did he survive? What would he eat at the bottom of the lake? Nanqing felt puzzled, but the tentacles didn't signal any danger ahead, so she relaxed for a moment. She felt a sense of familiarity there, something she would regret if she didn't see it. After this thought came to her, she set Gao Ming aside and walked directly towards the twisted vine. This vine looked undeniably like the synthetic creature she had killed. It was also twisted into a ball, oozing with an unknown sap, looking rather disgusting. In this cave, Nanqing felt like she was trapped within the vine's mouth, its branches like its blood vessels. Save me! Save me! Nanqing approached the twisted tree and listened carefully, realizing the sound was coming from beneath the bark. She removed her gloves, revealing a hand covered in black scales. The sharp scales peeled away the vine's bark. Nanqing saw a face that bore a striking resemblance to her own, younger than her, but with eyes surprisingly similar. The other person's dark eyes stared at her, large and bright, filled with innocence. Xiaochen. Nanqing was stunned, almost afraid to call out the name she had missed for so long. The other person blinked back at her, lips moving as she said, "Sister." Nanqing could hear the voice clearly this time. The familiar tone, voice, and expression made her mind go blank. Nanqing felt incredulous. She hadn't expected to find the person she had been searching for so long in a cave at the bottom of a lake. "Sister, I'm feeling so bad. The vines here are wrapping around me. I'm suffocating." Nanqing's aggrieved voice echoed in her ears as she spoke. "Sister, help me." Nanqing quickly parted the nearby bushes, revealing Nanqing's full form. Her entire body was embedded in the vines, transformed into a wooden structure. She had become one with the plants. Nanqing was unable to free the person from the tree. She could only hold Nanqing's face and ask, "Xiaochen, why are you here? Where are Adwa and the others?" Nanqing stared at her with her eyes wide open, her eyes clearly black and white. She said slowly, "Sister, I don't know. I don't know anything. It hurts so much. Can you please let me out?" Nanqing felt a pang of pain watching her sister like this. She said, "Don't worry. I think of a way. You're completely fused with the vines now. Forcibly peeling you away will hurt you." Nanqing, upon hearing this, said, "I know a way. Sister, there's a hidden cave in the vines behind me. There lives a monster. Just kill it, and I'd be saved." Nanqing looked behind her, and saw a palm-sized hole in the thick vine. The hole was pitch black, and nothing could be seen from the outside. "Sister." Nanqing continued to call her, as Nanqing hesitated. Unable to refuse her sister's request, Nanqing nodded. "Wait a minute, I go check it out." She stood up and walked to the hole in the tree, her nose instantly being struck by a rich fragrance. Unlike the rancid synthetic stench she had encountered before, this fragrance was so tranquil, like being in a dream. Nanqing placed her scaly hand on the edge of the hole behind her, and the vines shrank slightly at her touch. But Nanqing paused, feeling the vines and stepping back a little. Nanqing seemed to sense something and asked again, "Sister, are you okay? Haven't you killed it yet? I'm in so much pain right now. It really hurts." Nanqing, now calm, turned and suddenly asked, "Xiaochen, how did you know the monster was in this cave?" Nanqing's eyes flickered with confusion. "It comes out of there every day. I heard it say to go into the cave, that's its home." "Can the monster talk? Doesn't it eat people?" Nanqing continued to ask. I don't know. I've been here since I woke up. It comes here every day. It hangs around here every day. It's very dangerous. I don't know when it eat me." Nanqing's voice became murky, as if she were sobbing. She sounded pitiful. "Sister, I'm in so much pain. Can you help me kill it?" Nanqing heard her sister's pitiful voice again, and a subconscious wave of softness spread within her. But Nanqing remained motionless. Her expression softened, and she gently asked her sister, "Do you know what's the most unlike Nanqing thing about you?" Nanqing, embedded in the vines, blinked, confused. Nanqing smiled. "My sister wouldn't let me take risks knowing the danger. You're still a long way from being human." Chapter 62. My sister wouldn't let me take risks knowing the danger. You're still a long way from being human. As Nanqing finished her words, the surroundings distorted for a moment. Like cracks in glass, the cracks become more pronounced as sunlight shines on them. "Sister, what are you talking about?" Nanqing's face was filled with confusion. "Sister, I'm Nanqing." Nanqing looked at her face, which was exactly the same as she remembered, and shook her head. "No, you're not her." Nanqing's thoughts were now completely clear. She had sensed something strange since she entered the cave, or perhaps even before. Nanqing's mind was recollecting the details of her journey. She and Gao Ming had seen the lake, a lake teeming with life. How could such a peaceful scene be seen when the ruins were filled with polluted energy? The scene was as beautiful as the textbooks of old. Then, there was the lake, a viscous green surface. Even when they dived, visibility was incredibly high. She could see right to the bottom. There were also lightning-fast silver snakes in the lake, capable of direct physical attacks against her water form, leaving Nanqing powerless to fight back. This was not right. When her tentacles told her that its energy wasn't any greater than hers, she couldn't even inflict damage. This power disparity was only apparent when the opponent was S-rank. But an A+ monster shouldn't be this difficult to deal with. What confirmed Nanqing's suspicions was Nan Chen's unexpected appearance in this unfamiliar cave. She had appeared without warning, constantly calling for help, trying to lure Nanqing into one trap after another. The trap was the familiar hemp flower tree from her memory, but its scent wasn't a foul stench, but an intoxicating fragrance. The familiarity of it all felt so coincidental, as if it had been pieced together from her own dreams. This forced Nanqing to doubt the reality of everything. Once doubts arise, all the irrationalities around her become like cracked lenses, revealing a precarious scene. After Nanqing figured it all out, she ignored Nanqing's cries. She took a deep breath and silently muttered tentacle. A clear sound echoed from her mind, expressing joy at her summons. Nanqing issued a simple command, eat it. The tentacle leaped with joy at its master's awakening. God knew it had been trapped in Nanqing's subconscious, whirling anxiously, unsure how to awaken him. Nanqing had absolute control over the tentacle. To prevent it from roaming and potentially being discovered by others, she used most of her mental energy to seal it. After Nanqing's consciousness entered the illusion, if she didn't actively release the tentacles, they would have lost the key to escape. Thankfully, she regained consciousness on her own. Tentacles joyfully spun out of Nanqing's body, wrapping around the surrounding vines. Another tiny black tentacle also split off, deliberately covering Nanqing's tearful face. They obeyed Nanqing's command and began absorbing nutrients from the vines. As the exotic beast's nutrients were absorbed, cracks appeared in the space, shattering piece by piece before Nanqing's sight. Hiss! Nanqing heard a piercing roar, the wail of the pollutants lurking in the shadows. It was unwilling to see its prey, now within its grasp, freed, and shook its body in a final struggle. Nanqing's vision shifted dramatically. She found herself in a cave, now underwater, in a cold, gray lake. The vines before her transformed into a giant gray snake. It had a pair of bright red eyes, coiled around the lake's bottom like withered knots, gazing at her with a sinister gaze. Nanqing's body remained in its watery state. She transformed into a flowing humanoid form, staring at the giant gray snake. She said slowly, "Is this what you look like?" Coward. Nanqing looked around and saw Gao Ming, enveloped in an energy shield, floating in the water. Perhaps Gao Ming's shield was too defensive, as the snake's tail entangled her, preventing it from biting her. This also delayed the snake's attack on her. Nanqing deduced that the vine cave in the illusion was the snake's mouth. And by luring her into the tree hole, it was hoping to trap her and get her into the snake's mouth. Unfortunately, its plan failed. It hadn't anticipated that Nanqing's mind hadn't been tainted by its own abilities. The giant snake realized the illusion had no effect on it, so it could only launch physical attacks. It furiously attacked, its tail lashing out. This attack was slower than the illusion, and Nanqing easily dodged it. Nanqing no longer concealed her strength. Her black and red tentacles and her branching black tentacles simultaneously launched, tightly wrapping around the giant snake. The barbs on the tentacles dug into the snake's skin, frantically absorbing its energy. Hiss! The giant snake, terrified, thrashed its body, trying to break free from Nanqing's control. It had never imagined that the tiny human could break free of the illusion so quickly, and even possess the aura of a powerful being of its kind. It now had only one thought, to avoid the fight. Nanqing wouldn't give it a chance to escape. Her body transformed into a stream of water, wrapping around the giant snake, denying it even a chance to struggle. Simultaneously, she summoned a metal blade, slicing through the snake's skin, leaving it covered in wounds. The gray lake water suddenly turned blood red, seething from bottom to top. However, this A+ beast had limited intelligence, its powerful ability limited to illusion. Once Nanqing broke through the illusion, it was helpless, and could only slowly be consumed. A moment later, the lake returned to calm. Nanqing, with Gao Ming dragged by tentacles, emerged from the lake. A sea of blood lay behind her, the giant snake's limbs half floating on the surface. The once lush greenery now completely faded, becoming a desolate scene. Cough. Nanqing coughed, spitting out the blood in her mouth. The giant snake was dead, but but her condition was grave. The giant snake's energy was immense. After Nanqing absorbed it, she felt a pain in her body, as if it were about to explode. This was a state of energy oversaturation. She felt that if she consumed even a little more, she would explode into a firework like those brainless pollutants. Energy containers have a limit. If they exceed the threshold, they will collapse. Nanqing recalled a previous discussion with the doctor at the hospital. Some things really shouldn't be consumed carelessly. She thought to herself that this container might not hold as much as she thought. Save me. Die. Help. Whoever sees him won't bow down. You aunt. Sister, I'm here. Besides the pain all over her body, Nanqing felt even more devastated by the pollution and the resulting confusion that had eroded her mind. It was a state of being on the verge of losing control. Nanqing was dizzy from the chaotic noises, even wishing she could knock herself out. Nanqing half prone on the ground, looking up at the scales on her hand, opening and closing, as if they were about to expand. If this continued, her entire arm might become mutated. No, she couldn't go on like this. She didn't want to become a complete monster. I must stop the mutating. Nanqing forced herself to be strong. How can I stop the mutating? Oh, right. The Hying Potion. The Hying Potion Yi Dan and Yi Xuan gave me is effective. But I don't have the Hying Potion right now. I only have unprocessed Hying Stone. Nanqing's mind raced wildly. If the Hying Potion works, then the Hying Stone should work too. Whatever. Let's try our best. Nanqing felt a sharp pain all over her body, and she was worried she was really doomed. Shakily, she pulled the sealed Hying Stone pendant from her pocket. The pure blue shimmered under the light, emitting a captivating luster. Nanqing could even keenly sense a pure magnetic field emanating from the blue gem. The buzzing in her head suddenly dimmed. It worked! Nanqing's eyes lit up, but the pain and alienation in her body remained undiminished. She paused, then summoned a metal blade with her last remaining strength, shaving off a piece of the Hying Stone. Without hesitation, she stuffed it into her mouth and swallowed it. The Hying Stone scraped against her esophagus, then vanished without a trace after a sharp sting. Nanqing didn't even consider whether this would cause her any harm. She could even eat polluted food raw, so what could she fear? She waited a moment, then felt the pain in her body subside for a moment. Then, a cool sensation spread from her stomach throughout her body. The bloating pain from consuming the A+ level exotic beast had mysteriously vanished. Nanqing seemed to sense something and looked at her limbs. The scales had closed slightly, but they hadn't subsided. They had simply stopped spreading. The Hying Stone is truly an emergency remedy. Nanqing felt a sense of relief from having survived a catastrophe. She hung the Hying Stone around her neck, its warm glow bringing a sense of peace. It had also effectively alleviated the danger of her mind being contaminated. Nanqing finally caught her breath and glanced sideways at Gao Ming beside her. She was still enveloped in white energy, and from the frequency of her eye movements beneath her eyelids, it was clear she would be a while before waking up. Nanqing was too tired to bother waking her up. She simply put her clothes back on, put on her gloves, and lay flat on the ground, closing her eyes to rest. She now needed to digest the excess energy in her body to prevent another loss of control. She only had one life, so she had to learn to cherish it. Gao Ming woke in the middle of the night. She first smelled a fishy odor, then opened her eyes to see a blood-red moon. She touched her head, feeling a pain as if a huge rock had rolled over it. She looked around, and was surprised to find she was on dry land. The once emerald green lake before her was now stained blood-red. A scarred, half-gray snake floated on the surface. The monster's crimson pupils stared at the sky in dismay. Who could be so cruel to such a large creature? Gao Ming rubbed her eyes in disbelief, making sure the creature was truly dead. She turned her head, and saw the girl lying next to her. She was still wrapped in a black robe, soaking wet, lying by the lake, her eyes closed and her face pale and bloodless, looking like a cold corpse. Nanqing's condition frightened Gao Ming, who quickly stood up, ran over, and shook her body wildly. Nanqing, wake up. You can't die. Aren't you still looking for your sister? Gao Ming saw that Nanqing still hadn't opened her eyes, and her temperature was frighteningly low. She didn't care, and reached out to remove Nanqing's soaking black robe. Cough, cough. Don't shake, I'm dizzy. Gao Ming's hand was grabbed, and she looked down. The sister in her arms had opened her eyes slightly. Gao Ming sighed, hugged Nanqing and said, You scared me to death. I thought my partner was gone. Nanqing sensed Gao Ming's agitation and patted him on the head. Don't worry, you're lucky. You won't die. Nanqing had just accidentally fallen into a deep sleep to quickly digest the excess energy. Fortunately, the A+ contaminant was sufficiently intimidating that she wasn't disturbed during her nap. Of course, except for Gao Ming almost pulling her clothes off. Nanxing briefly recounted to Gao Ming what happened after they entered the lake. She intentionally omitted the part about releasing the tentacles, explaining only that after breaking the illusion, she used water and metal blades to defeat the monster. We actually entered the illusion the moment we arrived at the lake. No wonder, as soon as I entered the water, I felt something hit my head, but I couldn't see anything. And then I called your name, but you ignored me. Gao Ming suddenly realized something. A while later, I saw you get hit by something and get pulled down. I was trying to chase you, but I fainted while I was doing it. Reflecting on the situation, Gao Ming felt a chill run down her spine. Is this the power of an A+ beast? It even has the ability to create illusions. I can't believe if we never woke up, we'd be reduced to dust. Nanxing looked her up and down carefully, shaking his head. Your ability isn't going to be eaten so quickly. Your light shield is a sturdy shell. When I woke up, I saw you nearly punch a hole in the giant snake's jaw. Your ability is to lie flat and transform into a ball of light, so nothing can hurt you. Gao Ming was stunned for a moment, thinking she was quite impressive. But then she saw her partner's mouth curl slightly upward, and she realized Nanxing was actually teasing her about lying flat like an egg. An enraged Gao Ming punched Nanxing on the shoulder. Damn it! I didn't expect you weren't such a serious person. Nanxing coughed from Gao Ming's force, but she couldn't hide her smile. I'm glad I survived a disaster. Let's relax a bit. Gao Ming, I'm a little stiff right now. Can you help me carry me to the car? Sleeping on the floor isn't comfortable. Nanxing was telling the truth. She was genuinely stiff, a symptom of absorbing too much polluted energy, a symptom that could only be alleviated with time or the Haiying potion. Nanxing only had one Haiying stone on her, reserved for emergency use. She couldn't possibly eat it all. Besides, even if she had a stomach of steel, she wouldn't dare keep eating like that. What if she ate so much and ended up flipping over? Nanxing still valued her life. Gao Ming was still a little angry, but seeing her partner's pitiful state and remembering that he had saved her, she let go of the hesitation and picked Nanxing up and put her in the car. She looked at Nanxing's soaked clothes with concern and asked, Aren't you planning on changing? Sleeping like this all night isn't good for your health. Nanxing shook her head, saying she didn't have spare clothes. Gao Ming was about to tell her to put on her protective gear. Then she saw streams of water appear on Nanxing's body, washing her entire body, and then dispersing the moisture clinging to her clothes into the air. Her damp clothes suddenly became dry. Nanxing blinked at the stunned Gao Ming and asked, Do you want to wash them? Gao Ming, yes. Water-based abilities are so useful. Chapter 63. Nanxing and Gao Ming rested overnight, and the next day they fished out the A+ monster from the lake, cleaned it, packed it, and brought it back to the outskirts of District 3. Their trip took 4 days, and on their way back, they encountered others returning from similar missions. When they saw the massive snake body they were hauling, their faces lit with amazement. Such a large monster must have been incredibly valuable, worth a fortune in exchange for many contribution points. Someone couldn't help but ask what mission Nanxing and Gao Ming had taken. After Nanxing's instructions, Gao Ming didn't brag. Instead, she kept her mouth shut and chuckled, It's just a normal mission. You guys seem to have made some good progress. How many contribution points did you earn? The man's expression changed at this, but then he chuckled, Oh, just SOSO, barely okay. Gao Ming, just okay, how much? Did you manage to collect 1,000 contribution points? The man waved his hand and drove away without a word, unwilling to engage in a conversation. Gao Ming sighed. He took the initiative to strike up a conversation. So why are you still shy? Nanxing, who was resting in the passenger seat, smiled briefly but said nothing. She tilted her head and buried her face completely in her robe, wrapping herself up like a caterpillar again. Gao Ming sighed. What should I do? I found a sleepyhead partner. They made a smooth journey back to the guild's tent outside District 3 to hand over their mission. The guild staff member first looked at the giant snake in the car in surprise, then confirmed with his instrument that it was an A+ level exotic beast. His expression suddenly grew serious. Congratulations, mission completed. This is the promised reward plus 2,000 contribution points. Gao Ming and Nanxing used their electronic wristbands to touch the staff's electronic screen. A ding sounded, and their account showed a large number of extra zeros. Gao Ming counted the balances, her face beaming with joy. Nanxing got down to business. How do we exchange our temporary residence permits for District 3? The staff member smiled warmly. Just arrive at the city gate on time for the next permit opening. Someone will exchange it for you there. Nanxing, having received the information she needed, left without further delay and took Gao Ming to find a hotel to rest. With the temporary residence permit issue resolved, they only needed to sleep in the hotel for the next few days, waiting for the city gates to reopen. The guild staff member watched the two of them leave. After waiting for a moment, a gray-haired old woman silently appeared beside him. The staff member leaned over and respectfully called out, "Principal Lee, these two children, just as you said, have brought back an A+ level monster. That's nearly an S-level monster. It's truly astonishing that they returned unscathed." The gray-haired old woman smiled. This A+ monster only has some illusionary abilities, and its damage isn't as great as other A-level monsters. As long as they're decently strong, bringing back this giant snake shouldn't be a problem. The staff member didn't dare to say anything after hearing this, and could only agree that she was right. Principal Lee asked again, "How did the other children, who came this time, perform?" The staff member replied, "There are several with outstanding abilities. I think their strength is comparable to that of the children from several major families in Upper City." Principal Lee nodded with satisfaction. "This year will be quite lively, and the future of our federation is promising." The guild staff member nodded repeatedly, saying yes. He didn't know if there was any hope for the future, but he knew the students applying this time were indeed better qualified than in previous years. He also remembered that among the students taking on the mission this time was a boy named Lan Yang, whose supernatural power was a bone mutation. His unleashed power could rival that of an A-rank beast. The staff had seen this guy before. The beast's carcass he brought back was a sludge, so rotten it made people nauseous. Yet he wore a smile, showing no sign of disgust. The guild staff member sighed, "What a tough guy." Nanxing and Gao Ming found a hotel and ran into Lan Yang and Sui, who were also staying there. Nanxing looked at him. Lan Yang's demeanor had changed significantly from when she first met him. When they first met him, Lan Yang was still a sullen young man, but now his eyes were filled with hostility, and he exuded an impetuous aura. He didn't seem easy to get along with. Nanxing still sensed a familiar energy from the man. She lowered her head slightly, pondering the source of this familiar feeling. Lan Yang suddenly stopped on his way out, and turned to stare at Nanxing sharply. "Where did you get that blue pendant?" His expression was gloomy, his tone questioning. Nanxing looked down, and noticed that his gaze was focused on the half-exposed Hying stone at her collar. The Hying stone belonged to his sister, Lan Yin. Its color was a dazzling sky blue, very distinctive, and Lan Yang recognized it instantly. "It's a friend's." Nanxing answered slowly, not intending to tell him about Lan Yin just yet. From what she had previously learned, Lan Yin and the Lan Yang family were purely a relationship of profit. Her mother had been used by Lan Yin's adoptive father in exchange for personal gain, and Lan Yin herself had been betrayed to the holy light. Lan Yin and Lan Yang were not relatives, but outright enemies. A friend's belongings? Which friend? Lan Yang was agitated, even reaching out to snatch the blue pendant. Nanxing, unsure of how to let anyone succeed, dodged the challenge with a deft sidestep. She glared at him coldly and said, "What do you want?" Lan Yang, "I want to see the pendant." Nanxing, "No." By this time, Gao Ming and Sui had sensed something was amiss, and watched the two men tense. They rushed forward. Gao Ming stood in front of Nanxing, clenching his fists and demanding, "What are you doing? What are you doing? You want to fight us, right?" Sui grabbed Lan Yang and advised, "Lan Yang, it's safe outside District 3. No disturbances are allowed. We're about to enter the city, so don't cause any trouble." Lan Yang's emotions were already unstable. A layer of runes appeared on his neck, contracting and tightening like blood vessels. Nanxing keenly sensed the energy fluctuations. The other party was using superpowers, and she became alert, a layer of water flowing around her. If Lan Yang attacked, she wouldn't mind killing him on the spot. Sui immediately sensed something was wrong. She could sense the power of the girl opposite her. It was definitely not something Lan Yang and she could easily defeat. She whispered again, "We may not be able to defeat her. Be more restrained. Have you forgotten why you came to District 3? Be careful not to miss the college exam." Lan Yang still had some sense, and seemed wary of the water form on Nanxing's body. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his restlessness. He said to Nanxing, "I'm sorry, I just thought the blue pendant you're wearing resembled something my sister Lan Yin kept. Let me think about it." Nanxing sensed his violent energy receding. He remained gloomy, but his expression had calmed down considerably. A thought flashed through her eyes. "You're mistaken. I don't know your sister." Nanjing still denied it. Lan Yang remained steadfast. Friend, could you please show me that pendant? Nanjing shook her head and refused, asking, Do you love your sister very much? Lan Yang paused, then replied without hesitation, Of course, she's my family. The only family I have left. So are you looking for her now? She's missing? Why? Nanjing asked knowingly, staring intently at the man's face. She was trying to detect a hint of guilt or sadness. However, Lan Yang was only concerned about whether the pendant belonged to Lan Yin. Without giving it much thought, he simply made up a story that his sister had gone missing, and he was looking for her. Nanjing gave a cold saying, Sorry, I refuse to show you. Without looking back, she took Gao Ming upstairs to her room. Lan Yang's veins bulged, then subsided. This time, he maintained his composure and didn't rush forward. He stared gloomily at Nanjing's retreating figure and said coldly, You better not fall into my hands. Su Yi, standing by, saw her partner's expression and didn't dare to persuade him. She had witnessed this over the past few days. Lan Yang was a man of deep ruthlessness. Once he used his supernatural powers, his personality became bloodthirsty and brutal. Su Yi watched him tear a dying beast into pieces. The more blood and flesh became blurred, the more excited he became. He was like a complete madman, his base desires unleashed. Su Yi just wanted to focus on getting into a Zone 3 college, not really risk her life. She muttered, We better get away from this guy as soon as possible. Gao Ming breathed a sigh of relief after she and Nanjing safely returned to their room. She couldn't help but complain, What's wrong with that guy? He's ready to fight the moment we meet. Does he just want that hiding stone you have? Nanjing, hiding stone is expensive. Hide it well. Don't let anyone who knows its value see it. Nanjing responded, placing the hiding stone inside her clothes, close to her skin. The gentle warmth against her skin relaxed and purified her mental energy, once contaminated by polluted energy. Nanjing, he might be ill. Gao Ming, assuming she was taunting Lan Yang, chimed in. He's quite ill. Nanjing continued, He has contaminated energy, a bit like a beast, and his mental state is unstable, a bit like an infected person. He's a bomb ready to explode at any moment. Gao Ming, stay away from him next time you see him. Gao Ming was stunned for a moment by Nanjing's words, and finally couldn't help but blurt out, Then he's truly terminally ill. Nanjing said nothing more. She had already tidied her clothes and tucked into bed. She needed a good rest to digest the aftereffects of consuming the A+ giant snake. Before resting, she took stock of her current situation. First, the A+ giant snake possessed the ability to create illusions. She had killed it, but she hadn't gained its superpowers through the absorption of her tentacles. In other words, there were certain limitations to her ability to absorb superpowers. Not every power could be absorbed. Second, her body has a capacity limit. Any monster above rank A will experience aftereffects after absorbing their energy. Both the body and mind will experience symptoms of contamination. This is a reaction to the alienation, which can be alleviated with hiding potions or hiding stones. The side effects of consuming too much hiding stone are currently unknown. Specific details about the physical alienation will have to wait until she enters the District 3 Academy and finds resources for research. Third, Nanjing has now earned 1,000 contribution points, which can be exchanged for a temporary residence permit for District 3. Once the city gates open, she will enter and take the academy exam. She came here because she heard that a group of survivors from District 319 would be recommended for admission to the academy. Nanjing didn't know if Nanjing was among them, but they were all from District 319, and they could also provide information about what happened after the city's fall. Many mysteries still linger around her: why she was reborn, the secret of her tentacle powers, and why she possesses pollution resistance. And then, there are the secrets about her parents and her past. These questions are too complex, so Nanjing can only put them aside, ensuring her own survival while exploring. Nanjing and Gao Ming spent 3 days in the hotel, feeling at ease. When the gates to District 3 opened, they entered the city without any problems. As for their temporary residence permits, as the guild staff outside had explained, they would be automatically redeemed upon entry. To their surprise, District 3's prosperity far exceeded their imaginations. If District 65's transit area is a convenient and livable urban area, then District 3 is a mecca city with technological advancements far beyond District 65. A huge light and shadow screen hovered in the air, flashing with colorful lights. Drifting airships, suspended shuttle buses, exquisitely designed buildings. The beauty of it all made it feel like living in a colorful steel jungle. The scenery was so stunning that those entering the city seemed to momentarily forget the desolate desert outside. Gao Ming's eyes glazed over, his mouth hanging open as he sighed. Is this the same world as outside? Chapter 64. The two of them seemed to have traveled through time, gazing around in a vast mechanical city. That thing flying in the sky is a fish? It's covered in metal, so strange. Who's that guy on the screen? He's surprisingly good-looking. Xingguang Pharmaceuticals, the future of humanity? TSK, with such a large title plastered across the building, they must be incredibly wealthy. Gao Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. He had been chattering non-stop since entering the city, displaying the youthful energy of youth. Nanxing was the opposite. Except for her initial surprise, she calmed down, possessing a composure that belied her age. As they walked down the block, they spotted a conspicuous banner hanging on the street. District 3 Academy, Exam Registration Office, please register here. Gao Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the words on the banner. He pulled Nanxing aside and said, "How thoughtful of them to even post a notice." Nanxing said, "Let's go and take a look." The two of them arrived downstairs where the banner was hung and saw students wearing blue and white striped uniforms with the District 3 Military Academy crest pinned to their chests. The registration desk, a man and a woman, saw Nanxing and Gao Ming approaching and asked for their information. When they learned they had earned contribution points from outside the city through guild quests, they smiled. "Congratulations, you've passed the Academy's preliminary exam," said one of the women. Nanxing and Gao Ming were stunned. Preliminary exam? The other party nodded and explained, being able to earn 1,000 contribution points within 7 days to enter the city is the initial test for the District 3 Military Academy. You're very lucky. There will be a retest in 3 days. If you pass the retest, you will be admitted to the District 3 Academy. Please register your information here. Nanxing and Gao Ming exchanged glances upon hearing this. They hadn't expected such stringent entry requirements to the city were actually part of the Academy's initial selection process. Luckily, they didn't hesitate and accepted the A+ quest, earning enough contribution points in one sitting. Had they lingered any longer, they might not even have made it to the retest. Nanxing and Gao Ming successfully advanced to the next round of exams, but the other students preparing for the city weren't so lucky. Due to the limited number of quests, the remote locations, and the difficulty of dealing with the monsters, many candidates took 2 cycles to earn enough contribution points to enter the city. When they arrived at the registration point and learned they had been eliminated, they collapsed and erupted in a rage. "Since the Academy's preliminary exams are underway, why didn't you announce it earlier? This isn't fair to us. Why are you eliminating me? I haven't even taken the exam yet. What gives you the right to make such a decision?" A burly, rugged-looking man was furious. "You guys from District 3 are just playing tricks on me. I tear you down." The District 3 Academy student who was hosting them didn't tolerate troublemakers. When they saw the man threatening to overturn the table, the female student's face darkened and she shouted, "Quiet." Bang! The troublemaker was instantly struck to the ground by a half-meter wide hammer, creating a large dent. The people who had been planning to join in the rioting booed. The female student gently lifted the 1,000-pound hammer and placed it on her shoulder. She snorted coldly. "With your abilities, you still dream of getting into District 3 Academy? Giving you a chance is just a pipe dream." The male student nearby, seeing the applicants frightened by the scene, stood up and kindly tried to smooth things over. "Don't be discouraged, students. This is just a hidden preliminary exam for District 3 Academy, designed to identify students who best align with our Academy's philosophy. Even if you didn't make it to the re-examination this time, you still have another chance next year. I believe you all continue to excel, and our Academy's doors will always be open to talented individuals. Having come this far, if they didn't follow the instructions, they'd be in for a real fight." After this farce, the eliminated contestants dared not make any more noise, and could only return home in frustration. Gao Ming and Nanxing watched from the sidelines, exchanging a glance, each sensing a hint of complexity in their expressions. Gao Ming sighed, "We're really lucky. At least we didn't get eliminated in the first round." Nanxing nodded, "Let's find a place to stay first. I'm feeling a bit sleepy." Gao Ming couldn't help but sigh. "Xiaoxing, why are you still such a sleepyhead?" The next 3 days were uneventful. District 3 was a very convenient, high-tech city. Aside from the fact that prices were several times higher than in the downtown area, meaning they'd spent most of their money there were no drawbacks. Soon they arrived at the re-examination stage at the District 3 Military Academy. The exam took place in a high-rise technology research building outside the District 3 Academy. Nanxing, Following the instructions given to her by the male and female students, led Gao Ming to the building's highest floor. As she stepped into the elevator, the tentacle suddenly called out in her mind. Something is watching us. Nanxing, I feel it too. She looked up at the angle of the elevator, directly facing the object. It was a red ball, embedded in the top corner, slowly rotating. As if it knew it had been discovered, a mechanical voice spoke from the elevator. Hello, Sky Eye System at your service. You will reach the top floor in 20 seconds. Until then, I wish you good luck on your exams. Gao Ming was startled by the sudden sound, and she also noticed the red ball. She exclaimed in surprise, Is this artificial intelligence? Nanxing looked away thoughtfully, then replied, It's the Federation's central system. Sky Eye, a familiar name. She remembered encountering something like it in a past life. But it was a distant memory. She only remembered the last time she heard of it was before the pollution war began, when it was destroyed by bombing. Ding! The elevator door opened. Nanxing and Gao Ming arrived at the re-examination location at the District 3 Academy. The top floor was a hall, filled with more than a dozen synthesis pods, connected by long data cables like a spider web. A dozen or so people were already standing in the rest of the hall. Judging from their expressions and the content of their conversations, they were the candidates for the re-examination. Nanxing also spotted Lan Yang among them. He was chatting and laughing with the others, acting harmless, a stark contrast to his previous gloomy and irritable self. Gao Ming complained, Why are some people so hypocritical, like they're wearing masks? Nanxing hummed, Don't interact with him. Take the exam first. The two of them found a corner, and waited for a while before the invigilator appeared. He looked very gentle and polite, and smiled as he read out the rules for the re-examination. Welcome to the re-examination phase of the District 3 Military Academy. You are the 11th batch of candidates this year. There are students from outside the city, as well as those from within, but you are all equal in the examination hall. The re-examination will be a stress test. Please find your teammates and enter the parallel training chamber. Your consciousness will be transferred into the simulated space. Please persevere as long as you can. The longer you persevere, the higher your score will be on the re-examination. The students taking the exam exchanged glances, then, following the electronic countdown, entered the training pods. Hearing they needed to form teams, Nanxing and Gao Ming chose 2 parallel pods. However, when Nanxing's consciousness entered the simulation, she discovered Gao Ming was nowhere to be seen. The simulation was a desolate ruin, barren and devoid of life. A string of words appeared in her sight. The exam mission was posted in the desolate ruins. To survive, humanity must unite and embrace a new dawn. Please find your teammates and strive to survive to the end. Reminder, beware of enemies in the shadows. Nanxing raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this a stress test? It looks like a battle royale. I need to find Gao Ming now. Is everyone else's task also to find their companions? Since this is a rematch, I also face other competitors. Be careful of enemies in the dark. The enemies I face should be related to the system settings. What could they be? Simulated alien beasts, heretics, pollutants? Nanxing first sensed her virtual body. It was very flexible, and the touch was very real. She then tested her ability. The tentacles were still within her perception, but they couldn't come out. She could manifest water forms through her mind control. Great! Combat with my abilities will be easier. At least Nanxing's safety was guaranteed. Just as she had adjusted to this virtual world, a loud roar came from afar. Nanxing looked up and saw 3 enormous wolf heads, staring at the edge of the sun. Their fleshy wings spread out, blocking out the sun, casting shadows over the people. Nanxing instantly recalled her past life, and information about the monster popped into her mind. 3-headed hellhound, an SSS-level monster. In the exam hall, all the students lay quietly in their cabins. On the large screen, a simulated scene, divided into dozens of perspectives, was playing. When the 3-headed hellhound appeared, the male teacher observing the exam sighed, Principal Lee, is this exam too difficult for the students? This is an SSS-level monster. Although its mimicry reveals only a tenth of its power, it's enough to cause many students to collapse. The gray-haired old woman, hands behind her back, appeared silently beside him. She smiled and said, The students of our District 3 Military Academy will all serve on the Federation's front lines in the future, and the pollutants they encounter won't be as mild as those in the interior. This is just the beginning. If they don't have the resilience, then being eliminated from the exam would be a mercy. The male teacher was still hesitant, but in the previous 10 re-examinations, only a few dozen people passed. This is the second to last batch. At this elimination rate, we won't be able to recruit even 100. Principal Lee was unconcerned. Why recruit so many? We don't win by numbers. Have you forgotten the graduates from the previous 2 years? 90% of our students went to the military. And only 20% returned that time. The male teacher fell silent. The atmosphere around them grew heavy, as if weighed down by a massive boulder, suffocating them. Principal Lee stared at the three-headed hellhound on the screen, his gaze deep, as if peering through the screen into the distant past. She spoke in a heavy voice. I don't want to hear again that the students of District 3 Academy are just garbage delivery men. Chapter 65. The pressure from the SSS-level beast was more terrifying than one could imagine. Even in its virtual form, it gave one goosebumps. Faced with such a behemoth, some examinees were paralyzed with fear, some fled in terror, and still others were already rapidly strategizing. Nanxing's first reaction was that it was unreal, and her second was to hide. The pressure simulated in the exam room was pervasive, a force that emanated from the mind and pressed downwards, a cacophony of pain, a weight on the heart. Under such high pressure, few could endure for even 10 minutes. But this was an exam, and there were tasks to complete. Surely, District 3 Academy wouldn't turn the exam into a dead end. After Nanxing rushed into an abandoned building, her suspicions were confirmed. The pressure on her shoulders eased, and the chaotic voices in her head diminished considerably. Nanxing concluded, entering the building, avoiding the three-headed hellhound's direct gaze, will relieve most of the pressure. Another candidate had escaped, and he clearly wasn't as relaxed as Nanxing. As soon as the pressure eased, he collapsed to the ground and vomited. Luckily, the training chamber used for the exam didn't even simulate his vomiting, otherwise it would have been a disastrous scene. The other candidates gradually realized their mistake and entered the building. Some, however, were so weak that they couldn't even run a few steps before falling to their knees, burned to dust by the three-headed hellhound's gaze. The survivors expressed relief, yet also worry. This is dangerous. Why is this exam so vicious? Is this just another college exam? This monster is at least S rank. No, it's Super S rank. How can we defeat it? We can't possibly defeat it. The test is about surviving, not defeating it. Let's just stay alive first. As more people took refuge in the building, it became chaotic. Nanxing looked around and didn't see Gao Ming among those entering. But he did see a familiar face. Lan Yang stood in a corner, a bright smile on his face. His partner, Su Yi, wasn't with him either, but someone started chatting with him familiarly. Nanxing guessed this was a friend he'd made in the upper city over the past few days. After temporarily avoiding the pressure of the three-headed hellhound, everyone calmed down and began discussing how to complete the test. Nanxing listened and observed that most of the people here hadn't encountered their teammates, and some had been reduced to dust in the escape, impossible to find again. Some of the test takers were pessimistic about this. Have you forgotten? The mission is that in times of disaster, humanity should unite for warmth and welcome a new dawn. A girl, seeing some people looking dejected, frowned and whispered, although some of our friends have left the exam room early, there are others across from us. We need to find them. The exam is about finding teammates, but it doesn't specify a partner. The ultimate goal of this exam is to test our ability to withstand pressure. And we've come through so much trouble to get into District 3 Academy. Are we going to give up just like that? Don't lose heart, there's still hope. The girl's analysis brought those who had been feeling down after losing their partners back to their senses. Those who made it to Area 3 for the exam all possessed exceptional qualities, standing out among their peers. It was clearly impossible for them to give up just like that. Since our mission is to find our companions and survive, simply staying in the building isn't the solution. We should take the initiative and seize the initiative in the exam. A male voice rang out faintly. Nanxing followed the gaze, and was slightly surprised to discover that the speaker was none other than Lan Yang, with whom she had a grudge. Lan Yang smiled friendly. I've just checked around. Several buildings have underground passages connecting them. We can team up in pairs, and head to other buildings to search for remaining companions. Everyone looked at each other, and someone asked, how do you know for sure the underground passages lead to other buildings? What if we get separated? Lan Yang replied, there are maps posted at the underground entrances and exits. Before we leave, copy the maps to everyone's system files. You all know how to read maps, right? Everyone's doubts were immediately dispelled, and they praised the girl and Lan Yang's proposal. Lan Yang's current behavior was a stark contrast to his previous selfish and irritable behavior. Nanxing, unsure of his intentions, watched silently. The others who had taken refuge quickly formed a team, but Nanxing refused, insisting on going alone. Classmate, "Come with us," suggested the girl who had initially stabilized the group. The girl Yi Yin had hair dyed a fiery red and a striking expression, looking quite impressive. She approached Nanxing and said, "The mission tells us to be careful of enemies in the shadows. We don't know if there are any other dangers in the area, so we'd better be cautious." "Thank you, I like someone." Nanxing still shook her head in refusal. She had many secrets and worried about being spotted by so many people. Yi Yan's persuasion was fruitless. He could only nod and tell her to take care. They agreed to regroup in 10 minutes, regardless of whether they had found the person or not. Nanxing chose a separate direction to walk. The pressure from the three-headed hellhound outside was still there, but it had little effect on her inside the building. While the others might have a distorted heartbeat, her breathing was more even. Nanxing had the advantage of having been reborn before, and was very familiar with the feeling of pollution intrusion. The occasional backlash from the polluted energy had tormented her, giving her a strong mental resilience. So, while the others were still cautiously exploring, Nanxing had already begun using her water form to conduct a comprehensive search. She quickly found the person who had taken the exam with her in a building. The person was huddled in a corner, trembling, as if hiding from or afraid of something. Nanxing walked over and called out, startling the person. "Who are you?" the man asked warily. Nanxing was slightly taken aback before answering, "I'm a new candidate, just like you." The man continued to press forward. "What's your name and surname? Which district are you from? What's the content of our preliminary exam? What day did you come in?" A barrage of questions rained down on him. Nanxing frowned slowly. "Did you encounter something? Answer me if I tell you to. Don't talk about anything else." The man's hands had formed sharp claws, a manifestation of his supernatural powers. Nanxing, seeing him like this, assumed he was quite upset, so she answered the questions anyway. However, some specific information was roundabout, keeping the answer within a reasonable range. The man felt relieved when she heard she was from the next 100 districts. That thing wouldn't say it was from such a low district. "I was so scared, I thought it was chasing us." "What's going on?" Nanxing asked. "There's a monster here, a human-shaped monster." The man replied with lingering fear. "When I first escaped into this building, a human-like creature approached. I thought it was a test-taker like me, but after a few words, it twisted into a twisted, grotesque creature in the blink of an eye. That thing was incredibly powerful and bit everyone it saw. There were other people around me, but they were all eaten. Not only did it eat them, it also transformed into a human-eating form and continued its hunt." Nanxing's suspicions formed in her mind, and she blurted out, "Heretic? Heretic?" "Yes, with the same characteristics as a heretic." The man suddenly understood. The biggest difference between heretics and alien beasts is that heretics can parasitize and mimic humans or other creatures, but alien beasts cannot. They only have one form. High-level heretics, like Mr. Zhou, whom Nanxing encountered in Area 319, possess special abilities and possess a certain level of intelligence and logic. As long as a heretic doesn't reveal itself, it can remain hidden for life. The appearance of heretics is relatively rare. People who have always lived in lightly polluted areas may never have encountered one, so few people talk about them. Nanxing remembered that in her previous life, after the war between humanity and pollutants began, incidents involving heretics became more frequent. At that time, the Federation not only had to guard against attacks from external pollutants and alien beasts, but also against the infiltration of heretics, which could strike a fatal blow to humanity's rear. After the war began, the Federation detested this kind of thing. The mere mention of these two words was like a reaction to a stressful situation, a desire to dig deep underground to exterminate the heretics. Nanxing hadn't expected that the Zone 3 Academy exams would be scheduled even before the war began. She wondered if the Federation had already prepared for the upcoming war. After understanding the situation, Nanxing had a clear idea in mind, and she asked the man if he had encountered Gao Ming. The man thought for a moment and replied, "I remember there was a girl taller than me who was also in that pursuit, but I got separated from her while fleeing." Nanxing asked, "Which way did she run?" "East." Nanxing nodded, told him to meet at the building she'd arrived at, and then took her leave. She explored eastward. When Nanxing arrived this time, she heard the sounds of fighting. She happened to see Gao Ming grappling with an alien monster. The monster, covered in limbs, resembled a patchwork of species, and its fangs lashed out at people. Gao Ming was no pushover either. Encased in a shield of white light, she swung her fists at the monster. Her strength was immense, each punch leaving a dent in the flesh, and with a few clangs, the monster was reduced to mincemeat. But the battered monster wasn't dead yet. It collapsed to the ground, and realizing it was no match for its opponent, it vanished into black smoke. Gao Ming wiped the dust from her face and grumbled, "You used all your strength running, you bastard. Looks like I'm too late. You've already solved all the problems." Gao Ming heard a familiar voice and looked up, seeing the familiar face of her partner. She exclaimed happily, "Nanqing?" Nanqing approached and looked at Gao Ming. She saw nothing major wrong with the tall girl, save for her clothes, which were dusty and a bit tattered. She breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Did you also encounter a heretic?" Gao Ming nodded repeatedly, explaining that she had encountered several monsters that could transform into humans. She'd been tricked a few times before, and it was quite terrifying. Nanqing looked her up and down and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'm a monster in disguise?" Gao Ming's face lit up with fear, and she stammered, Are you? Chapter 66. Are you? Is Nanqing a monster? Gao Ming knew her friend's strength. Nanqing could carry her off the underground ring unscathed, and even shatter a level 8+ monster into pieces. Not only was she incredibly powerful, but she was also filled with secrets. Ever since Gao Ming met her, this partner had been wrapped in a black robe, with his hair loose and his limbs and skin covered tightly, claiming to have a skin disease. He was also taciturn and loved to sleep, taking naps anywhere. In Gao Ming's mind, Nanqing was a person full of secrets and powerful. If the Nanqing before her were a monster, Gao Ming would be terrified. She truly couldn't imagine what Nanqing's face would look like transformed into a monster. If Nanqing were a monster, she would definitely be a formidable boss. Perhaps amused by Gao Ming's nervous expression, Nanqing patted her ponytail. "Be more careful next time. Who are you to be chatting with you like this? Don't stay here. Come with me." Gao Ming relaxed slightly after seeing Nanqing's familiar gesture. She asked, "Where are we going now?" Nanqing recounted the discussion with the others in the building. Gao Ming tooted and said, "Lan Yang, he's quite strange. He's nice to everyone else, but he's rude to us. If you didn't know better, you'd think we'd offended him." Nanqing shook her head, indicating she had no idea. After their meeting, the two of them headed straight back. The three-headed hellhound still exerted a powerful pressure outside, affecting those walking within the building to some extent. Gao Ming ran for a while, then paused to catch his breath, explaining that his heart was aching as if it were swollen with gas. Nanqing followed suit, stopping and starting. As they headed through the underground passage to the other side of the building, they encountered several pseudo-human monsters. More precisely, they were what Gao Ming described as low-level heretics capable of disguising themselves as humans. These heretics were attacking another group of people. Nanqing recognized Yi Yan and the candidate who had left with Lan Yan among those attacked. To Nanqing's surprise, Yi Yan's superpower was fire, similar to the fire powers of Yi Dan and Yi Shuang she knew. Yi Yan's flames condensed into a flaming blade, which she grasped and slashed at the attacking monster. One blow decapitated the monster, but it wasn't dead yet. Thick mucus oozed from its body, stitching the severed head back together. Seeing the monster about to form again, Nanqing immediately used her water blade to deliver a few more strikes, slicing it into 4 pieces. The monster, severely wounded and appreciating its own life, dissipated into a puff of smoke and vanished from sight. Yi Yan was startled, exclaiming, "How could it escape? This exam is too perverse." Nanqing had already joined the fray, swiftly slashing at the remaining attacking monsters with her water blade. She sternly called out, "Gao Ming, open your shield to protect us from these creatures. Yi Yan, remember to finish them off. These creatures are incredibly resilient, and won't be completely destroyed in one blow. You need to hit them several times." Hearing Nanqing's call, Gao Ming unhesitatingly opened her shield to protect them. With their natural defenses, they could attack with greater confidence. Yi Yan, despite Nanqing shouting, remained calm and cooperated, striking them several more times with her flame blade. Turning her head in a moment of leisure, she saw the girl in the black robe transform into water, bursting through the protective shield. She quickly entangled the monsters and instantly dispatched one. A flash of surprise crossed Yi Yan's eyes, and then she sighed, such high precision and supernatural power control. After their collaboration, several monsters were dispatched within 2 minutes, all of them vanishing into thin air. Yi Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Nanqing, "Thank you very much." Nanqing nodded, "We're comrades, you're welcome." She glanced around at the remaining group and asked, "Where are the others? Where's Lan Yang, your partner?" Yi Yan shook her head, hearing this. "I don't know. After we met up with Lan Yang's group, we were attacked, and then we got separated. It's strange. These pseudo-human monsters only chased us, but not Lan Yang and the others. I don't know what's going on," another person added. Nanqing sensed something was amiss. After a moment's deliberation, she said, "Should we go find them and check on them?" Yi Yan thought for a moment and nodded. "I think so. We're almost there now. Facing the risk together is better than going it alone." Yi Yan's thoughts were always centered around the theme of unity, and her own vision was to ensure the survival of as many people as possible. Nanqing didn't object to her idea. It wouldn't affect the exam schedule anyway. After Nanqing and Gao Ming reunited with Yi Yan's group, there were 6 of them. Lan Yang had taken 4 people with him. As they headed south, the path was covered in blood. Because the simulator was more realistic, Nanqing and her team followed the blood trail and saw several body parts. Yi Yan's expression darkened. "Are they also dead?" Nanqing said nothing. When they reached an empty area near a building, the scene before them was sickening. It was their former teammate, now a mummy, staring blankly at the newcomers. The empty space also had a large floor-to-ceiling window. The hellhound outside, its cold, penetrating gaze darted over. Nanqing sensed danger and immediately warned, "Quickly retreat to the shadows. Don't let it stare you in the face." But it was too late. A surge of pressure descended from the top of her head. Nanqing felt as if the air around her had been sucked out of her. She quickly retreated into the shadows, blocking the hellhound's view. The others were not so lucky. They were pinned to the ground by the sudden pressure. Some even began scratching their throats and eyes from suffocation due to lack of air. Nanqing shouted, "Water form." A stream of water split into several streams, dragging their fallen teammates back. Avoiding the hellhound's direct gaze, Gao Ming and the others finally caught their breath. She couldn't help but complain, "What the hell? How can there be such a large window in this building? I almost died here." Yi Yan brushed back her red hair and sighed, "I think we should be more worried about those dead comrades up ahead." Everyone looked over, only to see the previously lifeless corpses suddenly raise their heads and stare at them. When those pseudo-human, dead fish eyes stare directly at you, you feel an inexplicable sense of terror. Creaky, creaky. A strange, unnatural sound emanated from the mummy, like rusty machinery suddenly starting to work. Gao Ming immediately shouted, "Humanoid monster, beware." The monster charged, and everyone was once again engaged in a tug-of-war. This time, the monster was more swift and ferocious than any before. Yi Yan and Gao Ming worked together to hold off its attacks. Thankfully, while the mummies were a bit disgusting, they were manageable. After repelling some of the mummies, Yi Yan frowned and asked, "Did the companions who followed Lan Yang get devoured by the monster? And where did Lan Yang go? Was he eliminated too?" Nanqing also had her doubts, but couldn't put her finger on them. She used a water-shaped blade to cut the mummy in half. Just as she was about to finish it off, she caught a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of her eye. Nanqing pondered for a moment, thinking it looked familiar. She said to Gao Ming and the others, "I go check upstairs. There's something up there. You wait here." With that, before Yi Yan could offer any advice, she transformed into a stream of water and vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Yi Yan looked at Gao Ming and asked, "Does your friend always keep to herself?" Gao Ming shrugged. "She's stronger than any of us. If she can't win, she can just run away. We can't help her even if we go." Yi Yan was speechless. She hadn't expected Nanqing's friend to be so confident. Nanqing arrived at the high-rise building alone. It was empty, with few windows and no one in sight. But she sensed a faint wave of energy. Nanqing spoke coldly into the air, "Come out. You've been doing all this just to meet me alone, haven't you? Don't hide it. I despise you." Perhaps her words had an effect, as the air around them distorted slightly, and a man emerged from the corner of the building. "You're so slow. You kept me waiting for so long." Nanqing looked up and saw the man's gloomy face. The rage in his eyes was barely concealed. It was none other than the previously friendly Lan Yang. He had returned to his cold, menacing demeanor. Nanqing remained unmoved by his provocative tone and asked, "You left clues along the way, leading me here. What's the matter?" Deliberately separating them and leaving bloodstains for her to see were too obvious. He seemed to know Nanqing would pursue him. Lan Yang sneered, his finger tapping the blue pendant around Nanqing's neck. "You should know there's no one else here. Let's be frank. How did you end up with my sister Lan Yan's things?" He clearly still wanted to pursue this matter. Before, outside the simulation, he hadn't dared to act, fearing the city authorities would expel him. This time, Lan Yang let loose, because this was a virtual world, beyond the reach of outsiders. To avoid affecting his test score, he deliberately introduced distractions just to talk to Nanqing in private. Nanqing didn't answer the man's question, but instead asked, "Let me ask you a question first. Were you the one who fled with you?" Lan Yang's face was filled with disdain. Of course not. They were such low-class people. They couldn't have escaped a monster. I just did what I had to do. Nanxing, you abandoned them and ran away? It's human nature. Lan Yang's face showed no shame. He said, now it's your turn to answer me. What's your relationship with Lan Yin? To heighten the intimidation of his tone, his joints crackled as he spoke, and his body slowly swelled, soon becoming 2 or 3 times Nanxing's size. Facing such a massive monster, Nanxing had to look up at him. This man's attitude suggested he was ready to tear her to pieces if she didn't answer his questions properly. But Nanxing didn't panic. She stared at Lan Yang's face and said, Lan Yin is dead. A flicker of emotion crossed Lan Yang's face, then quickly vanished, as if he had anticipated this. He asked, how did she die? Did she give you the pendant before she died? Yes. Nanxing nodded. She died in the Holy Light base. When I found her, she was already riddled with wounds and dying. She asked me to bring the pendant back to her family. Lan Yang, but you broke your promise. You never brought it back. Nanxing smiled and shook her head. I did bring it back, but you're not her family at all. Lan Yang's heart skipped a beat. What did you say? Nanxing continued. No close relative would sell their sister to a lab. No relative would remain indifferent after learning of their sister's disappearance, even squeezing every last drop of her blood for surplus value. Even if there were, I think their fate has ended. Chapter 67. No close relative would sell their sister to a laboratory. No relative would remain indifferent upon learning of their sister's disappearance, even squeezing every last drop of her blood for surplus value. Even if there were, I think their fate has ended. Lan Yang's expression changed completely. He glared at Nanxing gloomily, the murderous intent in his eyes no longer concealed. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you knew so much. His body made a strange creaking sound, as if the bones and flesh within were being crushed and reassembled. Nanxing sensed the spread of his energy and lost her patience. The corners of her lips curled up as she spoke. Lan Yang, you've come to me so many times, but you don't necessarily want to know your sister's whereabouts. You want this blue pendant? You know the value of this stone, don't you? Based on what Nanxing had witnessed, Lan Yang was the same kind of person as his father, selfish, greedy, and completely inhumane. It was strange to see someone like him repeatedly fixated on his sold-out sister. Something out of the ordinary must be wrong. Nanxing's questioning struck a chord with Lan Yang. He sneered, since you've already guessed the reason, you'd better be smart and hand over the item. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you get out alive. Nanxing raised an eyebrow, her tone flat, yet her words were infuriating. How could I give it to you in the virtual cabin? Could it be that you're capable of transmutation? That shouldn't be the case. You're so talented. Why would you bother applying to Area 3 Academy? You should have gone straight into the Federal Special Forces. Lan Yang chuckled, not angry. Ha, you're such a sharp-tongued person. I'd like to see if you can still smile. After he uttered his threats, his body suddenly rose, swelling into a 2-meter-tall inflatable tube. His skin reorganized, forming dense cracks that looked like it had been infected by a pollutant and had undergone a transformation. Nanxing frowned at this. Being in a supernatural form was similar to transformation. She remembered having seen this happen in her previous life. But before she could even consider what was happening, Lan Yang, in his monster form, attacked. He lunged with a claw, then leaped forward. His bulk was so heavy that Nanxing easily dodged him by transforming into water. She lashed out with a water blade, aiming for the back of his neck, but the enemy's skin seemed to have hardened, and the water blade crumbled into a splash upon contact, leaving him harmless. Nanxing paused. How come the skin is so thick? It looked like a tough fight. Because she was inside the mock exam venue, her every move was under surveillance. Nanxing didn't dare directly utilize her various abilities, even releasing her tentacles. She could only engage her opponent in water form. While her water form lacked strength, it was flexible and adaptable. When attacked, it could overcome hardness with softness. To injure her directly, an opponent would need to possess 5 times her strength. The two fought back and forth, neither able to defeat the other for a while. If this continued, the outcome would likely remain unclear even after the exam. Outside the exam hall, fighting would be difficult. Both knew the situation was imperative, and they knew they had to break the deadlock. Lan Yang was the first to strike. After punching the air, he stood in the pit, staring at her with crimson eyes. Nanxing stood on guard, wondering, is he going to attack? Lan Yang's mouth opened wide, revealing a bloody maw. An unusually sharp wave of sound erupted from his throat. Roar! Nanxing suddenly felt a sharp pain in her mental power, a sense of being corroded by polluted energy assaulting her. The shock caused her to lose her water form for a moment, and she fell to the ground, revealing her human form. In the examination halls of Area 3 Academy, more than a dozen test chambers were already open. The eliminated students, upon exiting the chambers, all had grim expressions, cursed, and knelt on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. This was a stress reaction after high pressure. The invigilators at Area 3 Academy were accustomed to it. They called for medical personnel and carried them out for treatment. Of course, these individuals had to pay for their medical treatment separately. The male teacher who announced the rules, named Chong-di, was holding a cup of tea, slowly blowing away the steam. He loved this leisurely and elegant pastime from previous centuries. Whenever he grew bored waiting, he would brew a cup to relieve himself. As he sipped his tea, he squinted at the electronic screen, counting the remaining 8, thinking, not bad, there's still quite a few left in this round. At least we didn't get wiped out. In 10 minutes, the exam will be over. Chong-di thought contentedly about how he would spend his leisurely lunch break. He was stretching when he caught a glimpse of the data on the screen. His eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, "What's going on? Why are the numbers so high? They're almost like monsters." Chong-di stood up and carefully examined the abnormality on the screen. He finally found the person causing the increase in the numbers. He looked closely at Lan Yang, whose skeleton had mutated into an inhuman shape. Suddenly, he realized something and sneered, "So there's a filthy creature sneaking in." Chong-di was about to operate the system and open Lan Yang's hatch when an invisible force held his hands down. He was startled, then turned around to find that the person who had stopped him was none other than the elusive Principal Li. Chong-di asked, puzzled, "Principal, this person might be a spy sent by the heretics. We should deal with him immediately." This exam wasn't just about selecting students. It was also about screening for any contaminated items that had infiltrated the area to prevent damage. Principal Li slowly shook his head. "No rush. Let's see how she handles it. We're looking for warriors with high stress tolerance, who can handle heretics. All of the previous ones were simulations, and this just happens to be a real-life exercise." Chong-di anxiously said, "Principal, how can these students handle real heretics? Don't forget, heretics are mentally polluting. If these students are controlled by that mental pollution, we suffer a huge loss." He saw several outstanding students in this group. If something were to happen, it would be a real loss. Principal Li smiled faintly. "You're still too young. What are you afraid of? Don't we have Dr. Bai here? She's the most profound researcher on treating mental pollution. She just returned from the lower city area. I heard she's made a major breakthrough in polluted energy. With her here, we can confidently test the potential of these students." Chong-di was speechless. He was convinced. He thought to himself, this principal really knows how to use people. Bai Huying was assigned tasks right after she returned, and she wasn't even allowed to rest. Principal Li was completely oblivious to his subordinates mumbling. With his hands behind his back, he said earnestly, "Xiao Chong, watch carefully. Once a student's health reaches the limit, release them." Chong-di nodded in agreement. Nanxing had no idea what the teachers and principal of District 3 Academy had discussed. She only knew that she had nearly fallen into their hands. She hadn't expected Lan Yang to be able to directly attack her mentally. This wasn't just a simple simulation. The attack was accompanied by a surge of contaminated energy, sending a headache. Luckily, Nanxing had extensive experience dealing with contaminated energy intrusions, and immediately activated a mental blockade to block the attack. At the same time, the tentacles within her mind were awakened, their consciousness roaming within her 4 seas of consciousness, annihilating each incoming contaminated energy. After withstanding several waves of the opponent's mental attacks, Nanxing's face paled even further. Lan Yang looked at the girl, who remained lucid, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Your mental attacks are ineffective against you? Who are you?" He had tried this countless times in actual combat. His mental waves instantly knocked anyone, be they human, contaminated, or even alien, unconscious, sometimes even fatally. The conflict and separation between Sui and him had been caused by Lan Yang's indiscriminate attacks. Lan Yang had thought this was his surefire winning move, but unexpectedly, he failed against this strange girl. "Shouldn't it? Shouldn't it? Shouldn't it?" Nanxing sneered at him. "Shouldn't I be asking you, Lan Yang, how did you acquire your supernatural powers? Did you really awaken them on your own? Or was it injected with some kind of potion?" After Nanxing calmed down, she finally pieced her memories together. She recalled that in her previous life, the Holy Light had developed a set of potions that could instantly awaken supernatural powers. However, the side effects were severe. They could cause mental disorders, and even, after exposure to pollutants, they could no longer distinguish between human and monster. In more serious cases, they could develop heresy-like abilities, which were extremely contaminating. The Federation had originally banned this potion, but with the fall of the Holy Light, it somehow recirculated, becoming a drug the Federation couldn't crack down on. After all, for a small price, one could become a respected psychic. Who wouldn't want that? The temptation was too great for ordinary people. They had no idea what they were getting in exchange for this potion. Lan Yang was completely oblivious to Nanxing's words. The after-effects of frequent psychic use were becoming apparent. His eyes were bloodshot, and a single word kept flashing in his mind. "Kill her! Kill her! Kill her!" he roared, his body splitting open, revealing his vibrant internal organs. Joints and bones erupted from his body, madly wrapping around Nanxing's body, enveloping her in a ball of flesh. Nanxing tried to break free, but found the water-shaped power impermeable. Simultaneously, a higher frequency of polluted energy assaulted her mind. Tentacles screamed angrily in his mind. "Let's eat him! Eat him!" Being attacked repeatedly by a contaminant that hadn't even appeared yet, and yet it didn't fight back, it was infuriating. Nanxing frowned and tried to stop them. "This one's too dirty. Let's try something else." Nanxing believed she could kill an enemy, any trick she could use, but Lan Yang was truly disgusting. The flesh ball was a bloody mess, stuck together by tiny spheres. These spheres broke out into pairs of eyes unlike those of a human with a sinister personality. And they were shrinking towards the person inside, squeezing the little space left. Anyone else in this situation would have probably vomited long ago. It was simply too disgusting, the kind that stirred directly within their mental energy. Nanxing couldn't bear the nausea any longer. Taking advantage of the obstructed view, she could no longer peer into the inner arena from outside. Nanxing raised her hand, and thin gray thread shot out from it. "I didn't want to use this thing, but it's disgusting." Neurotoxin. This was the ability of the original heretical bone monster, capable of controlling certain living beings. After Nanxing's constant energy consumption, the neurotoxin had evolved into a powerful offensive capability. Once the toxin was concentrated in a single spot, it could instantly corrode the enemy's mind. The neurotoxin from Nanxing's fingertip shot out, like a needle and thread, firmly piercing the flesh ball's eye. The gray venom instantly spread throughout Lan Yang's body. By the time he realized something was wrong, the toxin had completely invaded his brain. Lan Yang screamed in pain, his mutated body swamped by the sudden mental attack. The flesh ball festered, as if unable to withstand the energy, withering rapidly like a plant in the cold of winter. Nanxing's vision cleared, and she saw a face completely rotted away. The eyes had turned gray, but they were still filled with venom. Lan Yang's voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. "What did you do to me?" Nanxing's face was pale, her eyes cold, staring at him as if he were a dead object. She replied slowly, "You look just like your father now. I'm only sending you to meet your father. You and he should both remain in hell." That day, Lanli was infected by Nanxing's polluted energy, and today, so was Lan Yang. The cycle was perfectly closed. Hearing this, Lan Yang seemed to understand something for a moment, but before he could articulate his suspicions, the poison consumed his consciousness. Chapter 68. Nanxing watched Lan Yang vanish from this world like a dusty shard. The light reflected from the powder shone in her eyes. The final 10 minutes of the exam were over. Outside the window, 3 hellhounds roared resoundingly. Raising their massive front paws, they smacked the remaining humans. Boom! Doomsday arrived. The sky and earth dimmed, the world spun, and all the survivors lost consciousness in the darkness. After Changdi pulled the gate, all the simulators entered the exit sequence. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself, "They always choose such a horrific ending scene. Aren't they worried that the students won't be able to handle it?" He looked up and glanced at the last 8 simulators to be opened. All the students were in comas, though some had woken up. Wow! The first to awaken was a tall girl, her ponytail soaked through. The moment she woke, she gripped the door and vomited violently. Changdi immediately called the medical staff. "Hurry, take this student to treatment. Don't let her vomit here." Gao Ming had just finished a stressful exam, and now she was feeling groggy after vomiting. After being lifted up by the medical staff, she finally realized what was happening and asked, "My medical expenses are free, right?" The medical staff exchanged a glance with her, but remained silent, their meaning clear. Gao Ming immediately perked up and said, "I'm fine. I can still hold it in." Wow! Before she finished her sentence, she vomited again. Changdi, seeing this, held his forehead and said, "Don't worry." As a student of the District 3 Military Academy, medical care is free. Student, just focus on your treatment. Gao Ming felt relieved. She thought of Nanxing, who was still in the cabin, and looked over her shoulder again. Hey, what about my partner? She's with me, right? How's she doing? Changdi smiled kindly. Your companion is fine. Go get treated first. After sending the tall girl away, the remaining students woke up and vomited. Clearly, the last wave of SSS-level monster attacks had dealt them considerable damage. After those were sent away, only 2 cabins remained fully deactivated. These 2 cabins were the areas with the most severe contamination detected, meaning the people inside were either heretics or patients infected by the heretics. Whichever they were, they couldn't treat them with any carelessness. This was Area 3. If anything went wrong, their school would be criticized. Changdi's expression was serious as he cleared out all outsiders, leaving only a few medical staff. He took a deep breath, hesitating whether to open the cabin door just yet. A voice called out, "Why don't you open it and take a look? What are you standing here for?" Changdi breathed a sigh of relief and greeted the newcomer with a smile, saying, "Dr. Bai, you're finally back. I have a troubling matter waiting for you to address." Bai Huiying adjusted the frame of her glasses, half smiled, and shook her head. Isn't it just suspected heresy and mental contamination? What's there to be afraid of? She pushed through the crowd, donned protective gear, glanced around at the 2 pods, and locked onto her target. She pointed to one side and said, "Open this one first. This one should be dead." Changdi was startled. Dead? How could he be dead? I pulled the plug just in time. The simulation pod is realistic, but it's not going to kill anyone. Dr. Bai, are you? He was most afraid that one of the students inside would die in this sudden attack. That was a student with special abilities. Losing her would be a huge loss to the Federation. Without explanation or hesitation, Bai Huiying manually opened the simulation chamber, revealing a dazed man inside. The man was completely unconscious, but he was still breathing evenly. He appeared to be still breathing, simply stunned. Changdi had just woken up and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the doctor's voice next to him. Although he appears to be still breathing, his mental pollution is severe, and he's unlikely to recover. He's probably the heretic you mechanically identified. But he just looks like a heretic. Changdi felt his breath catch. Dr. Bai, you're saying Lan Yang isn't a heretic? He was confused. Principal had clearly confirmed that he was the heretic, so why did Bai Huiying say otherwise? Bai Huiying nodded and replied, he must have been infected by something contaminated. Judging from his condition, he's probably overexerting himself, and the contaminated energy is backfiring. I suspect this student, even if he wasn't infected, wouldn't have lived long. His internal organs have been dislocated from repeated use of his supernatural powers, and his powers are extremely draining of his vitality. Bai Huiying had only to examine the surface to analyze the cause. Changdi, listening from the side, was stunned. There's no way to save him anyway. Let's take him to the lab, and keep him there as research material. After reaching her conclusion, Bai Huiying turned to look at another simulation chamber. Still without thinking, she opened the door. When she saw the pale-faced girl lying flat on her back inside, she froze. Changdi, seeing this, asked nervously, Dr. Bai, this student is normal, right? I saw her fight the infected person in the simulation with my own eyes, and she emerged victorious. She's a promising prospect. Seeing his nervous expression, Bai Huiying smiled and shook her head, saying, don't worry, she's human. It's just that she looks familiar to me. After thinking carefully, I think I've seen her before in Area 65. I didn't expect the world is so small, and we'd meet again. If Nanxing woke up now, and saw Bai Huiying, she would probably be surprised too, because this Dr. Bai was the kind doctor she'd met when she took Gao Ming to the hospital. She'd also had a long conversation with him about energy conservation, which had been very helpful. Unfortunately, her eyes were closed, her consciousness hazy, and she couldn't wake up immediately. Bai Huiying looked her up and down, then reached out and touched her eyelids. After confirming that she was not in danger, she breathed a sigh of relief. Changdi asked Dr. Bai, how is she? She just fell asleep. There's nothing wrong with her body. Bai Huiying rubbed her chin, carefully sensing for a moment. Her ability was extremely sensitive to information and energy. She could sense that Nanxing's energy fluctuations were somewhat chaotic, but still within controllable limits. There were also no signs of contamination, and Nanxing's mental state was remarkably stable. Bai Huiying's eyes flickered with confusion. After such a high-intensity battle against the infected, she's not affected at all. That's surprising. Changdi, unaware of Dr. Qingbai's sigh, asked something. Bai Huiying smiled and replied, take her to the infirmary, a separate room. I don't think she'll wake up for a while. Leave the patient to me. You guys clean up the battlefield first. Nanqing's consciousness hadn't returned to normal with the end of the exam. She had once again entered a strange dream. This time, she didn't see Nanqing, nor did she see the tangled vines. Nanqing found herself back on a familiar battlefield from her past life. The sky was dark, devoid of light. The moon was red, veiled in shadowy clouds, barely visible. Here was the high wall connecting to the city gate. Men stood atop it, their expressions revealing tension and exhaustion. They had held this place for days, their strength exhausted. They could collapse and fall at any moment. And beyond the city they defended lay a vast expanse of pollution. Even though Nanqing had seen this scene before, recalling it in her dreams still made her scalp tingle. In the eyes of these predatory monsters, humans seemed so fragile they were worthless. It's been 7 days, and no reinforcements have arrived. The woman standing beside Nanqing sighed hoarsely. When Nanqing turned her head to look at her, she couldn't see her face. She could only see her silver-white combat uniform, stained a stained red by someone's blood. She couldn't even make out the medals on her chest. Don't be silly. The entire Federation is engulfed in chaos. They're too busy to handle themselves. Who's going to save us? The other man's reply was weak, as if he were about to faint. Without further support, we all die here. We're just a small section of District 169's lower city. The psychics, mercenaries, and Federation forces are too limited to withstand the attacks. The woman muttered, but she wasn't desperate. She seemed to have foreseen her fate. But we have nowhere to go, and we can't retreat. The pollutants are our mortal enemies, and humans are their food. This is a war for survival. If we retreat, we lose our chance of survival forever. The woman turned to Nanqing, her gaze seemingly piercing through Nanqing's body as she spoke. Don't be afraid, child. We are fighting for the dawn. Nanqing paused, then heard herself questioning, will there be a dawn for humanity? Yes, she replied softly yet firmly. Nanqing forgot what she had said, only to see the scene flash by as the strange, ferocious contaminants began their attack again. Unnatural beasts mingled among them, slaughtering one comrade after another. And the humans, in turn, repelled one contaminant after another. The energy gun in her hand had gone out, unable to gather any more energy. Her arm, from so many sword swings, was unable to lift. The woman beside Nanqing, speaking to her, had somehow also fallen off the wall. Looking down, she saw corpses piled up below the city walls, some human, some contaminant, merging into the darkness like a vast quagmire devouring human life. Nanqing didn't have time to react before she was attacked again. On the battlefield, any distraction was fatal. She could only grit her teeth and fight desperately, using her last breath. When she looked up again, a faint light appeared in the gray sky. She had experienced another night and reached daylight. Nanqing tried to see the glimmering light, but before she could even catch her breath, a dark shadow appeared before her eyes. She looked up and saw 3 enormous wolf heads. The monster occupied about half of her field of vision. The 3 wolf heads, with bony wings that obscured the sun, gave off a heavy, oppressive feeling. Nanqing heard someone shout after their breathing stopped. SSS level. Snap. Nanqing awoke from the oppressive pressure, only to be met with a strange face in a white mask. The person was still trying to pull her clothes off, removing her coat. The masked man's hands had already touched Nanqing's gloves, threatening to reveal her hands covered in black scales. Nanqing's sense of danger reached its peak, and she clenched her fist and punched him. Ouch, you injured person. Why are you hitting the medical staff? Chapter 69. Bai Huiying returned to the infirmary when she heard a scream. She thought one of the injured had suddenly fallen ill, so she rushed in a hurry. Bai Huiying asked, what happened? Dr. Bai, she hit me. The male nurse, clutching his swollen face, saw Bai Huiying and vented his frustrations as if she had found a savior. Bai Huiying paused for a moment before turning her gaze to the girl in the nutrition chamber. The girl was fully conscious, but her face remained pale, her eyes dazed, as if she knew she had hurt the wrong person. She lowered her eyes and said sincerely, I'm sorry, I saw you stripping me, and I thought I was a bad guy, so I hit you a little too hard. The male nurse's face turned pale at this, as if he had suffered a profound insult. Classmate, what do you mean by stripping you? You're dressed so tightly, and in the nutrition chamber, your clothes would soak up half the medicine. Of course I took off your coat. The girl hummed, non-committal. The male nurse felt even more wronged. Bai Huiying felt the situation would spiral out of control if she didn't intervene, so she stepped forward to smooth things over. All right, It's all a misunderstanding. She's the injured patient, not you. And why would a man like you take someone's clothes off? You're getting beaten up, and you can't even explain yourself. The male nurse muttered that the hospital was overwhelmed, so she took over. Bai Huiying offered some soothing words, telling him to apply some medicine and stop his face from getting swollen. After handling the situation, the drama was finally resolved. She turned to look at the student named Nanqing and asked kindly, "How are you feeling, classmate?" During this time, Nanqing had managed to process the events leading up to her coma. She had defeated Lan Yang in the mock exam, and the neurotoxin had contaminated his psychotic consciousness. But because her mental energy had been severely depleted by the previous attack, she didn't regain consciousness immediately. Instead, she dreamed of the great war between humans and pollutants in her previous life. When did the war between pollutants and humans begin? Nanqing recalled her memories from that time. The war began 3 years later. Time was running out, and she had to find Nanqing before then. Classmate? Bai Huiying's repeated questioning brought Nanqing back to her senses. Nanqing shook her head, saying she was fine. She then asked another question. I passed the exam? What happened? What about the others? Bai Huiying, seeing she looked normal, smiled and replied, Congratulations, you passed the Area 3 Academy exam. The acceptance notice has been sent to your electronic bracelet, which contains your matriculation notice. 7 people survived this exam. They've already left the infirmary. You were the last to wake up. Nanqing nodded, thinking the result was as she'd expected. She then asked about Lan Yang. Bai Huiying shrugged and spread her hands. That student was unlucky. It seems he ingested some inferior evolution potion. The after effects are too severe, causing mental damage. He's been classified as infected and is being processed. Dr. Bai reminded her, Area 3 Academy has a strict ban on evolution potions. The evolution potions being aggressively released to the Federation now all have unexplained flaws. Excessive consumption can cause irreversible damage to the human body. Some students, eager for quick results, bought large quantities of inferior potions. What do you think the outcome was? Nanqing thought for a moment and replied, became infected? They polluted their bodies with too much energy and died. Bai Huiying spoke in the gentlest, most cold voice. Nanqing was speechless, thinking that her earlier assumptions had been too conservative. Bai Huiying smiled and asked, anything else you want to ask? Nanqing replied, yes. Nanqing, doctor, you look familiar. Have we met before? Bai Huiying's eyes widened at this. We've been talking for ages, and you still haven't remembered me? Nanqing was rubbed around by Bai Huiying before being escorted out of the infirmary. When she reached the outside, she felt a chill on the tip of her nose. Looking up, she saw a massive tree standing tall in the courtyard. The tree was 5 stories tall, its leaves a sea blue hue. In the dim light, it seemed to radiate a faint blue glow, like a sea-shaded stone, possessing a gentle, calming power. The Wei Divine Tree. Nanqing flipped open the admission notice from Area 3 Academy, and found a description of this blue tree in the introduction. The Wei Divine Tree. A 1,000-year-old tree, a rare species, possesses the power to purify the mind and remove pollution. It is currently the most human-friendly of all plant mutants. After a long and tiring battle, students, please sit beneath the Wei Divine Tree to calm your mind and improve yourself. Warm reminder, the Wei Divine Tree is not as stable as the Hying Potion. Remember not to stay under the tree for more than 10 minutes, or you may become hypnotized and faint. After reading the previous section, Nanqing's first reaction was that this tree was a substitute for the Hying Stone. She could save time and effort by spending more time under the tree to stabilize her mental pollution. But after reading the following content, she felt it was still a bit risky. She'd have to pick a time to test the effects on her own. After giving up the idea, Nanqing retrieved other information from the electronic bracelet. First, the District 3 Academy exams had concluded yesterday. She had passed both the practice test and the physical exam, officially becoming an admitted student. Although the school hasn't started yet, District 3 offers new students the benefit of early dorm room accommodation, avoiding the high costs of accommodation outside of District 3. But she'd have to pay for her own meals. Second, regarding District 3 Academy's point system, points are earned through exams, class performance, and tasks. Points can be redeemed for items in the Academy's resource library. This was one of Nanqing's reasons for coming to District 3 Academy. She came specifically for the resource library. Nanqing opened the resource library, revealing a wide variety of items, new photosynthetic weapons, advanced medicines, encyclopedias, and rare materials, all rare items on the market, each one of which would fetch exorbitant prices at auction. Yet these items were casually displayed on the resource library page. Of course, the number of points required, even with all the zeros at the end, is dizzying. If converted into currency, it would probably start at over 100,000. Compared to these high prices, the price of Haiying Pharmacy seems quite affordable. Haiying Pharmacy is available to students for 5 bottles per month. Each bottle costs 1,000 points, and after all 5 bottles have been redeemed, the price returns to its original value. Nanqing checked the initial balance in her account assigned by the academy, 5,000 points. This was a bonus offered to freshmen by the District 3 Academy, and it was just enough to buy Haiying Pharmacy. Nanqing clicked the redemption button without a second thought. As for the delivery address, she chose the dormitory assigned to her by the academy. Redemption successful. Your supplies will arrive in 10 minutes. Please check for them. Nanqing raised an eyebrow slightly. That's quite efficient. The dust had settled, and her progress towards her goal had advanced a little. Nanqing was relieved. But when she glanced at the District 3 Military Academy Resource Library again, her expression froze. It was nothing. After the 5 bottles of Haiying Potion were redeemed, the price returned to its original price. Haiying Potion, 15,000 points per bottle. It's more than 10 times more expensive. How is this any different from robbery? The District 3 Military Academy is spacious, equivalent to half the size of District 319. Since District 3 hasn't started yet, there are only a few people in school uniforms walking around. Nanqing walked through the deserted courtyard for over 10 minutes before reaching the school dormitory. The dorm room she was assigned was the 7th on the 4th floor, at the end of the hallway. Nanqing opened the door and was greeted by a girl a head taller than her, with a high ponytail, strong arms, and a bright smile. The tall girl gave Nanqing a huge hug upon seeing her. Nanqing! You're finally out of the hospital. Nanqing staggered at the other person's incredible strength, and it took her a moment to recover. Gao Ming, you're living in this dorm too? Gao Ming let go of her, grinning smugly. Of course. I insisted to the academy teachers many times before assigning you and me to the same dorm. You're my best friend. Without you, I might not have gotten into the military academy in District 3. We live and die together. Don't try to separate us in this dorm. Nanqing listened to Gao Ming's boastful, dog-like speeches, her expression a little elusive. She thought to herself that she wouldn't have much quiet time during her time at the District 3 Military Academy. Cough. A cough echoed from the side. Nanqing turned and saw a girl with red highlights. Her features were striking, her clothes were sharp, and she looked like a straightforward, opinionated person. Yi Yan? Nanqing called out her name. Yi Yan raised an eyebrow. You two are so close. Are you sisters? Before Nanqing could reply, Gao Ming put her arm around her shoulders and said, We're close friends, closer than sisters. Yi Yan's expression shifted slightly at this, and she smiled. I really envy your friendship. Gao Ming, you can find someone too. No, we all be roommates from now on. We be close in every way and everything. Yi Yan was also cheerful. She laughed and agreed. Nanqing then walked inside. The dormitory was a 4-person room. Besides the 3 of them, there was an empty upper bunk. A package was placed on the bunk, clearly indicating it was occupied. Nanqing pointed to the spot and asked, Who lives here? Gao Ming replied, You know her too. It's Sui. Nanqing was surprised. She hadn't expected her assigned dormitory to be filled with familiar faces, which saved them time getting to know each other. Sui had previously been Lan Yang's partner. After the re-examination, the two seemed to have had some disagreement and separated. Nanqing didn't see her again during the subsequent battles. Unexpectedly, Sui stayed until the end without a word, and was also accepted into the District 3 Military Academy. Gao Ming said that when Nanqing went up to investigate, they encountered another wave of monsters, and also encountered Sui. They had fought together. After Nanqing had gathered the basic information, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Hello Nanqing, the supplies you ordered have arrived. Please sign for them. Chapter 70. Hello Nanqing, the supplies you ordered have arrived. Please sign for them. Nanqing opened the door in front of her roommate, but no one was outside. Hello, please look down. Nanqing followed the figure and looked down to see a mechanical spider, barely half a leg tall, holding a food container directly at her. The mechanical spider leaned forward slightly, its blue eyes moving, appearing incredibly agile. Facial recognition passed. Hello Nanqing, please sign for them. Nanqing confirmed it was just an ordinary delivery robot before reaching out to take the food container. She said, Thank you. The mechanical spider's blue eyes curved, and he said, his voice rising, it's a pleasure to serve you." Then he spun his 8 wheels and slid out of sight. Gao Ming and Yi Yan watched the entire process. Gao Ming asked curiously, "Are all the deliveries from Area 3 Academy so automated?" Yi Yan explained, "Area 3 Academy's mechanical technology is renowned throughout the Federation. You've heard of the Robot Beast Armed Forces, right? They're the superpowered army led by Major General Chen Qiong. Their robots also come from Area 3 Academy." Gao Ming was surprised. "So impressive. So we can learn mechanical technology too?" Yi Yan shook his head amusedly. "We can learn, but only the principles of operation. The real technical skills are taught in Area 3's Mechanical Engineering Department. We're a military academy majoring in practical combat, and we don't study that." Gao Ming's tail, which had been raised high, suddenly sagged with a sense of lethargy. Nanxing didn't join in the conversation, nor did she answer what was in the box. She said hello and took the box to the bathroom. Opening the container, a faint blue light shone through. 5 bottles of aquamarine potion lay before her, just the right amount. Nanxing checked to ensure there were no other contaminants, then drank confidently. After downing a bottle, she felt her pores open, and the contaminants clinging to her skin begin to dissipate. Nanxing removed her gloves, and saw signs of degeneration on her black-scaled hands. The scales opened and closed, absorbing a significant amount. "This stuff is working." Nanxing's eyes lit up at the sight, and she drank all 5 bottles in quick succession. The black scales on her palms completely shrunk back into her skin, revealing the appearance of a human hand. Nanxing excitedly rubbed her hand against her cheek. It was a long-lost touch, sharing her own body temperature. Her hands had finally become human. She finally didn't have to wear gloves all the time. Nanxing checked other parts of her body, and found signs of degeneration on her neck and legs, though not completely gone. Nanxing estimated that after drinking 10 bottles of Hying potion, the aftereffects of the contamination would be completely eliminated, and she would no longer have to worry about others noticing her abnormalities. With her hidden dangers resolved, Nanxing felt rejuvenated. Back in the dormitory, Gao Ming suggested treating her to a large meal to celebrate her acceptance into the academy, and Nanxing readily agreed. But her good mood didn't last long, as something awkward happened. Nanxing discovered that ordering food in the academy cafeteria in Area 3 also required points, and all her points had been used to buy Hying potion. This left her penniless once again. After the meal, she had to borrow some points from Gao Ming to pay for it. Seeing this, Yi Yan smiled and joked, "Nanxing, you didn't exchange all your admission points for the stuff in the freezer?" Nanxing was speechless for a moment before asking, "Do you know how I can earn points now?" How could she have known that without points, they were actually the universal currency at school? This had put her in a difficult situation all over again. Yi Yan was a native of District 3. Her sisters and brother all attended the District 3 military academy, and she was the most well-informed person in the dormitory. Yi Yan suggested, "School hasn't started yet, and we haven't officially been enrolled. We can't attend classes, earn points, or take on military academy missions individually. However, if any of the seniors offered to take us on a mission, maybe they could share some of their points with you." Nanxing thought to herself that this was indeed an idea. She could just wait by the dormitory building and shamelessly ask everyone, hoping they'd take her there to earn some extra money. Yi Yan, upon hearing Nanxing's idea, immediately shook his head in amusement. "There's still nearly a month until school starts, and the seniors haven't returned yet. You might not even be able to find anyone to take on academy missions if you're just sitting there. If you don't mind, I can introduce you to 2 seniors." Nanxing certainly didn't mind. Right now, she just wanted to accumulate points, so she could redeem the Hying potion as soon as possible and escape the pain of her altered body. It was the afternoon of the second day. Nanxing was brought by Yi Yan to the main gate of Area 3 Academy, where she waited for the 2 seniors to arrive. Originally, Gao Ming wanted to join in the fun, but Yi Yan dissuaded her, saying it would be inconvenient to carry out missions with so many people. Knowing her own lack of ability, Gao Ming didn't insist, and headed to the academy training room to hone her skills. Nanxing and Yi Yan waited at the school gate for a moment before 2 girls in blue and white stripes appeared not far away. At first glance, the 2 girls looked almost identical, but a closer look revealed their differences. One girl had a calm, gentle demeanor, while the other had a vibrant, passionate expression. Their distinct features made Nanxing recognize them instantly. Yi Dan, Yi Shuang? Yi Dan and Yi Shuang were also surprised to see Nanxing. "I was wondering who that impressive freshman Xiaoyan was talking about. It's you again. Fate has come full circle, and we meet again." Yi Shuang was the first to speak. She looked at Nanxing with excitement, noticing she was also wearing the blue and white striped District 3 uniform. Yi Shuang immediately smiled and called out, "Junior?" Nanxing's face tightened, but she finally nodded in agreement. Yi Shuang and Yi Dan were a year older than her, so calling them juniors was perfectly acceptable. Seeing this, Yi Dan smiled but remained silent. Yi Yan's eyes widened. Sister Shuang, you actually know her?" She was helping Nanxing this time, because she believed she was talented and would surely shine in the military academy and the Federation. She wanted to do her a favor and build a closer relationship with Nanxing. But she hadn't realized that her sisters knew Nanxing. It looked like they were quite close. Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh at how small this world really is. After confirming their mutual acquaintances, they teamed up and took on the campus mission. The mission location was in the southern part of District 3, in an abandoned commercial building. There were alarming reports of strange phenomena there. For example, people would mysteriously disappear after entering, or strange noises would be heard in the middle of the night. The Federation had sent personnel to investigate several times, each time with nothing to show for it. So, they simply outsourced the task, assigning capable psychics to help investigate this strange commercial building. On the way there, Yi Dan outlined the mission and asked Nanxing for her opinion. Nanxing paused for a moment and said, "Heretics? We think so too. The Federation has sent personnel to test the contamination levels several times, and found no abnormalities. Only heretics could hide so completely within Area 3. The variants of the heretic contaminants possess self-awareness, and can hide among humans, making them difficult to detect until an outbreak occurs. Currently, the Federation has no dedicated organization dedicated to dealing with heretics. Other Federation forces are exploring the contaminated area from afar and guarding against external raids. Naturally, they can't mobilize a large force to deal with a small, unconfirmed incident like this. They can only let these scattered psychics investigate first." The four of them boarded Area 3's hovercraft and arrived at the abandoned commercial building. The building wasn't as shabby as Nanxing had imagined, but it looked like a bygone era. It was square and square, with a large, dusty sign on the side that read "Happy Home." This building is about 10 years old. When it was first built, officials claimed it was a replica of an antique structure meant to evoke memories of the past. They even invited many celebrities to perform and attract visitors. It's said that back then, the place was bustling with people, and the scenery was like the days before the apocalypse. Yi Shuang sighed, "What a shame, things have changed. It's very quiet here, and we can see something unusual from outside. Let's grab our gear first, and don't separate when we go in." Yi Dan was the leader of this operation. She had already laid out the investigation plan, and had a map of Happy Home ready, urging everyone to familiarize themselves with the area. Nanxing, Yi Shuang, and Yi Yan, all experienced combatants, quickly gathered their equipment and went into alert. As she stepped into Happy Home, Nanxing felt a sticky sensation. It was like stepping into something soft, obstructed by the slime for a moment, then quickly regaining her footing. Nanxing's subtle feeling returned, the strange sensation of encountering contaminated energy. Something was here, and it was massive. Nanxing looked up and saw the mall's doors closing behind her, darkening the entire space. The surrounding buildings blurred, shrouded in a thick layer of ash. They were now completely engulfed in the gloom. Thinking this, Nanxing asked her teammates if they had any sense of anything. Upon hearing this, Yi Dan immediately glanced at the pollution detector on his wrist, his expression becoming subtle. The instrument still shows no contamination energy. Just like the intelligence, it can't detect any anomalies. Yi Dan suggested, "It's too dark here. Even if there's something there, we can't see it. Why not try using your superpowers?" Hearing her sister's command, Yi Shuang snapped her fingers without hesitation. A flame ignited at her fingertips, then expanded to the size of a fist, illuminating the surrounding area. Nanxing was slightly surprised. "Why use fire? We can use electrons and photoelectric technology first to see what's going on." Flame is Yi Shuang's superpower. Frequent use of superpowers outside of combat is extremely energy-intensive. A superpower user has a limited amount of energy available, and once depleted, it can cause a backlash. Nanxing knew the pain of backlash. She had tentacles that could absorb energy and reuse it, but Yi Shuang and the others didn't have the ability to regenerate it infinitely. Being backlashed in such an unfamiliar environment would undoubtedly be dangerous. Yi Yan, standing nearby, explained with a smile, "Our Yi family's flames can see other things. They're more useful than flashlights." Nanxing blinked, puzzled. "Don't be so mysterious," Yi Shuang said proudly. "Our flames are incredibly effective against hidden monsters like these. Just watch." Yi Shuang moved the flame to the pillar of the commercial building. The flame's light illuminated an area 1 meter in diameter, clearly revealing the twisted veins in the marble on the pillar. Nanxing's eyes widened slightly as she saw the veins come alive. The twisted veins on the stone pillar coiled around, squirming and extending like maggots. Chapter 71. The twisted lines on the stone pillar coiled, squirmed, and stretched like maggots. What is this? Yi Yan's scalp tingled. Yi Shuang, it looks like some kind of contaminant. Is this what we're looking for? Strange, still unable to detect contaminant energy. Yi Dan took out his instrument and scanned the lines on the pillar. The contamination value displayed on the screen went from 10 to 0. Nanxing suggested, try attacking it. Yi Yan obeyed, raising his hand to condense a fire knife, and with a clang, slashed at the stone pillar. The stone pillar was engulfed in flames, instantly charred black. But the twisting lines remained, their color even brighter, as vibrant as human blood vessels. Yi Shuang hissed, what the hell is this? Contaminants can't be detected, and fire can't kill them. It's unbelievable. The four of them were silent for a moment. In an abandoned shopping mall, they saw living lines, but could not sense any abnormal energy. There are only two possible scenarios. The first is that the contaminant or heretic is more powerful than any of them, its energy far exceeding the capabilities of the equipment. Therefore, if they insist on a 0 result, their level will be at least S rank, which is beyond their ability to handle. The second is that the contaminant or heretic has a stealth skill, completely shielding them from human detection. This also means they could be attacked without explanation, without even realizing where the attack came from. Both scenarios are difficult to handle, and for a moment, everyone feels the mission is a bit daunting. We can't stay here. Let's take a look around first. Nanxing was the first to break the silence. Her sense of touch was different from the others. While others perceived their surroundings through their own senses, Nanxing possessed an additional tentacle. She could detect minute changes in the air. The moment Yi Yan swung his flaming knife, Nanxing felt the space tighten, as if something within were twitching slightly. Yi Dan nodded, agreeing with Nanxing's suggestion. Since we've come this far, we can't return empty-handed. That would be disgraceful for District 3 Military Academy. The four of them began to survey their surroundings again. It was dim, and the lights barely illuminated the surroundings. This was when the Yi sisters' innate ability, fire, came in handy. Their flames not only illuminated various objects, but also illuminated an area within a 1 meter radius, preventing anyone from being blinded. At least they wouldn't be attacked by anything in the shadows. Yi Shuang and Yi Yan each ignited a flame to scout the path ahead for the team. Some floors of the mall were arranged around a central building, with a hollowed-out center, and suspended platforms on all sides. The staircases wound around the building one level at a time. This meant the mall had a significant number of pillars supporting it. The firelight revealed a dense web of wriggling lines, resembling a worm farm at first glance. This is disgusting. I can't burn it off, and I can't detect it. What the hell are these things? Yi Yan touched his arm, and felt goosebumps covering his skin. Yi Shuang and Yi Dan were more resilient. They'd seen disgusting things before. This is still relatively good. You don't know how spectacular it was when we went to capture a plant heretic. Yi Shuang gestured. 39 psychics went to capture him, and guess what? We all fell into a trap. Inside was lush green vines, enveloping us like cocoons. You cut open a layer of skin, and out oozes a black fluid, stinking and fishy. It's almost suffocating. Yi Shuang sighed. Luckily, your sister Shan and I, with our extraordinary abilities, escaped. Otherwise, you would have heard the death knell for our Yi family. Yi Yan was surprised. That plant heretic was so powerful. He actually managed to trap you all? Did the plant heretic escape in the end? It, of course. Yi Shuang was about to reply when Yi Shan knocked her head and warned her. Don't talk nonsense in front of the younger generation. We're in a dangerous environment now. Let's talk outside. Nanxing listened silently, remembering a previous expedition team made up of psychics in Area 65. At that time, a base of the Holy Light had just been attacked by a plant heretic, and Yi Dan and Yi Shuang were on that expedition, bound to capture the plant heretic. Nanxing knew from her past life memories that the plant heretic would be difficult to deal with, and that their journey would be a failure. She hadn't expected Yi Shuang's account of the events to be so horrific. Nanxing lamented that her rebirth hadn't changed much. Aside from not being forced to serve as a guinea pig, the history of her past life was still unfolding. While Nanxing vanished like last time, Nanxing was just contemplating this when the tentacle, which had been silent in her mind, sounded a warning. It's awake! It's awake! Nanxing paused and asked, where is it? Tentacle, look up. Almost instantly, Nanjing felt a chill strike her head, striking the very crown of her skull. Without even a moment's glance, she retreated several steps and shouted, "Enemy attack! Get out of the way!" Yi Dan was the first to react, quickly pulling Yi Yan, who was standing beside him, to his side. Yi Shuang leaped up, dodging the sudden attack at top speed. Bang! There was a sound of something heavy falling, and a pink mass of material came crashing down. This mass, a bloody mass of flesh, was slightly curved, revealing a budding flower within, a ring of sharp fangs. It was a long, bloody sausage-like object, and judging by its appearance, it was easy to tell if the person struck by it would be instantly crushed to dust. "Strange beast?" Yi Shuang exclaimed, "This is strange. I've looked inside and out. How could something this big exist? Where does it usually hide?" "It's the stripes on the stone pillar. Those are parts of the strange beast," Nanjing said solemnly. "It should be able to be broken down into strands." As soon as she finished speaking, the blood sausage twisted and rolled towards the four of them again. But this time, it wasn't just one blood sausage, but more than a dozen more. The entire mall seemed to come alive, blood sausage everywhere, weaving through the buildings and completely surrounding them. "Yi Dan, fire!" A fireball appeared in her hand, tumbling to the size of a human head and smashing directly towards them. The blood sausage emitted charged smoke upon contact with the flames. After burning off a portion of its body, it quickly grew back from within. The strange beast has the ability to regenerate. It needs to be burned several times. Xiaoyan chopped it down with a fire knife. Yi Dan said sternly. Without hesitation, Yi Yan swung his 2-meter-wide blazing knife horizontally, splitting it in two. Yi Shuang and Nanjing followed suit, but every time the blood sausage was cut in half, it would grow back again, silently and with increasing ferocity. While dodging, Yi Dan was accidentally scratched by a blood sausage. Black veins popped out across her arm, and her skin cracked and transformed. The polluted energy is too strong. Drink the Hying potion quickly, or your arm will be crippled. Seeing this, Yi Shuang grew anxious and drew out her Hying potion to feed Yi Dan. The blood sausage's attack power was far stronger than they had imagined. Being in the mall was like being in a blood sausage's growth chamber. The dense lines were its nutrition. Whenever it was defeated, it dispersed into lines to recharge its energy. The entire mall was its body. The Federation has been unable to detect this creature for several times because it can separate into fine lines to conceal its presence. This is its natural talent. Nanjing's water form enveloped everyone, waiting for a blood sausage attack to sever it with her water blade. She defended herself while pondering countermeasures. Its body must be enormous, at least the entire building belongs to it. A few of us will only be exhausted if we confront it head-on. We must find its weak point and attack it. Its form doesn't resemble a heretic. It's a beast. The weak point of a beast is its crystal core, its source of energy. If we can find its crystal core and defeat it, we win. So where is its crystal core? Nanjing looked around, finding nothing but wriggling lines and blood sausage clustered around them. There was no sign of a hidden crystal core. We can't waste time on it. We have to attack its crystal core. It's too dark, I can't see clearly, Nanjing said to Yi Dan and the others. Yi Dan immediately understood her meaning and replied, I support you. Yi Shuang, fireball. Yi Yan, clear the way. Several people immediately sprang into action. Yi Dan and Yi Shuang simultaneously condensed flame balls in their hands and flung them toward the center of the mall. The two head-sized flame balls collided instantly, exploding with dazzling sparks. The entire mall suddenly became as bright as day. Nanjing's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, then fixed their gaze on the half-hanging chandelier hanging in the center of the mall. I've found it. Cover me. Nanjing spoke, and his body transformed into a stream of water, darting out. Yi Yan, upon hearing this, swung his 2-meter-long flaming blade, slicing the blood sausage blocking his path into charred chunks. Nanjing had no shield in front of him, and the water stream surged directly toward the ceiling light. As if sensing its own life was in danger, the blood sausage quickly chased after Nanjing. Nanjing didn't give it a chance to react. He summoned his metal blade and swept it, spinning like iron flowers to block the attack. The blood sausage was scraped to shreds, unable to move forward. Nanjing finally reached the chandelier. As the flames finally died down, she spotted the transparent crystal core, hanging from the ceiling, hidden beneath the lampshade. Nanjing used her tentacles to precisely locate it. With a single swoop of water, she uprooted the crystal core. To expedite the destruction, tentacles shot out from her palms, frantically devouring its energy. In an instant, the fist-sized transparent crystal core turned to dust and dissipated into the air. Roar! The beast, knowing its end was near, let out its final wail. With a thud, the blood sausage collapsed to the ground, losing all strength. The wiggling lines on its body faded, leaving it as lifeless, withered branches drooping from the stone pillar. Silence fell again. Everything was over. After absorbing the energy, Nanjing loosened her fingers, calming her mind, which had been swirling with the excessive energy. She still couldn't handle too much polluted energy at once, and the after effects of her recent recovery were returning. Nanxing transformed into a stream of water and reached the ground. To ease the pain, she pulled the Hying stone from her neck and pressed it against her forehead. The Hying stone's healing energy calmed her troubled mind. Unbeknownst to Nanxing, her brief rest was being perceived by others as a powerful figure effortlessly crushing a crystal core and floating back to the surface. Yi Yin rushed over first, unstintingly praising her. Nanxing, you're so cool. Chapter 72. The energy crystal cores of alien beasts aren't glass that can be easily crushed. The more powerful the alien beast, the stronger its crystal core, requiring immense energy to destroy it. Nanxing executed this set of moves with a seamless flow, appearing mysterious and powerful to others, her strength rivaling that of a top-tier psychic in the Federation. That metal knife, is that also your psychic power? You actually have 2 psychics. How rare. I've only seen 3 in my entire life in the Federation. After another battle, Yi Yin grew even closer to this roommate he had only just met. The Yi family admired the powerful, and Yi Yan's pursuit of immense strength far surpassed others. She gazed at Nanxing with an unconcealable fervor. Nanxing's pores were dilated, as if countless tiny insects were crawling out of her skin. She was suffering the consequences. If someone had peeled back her collar, they would have seen cracks on her skin, as if it were severely infected and distorted. How many bottles of Hying potion did you bring? Nanxing asked Yi Yin. Yi Yin was stunned for a moment before slowly answering, I brought 3 bottles. I exchanged them before leaving school. Nanxing said with a deep breath, lend it to me for a moment. I return it to you when we get back. Yi Yin only then realized something was wrong. Seeing Nanxing's pale face, she immediately took out her own Hying potion, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to him. Nanxing took the potion and drank it in one gulp. After she finished 1 bottle, she asked for another, and finished all 3. The strange, cracked feeling in her body gradually subsided. She felt the noise in her head quieten, and her consciousness became much clearer. The backlash of the contaminated energy was suppressed. Nanxing breathed a sigh of relief and said to Yi Yin, thank you. Yi Yin, still a little worried, said, Nanxing, are you feeling better now? If you're still feeling unwell, my 2 sisters have plenty of medicine. The alien beast we encountered this time is approaching S level. Contaminated energy shouldn't be underestimated. If infected, seek prompt treatment and beware of any side effects. Because the Yi sisters are a large family of supernatural powers, they have ample supplies of potions. While drinking 3 bottles of Hying potion would be painful for most people, Yi Yin merely frowned, expressing concern for Nanxing's well-being. Nanxing nodded, saying she was fine, and discreetly hid her hand behind her back. Although the scales on her arm had faded, some cracks from the altered state remained, so she insisted on wearing gloves to avoid any signs of her presence. After confirming the complete death of the alien beast, Yi Dan and Yi Shuang rushed over to Nanxing and the others. Yi Shuang's expression was somewhat solemn. Guess what we found? Yi Yin and Nanxing exchanged a bewildered glance, shaking their heads. We found contaminated eggs on the rooftop of the mall. They're eggs laid by blood sausage, all over the rooftop. After Yi Shuang finished speaking, he led Nanxing and Yi Yin to the rooftop of the commercial building. At the very top of the building was a separate mezzanine, accessible only through the aging elevator. Entering, they were met with pitch darkness, and a strange, fishy odor lingered in their noses and mouths, like a mixture of liquid and decaying corpses, or more like bile vomited out of something. Yi Yin summoned flames, illuminating the surroundings, and immediately saw a blood-red space. The entire space was covered with blood-red tumors, the same tumors carried by the blood sausage that had attacked them earlier. The difference was that these tumors were twice as large as those on the previous beasts, and their color had turned a transparent, pale red due to their increased size. There were also moving strands of material within the tumors. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were actually miniature blood sausages. Also wrapped within them were the corpses of various creatures, both animal and human, dismembered within these blood-red eggs, which the small, swimming black blood sausages slurped up as they moved back and forth, absorbing nutrients. Some had already gnawed the carcasses down to the bones, while others still had only a sliver of flesh left, their eyes wide open, gazing darkly at the intruders. How could there be so many? Which contaminant had produced them? Why hadn't the Federation discovered this? Yi Yan's lips began to tremble. Even with her mental fortitude, she was disgusted by the scene. In the densely populated area of Sector 3, right under the watchful eyes of the Federation, nearly several hundred square meters of contaminant eggs had grown. What a horrifying thing! Yi Yan couldn't even imagine the disaster that would befall District 3 once these contaminant eggs hatched. The four of them were silent for a moment, each feeling a chill in their spines, a sense of dread, as if an enemy had invaded their midriff, yet humanity was completely unaware. We need to report this to the Federation and ask for support. Nanxing spoke first, her voice strained. This isn't something we can solve alone. We need the Federation to investigate. She gazed at the hatching eggs. Her first thought was that something had happened in District 319. The infiltration of contaminants had destroyed it, and they could also infiltrate other districts and launch ambushes. Her second thought was that the war between humanity and contaminants from her past life was about to begin. Yi Dan nodded. We've contacted the Academy to notify the Federation. The Federal Law Enforcement team will be here soon. The four of them, their minds racing, guarded the red incubation chamber, awaiting reinforcements. Nanxing was the most preoccupied of the four. Looking at the hatching eggs, her first thought was that something had happened in Area 319. The infiltration of pollutants had destroyed Area 319, and they could also infiltrate other areas and launch ambushes. The second thought was that the war between humans and pollutants in her past life had also begun with the infiltration of pollutants into the human safety zone. Whichever the situation, Nanxing felt her time was running out. She hadn't found Nanchen, hadn't unlocked her secrets, and hadn't become invincible. Her life was still uncertain. She was still too weak. Even dealing with a nearest level monster was a struggle, and even devouring it with her tentacles would backfire. Furthermore, she possessed a strong contaminating energy. Any accurate examination would reveal her abnormality, and it was entirely possible that the Federation would classify her as non-human. If discovered, Nanxing knew the Federation well, and they would rather kill the innocent than let 1,000 go. She would undoubtedly be removed from the human roster. Could she, living in such a precarious state, truly find Nanchen and live well in this lifetime? Nanxing's desire to become stronger strengthened once again. She squeezed her arm, whose veins were slightly dilated from the transformation, suppressing the last trace of mental backlash. The District 3 law enforcement team arrived quickly. When they arrived at the mall and saw the blood sausage debris scattered across the floor, they all looked at Nanxing and the other District 3 Academy cadets with a respectful eye. After all, this was a nearest rank beast, and being ripped to shreds so easily was something few could accomplish. When the District 3 law enforcement team saw the blood-red egg chamber on the top floor, they immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Thank you very much for your prompt feedback. If so many contaminated eggs continue to hatch, they would cause irreversible damage to the entire District 3. Thank goodness you discovered it, the District 3 law enforcement captain solemnly said to Nanxing and the other three. I report this to the Federal Military Headquarters and commend you. Please register your names with me before you leave. Nanxing didn't care whether she would receive a commendation or not. She asked, Captain, what do you plan to do with these blood eggs? The District 3 law enforcement captain replied, generally, pollutants are directly incinerated. Of course, this requires approval from our superiors, and whether they have a need for recycling and research. Hearing that these blood eggs might be recycled, Nanxing frowned. Pollutants have a strong ability to reproduce and evolve. If they're not thoroughly processed, they might mutate. Don't worry, classmate. We're experts at handling these things. Just go back and hand in your tasks, wait for the commendation, and we handle the rest. Although the law enforcement captain said this, his expression betrayed no reassurance. Nanxing knew she had reached the limit. Some things were beyond her control, so she didn't emphasize the point. This academy mission complete, the four-person team returned home. After completing their mission, Yi Dan and Yi Shuang received 200,000 points. They readily divided 100,000 points between Nanxing and Yi Yan. Yi Yan felt he hadn't helped much and shouldn't have received so many points. Yi Dan patted the girl's head and said, if you really feel bad, give the points to Nanxing. She's been a huge help. Yi Yan was startled. Just as she turned, she saw Nanxing shaking her head and saying, take it. Consider it returning your 3 bottles of Hying potion. After this mission, Nanxing's life returned to a rare state of peace. She exchanged 50,000 points for 4 bottles of Hying potion. She drank 2 to digest the backlash from absorbing the polluted energy, and kept the remaining 2 with her, intending to drink them the next time the backlash hit. After Nanqing made her arrangements, she began her daily routine of going back and forth between the school training grounds and the electronic archives room. She primarily trained at the school training grounds for combat, and her sparring partners were naturally Gao Ming and Yi Yin. Ever since discovering Nanqing's superior combat skills, these 2 had taken turns approaching her for instruction, often leaving her sweating and exhausted, calling her a pervert. It wasn't their fault they were weaklings. After several rounds of absorbing nearest level monsters, Nanqing's physical fitness had been significantly enhanced. Now, she felt she could hold her own against even S-level monsters in hand-to-hand combat. Nanqing also fell in love with the electronic archives at the District 3 Military Academy. They contained a wealth of information inaccessible to the outside world, offering students a place to study. For example, information on mecha training and assembly, a comprehensive classification of superpowers, pre-wasteland human history, the evolution and weaknesses of pollutants. Nanqing learned a great deal from them, and also found a guide on how to improve superpowers. Nanqing opened the electronic screen and browsed. Superpower improvement methods and classification considerations. Superpowers are the product of human mutations, usually manifesting as the awakening of energy bodies unavailable to ordinary people, which in turn gives rise to various special abilities. The following is a classification of supernatural powers. Elemental powers, fire, water, metal, wind, plant, earth, typically have a high minimum threshold, but are difficult to improve, requiring significant mental control. Mutational powers, joint enlargement, inhuman limb growth, and inhuman mutations, typically have a low minimum threshold and are simple to improve, requiring only effective physical training. However, since these mutational powers alter the human body, they are also susceptible to contaminated energy and are at high risk of being corrupted and transformed into heretics during improvement. Therefore, these types of supernatural powers require regular checkups to ensure their mental stability. Multivariate powers, space, shadow, matter, darkness, devouring, mind control, prophecy, are relatively rare because they are not specific to specific objects, and specific methods for improvement are currently unclassified. The following is a summary of supernatural power improvement methods. There are 2 types of power improvement methods: innate and acquired. Innate enhancement refers to humans with powerful talents, key point, who awaken powerful superpowers. This is the strongest in human history, with energy levels reaching SSS level. Unfortunately, due to their frail bodies, these individuals died before reaching adulthood. Acquired enhancement refers to awakened humans who, through intentional physical and mental training, or improved potions, expand their energy reserves, achieving this enhancement. However, this method is also dependent on the strength of the human body. If care is taken, the energy stored in the body may exceed the capacity, resulting in an explosion and death. Friendly reminder: energy expansion should only be performed under the supervision of a professional. Cherish life, starting with me. Nanqing silently turned off the electronic screen, glanced down at the tentacle emerging from her fingertips, and said, "Guess we have to be more careful with our food from now on. If your host dies, where will you go to survive?" The tentacle whimpered, indicating its exceptional obedience and its unwavering concern for its master. Chapter 73. Before school started, Nanqing visited the military academy's Azure God tree. The leaves of the Azure God tree still shone a gentle blue. Some say this blue resembled the color of the ocean centuries ago, a color imbued with life. When one stood beneath the Azure God tree, one could feel their spirits being caressed, like an invisible lullaby, inducing sleep. Many mentally unstable individuals love to rest and recuperate beneath this tree. When Nanqing arrived, a few people were already lingering beneath the tree. They wore their blue and white striped academy uniforms and sat quietly at the tree's base, eyes closed, as if dozing. With a week left before school started, students from District 3 Academy began returning. Most of them had come here to rest and recuperate after long journeys and thrilling battles. They sat quietly for a while, then quietly stood up and left. Some, lost in the comfort of the moment, were reluctant to stand, but were reminded by their companions. For a moment, the scene was quiet and orderly, as they all quietly enjoyed this moment of tranquility. Nanqing's arrival didn't attract the students' attention. She followed their example and sat down. A gentle force entered Nanqing's mind, calming the restless energy within her. Tentacles stretched comfortably, slowly moving through her body. It had to be said that the effect of the Wei Shen tree was indeed more potent than the Haiying potion. After just a moment sitting, Nanqing felt the scales on her legs and neck shrinking inward, diminishing the physical changes caused by the long-term accumulation of polluted energy. Nanjing figured that if she stayed a little longer, she'd save the points needed to exchange for the Hying potion. Nanjing was enjoying the moment's comfort, completely unaware that she had unknowingly spent more than 10 minutes under the tree. 20 minutes later, she felt drowsy. Remembering the Academy's notice about staying under the Weishan tree for too long, she tried to open her eyes and get up to move. Why can't I move? Nanjing was surprised to find she had lost control of her body, unable even to open her eyelids. She paused, realizing her consciousness seemed to be floating in midair, completely disconnected from her body. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable and ominous. Could this be a side effect of staying under the Weishan tree for too long? Nanjing was startled when she realized she still had a sense of touch, not physical, but mental. She could now see everything around her through her mind. She was sitting quietly under the Weishan tree with a group of other students, and no one noticed her abnormality. Why can my mental power be released, but my body can't move? Nanjing felt her perspective was strange. Instead of looking straight ahead, like a normal person, she was looking down, able to see even the smallest details of someone's pores. But her physical body was still sitting there. Nanjing tried to control her mental energy in return, but it felt like a barrier had formed, preventing her from integrating. Just like the girl sitting cross-legged, she wasn't hers. Nanjing was confused. There must be something wrong. The side effect of the Azure God Tree is that it puts people to sleep, but my mind is completely separated from my body? Nanjing studied it for over 10 minutes, but couldn't figure it out. Her classmates, who had been leaving in waves, didn't notice anything was wrong with her. During this time, Nanjing also saw someone who had stayed under the Azure God Tree for over 10 minutes, their head tilted, their body limp, and they fainted. Their friends quickly dragged them to the infirmary. After a while, the Academy doctor, Bai Huying, brought a loudspeaker and placed it next to the Weishan tree. Please be careful not to become obsessed with the Weishan tree. Do not stay under it for more than 10 minutes. The student just now fainted and lost consciousness due to staying there too long. The hospital will keep him in a nutrition chamber for 3 days. If you don't want to empty your wallet, please cherish your life, restrain your desires, and don't test the Academy's rules. Nanjing, She had already been under the Weishan tree for an hour. According to a normal person's tolerance level, she would be unconscious for half a month. Nanjing felt that this was not a solution. She decided to save herself, and once again, brought her consciousness closer to her body. An invisible barrier blocked her entry. Nanjing once again tried to communicate with her body through her mental power. The tentacles in her body, receiving Nanjing's mental waves, became confused. Why is the master outside? The tentacles' perception seemed to indicate that the master's mental energy was far away, no longer tightly integrated in the same place. Their consciousnesses were connected by a strange space. Nanjing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you haven't fainted yet. The tentacle feels so trapped here. My tail feels weak. The influence of the divine tree on the tentacles is evident. The polluted energy within them is also considered a pollutant. Staying here for too long is like committing suicide. Nanjing pondered for a moment and asked, Can you move now? Get out of me? The tentacle tried, and a tail tip emerged from the inside of Nanjing's arm. Nanjing, feeling slightly relieved, directed the tentacle's movements. Now, let's start saving ourselves. Try to move my body, so I fall to the ground. Be careful not to let anyone notice your presence. The tentacle was clever, immediately understanding its master's intention. It slowly emerged from Nanjing's side, revealing most of its length through the thick robe she wore. The tentacle exerted a slight force, and Nanjing's motionless body tilted, and with a loud thud, she fell to the ground. The surrounding classmates, hearing the commotion, finally noticed something was wrong with Nanjing. Look, another student has fallen. She came alone? Take her to Dr. Bai. She looks like a freshman. She's not even in her uniform yet. She was here when I got here. My goodness, how long has she been here? The classmates under the Weishan tree were quite helpful, chatting away as they escorted Nanjing to Dr. Bai's infirmary. Nanjing's consciousness, floating in midair, followed her body's movements. She saw Bai Huying's impatient expression as she was carried into the infirmary. Didn't we say to control your desires? How come another one's here? Oh, isn't this the newly admitted freshman? Sure enough, a newborn calf is fearless. Bai Huying was about to complain, but when she used her supernatural powers to examine Nanjing's body, her expression suddenly darkened. She grabbed the student who had escorted Nanjing in and asked, How long has she been under the Weishan tree? The student shook his head, bewildered. She was there when I arrived, and when I got up within 10 minutes, she was still there. She just collapsed. Bai Huying's words infuriated her even more. So many people didn't notice anything was wrong with her? Oh my god, how could this happen? The student exclaimed. What happened to this student? Bai Huying sighed. She's dead. Her consciousness isn't in her body. I guess she's been affected by the Weishan tree. Her mental power has been. Before she could finish her words, she began scratching her head in frustration. I told Principal Lee this tree is dangerous and shouldn't be allowed to bloom, but she wouldn't listen. She'd be happy if someone died. The death caused by the Weishan tree was a major incident. Bai Huying immediately contacted the military academy teachers and had them issue a ban, forbidding students from approaching the tree. Instantly, news of freshman Nanqing's sudden death beneath the Weishan tree spread throughout the campus. Everyone was in an uproar. Senior officials fretted over how to report the incident, while students complained that without the Weishan tree, they would have to buy the exorbitantly expensive Haiying potion. Gao Ming and Yi Yan rushed to the infirmary upon hearing the news, just to see their roommate. Nanqing's death was like a fuse, igniting the entire academy. As for her, her body lay covered with a white sheet in the infirmary, her consciousness drifting in the air. Nanqing, Nanqing, it felt like I was alive but dead. She felt that if this continued, she would be cremated that night, and there would be no going back. Nanqing didn't want to die in such an unclear state. She tried hard to connect with her body, frequently blasting the barrier with her mental power. The barrier seemed to have weakened considerably after leaving the Weishan tree. Nanqing felt her mental power drawing closer and closer to her body. She concentrated, but after countless attempts, her vision suddenly went black, and her consciousness was overwhelmed, leaving her in a state of chaos. As Nanqing gradually adjusted and regained consciousness, she heard a chaotic commotion. Nanqing! Nanqing! Wake up! Gao Ming's voice was hoarse, like the sound of breath squeezed by excessive tension. Gao Ming, Dr. Bai, Nanqing's body is still warm. She's not dead. Is it possible she's just in a coma? Bai Huying's voice was heavy. Although Nanqing's body still maintains human body temperature, her spirit is empty. Do you know what it means for a human to have a spirit core empty? It means complete brain death. She's a walking corpse now. After a while, her body functions will cease, and she become a corpse. Yi Yan followed up with a question. Dr. Bai, you're knowledgeable, and there must be a way to save her, right? Bai Huying was helpless. The Weishan tree is also a pollutant. It's just relatively peaceful, and can coexist with humans. But it can cause. The damage caused is far more horrific than you can imagine. The Weishan tree will unknowingly invade your brain, absorbing the polluted energy from your mind and body. This is its food. To ensure this, it secretes a soothing wave. Animals and humans within its range feel comfortable and relax their vigilance. But if you rely on this wave for too long, your mind will gradually separate from your body, transforming into energy, and then be directly preyed upon by the Weishan tree. Bai Huying sighed. The academy has a clear rule that prohibits staying under the Weishan tree for more than 10 minutes, for fear of mental poisoning. Classmate Nanqing spent over an hour there. There was truly no way to save her. A silence fell in the infirmary. Gao Ming and Yi Yan could no longer deceive themselves. After all, the facts were clear. Their roommate, their good fighting partner, had been killed in an accident. Gao Ming began to sob. Nanqing. She's a good person. She saved me and many others. She's amazing. How come she's here? She hasn't found her sister yet, and she has no relatives here. Gao Ming's voice dropped as she spoke. She bent over, her 5 feet 10 inches frame, and began to cry. Tears fell drop by drop, hitting Nanqing's face. Yi Yan hugged Gao Ming and patted her shoulder. She felt lost, but she was almost used to it. In this world of constant uncertainty, it's normal for people like them, living on the edge of life, to lose their lives at any moment. But this time was truly unexpected. Bai Huying couldn't bear to see the children's expressions. She turned around, took off her glasses, and wiped them. She was used to the days when people around her could leave at any time. This world was such a cannibalistic place. Even more than her current sadness, Bai Huying was worried about how she would report this to her superiors. After this incident, the authorities would undoubtedly seal off the Weishan tree. There was a chance the aged tree would be uprooted and subjected to pollution treatment. In the medical room, the 3 people, each with their own concerns, silently lamented the impermanence of life. In the still air, the person lying on the bed slowly raised their hands. Nanqing opened his eyes and said slowly, I think I still can be rescued. Chapter 74. On the eve of the opening of the 3rd District Military Academy, a student fainted and died beneath the Weishan tree, only to be resurrected. This caused the entire academy's news forum to explode. Title: On the Dangers of the Weishan Tree, and Someone Really Resurrected from the Dead. Original poster: Everyone knows about this, right? The person who fainted was a newly admitted freshman. I won't mention her name, but she's the central figure in this incident. She spent an hour under the Weishan Tree. She was found and carried to the infirmary, where she was diagnosed as brain dead. But after 2 hours of grief from her friends, this former student miraculously came back to life. Is this truly a miracle? Or is there something else going on? First poster: Still analyzing it. I suspect it was a prank. They deliberately chose a specific time to be there, and after she fainted, the higher-ups took the opportunity to seal up the Weishan Tree and buy it up. Just think about the value of the Weishan Tree. It's a tree that can directly heal mental pollution. Second poster: The above poster is so bold, they dare to say that. But the student really did spend an hour under the Weishan Tree, and there's surveillance video to prove it. Even if they really wanted to recover the Weishan Tree, they wouldn't spend a fortune and risk someone's life there, right? And she's still alive. Fifth floor: Everyone, please don't get sidetracked. This discussion is about why the junior student came back to life. Since it's already been confirmed to be an accident, I think it's largely related to her special abilities. First, it's well known that humans who stay under the Weishan Tree for more than 10 minutes will faint and then collapse. If discovered by nearby people, they'd be immediately taken to the hospital. But this new junior student didn't show any signs of collapse after 10 minutes. Then, from the surveillance footage, we see that the junior student had been sitting cross-legged without any abnormalities, but she suddenly collapsed an hour later. Does this mean she fainted an hour later? This suggests that this junior student is quite unusual. The biggest difference between us is the composition of our superpowers, so we infer that her superpowers might be rare or even very powerful. Ninth floor: From this perspective, this person is truly remarkable. They must have multiple superpowers, right? She was able to stay under the Weishan Tree for so long, even faking her death and recovering. I suspect she has exceptional mental strength or spatial mobility. 10th floor: You're all wrong. I just checked this junior student's exam video. What do you think her superpower is? Water elemental superpowers, and her body can directly transform into water form. Her control over her superpowers is astonishing. I see that her water flow forms are exactly the same as the Roland family's superpowers. Can't you all tell? Perhaps she's a genius from this prestigious family, and she's here to cause this mess. 11th floor: I watched the video too, and she's definitely quite talented. I feel like she's even more powerful than the fire-type Esper from the Yi family who just entered the school. TSK, the Roland and Yi families are sworn enemies. A Roland family member this talented must be pissing off the Yi family. 12th floor: We've strayed off topic. Why do I feel like everyone's gone off topic again? 13th floor: Isn't the conclusion obvious? The newly admitted freshman is suspected to be a Roland prodigy, possessing some special life-saving technique. As for what that technique is, we have to see if they're willing to share it. 14th floor: Don't be so arbitrary. This junior's name is Nanqing, not Luolan, and the Roland family is applying to a District 1 college this year. Stop making random assumptions. What we should be more concerned about is whether the school will reclaim the Weishan Tree. After all, the risk involved in this incident is too great, and the school is timid. 15th floor: This is hilarious. Are you being polite upstairs? Nanqing turned off the electronic screen, feeling a headache. After this incident, she had become a celebrity at the District 3 Military Academy. Not only did the students know her, but even the teachers knew about her miraculous death and resurrection. Bai Huying was extremely surprised by Nanqing. To prove that she was still alive and not infected by contaminants, she took her for a full physical examination, including a mental test. Nanqing's mental power had just returned from her body, and was a little weak. She was then forced to undergo the test, forcing her to concentrate on hiding her tentacles to avoid detection. After the test, Bai Huying looked at the test data in her hand, looking at Nanqing with great surprise. Classmate, your mental power has reached S level. Bai Huying was surprised, then suddenly realized, no wonder, S-level mental power. No wonder you could stay under the tree for so long. No wonder I couldn't detect your mental power. It turns out your mental power is stronger than mine. Genius, genius. I need to write a report and record your data. I need to let the higher-ups know about you. Nanqing's face twitched when she heard this. Dr. Bai, there's no need for such a big fuss. The Federation has so many talented people, and they don't need me. Making such a grand ceremony would have a bad impact. Nanqing was currently lurking in the academy. She didn't want to become too famous and attract attention. Besides, She was here to find someone and treat her after effects. After completing these tasks, Nanjing would leave and make other plans. Bai Huying, completely absorbed in the excitement of this medical miracle, waved her hand in comfort. Don't worry, I report your data back to the Federation. The Federation will definitely prioritize you and provide you with better resources. Reaching S-level psychic power at your age makes you a true genius among psychics, and your future is immeasurable. She murmured, the last time I saw such high values was by Major General Chen Qiong. She must be the strongest person in the Federation now. Nanxing tried to stop him in vain, and was helped back to the dormitory by her roommate Gao Ming. Gao Ming and Yi Yin expressed a mixture of relief and fear at Nanxing's actions. Gao Ming scolded Nanxing, you scared me to death. If you'd woken up any later, you'd be nothing but ashes. Yi Yin nodded and said, Nanxing, next time you go to the Weishan tree, remember to bring us along. We need someone to accompany us in places like this, and keep each other informed. Nanxing smiled helplessly, I see. This time it was just an accident. I made you worry for a while. I treat you to dinner in the second-floor cafeteria when we get back. Then I have to eat more, or all my tears will be in vain. Gao Ming wiped her red eyes again. She thought, after all, she'd cried for this woman. She was a towering 6 feet 8 inches, and she'd embarrassed herself so much. Today, she was going to eat Nanxing up completely. To appease her two roommates, Nanxing's points pool was heavily depleted. After the incident settled, Sui returned to the dormitory the day before the opening ceremony. She had been away for the entire first semester, supposedly working to earn some pocket money. She didn't know about Nanxing's exploits, but was surprised by a few acquaintances in the dormitory. After many twists and turns, they finally made it to the opening ceremony of District 3 Academy. Nanxing and her roommates changed into their blue and white striped uniforms, and stood on the training ground, divided into dorm freshman groups. Only then did they realize that this batch of incoming freshmen numbered only a little over 100, a number that wouldn't even fill the training grounds. Several serious-looking figures stood on the stage, and in the center, the principal of the District 3 Military Academy, a gray-haired old woman, stepped forward to speak. Nanxing and Gao Ming exchanged glances, each receiving a surprise from the other's eyes. This gray-haired old woman was the same old man they'd met outside District 3, giving directions. Gao Ming was amused, whispering, I was wondering why this old woman was still there in the wilderness. Turns out she's a hidden master. Do you think if we had tried to curry favor with the principal, would we have been accepted directly? Nanxing shook her head, cautioning, don't talk nonsense. She can hear you. Gao Ming was startled by this, then felt a gaze sweep over her head, sending a chill down her spine. The person staring at her was none other than Principal Li, standing at the podium. Gao Ming fell silent on the spot, standing bolt upright. She could feel an invisible pressure, nearly buckling her legs. It wasn't until Principal Li averted his gaze that Gao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he hadn't done anything to her, she felt as if she were suffocating. It was terrifying. Principal Li glanced around, his serious face slowly breaking into a smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Hantian. I've been the principal of District 3 Academy for over 10 years. I'm delighted to see you, the new students enrolling. You've heard of District 3 Academy. Your admission is proof of your excellence. At least compared to your peers, you can be considered a child of destiny. By the time the principal reached this point, some of the students were already feeling a bit elated, their chests puffed out, and their expressions radiated with pride. Out of tens of thousands of applicants, only 100 or so had made it. They truly had reason to be proud. Li Hantian, hands behind her back, gazed at the young brats on the training ground, each of them beaming with energy and vigor. She spoke again, slowly, but this time with a shift in tone. Look at you young, energetic people. Do you know what it means to be a student at the Federal Military Academy, enjoying top-tier resources? Li Hantian's commanding voice pierced the entire training ground, instantly quieting the restless freshmen. This means you have a heavy responsibility. In the future, you will march on the battlefield, defending the human federation with your flesh and blood. You will endure the endless cold nights, watch the yellow sand outside the city, and resist the pollutants in the dark night. The medals on your chests are the blood and tears of countless of your kind. You are the human federation's sharpest future guards. You will receive the most elite training at the military academy. The academy will strengthen you until you ultimately dedicate yourself to humanity, until your last breath. Li Hantian's aged face spoke with powerful words, each one striking a chord with these young people, all barely 20 years old. The freshmen sensed a heaviness and solemnity in her words, as if human history were etched into their very voice. Children, now you understand your responsibilities, and the fate you will face. You still have a chance to withdraw. You can turn around and leave now. No one will say anything. This is your only chance to withdraw. Li Hantian's calm words stirred a wave of emotion. The freshmen remained silent. No one stood up. Some of them might have wavered, but after all the hard work they'd gone through to gain admission, who would give up? They had understood their path long before they applied. Li Hantian and the academy teacher waited a moment. Seeing no reaction, she smiled with relief. Very good, it seems you've come to your senses. She raised her voice and shouted, then, the remaining 100 new military academy students, follow me in taking the oath. Yes. The freshmen responded in unison. Li Hantian and the teacher on the stage clasped their right fists together in the federal military salute. Li Hantian, I volunteer to serve in the Federal Army Reserve. I volunteer to serve in the Federal Army Reserve. Li Hantian, I am willing to be humanity's bulwark, resisting everything. I am willing to be humanity's bulwark, resisting everything. Li Hantian, no matter the darkness of night, no matter the bitter cold. No matter the darkness of night, no matter the bitter cold. Li Hantian, no matter how powerful or terrifying the enemy. No matter how powerful or terrifying the enemy. Li Hantian, I will stand before humanity, braving any bloody storm. I will stand before humanity, braving any bloody storm. Strive for the dawn of humanity. Strive for the dawn of humanity. The training ground echoed with the resounding voices of 100 freshmen. They chanted along to the last line, a surge of excitement rising in their veins, ready to shed their blood at any moment. Even Nanqing, a veteran who had lived for many years and been reborn once more, couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. After the oath was taken, the opening ceremony concluded, and everyone should have dispersed. However, Li Hantian then added, in addition to you new students, our academy also has specially recruited new students from District 319. The mention of District 319 instantly perked Nanqing up. Had she gone through so much trouble to enter District 3 Academy, just to get information about the survivors who had enrolled there? I had thought it would take a lot of searching before I could find them, but Principal Li had openly mentioned them. At the same time, 3 people, also wearing blue and white uniforms, but with masks on their faces and tightly wrapped limbs, took the podium. From the introductions just now, it was clear that these 3 were the specially recruited students Principal Li had mentioned. Li Hantian continued, these 3 survivors of District 319 were personally recruited by Major General Chen Qiong. To express his gratitude for the Academy's support and his hope for friendship and mutual assistance among our students, Major General Chen Qiong took a special photo to congratulate them. Chapter 75. Nanqing didn't have time to take a closer look at the masked survivor of Area 319 on the podium before a massive screen of light appeared, blocking her view. Nanqing looked up. The upper half of a woman appeared on the screen. Her hair was short, her eyes were azure, and her face was cold and emotionless. The shoulder patches on her upper body, a series of starlight, revealed her status. In the Federation, perhaps only Chen Qiong possessed such a distinctive appearance, young age, and extraordinary status. She symbolized the Federation's strongest fighting force, and the ultimate goal of every psychic who joined the military academy. I'm very pleased to meet you all. I sincerely hope that you will become my most outstanding and reliable comrades, and I hope you will usher in the dawn of the Human Federation. Chen Qiong's face remained expressionless as he spoke, like a sharp, cold knife, piercing the heart and leaving a lasting memory. The 100 students present, excited at the sight of Chen Qiong, then turned solemn. After hearing his brief speech, they all joined in pledging the oath for the dawn of humanity. It was clear that the Federation truly wanted to cultivate pioneers who could lead humanity out of apocalypse. Compared to the other students' excitement, Nanqing was much calmer. She was more concerned about the 3 masked special recruits above her. The survivors of Area 319. The 3 wore loose academic gowns, obscuring their figures and genders. Nanqing had no way of telling if any of them were familiar. Guess I have to talk to them privately. She pondered the next move when a faint voice called from the giant screen. Nanqing. Swish. When Nanqing's name was called, Gao Ming, Su Yi, and Yi Yen couldn't help but turn their heads to look at her. She was startled, then looked up to find Chen Qiong's emerald eyes fixed on her. Nanqing's heart skipped a beat. What does Chen Qiong want me to do? How did she know I'd enrolled in District 3 Academy? Chen Qiong didn't give her time to think. I'd like to commend you, Nanqing and Yi Yen, 2 new students, for your recent participation in the Federation's mission, helping to eradicate the polluting alien beasts and identify major hidden dangers early. On behalf of the Federation, I commend you as District 3's outstanding students, and you will receive outstanding student treatment. As Chen Qiong finished speaking, the whole room erupted in laughter. Outstanding student treatment was no different from being nominated by the Federation for a military position. As long as they survived until graduation and stayed out of trouble, their future jobs were secure. Who wouldn't want a bright future studying at Area 3 Academy? A fleeting flash of surprise crossed Nanqing's face. She hadn't expected that news of her recent blood sausage processing trip with Yi Dan Yishuang and the others would reach Chen Qiong's ears. Judging from Chen Qiong's reaction, the Federation clearly took the contaminated egg secretly produced in the commercial building very seriously. Before the crowd's uproar died down, Chen Qiong added, "Nanqing, I'm delighted to have a student like you enrolled at Area 3 Academy. I look forward to meeting you face to face in a year." Being called again, Nanqing felt countless eyes converge on her, including those of Principal Li Hantian on the stage and several masked survivors from Area 319. Nanqing, is that the Nanqing who rose from the dead beneath the Weishan tree? Major General Chen Qiong actually mentioned her personally. Who is she? What special identity does she have? I heard she's from the lower city district, and she's not related to any supernatural family. Chen Qiong's light and shadow faded amidst the murmurs of the crowd, and the District 3 opening ceremony officially concluded. Nanqing returned to the dormitory under everyone's strange gazes. Her roommate, who had been trying to remain calm all the way, finally snapped. "Nanqing, you know Major General Chen Qiong? She actually mentioned you by name in such a grand occasion." Gao Ming, agitated, grabbed her friend's arm and shook it. Sui chimed in, "I didn't expect our dorm to be so full of talent. It's so exciting right from the start of the school year. We even have a spot on the college forum. If this were in a novel, we'd start out as the main character, right?" Gao Ming, "Who says not?" Nanqing, hearing their increasingly outrageous comments, sighed and interrupted, "I'm not familiar with Major General Chen Qiong, and she didn't just mention me. She also mentioned Yi Yan. It just so happened that we solved the pollution problem, and the Federation gave us a reward. I was just lucky." Yi Yan shook his head, No, I was only mentioned once. I guess it was just a passing mention. Major General Chen Qiong mainly wanted to say hello to you." Compared to the others' unfamiliarity with Major General Chen Qiong, Yi Yan had met him several times. Through their brief interactions, Yi Yan understood that Major General Chen Qiong was an extremely taciturn man, always speaking to the utmost brevity. Someone who was mentioned repeatedly by him must be extremely important to Major General Chen Qiong. Nanqing knew her explanation wouldn't make it clear. She couldn't possibly claim she was from District 319 and expose herself for no reason, even though her current situation had already been exposed to Chen Qiong. "Nanqing, I'm certainly not familiar with her, and I don't know why she wants to meet me in a year." Yi Yan was surprised. "You don't know?" Nanqing shook her head, still puzzled by Chen Qiong's attention. "See you in a year?" "In a year, she might have already found Nanqing and left the academy." Yi Yan replied, "There's the Federation College competition in a year, and Chen Qiong will be one of the judges. I think she meant seeing you at the competition." "Federal College competition?" Nanqing raised an eyebrow. This was the first she'd heard of it. The other two people in the dormitory also looked bewildered. Gao Ming asked, "Is this competition important?" "The college competition is specifically designed to select the best students to become core members of the Federation and reserve cadres for the Federation Army. It can be said to be a turning point in the lives of all participating students," Yi Yan explained. Gao Ming suddenly realized, the winner of the competition will have a secure career. Yi Yan smiled and said, "That's about right. Furthermore, the champion of the Federation College competition will have a chance to enter the resource library. It's said that in the resource library, the champion will receive resources that further enhance their power. With luck, they enter at A level and exit at SSS level. SSS level power? That's completely analogous to the power of a three-headed hellhound. It's hard to imagine such power appearing in a human. Would they still be considered human?" The others in the dormitory perked up upon hearing this. Nanqing hadn't expected such a thing to exist in the Federation. She asked directly, "Has anyone reached SSS level psychics before?" Yi Yan shook his head. "In theory, it's achievable, but in reality, the highest level a human in the Federation has ever reached through the resource library is SS level. Major General Chen Qiong." With that name, everything seemed to make sense. Gao Ming gasped. "SS level? No wonder Major General Chen Qiong has reached his current position at such a young age." Sui also expressed admiration. "If someone like me could enter the resource library." Yi Yan smiled and spread his hands. "I'm not trying to undermine your confidence. Major General Chen Qiong is already the strongest humankind can produce. Other champions would only be S level at best, or perhaps just stand there motionless, unable to break through the energy storage barrier. Gao Ming, S level is impressive too. After Yi Yan's explanation, Nanxing vaguely felt she had found a clue, but because it was so scattered, she couldn't figure out the logic behind it. She could only keep it in mind for now. After the opening of the school term at District 3 Academy, the formal learning phase began, and Nanxing and the others began their busy schedule. From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., the classes were completely packed, leaving no gaps. And they were all theoretical, knowledge-based, and cultural. Sitting all day would leave your butt cracked. This diabolical class schedule shows how much District 3 Academy values these students. They're eager to have the first-year students memorize all the theoretical knowledge in the first month. Then the rest of the time is devoted to practical exercises. For Gao Ming and her group, who only love fighting and grappling with pollutants, this is more painful than killing her. I can't take it anymore. My head's been buzzing these days. All that pollutant structure and anatomy, the effects and uses of energy, the classification of exotic beasts, the history of human evolution, and that damn world history. I really can't take it anymore. I'm already sleepy, and have a headache after just one day. Gao Ming wailed, but God knows she only wanted to get stronger, and go out and fight monsters. Yi Yan caressed Gao Ming's furry head lovingly and soothed her. Good girl, Ming Ming, just keep going. You have to take all these exams at the end of the semester. You have to pay 10,000 points for each fail course. Gao Ming's expression deepened upon hearing this, and she simply thought this school was truly heartless. Nanxing was adapting well to the heavy workload, but she was troubled by the fact that she had almost no time to interact with the 3 specially admitted students, the survivors of Area 319. These 3 specially admitted students were truly treated like special students. Since the start of the semester, they had not only worn masks and wrapped themselves in robes to go to class, but also had high-level psychic guards assigned by the academy. Their accommodations were strictly controlled, separated from the ordinary students and isolated in a small building. Those who didn't know the details might have assumed they were some kind of special connections, who warranted such protection. Of course, anyone introduced by Chen Qiong was no different from a special connection. With the 3 specially enrolled students under such close surveillance, Nanxing's plan to meet with them individually became even more difficult. Nanxing had to stake out her position for several days, but her perseverance paid off, and she finally found a way out. After class, they had a 2-hour lunch break, which was also the time for students to move freely, use the restroom, eat, and rest. The 3 specially enrolled students were no exception. Nanxing gave her textbooks to her roommates, asking them to take them back to the dorm. She herself, under the pretext of something else, staked out a spot outside a public restroom. The 3 specially enrolled students also attended classes separately from Nanxing and the others. They occasionally audited, but most of the time, they attended separate classes in another building. They were usually hurried back to their dorms after class, but there was one exception. One of them had a stomach ache and couldn't wait to use the restroom after class. Nanxing stood outside the restroom for a while, braving the foul smell and concealing herself. Soon, she heard conversation. Report, teacher, I want to. A voice stuttered. An impatient voice echoed from the other side. Go ahead, hurry up. Don't stay any longer, it's unsafe. Call me immediately if anything happens, understand? Understood. Then came the sound of footsteps. Nanxing knew her opportunity had come. She concentrated her mind and transformed into a thin stream of water, quietly slipping into the toilet cubicle. Sometimes one has to marvel at the versatility of water forms. Coming and disappearing without a trace, even capable of the most shady things. Crawling in the toilet was a masked figure shrouded in a white robe. Humans are probably at their most vulnerable when using the toilet. When Nanxing arrived, he was completely unprepared, and when she grabbed his neck and covered his mouth, he was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. I advise you not to scream, or I'm not sure you'll be alive. Chapter 76. I urge you not to scream, or I'm not sure you survive. Nanxing's face was tightly covered, giving her a sinister look. The sharp knife in her hand made her words even more convincing, and the specially recruited students fell silent. Noticing the silence, Nanxing held the knife in one hand and released her mental power with the other, blocking out any energy interference. This was a skill she discovered after fainting under the Weishan tree. She discovered that she could project her mental power outward, while also manipulating a small amount of it to form a barrier. This effectively prevented the psychics waiting outside from eavesdropping and detecting her presence. However, Nanxing's mental barrier wouldn't last long, so she cut straight to the point. I have no ill intentions. I just want to know something. I ask you a question, and you answer it. Once you've answered, I let you go. Okay, okay. The man, held hostage, had little strength to resist and could only comply. Nanqing was pleased with the man's tact. She asked, "Are you from Area 319? Yes. Yes. A hint of panic flashed in the man's eyes, and he hesitated before answering. Nanqing frowned. How did you escape when the city was full of pollutants and heretics? I followed Major General Chen Qiong's command and escaped through the underground safe passage. Many people escaped through that tunnel. What he said matched Nanqing's memory, confirming that she had found the right person. Nanqing, and then? And then? The man paused, his body trembling slightly. And then? He hesitated for a long time, unable to utter a word. Nanqing sensed his fear and loosened her grip a little, preventing him from choking. She lowered her voice and asked, "And then, what happened?" We were being hunted, and many people died. Who was hunting you? I don't know. There were many people, and many monsters. His speech began to blur again, clearly recalling something unpleasant. After hesitating for so long, yet failing to get any information out of him, it would be a real loss if he were to become overwhelmed. Time was running out. The guards outside could easily detect any abnormality inside. Nanqing frowned deeply, then raised her finger and released a thin black thread. Nerve toxins can temporarily control humans for interrogation. Nanqing used a smaller dose this time to ensure no direct harm to the survivor. The survivor's brain nerves were connected by gray threads. He fell silent, and his eyes, visible from beneath his mask, became blank. Nanqing continued, "Tell me everything that happened after you escaped Area 319, highlighting the key points. After we left the city, a black fog descended upon Area 319, swallowing up all light. My family and I braved the darkness, following the others as we continued on our journey, hoping to reach the next district for help. Suddenly, a flood of pollutants besieged us along the way. Luckily, the Area 319 law enforcement team followed us and helped us eliminate most of the monsters, but some of us got separated and lost in the darkness. We were all hungry and thirsty. After some time, we encountered a group of people who attacked us." Nanqing frowned. "Who are they?" "They're wearing white robes with flames on their sleeves, so I can't see their faces." "Holy light." When Nanqing heard the description, she immediately felt as if it were expected. After all, it wasn't surprising that Holy Light would do such things for their perverted human experiments. But things were far more complicated than Nanqing had imagined. "There's another group of people in black mechs, and they're also trying to capture us." "Black mechs?" Nanqing paused. The survivors continued to talk to themselves. "I don't know where these people came from. Most of my companions were captured, and I don't know if they're alive or dead. Some escaped, but they've mutated, becoming a bloody mess, like contaminated flesh. Humanity has mutated, and you've been invaded by contaminated energy?" "Yes, we've been afflicted by the contamination. The disaster in Area 319 is like a curse upon everyone. Even after escaping, the outside world is still strangling us." The more Nanqing listened, the heavier her heart grew. She hadn't expected the survivors to experience such cruelty after escaping. Who is manipulating all this? Why are the people of Area 319 being exterminated? What is attracting them? How did you escape? Nanqing questioned, staring at the masked face. Controlled by the neurotoxin, he calmly replied, "When there were only 10 of us survivors left, we met Major General Chen Qiong. She brought us back with her mechanical beasts, applied for federal protection, and allowed us to recuperate at the academy. Over 10,000 people escaped Area 319, yet only 10 were brought back. Where did the rest of the group go? Are they all dead, or?" Nanqing's heart sank upon hearing this. Surrounded by enemies, the survivors in Area 319 were themselves contaminated. In such a desperate situation, their chances of survival were practically zero. So what was Nanqing's chance of survival? Nanqing asked the question she knew best. "Where is Nanqing?" "I don't know. Many people died and got separated. The 10 survivors don't know each other." After repeated inquiries, there was still no answer. Disappointment is inevitable. Nanqing sighed, thinking that she had returned empty-handed. The survivor then brought up another matter. "I haven't heard of the people you're looking for, but I've seen the Cross-Star mercenaries. They escaped with us and headed north, with a group of white-robed men chasing them. Nanqing was taken away by the Cross-Star when he left. If there was news of the mercenary group, it meant it was connected to Nanqing." Nanqing perked up upon hearing this and immediately asked, "Where did the Cross-Star go?" "North, seemingly heading towards a deeply contaminated area," not far from the upper city. The answer was still vague, and Nanqing was about to ask again when footsteps were heard outside the restroom. "Classmate, are you okay? Classmate?" It was the psychic guarding the door. Apparently, after asking questions for too long, he'd noticed something was wrong with the restroom. Not wanting to be discovered, Nanqing had to withdraw and retract the neurotoxin. The survivor lost control of the toxin and collapsed unconscious. Nanqing, no longer concerned, transformed into a stream of water, retracted his mental power, and hit on the ceiling. The psychic outside had already entered, and Nanqing only had time to glance back. Due to the angle of the survivor's fall, his mask had been knocked off, revealing a face riddled with cracks, the marks of being corroded by polluted energy. This survivor's level of alienation had reached 80%. At this level of alienation, a human being was close to being a pollutant, completely and deeply infected, yet he was still conscious and able to speak. Nanqing's eyes flashed with confusion. The survivors had knocked the toilet stall door open, revealing his head, allowing the incoming psychic to immediately notice something was wrong. Startled, the psychic immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Who are you? Get out!" Nanqing didn't hesitate, teleporting through the crack in the window, leaving no trace. "Where are you running to?" A faint voice echoed, accompanied by waving vines, fiercely entangling the fleeing white-robed figure. After being caught by the vines, the white-robed figure cried out in terror, "Mercy, mercy, please. Just let me go, and I'd do anything." "Oh, really?" A faint voice came from behind the vines. The white-robed figure, believing she still had a chance of survival, quickly declared, "Anything. Even helping me pass on information. Aren't you a heretic? I know what you want. We at Holy Light have an energy-boosting potion. Let me go, and I get it for you." The figure behind the vines seemed to laugh, and the giant plant trembled. "Sounds so familiar. Someone else told me the same thing. Why are all you people at Holy Light so bad?" The white-robed figure was stunned upon hearing this. "What did you say? Holy Light Base 3 has been burned down. You have no chance." The tone of her voice was tinged with laughter, like a thorn of icy cold. The moment she finished speaking, the white-robed figure's head was pierced by the vines. The white-robed figure fell to the ground, his robe stained with crimson blood. The vines retracted into a massive plant, and from it emerged a smiling girl. Her hair was disheveled, and her bare feet treaded on the bloody soil. Her dark eyes were imprinted with the glow of the flames not far ahead. That was the location of Holy Light Base 3, nestled in the desert, enveloped in thick smoke and flames. The girl looked at the shrouded ruins, counting on her fingers. "How many have I been? 1, 2. I can't remember." She muttered, "I've searched so many places, but I still can't find my sister." "It doesn't matter. She can't find her here. Let's go to the next place." She laughed again, hands behind her back, and walked back happily. At that moment, someone called out to her, "Nanqing." The girl turned around and saw the person approaching. The lingering vine of smile on her hand vanished and burrowed into her body. "Sister Ottawa, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me at the camp?" After arriving, Ottawa glanced at the white-robed figure lying dead on the ground, his head collapsed. Her face tightened, and she sighed, "I saw the fire up ahead. I was worried about you, so I came to check on you." You burned down another base." "Yeah, isn't that good? I've avenged Brother Adai and Number 11. Nanqing smiled, her expression normal, clearly unfazed by the murders and arson. It's hard to imagine her current appearance. Not long ago, she was so innocent and simple, even needing protection due to her limited legs. Now, she's a cold and ruthless person. Ottawa thought, Nanqing would probably be frightened by seeing this younger sister. Nanqing approached, affectionately taking Ottawa's arm around him. "It's polluted and noisy here. Let's go back and rest. Sister Ottawa, your injury hasn't healed yet. Don't run around anymore. What if you run into danger?" Ottawa was amused by his scolding. "Xiaochen, why are you so much like your sister now?" "What do you mean?" "Same as your sister, both of you, always trying to show off and rush into everything." Nanqing blinked. "Really?" Ottawa shook her head and sighed. "Their expressions are similar, too. It's because I've become stronger that I dare to go out alone. She's my sister, so it's normal for us to be alike." Nanqing smiled. "It would be great if my sister were here. If she knew how powerful I am, she'd be delighted." A duo took another look at Nanqing. Nanqing had grown up a bit now, her features less childish, and she looked like a girl around 15 or 16. At that age, according to human time, she would be attending high school in the Federation. But Nanxing had already transcended the human realm. She still had human form, but as she moved, holding a duo's hand, cracks began to appear on her skin, and it looked like it was made of plant matter. This was a clear sign of transformation, or perhaps Nanxing had already completely transformed. After being devoured by the powerful alien beast, she strangely merged with the plant beast, even retaining her human consciousness and possessing the beast's powerful powers. To others, Nanxing's current state made her a complete heretic, a heretic masquerading as a human. A duo didn't know if Nanxing was still human, but she saw him carrying her on his back, evading pursuit, killing countless people just to find his teammates, and crying like a child from the excruciating pain of his mutation. A duo couldn't help but relent. She knew Nanxing was still Nanxing, having simply endured too much hardship to become what she was now. A duo silently wondered, I wonder if Nanxing would be sad to see her like this. After all, she was the loved one she had risked her life to protect, and she certainly wouldn't want her to suffer so much. Sister A duo, where do you think my sister is? If she's still alive, she's definitely looking for us, right? Nanxing suddenly asked. She'd definitely be looking for us. But we've searched so many places, including the Holy Light Labs, and there's no sign of her. Where else could she have gone? A duo paused. Given the severity of the disaster in Area 319, the chances of her surviving were slim. But if she told Nanxing directly about facing the death of a loved one, a duo wondered if he would collapse and go mad. The contaminated energy would not only affect Nanxing physically but also mentally. A duo didn't dare to provoke Nanxing right then and there. She could only slowly say, perhaps your sister is living peacefully in a city in the Federation. We can search each city one by one, and we eventually find her. Nanxing thought her words made sense and said happily, living in the Federation. Let's go into the city and look for her. I haven't been to the Federation in a while. Where should we go first? Let's go to the upper city. It's the closest. Xiaoqun, are you in good health enough to enter the city? Don't worry. The heretic who came to me a while ago told me how to hide. It's no problem. A duo looked worried at this. Do you really believe them? Nanxing smiled again, a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. You can't possibly stay in the city forever, can you? Chapter 77. Nanxing had just emerged from the bathroom, her hair still dripping with water, when there was a knock on the dormitory door. Open the door. Routine dormitory inspection. In the middle of the day, doing an inspection during lunch break? Are you going to let us live? Sui, feeling rather grumpy after waking up, grumbled as she went to open the door. When she saw the instructor, whose face looked gloomy, her mind suddenly cleared up. Hello, teacher. The instructor scanned Sui from head to toe, confirming that nothing was amiss, then looked inside the dormitory. How many people are in the dormitory now? Everyone come out. Sui didn't dare breathe and quickly turned to look at her roommates. It's no wonder she was so terrified. Ever since she started school, first-year students have learned that there are 3 things they shouldn't mess with. First, Principal Li Hantian must not be provoked. She's a veteran superpower, almost 100 years old. For superpowers of her age, who haven't retired yet, her power is among the best in the Federation. She could easily kill a few disobedient individuals with a flick of her finger. Second, the infirmary, led by Dr. Bai Huying of the Military Academy, must not be provoked. If you're injured during combat drills or field missions, you need Dr. Bai's expertise to ensure immediate, free, and quality medical care. Your life is in their hands at that moment, so you must not provoke them. They can't afford to do that. Third, there's the freshman instructor. The grade instructor holds the final say over their assessments and evaluations. Whether they pass or fail this semester, or need to retake a course, depends on the dean's leniency, making the exams easier and setting the passing score lower. Anyone who's experienced the dean's entrance exams wouldn't want to endure his torture a second time. Everyone in the dormitory, including Nanxing, was called to the door. The instructor looked them over with a sharp gaze, pausing as he glanced at Nanxing's still wet hair. He asked Nanxing, "Where were you this afternoon?" Nanxing replied calmly, "I took a hot shower in the dorm." "Who can prove that?" Nanxing blinked. "Teacher, showering shouldn't be watched by others, right? I don't have any special fetishes." Yi Yin and Gao Ming, standing beside them, couldn't help but burst into laughter. The instructor gave them a sharp look, and they both stifled their laughter. "What about you? Did you see each other in the dorm all afternoon?" No one left in the middle of the day, showing any unusual behavior. "We returned to the dorm after class and didn't go out." After saying this, Yi Yin glanced at Nanxing discreetly. She asked, "Teacher, what happened?" The instructor didn't answer. After scanning the neatly arranged students in the dormitory, he instructed a fellow student behind him to use a scanning device to test the students. Body energy test. Everyone, come before the device and test it. Everyone in the dormitory knew this scanning device. It was a pollution energy tester, a machine specifically designed to detect pollutants. Nanxing raised an eyebrow at this scene. She hadn't expected the school to detect pollution energy so quickly. But it made sense. She herself was a pollution inspector. After all, the 3rd District Academy was one of the top institutions in the Human Federation. Identifying energy sources was a piece of cake for them. The others in the dormitory also showed subtle expressions upon seeing this. Gao Ming couldn't help but mutter, "Is there something polluting in the school? Are they treating us as suspects?" The instructor said, "Don't waste time, hurry up." Gao Ming shushed him, and Sui pulled her into line for inspection. Nanxing had also gathered her mental energy early to protect herself. Thus, no one in their dormitory was unwell. The instructor breathed a sigh of relief, his tone softening slightly. "These few days are unsafe. After class, stay put and don't run around." After giving his instructions, he led the teachers behind him to the next dormitory. The corridors were now filled with surprised and frightened students, and the teachers were knocking on every door to check, leaving no one unharmed. Of course, the instructor hadn't found anything, as the real culprit of the commotion, Nanxing, had already escaped the search. "Something's unusual today. All the teachers in the school have been dispatched to check us inside and out. It seems like contaminants have gotten in, but we don't know where they've hit. There's no news at all. Could it be a heretic that's infiltrated? It's taken human form and hidden among us students? That's terrifying. If there's a heretic among us, we die without knowing how." "Shoo, keep your voice down. The school hasn't given us a clear announcement yet. If we speculate like this, be careful, the school board will call us out and accuse us of spreading rumors." The commotion caused by the school search lasted all day, and by evening, no one had come to any conclusion. After the turmoil, the students, having finished their classes for the day, returned to their dormitories, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Nanxing listened to her roommates gradually steadying breathing, and recalled the events of the day. First, she found the survivors of Area 319. They told her that everyone who had left the disaster had been infected and was being hunted. They encountered a hellish siege, resulting in countless casualties and even unusual infections. Qin Xiong rescued the few remaining members and placed them in the academy in the first 3 zones. What was her motive? Nanxing didn't believe that Qin Xiong, a high-ranking major general, was simply being kind and trying to save people. Secondly, according to survivors, Cross Star Meng retreated deep into the contaminated area after the siege. Details are currently unknown. Nanxing's sister followed Cross Star Meng, and under normal circumstances, they would have fled together. The possibility of her being killed along the way cannot be ruled out. Nanxing now wanted to confirm whether Nanxing was still alive. Based on the current situation, she should leave the academy and search for her in the deep contaminated area. So what should she do next? Nanxing's questions remained unanswered, and her campus courses entered the practical phase. The combat instructor for the first-year freshmen was an older woman with a neat ponytail and combat uniform. She stood tall and impressive. Upon first meeting her, the students felt as if a sharp blade was pointed directly at their heads, forcing them to be on high alert, fearing it would strike them. Thus, the first-year students who arrived at the training ground automatically fell silent under her pressure. The older woman, named Wu Yun, was the most experienced practical instructor at the 3rd District Academy. She introduced the course with a serious expression. Today's class will focus on the control of supernatural energy. Human supernatural powers derive from energy, and the power of pollutants also derives from energy. Energy varies in strength. Currently, the Federation ranks energy in descending order from S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Among them, Class C to Class F have weak energies, making them at most stronger than ordinary people. This is the basic level that most mercenaries can achieve. Energy levels above Class C require the awakening of human psychic powers through mutation. A Class C psychic can normally deal with small, swarming pollutants like centipedes. With good power control, they can take on more than a dozen at once. Similarly, Class B psychics, based on energy standards, can fight against large Class B pollutants and evolved alien beasts. With proper power control, they can take on about 10. Class A and Class S psychics already possess energy, the ability to externalize energy into a domain. Fighting against alien beasts and heretics of the same level relies on domain utilization. Those with strong domain utilization can simultaneously kill more than a dozen of the same level alien beasts. When Woo-Yun spoke, some of the students present expressed doubt. Woo-Yun paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over the students in class. Any questions? Raise your hands now. Someone silently raised their hands. Teacher, I'd like to ask, with good energy control, you can take on multiple monsters simultaneously. Has anyone really achieved this? As far as I know, among us, the best we can do is suppress the lower level. For example, if an A-level opponent is a B-level, it's possible to take on multiple enemies simultaneously, but I haven't heard of anyone doing it at the same level. And that's excluding supplementary abilities. Woo-Yun, you think it's impossible? The student nodded. The room was quiet, but this student actually expressed the thoughts of most people present. They all wanted to know how it was possible to take on more than a dozen monsters simultaneously with good energy control. Woo-Yun smiled, unperturbed. You little brats, I know you're ignorant, so today I'm going to open your eyes. As she spoke, she reached the door of the practice room. The practice room was a separate, isolated space, several hundred square meters in size. The crowd could only gaze upon the empty space through the transparent glass. Woo-Yun stood alone inside and shouted to the overhead light, Sky Eye, release 10 alien beasts of the same level. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the space, tester detected. Woo-Yun's energy level is A, match 10 alien beasts of equal strength. As the voice faded, a massive pollutant appeared in the practice room. The students watched through the glass window. Even though they knew the creatures were virtual, they could still sense the power of the virtual beasts. How could this school training ground simulate so many A-level pollutants? Nanxing was a little surprised. The sheer power of an A-level exotic beast is comparable to the snake she killed at District 3 Academy. The energy of the illusion can radiate across the entire lake. If 10 A-level exotic beasts were to gather simultaneously, they could potentially blow up the entire teaching building. Yin explained, this training room is the same as the simulation chamber. Test subjects will be identified by the Sky Eye upon entering, fitted with a simulator, and then simulated using their spirit bodies. This is the most advanced equipment in the Federation. It guarantees an immersive experience while ensuring absolute safety. Nanxing exclaimed, Teacher, how can this test guarantee that the pollutants simulated by the Sky Eye are of the same level? Yin shook his head and said, the Sky Eye's ultimate authority rests with the Federation's top brass. Not even District 3 school has full access. All I know is that the Sky Eye won't cheat. Upon hearing this, Nanxing suddenly realized something. She asked, has the Sky Eye been monitoring us at the academy? Yen nodded, of course. All important locations in the first 3 districts are monitored by the Sky Eye. Our every move is recorded by it. Nanxing felt a chill run down her spine. She recalled her recent, almost reckless, approach to the survivors of District 319. Had the Sky Eye also observed her every move, it probably hadn't, otherwise why hadn't the school directly contacted her? Or perhaps the Sky Eye had seen her, but not exposed her. Either way, it meant there might be a flaw in her previous actions. She needed to stay alert for the next few days. Under the watchful eyes of the first-year students, Woo-Yun's battle began. The first to attack her was a crustacean with a hooked tail. When it pierced its target, the venom of the hook's venom was clearly visible. Woo-Yun stood still, neither hurried nor slow. He raised his hand and began to form a gesture. Energy manifested, condensing into the shape of a wolf. The silver wolf raised its head and howled, then raised its front paws and struck the attacking crustacean. The crustacean was struck hard, sending it flying dozens of meters. The freshman exclaimed in amazement, she's actually an energy form. Her energy can manifest directly. What kind of mental control does that require? Energy form? Nanxing and Gao Ming were puzzled. Yin explained, the power of a psychic generally comes from the amount of energy they release. However, many people cannot fully utilize their powers. Therefore, some have proposed that truly powerful psychics master the precise use of mental power to control energy and unleash even greater power. This is called energy form, where energy is separated from its base form and manifested. That's only theoretically possible though. I didn't expect that what Teacher Woo-Yun said about taking on 10 enemies of the same level simultaneously was accomplished by energy form. Nanxing and Gao Ming's expressions shifted with surprise. Woo-Yun's silver wolf had already dispatched one of the crustaceans, and then quickly dispatched the second giant reptile. Simultaneously, the silver wolf and her own hands bared their sharp claws, attacking the monsters before them, striking directly at their vital points. In just a few minutes, 10 A-rank monsters were routed. After Woo-Yun's silver wolf shredded the last monster, the battle was over. She retracted her energy and sauntered out of the training room as light as a swallow. The first-year students stared at her in silence. Their enthusiastic and astonished eyes revealed their shock at Wu Yun's demonstrated abilities. Wu Yun slowly raised her head, her sharp aura piercing her. She said, "This is your training course, energy control. If you can achieve energy manifestation this semester, you receive full credit." Chapter 78. Wu Yun was pleased with the naive gazes of these young brats. With her hands behind her back, she moved on to the next step in the class. "Now, we conduct a mental and energy check, then enter the training room for training. Yi Yan, start your turn in the queue and come in for the test." Yi Yan's name was suddenly called, and he exclaimed, "Ah! What are you standing there for?" Wu Yun gave a gentle shout, and Yi Yan didn't hesitate and swiftly entered the training room. Nanxing watched as the training room door closed. The light from the sky eye above her head flashed twice, and a mechanical tone sounded. "Test subject detected, Yi Yan, energy level A-." Before anyone could react to Yi Yan's high energy level with surprise, the sky eye's mechanical tones echoed. 5 monsters of the same level have been matched. The test begins. Yi Yan's eyes widened and she asked, "Wait, won't you let me prepare?" However, the sky eye ignored her and released a simulated energy body to attack Yi Yan. Yi Yan had no choice but to quickly unleash her supernatural flame sword to defend herself. However, one sword was no match for 5 monsters. This was the first time Yi Yan had encountered so many high-level monsters. After only killing 2, she was dragged and unable to move by the others. When Yi Yan's test was over and she was released, her face was pale. Without saying a word, she reached over a nearby trash can. Wu Yun said, "You're experiencing the after effects of excessive mental energy use. Go to the side and relax." Next. The students looked at each other in dismay at Yi Yan's plight, and no one dared to volunteer. Wu Yun sighed, "Look at you all, you didn't show up." She opened the electronic roster and began to call out names. Next, Qin Yu. The student whose name was called also turned pale, hesitant to take a step forward. "If you don't want to go in, it's okay. Your practical course credits for this semester will be reset to 0, Wu Yun said to him with a smile. Under pressure from the credits, the student obediently entered the training room. The screams of Qin Yu were heard from the training room. The first-year students, unable to escape, entered the training room one by one, but none of them emerged standing easily. The difference was that some exited by holding onto the wall, while others crawled out. Gao Ming and Sui were also called in. Their test levels were A- for Gao Ming and B+ for Sui. After being attacked by 5 monsters, they only managed to hold on for a moment before vomiting violently into a trash can, falling into Yi Yan's category of mental exhaustion. Sui grabbed Nanxing, who hadn't been called yet, and grumbled, "Sister, you know what a spinning windmill feels like once you get in there. I feel like a rag right now, my mind riddled with holes from the attacks." Nanxing patted her on the back, amused. "Is it that serious?" Gao Ming and Yi Yanshan nodded approvingly. "Take care." Next, Nanxing. Wu Yun called Nanxing's name, and she stood up and walked into the training room. Because Nanxing wasn't sure if the contaminated energy within her would be detected by the sky eye, she deliberately retracted her mental energy and wrapped her tentacles together before entering. The sky eye emitted a faint white light, scanning Nanxing. After a moment, a message sounded, "The sky eye cannot detect the energy. Please relax and accept the scan." Nanxing's heart skipped a beat, thinking that trying to get away with it like this wasn't going to work. "Please release some mental energy, tester. The sky eye will begin a scan." Perhaps seeing Nanxing's hesitation, the sky eye offered some guidance. Nanxing breathed a sigh of relief. She only needed to divert a small amount of mental energy, so as not to expose the tentacle's energy. She drew a little strength to contact the sky eye's beam. Thankfully, the sky eye's scan was normal this time. Test subject Nanxing detected, energy level A+, matched with 5 monsters of the same level. Nanxing's energy test results immediately caught everyone's attention, astonished at this student's A+ level. Gao Ming, who had just recovered from her shock, murmured, "Nanxing's energy level is the highest among our freshmen, right?" Yi Yan nodded. A+ is 1 step away from becoming an S-level Esper. This means Nanxing will face 5 near S-level monsters, and that's assuming the sky eye's energy can accurately simulate monsters of the same level. Sui looked sympathetic. Hope she doesn't get out of this situation. Outside, everyone was talking. Nanxing was enveloped in the simulated fog, obstructing her vision. But her keen senses allowed her to faintly detect a dark shadow slowly approaching through the fog. When it fully came into view, Nanxing realized it wasn't just one mass, but 5 slime-like monsters, connected together. Its appearance caused a burst of gasps from those outside the training room. Even Wu Yun was startled. If A-level slime soft tissues of the same type devour each other and combine, their rank will reach S level. No, 2 fused together are already S rank. Wouldn't 5 fused together be S+? Gao Ming, Yi Yan, Su Yi, and the others all looked displeased upon seeing this. Gao Ming anxiously asked, "This is already a higher rank. How did the Sky Eye determine this?" "Teacher Wu, the energy released in the training room has exceeded the student's tolerance. I suggest halting the training." Yi Yan went straight to Wu Yun, hoping to end Nanxing's testing. Wu Yun's expression was also somewhat serious, but she shook her head and said, "The Sky Eye simulates actual combat based on the test subject's energy intensity and potential. So far, it hasn't made a mistake. The Sky Eye was able to match Nanxing with an S+ beast, which means she has the potential." Wu Yun spoke calmly, and Yi Yan could even see the excitement in the trainer's eyes. She asked, bewildered, "Did the Sky Eye previously arrange for super-level alien beast training for test subjects?" Wu Yun nodded, reminiscing, of course, and that student has now achieved extraordinary success. Amidst their conversation, Nanxing had already begun fighting. The first to attack her was a black tentacle. This tentacle looked similar to the one within her body, but smaller. This tentacle, splintered from the synthetic slime monster, emanated a layer of corrosive black mist when it attacked. As soon as Nanxing's water form collided with the monster, she felt a significant drain on her energy. Her energy was corroded. However, the formidable foe before her was more than just a tentacle. It was an S+ alien beast fused together from 5 alien beasts. Since her last battle with the white air current, Nanxing had rarely encountered such a formidable opponent. As one tentacle of the slime attacked, another condensed and launched, attacking Nanxing. Their tentacles were composed of liquid, yet they were incredibly powerful. Ordinary psychics couldn't withstand a single blow. Furthermore, they also had the secondary effect of powerful corrosive energy. Any other student would have been crushed long ago. Nanxing had some strength left. In fact, she was currently only using her water form, and was slightly at a disadvantage against this S-level pollutant. All pollutants above S-level possessed a domain function, and within their domain, they had an absolute advantage. For example, the poisonous vines and countless branches. The underwater silver snake's environment. And now, the corrosive mist of this slimy monster. Nanxing's presence within their domain limited some of her power, making her appear utterly disfigured, but it also allowed her to find new opportunities. Unlike others, her blood could accommodate a large amount of pollutant energy. Her psychic power was capable of consuming everything. When Nanxing was once again forced back by the slime monster, her entire body was entangled in its tentacles. The S+ slime monster let out an eerie growl, preparing to unleash its strongest attack on the human. Outside the training room, the spectators clenched their fists nervously. Crack. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the training room. When everyone looked up again, the situation where the single person was being suppressed had been reversed. Nanxing's arm transformed into a long sword, neatly slicing through the tentacles surrounding her. She grasped the slime monster's wound with her bare hand, and with her other hand, she drew a stream of water and reached in. She followed her previous technique, rapidly unleashing her supernatural tentacles within the energy mass, directing them to devour the energy. Nanxing's tentacles weren't particularly picky, absorbing anything containing energy. The training room was a simulated pollutant, a form of energy itself, and they absorbed it even faster than the actual pollutants outside. As Nanxing's tentacles began devouring, the S+ beast before her began to visibly shrink. It had once filled the entire training room, but now it had shrunk to a mass of black mud the height of a person. Of course, the mud didn't give up its struggle. The poisonous mist it emanated was its domain. The more Nanxing attacked, the more oppressive the mist became. Nanxing could even feel the burning sensation on every inch of her skin. The intense pain stimulated her mental nerves, causing her supernatural energy to become disordered. While devouring energy was a useful supernatural power, the cost of reckless consumption was high. Energy was different. When different energies entered the body, they would clash with each other. The most immediate backlash was severe pain all over the body, and a dizzying feeling of mental attack. However, Nanxing had gradually grown accustomed to this style of combat, her tolerance for backlash increasing significantly. The black mud beast attacked, and she attacked too, her metal blade wielding unwaveringly. If the black mud tried to stop her from taking it, she would slice it to pieces. Her battle was drawing to a close. Is this still human? As Nanxing finished her work, the people outside the training room watched in amazement. To Nanxing, it was simply a matter of devouring pollutants, but to others, She was completely enveloped in a pervasive toxic mist, her skin festering from it. Nanjing's hair was disheveled by the Black Mud's attack. One of her hands had been completely devoured by the S-level beast, while the other, transformed into a metal blade, slashed furiously. The Black Mud was chopped smaller, and Nanjing's body became covered in more and more black slime. Her skin was cracked, and the lines of her veins were barely visible, showing her physical limits. Yet, her expression remained remarkably calm, her face set, her eyes fixed firmly on her target. Oh my god, this must hurt. The onlookers rubbed the bumps on their hands. Their previous tests had been painful, but they hadn't expected anyone to suffer so much in the training room. This was an S-level beast, yet the test subject was rated A-level. Given the sheer level difference, the fact that they could still fight like this was truly beyond everyone's expectations. Nanjing is almost at her limit. She's using her mental power to raise her energy burst threshold. If she runs out of energy, she'd likely be countered by the remaining energy in the training room. Yi Yan approached Wu Yun again. Teacher Wu, should we call a halt to the training? Wu Yun, surprised by the scene before him, said, I'm afraid not. The battle is over. Chapter 79. Nanjing emerged from the training room with a dizzy head and a subtle throbbing pain, a vivid reminder of the saying bite off more than you can chew. Yes, she was full again. The training room held more energy than she'd imagined, especially after swallowing the nominally S+ contaminant. Her meridians became clogged again, and upon exiting, she wobbled like a noodle. Thankfully, Sky Eye noticed the training room's excessive energy consumption and urgently interrupted its output, allowing her to escape early and avoid a fatal explosion. Insufficient energy. The training room has activated its energy storage. Please use it in 3 hours. The Sky Eye's notification rang out the dazed expressions of the crowd, and they looked at the emerging girl with complex expressions. The girl's hair was disheveled, her face a bit pale and stained with blood, and her steps were slow, but she didn't look distressed. At least she hadn't been battling an S+ beast before crawling out. Everyone on the field was in awe. Nanjing had already been helped to the side by her roommates, who had rushed over to rest. Nanjing, you're so cool. That's an S+ level monster, and you took it down so easily. Gao Ming was once again amazed by her good sister. She excitedly said, Nanjing, are you also an S+ level psychic? Hiding low among us, conducting a secret investigation. Nanjing's head was still aching like needles, and she didn't hear what Gao Ming said. Sui chuckled, Gao Ming, have you read too many fantasy novels? Gao Ming, there's a saying that inspiration comes from reality. What do you think, Nanjing? Nanjing shook her head, and didn't respond. She felt like she still hadn't recovered from her break. Her lungs felt like they were locked in a tight circle, and she couldn't breathe. She supported herself with one hand and stood up, trying to change her position. But as soon as she moved, Nanjing felt the world spinning and her body plummeted to the ground. She thought, am I really going to faint? Wouldn't the pain from the head bang be even worse? Misfortunes never come singly. Strange. I just charged it yesterday, and it's already depleted before I'm even halfway through the test today. After hearing the Sky Eye's notification, Wu Yun immediately checked the equipment in the training room. He found that the full energy bar used for the simulation had bottomed out below the red line, as if something had swallowed it. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. Wu Yun turned to look at the student, who had just emerged from the training room. One moment, he was surrounded by his friends, standing steadily, and the next, he fell to the ground with a loud thud. The sound was enough to tell that the student's head had been smashed. The students at the scene cried out in surprise. Yi Yan quickly lifted Nanjing onto his back and shouted, She's fainted. Get her to the infirmary. Wu Yun rushed over immediately. She instinctively released her mental power to check on Nanjing's condition, but the exploding energy rebounded, sending a sharp pain through her head. Wu Yun's face paled. She knew it wasn't a good sign for a psychic with such a violent mental state. Wu Yun immediately said, Take her to Dr. Bai Huying. We have to hurry. Forget it. That's too slow. You stay here and train. I take her to the infirmary. Before Yi Yan, Gao Ming, and the others could react, Wu Yun had soared 3 or 4 meters tall, appearing on the training ground like a mighty, imposing silver wolf. The students all stepped aside, stunned by the sight of the silver wolf. The silver wolf's eyes were sharp as a knife. It lowered its head, grabbed Nanjing by the scruff of the collar, and with a kick of its hind legs, it leaped into the air, as if riding a cloud, and vanished in an instant. Teacher Wu, her ability is to transform. Gao Ming murmured, This is the first time I've seen a psychic with such a convincing form. Yi Yan withdrew his gaze upon hearing this, and shook his head. As far as I know, those who can control their abilities with this level of precision are only captains in the Federal Army. Sui took a breath and sighed. I didn't expect that even teachers at the academy could manifest their abilities to this level. The academy is truly full of hidden talents. Captain rank, above A level, is highly skilled in energy control, just like Wu Yun demonstrated, fighting 10 monsters of the same level alone. Sui believed that reaching this level would take years. Wu Yun's silver wolf, carrying Nanjing in its mouth, reached the infirmary. At this moment, Bai Huiying was still leisurely enjoying her afternoon tea. She deeply loved this old-fashioned luxury, supposedly calming and refreshing. It would be a great aid for her to delve into the medical topic she was currently pondering. Wu Yun burst in, carrying Nanjing, shattering the peace. She laid her on the infirmary bed and shouted, "Dr. Bai, come and see this student." She fainted after an energy outburst during her mental training session, and now her mental power is weakened. I can barely sense her. Bai Huiying's tea was spilled all over the floor by the silver wolf's powerful paw. She took a deep breath and stood up. "Can't you be a little gentler? What's the rush? Wu Yun, I really need to have your claws cut off." Dr. Bai was one of the most untouchable figures in the academy. From the principal to the students, everyone depended on her. After all, doctors save lives, and no one wants to be half-crippled for 10 days or even a month. Wu Yun, after being assaulted by Bai Huiying, instantly gave up. Her wolf tail drooped, and her body faded back into human form. "Dr. Bai, I'm sorry, the situation is extremely critical. Please check on this student first." Seeing the other party give in, Bai Huiying didn't hold back and turned to look at the girl lying on the bed. Her eyes swept over the girl's face. Bai Huiying's eyebrows immediately raised. Why her again? Nanxing was truly a familiar face in the infirmary. She'd been seen by Bai Huiying every now and then. Bai Huiying still remembered the strange story of this girl who fainted under the Weishan tree, died, and then revived. It was a well-known event throughout the academy, considered a medical miracle. Bai Huiying muttered to herself, releasing her mental energy to carefully examine Nanxing's body. As expected, Nanxing's mental power was still undetectable this time. Just like last time, it was completely hidden, eerily silent. Wu Yun, observing Dr. Bai's silence, couldn't help but ask, "How is she?" Bai Huiying pondered for a moment and said, "It's complicated. Generally speaking, if a person's mental power can't be sensed, they're deemed dead and funeral arrangements are made." Wu Yun, Bai Huiying, but this student has a history of similar crimes. Perhaps if we let her go, she might be able to survive? Wu Yun was feeling a bit dizzy. She hadn't paid much attention to the school forums, and she had recently led sophomores on a mission to apprehend heretics. She had no idea what had happened to Nanxing. She simply felt that Bai Huiying was being a bit too much of a joke. "Dr. Bai, you're not kidding. I clearly sensed her mental energy surging just now, and now it's suddenly gone. Something's seriously wrong. You need to treat her immediately." Bai Huiying, annoyed by Wu Yun's shrill voice, waved her hand and said, "Teacher Wu, I'm a doctor from the Federation. You have to trust my judgment. Let this student stay in the nutrition chamber for a while." Wu Yun was speechless again. She couldn't argue. After all, Bai Huiying's medical skills were recognized as excellent by the Federation, and her supernatural powers were rare, including healing abilities. If she said she couldn't be saved, or that there was no hope, then even a god would be unable to do so. But Bai Huiying's diagnosis this time sounded like a joke. "What do you mean Fan Fan can survive? What an unprofessional answer." But Wu Yun had no choice but to do as Bai Huiying instructed. Nanxing lay in the nutrition chamber again. This time, after absorbing energy, her consciousness also entered the chaotic space. A pitch-black tentacle, so vast it seemed to connect heaven and earth, clung to its sturdy body. Upon closer inspection, other tentacles of varying thicknesses entwined themselves. This was her supernatural power, now grown to such a gigantic size. Nanxing could feel her 5 senses becoming increasingly connected to the energy within the tentacle. "This food is delicious, I love it." The tentacle was greeting Nanxing. It extended its tail tip and wrapped itself around Nanxing's wrist. Nanxing's mind felt a smooth, slippery sensation on her wrist. Looking down, she saw her arm covered in black scales again. It was the same scales as the tentacles. Sharp, pointed, cold. It lacked the warmth of a human. Nanxing frowned. The tentacle was trying to assimilate her, and she didn't like the feeling. "Pull it back." "Ugh!" The tentacle, sensing Nanxing's resistance, withdrew its tail with a vengeful groan. "Isn't this good? You become even stronger." Nanxing watched the scales on her arm slowly fade away, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't do it next time without my permission. The tentacle expressed confusion, puzzled as to why its master refused to assimilate with it. Nanqing ignored it. She sensed her own mental power and discovered that the previously violent energy waves had gradually calmed, but a dark undercurrent still lurked within the mist. Why does my body experience abnormalities every time I absorb energy? I feel a vague sense of loss of control. It's like my consciousness can't control everything in my body, because there's not enough space in the container. The tentacle's slimy voice interrupted. Nanqing paused, then quickly realized the key. My body can't handle the energy I'm absorbing. That's why I'm becoming stronger, while simultaneously losing consciousness. I'm actually always on the verge of exploding. Every energy she swallowed became a time bomb that threatened her life. You and I will become stronger together. The tentacle brought up the matter again. Nanqing stared at the tentacle before her, covered in thick black scales. The sharp scales were stained bright red, as if blood was flowing. She couldn't tell if it was their blood or something else entirely. Nanqing thought she probably hadn't reached that point yet. Her current abilities were more than enough to navigate the wasteland. As long as she didn't face super S-class creatures or three-headed hellhounds who could spare her life, she didn't need to take this step. As for the current overflow of energy, she could avoid it by simply absorbing less. Nanqing's heart settled. She said, "It's been long enough. I'm going back." The tentacle remained silent, offering no further persuasion. It watched as Nanqing's spirit slowly vanished into the gray mist. The tentacle remained, its body slowly turning, its long tail drooping. She agreed. "Don't worry." A voice rang from the darkness. The tentacle curled itself into a ball of black mist. Unsurprised by the voice, it said, "I hope she decides soon. There's no time." Nanqing regained consciousness. She felt her muscles ache all over, the after-effects of the energy flow. She slowed her breathing and prepared to leave the nutrient chamber. Bai Huying's voice rang out from nowhere. "It seems the sap of the Wei Shen tree is quite effective. He's awake after only 5 minutes." Nanqing was startled by this. She realized the nutrient solution she'd been soaking in was blue and had a faint fragrance, the scent of the Wei Shen tree. Just the scent of it brought peace of mind. It truly was a sacred tree similar to the bluing stone. After recovering, Nanqing skillfully climbed out of the nutrition chamber and thanked Bai Huying. Dr. Bai waved his hand, gazing at her with a half-smile. "I didn't help you much. It's all thanks to your own dedication. You become a regular. Come and create a medical miracle. Are you interested in doing medical experiments with me?" Nanqing's face tightened at this. Just hearing the word medical experiment gave her a slight nervous reaction. She thought to herself that her constitution was truly bizarre. She fainted as soon as she absorbed energy, and even after fainting, she showed no signs of mental activity. Someone unfamiliar with her could easily mistake her for dead. It wasn't surprising that she was considered a rare species. But participating in medical experiments was one thing. Now, with an unknown enemy lurking in the shadows, Nanqing's secret being uncovered could easily lead to trouble, and she hated trouble the most. "Nanqing, forget it, I'm busy with my classes." Bai Huying seemed to notice Nanqing's concern and explained, "Don't be nervous. It's just a simple power test. They won't treat you as a real experiment. Do you think I'm Holy Light? Or one of those crazy experimenters?" Nanqing blinked and glanced around, seeing the infirmary filled with animal and plant specimens. She curled her lips, but said nothing. Bai Huying took a deep breath. "How about this? If you cooperate with me and complete the experiment, I tell you a secret." "Nanqing, what secret?" Bai Huying blinked, then gave her an enigmatic smile. "The secret about the Wei Shen tree and Area 319. Nanqing raised her eyes. "Oh, not interested." Chapter 80. Bai Huying blinked and gave a mysterious smile. "About the secrets of the Wei Shen tree and Area 319. Nanqing raised her eyes at this. "Oh, not interested." With that, she turned to leave. Bai Huying froze in her tracks, wondering why this child was so lacking in curiosity. Without giving it any time to think, she quickly grabbed Nanqing. "Don't leave so quickly, classmate. Your diagnosis hasn't come out yet. If you go out like this, rumors will spread that you've been resurrected. What if someone comes to verify your resurgence?" Such an excuse was immediately obvious nonsense. Nanqing remained unmoved and pulled Bai Huying's hand away. "Sorry, Dr. Bai, I have to get back to class." Bai Huying refused to give in. "I know you have secrets. Everyone in this academy, including me, has secrets. Don't worry, I keep my mouth shut and won't pry into you." Nanqing didn't respond and continued walking out. Bai Huying stamped her foot, then controlled her mental power, slamming the infirmary door shut with a bang. Nanqing paused, glancing at her from the side. Bai Huiying smiled. It's not too late for you to at least hear this secret before you leave. Nanqing sighed, a look of resignation on her face. Then tell me. She found a comfortable seat, staring intently at Bai Huiying, signaling her to hurry up. Nanqing's expression wasn't a lack of interest in Bai Huiying's secret. She simply felt it was a difficult price to pay for such a hassle. After some negotiation, she acted a bit reluctantly, accepting the other party's sincerity. Remember what I told you the first time we met in the hospital? Bai Huiying paused. Seeing that Nanqing remained silent, and her expression remained unchanged, she stopped playing the suspense. Everyone can store energy, but everyone has a limit to how much energy they can store. This determines the upper limit of their growth potential. This applies to both psychics and pollutants. In other words, the laws of survival in this world are determined by your body's energy storage limit. Those with a low limit will advance very slowly, perhaps even until death. Those with a high limit might reach power rivaling an S-rank monster in the blink of an eye. Bai Huiying coughed. Of course, I'm just giving an example. In reality, no one can increase their energy levels instantly. Nanqing, possessing the devouring tentacle ability, was silent for a moment. Nanqing, what's the connection between this Weishan tree and Area 319? Bai Huiying, of course, there is a connection, and a huge one. Let me ask you, if someone with a low energy limit, meaning a low energy capacity, crazily absorbs energy to grow stronger, what will happen? Nanqing blurted out without hesitation. They explode and die. This is common sense. When there's too much air in a balloon, it will naturally burst. Especially since Nanqing is going through what's going on right now. Bai Huiying smiled. What if there's something that allows people to break through the upper limit without exploding? That would be the greatest treasure in the world. Nanqing paused, then realized what Bai Huiying was talking about. Her heartbeat quickened. Are you saying that the secret hidden within the Weishan tree and Area 319 allows people to break through the upper limit of their container? That's pretty close. Bai Huiying confirmed Nanqing's hypothesis, saying, there's a substance in the world that can mutate biological genes, allowing them to hold more energy and thus achieve evolution. With this substance, humanity will transcend the mortal body and reach a new realm. Upon hearing this, Nanqing's expression finally lost its composure. This substance is currently known to exist in two locations, the Weishan tree and Area 319. Bai Huiying raised her lips and whispered a familiar yet unfamiliar name. Its name. Nuclear. Nuclear? Nuclear energy. Black fog, nuclear? Nanqing's mind raced after hearing this word. She remembered Chen Qiong holding a container filled with black fog and telling her it was a dangerous substance capable of devouring everything. Nanqing had personally experienced the devastation this black fog inflicted on living things. She still remembered the pain that corroded her soul. She had thought the black fog was just a dangerous organism leaked from an experiment, but she hadn't expected it to be so useful. It could actually help people break through the upper limit and advance infinitely. It's no wonder those heretics hid in Area 319, nor is it the fault of the Holy Light. Key figures like Federation Major General Chen Qiong were entrenched in Area 319. Nanqing instantly figured out the reason for Area 319's destruction. Area 319 was destroyed by nuclear weapons, something that both humans and pollutants fought over. So where did the nuclear weapons come from? Why did they appear in Area 319? After Nanqing asked, Bai Huiying didn't give a definitive answer. She said, that's another secret. If you cooperate, you find out when the time is right. Nanqing narrowed her eyes slightly at this. She looked Bai Huiying up and down, wondering if she would succeed if she held the school doctor hostage and interrogated him. Thankfully, Nanqing still had her wits about her. She asked, why are you telling me this? Is it related to your medical experiments? Bai Huiying replied with a smile, of course it's related, Nanqing. You're the most promising student I've met in recent years. It seems like every time you're unconscious you gain energy. I think it might be related to your physical condition. But the human body's energy growth is limited. With you constantly in the infirmary, you must be in poor health. I'm sure you die if you come in a few more times. Nanqing, Thank you so much for speaking so enthusiastically. Nanqing's face was expressionless. So? While the core is very useful, not everyone can withstand its energy. For example, some people can't stay under the Azure God tree for a full 10 minutes. Nanqing, you're an exception. So, I'd like to try to use the Azure God tree's core to enhance your physique and see if I can cultivate another Chen Qiong. Bai Huiying said, after all, there are only a handful of people in the Federation who have broken through the limits of the human body and reached Super S. Chen Xiong is the youngest. Perhaps you could become a major general even younger than her? It was a tempting offer, but Nanxing paused for a moment before saying, I am me, and Chen Xiong is Chen Xiong. Why would I want to be her? Bai Huying, just tell me if you're willing or not. In Dr. Bai's opinion, no one could refuse such an offer. But Nanxing immediately agreed, give me some time to think about it. Bai Huying raised a brow, clearly dissatisfied with her answer. Bai Huying, what are you hesitating about? Nanxing didn't answer, and turned to leave the infirmary. The sight of the blue leaves gently soothed her frayed nerves. Nanxing really wanted to take a nap here. She gazed at the incredibly dense Weishan tree before her, wondering if it could possibly harbor a terrifying substance like the black mist. If what Bai Huying said was true, then her spiritual power had been drained away while she was beneath the tree. Was it the core's fault? Nanxing didn't dwell on it for long before a loud alarm blared across the campus. The students, who were still in class nearby, quickly left their rooms and rushed to the playground. Their expressions were serious and anxious, as if they were taking extreme precautions against the alarm. Nanxing took a quick look and saw that those rapidly gathering were all second-year students and above. She stopped one and asked what was going on. The senior student stopped and glanced at her. She looked familiar, but couldn't place her. You're a first-year student, right? No wonder you didn't know. The bell ringing at Area 3 Academy signals a powerful enemy attack. The school is summoning us for support. You should return to your classroom quickly. It'd be hard to find anyone if there's chaos. The senior student hurried away after giving her instructions. Nanxing frowned slightly at the words. Enemy attack didn't sound like a good word. She quickly followed the crowd to the playground and looked around to find the students, who had just returned from their practical training class. Teacher Wu Yun was among them. Seeing Nanxing moving normally, she ran over, slightly surprised. Awake so soon? She had thought Nanxing would have to stay in bed for another day, but Bai Huying hadn't lied to her. Someone truly was weak, yet they were revived after being released. Nanxing didn't notice Wu Yun's strange look and answered seriously, Dr. Bai is a good doctor. He woke up quickly. Wu Yun nodded. As long as he's not dead, join the team. Nanxing, What do you mean by as long as I'm not dead? After Nanxing joined the first-year group, she once again faced scrutiny. Her previous bloody battle in the S-rank simulation training must have been incredibly shocking, and she couldn't help but be concerned. Although she had fainted, she returned unharmed within half a day, her face untouched. She looked remarkably ruthless. Nanxing, this way. Gao Ming waved from the back of the group. Nanxing walked over and found everyone from her dorm together, including several students who had taken the same exam as them. How are you? Are you feeling well? As she approached, they surrounded her and asked about her condition. Nanxing shook her head and said she was fine. Then, she looked at her friends and noticed they too looked somewhat solemn, likely due to the unfamiliarity of facing an unknown enemy. The alarm sounded suddenly and lasted for a long time. I'm guessing the enemy attack is serious, or at least urgent. Yi Yen analyzed the situation. Her older sister had also attended the military academy earlier and had similarly encountered this situation, so she had a more comprehensive understanding. Sui asked with some concern, so, do we have to go and support the enemy as well? Yi Yen shook his head. First-year freshmen aren't yet familiar with combat and coordination, so going would only cause trouble. The Federation generally doesn't call up freshmen. We're probably just being called up temporarily to provide logistics support. The others around him breathed a sigh of relief at this. After all, no one wanted to be forced to go to the front lines without knowing anything. That would be tantamount to throwing their lives away. When the academy square had gathered, the shrill alarm finally stopped, and Li Hantian appeared out of nowhere at the podium. Her face still held the look of old age, but her eyes were as sharp as the cold wind, still piercing the heart. Li Hantian, the principal of District 3 Academy, spoke directly and forthrightly, laying out the mission. A breach has appeared in the protective wall outside District 3's east gate, allowing ingress of pollutants. The Federation has dispatched personnel to seal the gate, and our school is now in need of support. All second and third year students remaining on campus, divided by class into groups of 10, receive your equipment and board the vehicles, led by your grade teachers. The remaining students, also divided by class, will follow the instructions and board the logistics vehicles, led by teachers of the same grade. After Li Hantian finished his instructions, all the teachers and students began to move like boiling water. The senior students had experienced this kind of collective school support before. Upon hearing the instructions, they had already mastered the divisions, found their own groups, and waited patiently for the vehicles to arrive. The first-year students, however, were encountering this situation for the first time. They were at a loss for a moment, but they didn't dare to stop, so they just followed suit. Wu Yun's face darkened as he watched the rookies, their faces scrambling like headless flies. He took a deep breath and shouted, "I count to 10. If you can't line up properly, don't go back to support. Go straight to the practice room and practice for a month." 10, 9, 8, 7. The first-year students, fresh out of the practice room, were so dazed and overwhelmed that just thinking about it made one's stomach churn. Before Wu Yun finished counting, the rookies had already quickly lined up. The 4 people from Nanqing's dorm naturally grouped together. The remaining teammates found another girl's dorm to merge with, and with the help of 2 more people, the 10-person group was complete. They boarded the support vehicle that drove in from outside the campus. The vehicle was jet black, its metallic sheen revealing its sturdy metal. Its massive size could easily accommodate 100 people on its 2 levels. All the first-year students boarded. Then, the vehicle set off for the battlefield they were to support. The road was a bit bumpy, and Sui felt a little dizzy. Grabbing the handrail, she turned to look at her calm roommate and asked, "Aren't you nervous?" She had seen pollutants before, and even killed quite a few, but Suyi's experiences were minor. Mobilizing all the students from District 3 to support such a large-scale operation was bound to cause concern. Nanqing had been resting her eyes, but she raised them slightly upon hearing this, not nervous. She had seen far more thrilling scenes in her previous life, so she wasn't nervous now. "Gao Ming, aren't we just logistics chores? We won't be heading to the front lines, so why are we so nervous?" Yi Yin smiled and shook his head. Miscellaneous duties just involve dealing with contaminated bodies and rescuing the wounded. At worst, if we're unlucky, we get attacked by a monster that's still alive. It's not that dangerous. Well, the seniors are taking care of it. Sui. Everyone seemed so carefree, which made her seem a little overly sensitive. After about 10 minutes of driving, with a loud jolt, the group arrived at their destination. Chapter 81. Battlefield. This was a typical battlefield. As soon as the first-year rookies got off the bus, they smelled a foul odor. Glancing forward, they saw the source of the bloody smell. Body parts were scattered all over the ground. Contaminated limbs, human parts, and a mixture of red and green liquids that made one's appetite succumb to nausea. Besides the horrific scene on the ground, the massive hole in the wall ahead was also terrifying. It was a hole about 100 meters in diameter, smack dab in the middle of the wall of District 3, perfectly centered, as if blasted open by some massive object. The hole had already turned pitch black, and bizarre creatures tangled together, so densely packed it was painful to the eyes. Meanwhile, the federal troops guarding the city were flying in their aircraft, wielding flamethrowers and firing at the incoming monsters. These contaminants weren't even Class A, and the flames burned most of them to ash, which fell to the ground. Some escaped the flames and attacked the humans who were attacking them. The flaming Federation soldier fell, and was immediately replaced by another, but the escaping contaminants could no longer be stopped and rushed into the city. The cadets from the District 3 Military Academy, who had arrived to provide support, were put to good use. They stepped forward to block the contaminants' path. Divide into groups, and seal the entrances to the city. Don't let a single one escape, flying or crawling on the ground. The senior students, upon hearing the command from their instructor, quickly joined the fray, wielding their knives and slashing at the infiltrating contaminants. They killed them with a single blow, cleaving the contaminants in half. They skillfully used their supernatural powers to form a defensive circle, blocking all escape routes. The clashing of multicolored energies resembled the arc of a crescent blade, dazzling yet dangerous. The freshmen stared at the scene in amazement. Wu Yun shouted, "Don't just stand there. Go down and help dispose of the bodies." The first-year students then followed him onto the battlefield. The bodies of pollutants will pollute the city's air and cause mental disorder in the residents. We need to deal with them as soon as possible. Their bodies cannot come into direct contact with the skin. Wear protective clothing and place the pollutants in body bags for recycling. Work in groups. The more bodies you return, the more points you earn. The speaker was an officer in a Federation uniform, wearing a white armband clearly labeled Logistics Department. Although he was only a Logistics Department officer, his aura was unwavering, and his voice carried a sense of imperativeness. The rookies were obedient in his presence. Since they were told to work and earn academy points, they didn't resist and immediately took action. Nanqing, along with Yi Yin and the others, went to retrieve the body wraps and scavenge nearby. "Contaminants are disgusting no matter how many times I look at them," Su Yi muttered, bagging the shattered body parts through the protective shield. We're lucky. With the federal army supporting us up front, we earn points doing odd jobs in the rear. It's a good deal. Yi Yin consoled him, and asked Gao Ming to help bag the entire side leg. The thick, mixed mucus flowed all over the floor. The smell of the contaminated corpse was unpleasant. Even through the thick masks, everyone could still smell the creepy odor. While scavenging with her teammates, Nanqing was lost in thought. She looked at the gaping hole in the city wall, feeling a little uneasy. She remembered that the wall, built by humans, was at least 100 meters long, and its surface was made of a special metal, making it difficult for ordinary pollutants from the outside world to penetrate it. What are you thinking about? Yi Yin noticed Nanqing's expression and asked. Nanqing thought for a moment and said, with such a large hole in the wall, the thing that could have breached it must be quite large, and its level must be quite high. Yi Yin seemed to understand something, and his expression changed slightly. Above S level? Monsters above S level were beyond the reach of their small fry. Pollutants of this level would be a disaster wherever they went. Nanqing asked again, where did the monster that breached the wall go? This question sent a chill down Yi Yin's spine. When they arrived, they only noticed the massive cave entrance, but no monsters of the corresponding level, not even a single corpse. This meant there was a monster, at least S rank or higher, lurking in the shadows, secretly watching these humans. And they didn't know whether this monster was outside the city or inside. Yi Yin took a deep breath. Isn't that dangerous now? Nanqing nodded. Gather Gao Ming and Sui. Let's stay close to the army, and don't get separated. The pollution invasion continued unabated, and the pollution emerging from the cave entrance increased steadily. The pressure on the federal troops guarding the city walls grew, and more pollution escaped into the city. The fighting intensified. In addition to cleaning up the polluted bodies in the rear, the first-year students also collected the bodies of their compatriots. The dead included ordinary residents and soldiers guarding the city walls. Their deaths were bizarre, but without exception, they were all caused by the pollution. Some first-year students had barely reached adulthood and had never seen such a scene before. Those with a negative attitude broke down in tears. Too many, too many. Why are there so many bodies? Will we be among them? Don't worry, the Federation Army is guarding the front lines. The war will soon end. The members of Team 15 comforted their devastated teammates. The teammate, still deeply upset, asked, how can you be sure the war will end? Don't you see the pollution increasing? We might all end up as cannon fodder. One member of Team 15 said calmly, have faith in the Federation Army. Once you enter the academy, you're half a Federation Army soldier. Protecting the base is our responsibility from now on. Being afraid now is like being a bug. It's pointless. Already emotionally devastated, being pointed at by a teammate made the person feel uncomfortable. Luo Lanqing, what do you mean? Don't think just because you're from the Roland family, you can look down on me. What's wrong with being afraid? Who wouldn't be scared the first time they go to the battlefield? I wonder if you're going to die, are you? Luo Lanqing's expression didn't change. His voice was cold and mocking. You're a coward and you're blaming others? You've reached the end of your life. The man was immediately furious. Seeing this, the members of Team 15 rushed forward to restrain him. This was a battlefield, surrounded by contaminated water. If a fight broke out, they would all be in trouble. Everyone, listen to me. The situation isn't good right now. We've almost cleared out the scavenged area. Why don't we go a little further out to see if there's anything left? After a moment of awkward silence, a member of Team 15 gently offered a suggestion. I just heard from the returning Federation troops that there seemed to be a few A-level monsters in the southeast. They were the first to break in, but they were killed, and there was no time to clean them up. Their bodies are still lying there. We could pick them up and make some money. The members of Team 15 were immediately drawn to the topic. The corpses of A-level monsters could be exchanged for several times more points than ordinary pollutants. If they could find them, their trip wouldn't be in vain. Besides, the location for collecting the bodies was far from the battlefield, which greatly increased the safety factor. The members of Team 15 agreed to this decision without hesitation. Only Luo Lanqing turned around and looked at the student, who had made the suggestion again. This classmate's face was mostly obscured by his mask, and the corners of his dust jacket were stained with red blood, probably from collecting the bodies of his fellow students. But his figure looked unfamiliar. Luo Lanqing thought, perhaps some unremarkable person in the grade. So much so that when the other person started talking, Luo Lanqing couldn't even recall his face. The man noticed Luo Lanqing's gaze and turned, his eyes narrowing noticeably as he asked gently, what's wrong? Luo Lanqing averted his gaze, but didn't answer. He wondered how someone could smile with eyes that curved like that, almost like scimitars. What a strange person. Nanjing's team was Team 12. Since they had been scavenging nearby, they had nearly cleared out the bodies. Although the bags they collected were overflowing, they were all low-level pollutants, and the points they could redeem for the bodies were few. Someone in Team 12 suggested going a little further afield. Nanjing surveyed the battlefield and noticed an increasing influx of pollutants, while the bodies piled up in the giant hole ahead, nearly forming a small mountain. The Federal Army, finding it difficult to recover and clean up, resorted to blasting them with their flame guns, attempting to incinerate them. Even so, many bodies remained in the center of the battlefield. If they could recover a few high-level exotic beasts there, their team would earn enough points. But rewards come with risks, and with an unknown high-level pollutant lurking in the shadows, Nanjing wasn't prepared to take the risk. She shook her head and said, "Our mission is to provide logistic support. We haven't been sent to the front lines, and rushing in would be too dangerous." Yi Yin and the others, fully aware of the current uncertain situation, agreed and nodded. The members of Team 12 had given up some of their thoughts. At that moment, a voice echoed from within the team, "Why don't we look to the southeast? I heard from returning federal soldiers that there's still high-level pollutants there that escaped earlier." The members of Team 12 immediately turned to the person who had spoken. The man's thick mask obscured his features, but his build revealed him to be a sturdy man, his eyes curved in a smile of delight. Everyone was somewhat unfamiliar with the person who had appeared in the squad, but they all assumed he was just a stranger, so they relaxed their guard. "Really?" someone asked. "What the returning soldier said must be true." The man said softly, "If you want to go, hurry up. I just saw another team leaving. Don't let them get there first." Everyone's heart warmed as they remembered Team 15's hasty journey to the southeast. They couldn't wait to follow. Yi Yin turned to Nanxing and asked, "Do you want to go check it out?" Nanxing carefully examined the person who had just spoken. She didn't sense any special energy, but she felt something strange inside, but she had no reason to stop him. Nanxing nodded, "Okay. Let's report to the teacher first, and let them know our whereabouts." After all, this was far from the military, so it was better to be cautious. "No need to report. It's not far away." At this moment, the man with the crooked eyes spoke again. Nanxing turned to look at him, her gaze inquiring. She asked, "Why? You seem anxious." The man seemed to be struck by Nanxing's gaze, and immediately lowered his head. "I'm just worried we'd be there too late, and someone else will take the body." Nanxing remained noncommittal upon hearing this. There's no rush. Life is more important on the battlefield. Nanxing was now a prominent figure among the first-year students. Her combat prowess, her resurrection from the dead, and the fact that she had been named by the Major General were enough to make her the first representative of the freshman class. Her words were highly persuasive among her peers, and they were willing to listen to Nanxing's advice. Finally, Team 12 followed his instructions and reported to Wu Yun. They then set off to the southeast. Compared to the intense gunfire directly opposite the city wall, the southeastern defense line was much quieter. After about 10 minutes of walking, Team 12 came upon a 3-meter-long contaminated corpse lying before them. Judging from the color and shape of its fur and scales, it was undoubtedly a beast that had evolved to a level or higher. "Really?" Everyone in Team 12 beamed with joy, eager to approach. Nanxing didn't relax. Instead, her sixth sense made her increasingly tense. She surveyed her surroundings, noting the densely packed buildings and numerous curves. A tall building blocked most of her view ahead, making it an easy hiding spot. Her instinct was so strong that Nanxing called out to her excited teammates, "Don't go. First, check the surroundings for any danger. We're behind the defense line, so it shouldn't be a big deal." Some of the team members remained silent, their attention clearly captivated by the A-rank alien beast before them. Soon, someone reached the corpse, pulling its limbs apart to place it in a body bag. Such a large piece, if recycled, it surely yield a lot of energy. "In my opinion, the Federation is losing out by letting us recycle it in exchange for points. They should just give us currency. Recycling pollutants is done through internal military channels. It's good to have some." The person who rushed forward quickly packed up half of the alien beast. The only people still staying by Nanxing's side were Yi Yin, Gao Ming, and Su Yi. They had a life-or-death relationship and knew Nanxing wouldn't babble. Seeing that the A-rank beast had been nearly destroyed, Su Yi couldn't help but say, "Nanxing, look, they're all fine. This place should be safe." Gao Ming nodded, looking at the scavengers with a hint of envy. "Let's go too, or there won't be even a bone left." Yi Yin turned to Nanxing and asked, "What did you sense?" Nanxing shook her head, It's just strange. We just saw Team 15 coming to the southeast, but now we can't see a single person. Yi Yin, maybe they've already packed up and left. Nanxing, if they've already left, why is there such a large body here? Could it be that the people in Team 15 are blind? Gao Ming muttered. The four of them fell silent instantly, finally realizing something was wrong. It was too quiet here, so quiet that only the sounds of Team 12 could be heard. This was clearly not right. But before they could react further, someone suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. It was the member of the team that had suggested the southeastern direction with squinting eyes. The others in Team 12 thought something had happened and rushed over to investigate, but Nanxing shouted, "Get out of the way!" She instantly transformed into a water form and, before anyone could react, rushed to the fallen figure and slashed with her water blade. The fallen figure's blood splattered all over those around them. "What are you doing?" The members of Team 12 burst into tears. "Nanxing, are you crazy? You actually killed someone." Nanxing ignored the shocked expressions and accusations of those around him, his eyes fixed on the body, cut in half. From the bloody cut, wisps of black smoke rose, transforming into threads as they tried to escape. Nanxing gave him no chance, swinging his water blade again with a few slashes. The threads were chopped into several sections, vanishing into thin air. Nanxing took a closer look and found the corpse's internal organs completely empty. Escaped? Chapter 82. What's going on? What the hell is going on? The members of Team 12 had also seen the black thread spreading from the human body. Now, seeing the cross-section of the person lying on the ground before them, his internal organs completely gone, like an empty shell, they felt a sudden sense of strangeness. The hairs on their backs stood on end. He's been infected by the contaminant. Nanxing's words were concise. After she regained her human form, she used her dagger to pry open the mask of the person on the ground. It was a purple face, its pupils wide open, its mouth open, but without teeth or tongue, its mouth dark as a swallowing hole. The onlookers were suddenly terrified. They realized that the man's eyes, which had been bent before, were not actually bent, but half of an eye, wide open and distorted. A living person could not just stare blankly like this. Only such a twisted death could. Wow! Someone retched. Nanxing glanced around, confirming that there were only 9 of them left in their 10-person group. However, the man on the ground was unfamiliar. Nanxing asked, "Do any of you recognize him?" The members of Team 12 exchanged glances, then someone weakly raised their hands and replied, I remember him. I think he joined Team 15. Team 15? Isn't that the teammate who passed by us earlier? There were quite a few of them back then, all 10 of them. The crowd began to discuss, but as they realized the gravity of the situation, their voices faded. Why were the members of Team 15 here and dead? The answer was self-evident. We're missing someone from our team too. Who was that person? Nanxing asked again. Everyone dispatched their vehicles and discovered that the missing member of Team 12 was also a man, similar in size to the member of Team 15 lying on the ground. The last time anyone spoke to the missing member was before they changed into their protective suits. Nanxing suddenly felt a headache. Who knew how long this black line, reanimated from the corpse, had been lurking there, yet there was no movement at all. Gao Ming also felt a chill run down his spine and whispered, "Are we going back now?" They had clearly been tricked into this place by some unknown entity. The most important thing now was to get back to safety. Nanxing shook her head too late. We're surrounded. As soon as she finished her words, everyone heard rustling sounds coming from all directions. Nanxing shouted, "It's contamination. Defend." Swish. Yi Yin extended a flaming blade and blocked his roommate's body. Gao Ming then summoned light to envelop his entire body, and Su Yi transformed into shadow, fading into the darkness. They all immediately took defensive stances, blocking the attack as a dark shadow attacked. Ah! Of course, 2 teammates too, who didn't react in time, were knocked to the ground by the shadow, leaving behind only the last shrieks of pain. Don't be distracted. Beware of sneak attacks. Nanxing shouted again. Compared to the others' panic, she was more solemn. Nanxing recalled the name of this thing from her past experience. Bloodline Heretic. A creature that could parasitize people, blend silently into a crowd, appear and disappear without a trace, a monster that had once single-handedly destroyed an entire city. She hadn't expected this creature to enter the battlefield before the future war even began, and to appear right before her. Help! Help me! The team member who had fallen to the ground after the attack was still uttering faint cries for help. Seeing this, Yi Yin was about to step forward, but Nanxing grabbed his arm. Don't go, he's already dead, Nanxing said solemnly. A flicker of confusion crossed Yan's eyes, and he soon noticed the two fallen members making strange creaking sounds. The men, already near death, had revived on the spot, twisting their bodies and rising piece by piece. Yes, piece by piece. Their flesh was shattered into pieces, then held together by silken threads, like a pile of rotting flesh on a string. The rotting flesh stood upright, taking on the shape of a human, and from within the stained protective suits, human voices emanated. Why didn't you save me? Aren't we teammates? Why didn't you save me? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Everyone watched with a chill in their hearts. Gao Ming took one look and felt nauseous. What the hell are these? Nanxing shielded her teammates behind her and whispered, they're part of the heretics. Heresies. Gao Ming and Sui screamed in shock. Even though they were prepared, seeing them for the first time still gave them a tingling sensation. Nanxing, don't engage these things directly. Let's retreat. Yi Yan, send a distress signal. After being summoned back to the divine realm, Yi Yan immediately fired a light bullet into the sky. This light bullet, blindingly bright, was a gift given to them when they reported their whereabouts to Wu Yun. The teachers from Area 3 Academy and the Federation's reinforcements would rush to this area immediately upon seeing it. They only needed to hold out against the heretics' attack for the next few minutes to escape danger. The heretics, aware of Nanxing and the others' plea for help, ceased their efforts. He swung the dead flesh crushers, attacking them directly. Their attacks were accompanied by wisps of black silk, as gentle as smoke, yet contact with skin sent a stinging sting through their arms. Nanxing raised her metal blade and chopped down without hesitation. The rotten flesh shattered into pieces, and black smoke rose, wrapping around her wrist with an unpleasant corrosive sound. Nanxing frowned, a sinister thought coming to her mind. The black mist she had seen in Area 319 also looked like this. Seeing this, Yi Yan swung his flaming blade, sweeping forward and forcing the black smoke back. Let's go! Gao Ming stretched his light shield to its maximum, protecting the other team from the black lines. Su Yi's shadow darted around his teammates, strangling the attacking flesh crushers. The rest of the teammates, who had reacted quickly, had already used their superpowers to form a defensive circle, fending off the black line attacks from all directions. Only 7 members of Team 12 remained, their nerves tense as they retreated while resisting, hoping to find a gap in the encirclement and escape. Unable to capture them immediately, the black lines slowly tangled together, and the air rippled with human voices once again. TSK, what stubborn ants! I didn't want to bother with this. As soon as the words fell, before the members of Team 12 could even react with surprise at the heretics' words, they saw the black lines before them grow denser and larger. In the blink of an eye, they had grown to 10 times the size of a human. The black lines took the shape of a strange beast. A terrifying mental pressure emanated from it. The members with weaker mental strength began to tremble in their heels. What is that? I feel like my mind is about to be crushed. Is this S rank? No, it's definitely more than S rank. The pressure on everyone now intensified, and some even considered retreating. Nanxing felt it too. The pressure she felt was different from the others. She felt a resonance between the energy within her body and the heretic before her. Yes, it was a resonance where each wanted to devour the other. She and he were each other's nourishment. Wow! Gao Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, her shield cracking. Gao Ming, don't hold on, Yi Yan said quickly after noticing. Gao Ming waved her hand, I'm fine. Su Yi's shadow solidified, revealing her pale face. Why hasn't Teacher Wu Yun come yet? I feel like I'm going to die here. The threads of her strangling attack grew more and more, and she was affected by the contaminated energy of the threads, becoming increasingly exhausted. Everyone's supernatural power has a limit to the amount of energy they can release. If it exceeds this limit, the power will backfire. They were the pride of their time at the academy, but on the battlefield, faced with absolute power, they were like dying ants, with nowhere to escape. Yi Yan understood this, but she couldn't say anything discouraging. Hold on for 2 more minutes. I can already hear the footsteps of the Federation army. Wow! Someone in the defensive formation vomited blood again, shaken by the overwhelming pressure. Panic ensued, and some were even on the verge of fainting. The members of Team 12 were all at their wits' end. They could clearly feel their energy draining away, their strength fading, until they might not even have the strength to lift their weapons. For the first time, these young students realized how powerless they were in the face of a super S-rank heretic. Nanxing was the only one with some strength left. Seeing everyone else's failing condition, she knew they wouldn't be able to hold out until rescue arrived and would be doomed. She couldn't wait any longer. She gritted her teeth and said, "Everyone, hold steady. Don't give up before the final moment. I go up and stop it later, and you all retreat." Nanjing, don't be impulsive. Yi Yin immediately thought of what the other party was going to do. Are you kidding? The enemy is a Super S-Class. Even if Nanjing has the ability to fight against an S-Class, a Super S-Class is truly not on the same level. That's a huge difference in quality. I'm calm. This is the best solution right now. Nanjing looked at Yi Yin and said seriously, "I don't want anyone to die here." Yi Yin was speechless. She looked at her teammates, who were holding on beside her, and seemed to have no reason to stop Nanjing. Yi Yin finally made up his mind and said, "Let's go together and stop it. That way, we can buy everyone more time to survive." Nanjing shook her head. "You can't beat it. There's no need." Yi Yin, Why did she feel like she was questioning her own decision to die? Yi Yin was a little annoyed. "Do you think you can beat it?" "Nanjing, I try." Yi Yin was about to say something else. Nanjing interrupted. "There's no time. Take Gao Ming and Sui and leave first." As she spoke, her figure once again transformed into water. At this point, Yi Yin no longer hesitated. She called Nanjing's name one last time. "Nanjing. You must live." Nanjing paused, then nodded. "Don't worry." Her body was completely engulfed by the current, transforming into a sharp spear, charging towards the black mass attacking them. This was not the first time she stood in front of everyone. She was more determined and powerful than before. She skillfully released the energy hidden deep inside her, and hid in the water. Black scales flickered across her skin, eventually breaking through and enveloping her body. If someone could peer through the water at this moment, they would surely discover that the person within was no longer human, but a scaly monster. Facing a monster far more powerful than herself, Nanjing was forced to engage it with all her might. She transformed into a stream of water, and teleported away. The heretical black threads enveloped her, and 3 tentacles from Nanjing's body surged forth, first entangling the attacking threads, then scraping the monster's hide with their sharp scales. Nanjing had intended to use her devouring ability to absorb the opponent's energy, but she realized she was naive. She couldn't even touch the opponent's energy, let alone absorb it directly. The black threads attacking her were like some dead matter, their energy pitifully weak. They were divided into millions of strands, their energy so subtle that it was impossible to grasp. "I've hit a wall this time." Nanjing's heart sank. She could only follow the black thread's path deeper, hoping to find the opponent's energy core, so she wouldn't be helpless. Nanjing didn't forget the purpose of this attack. Even if she couldn't devour the heretic's energy, she would do her best to hold him back. Nanjing unleashed a water-shaped cut, and the black thread broke and grew again. The metal blade folded into countless small knives, custom designed to restrict the black thread's movement at its connection points. The black thread paused for a few seconds before breaking free. Neurotoxin, a gray line infiltrated the black thread, controlling it for a few seconds before severing contact. Genetic simulation, tentacles mimicked the shape of the black thread, blending in to attack the inner nerves. It had some effect, causing large swathes of the black thread to disintegrate, but it only grew back after a dozen seconds. Nanjing exerted all his strength, seemingly insignificant against this incredibly powerful creature. However, the black silk was indeed restrained by the barrage of attacks. Nanjing successfully held it off. The black silk's owner's voice rang out again. "You overestimate your abilities." It was furious. Its level was clearly far higher than the ant before it, yet it had been held back by it. By then, Yi Yin had successfully led his men 100 meters away. The Federation aircraft were approaching, and in less than a minute, the humans would surround it. Although it was confident it could fight this swarm of ants, it was a waste of time. Its purpose wasn't to waste time here. Knowing it couldn't recapture its prey, the heretic simply turned and attacked Nanjing, figuring if it couldn't get anything else, it would have to eat this one. But its plan went as planned. The black silk was extremely corrosive. An ordinary psychic would have been reduced to shreds under such a dense attack. But Nanjing remained intact beneath her black silk. The mutated scales that had emerged from her skin helped to shield her from the vast majority of damage. Her current state was essentially similar to that of the heretic, a creature possessing human consciousness, but a monstrous form. The heretic, initially seething with rage, noticed Nanjing's abnormality and suddenly understood, letting out a chuckle. "So you're just like me." Nanjing shielded the black silk from view and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your uncle is just like you. The Federation's reinforcements are here. I advise you to get out of here before you become a pile of waste." The heretic, beaming with delight, as if she had discovered something new, said, "How could they? A bunch of ants stand against me. But you, little one, are truly strange. I sense the same energy within you as mine. You're one of my kind. Why are you helping these foolish humans? After revealing her full power, Nanqing knew her secrets were no longer concealable. As expected, she was considered a contaminant. Nanqing remained silent, figuring it was time for this guy to leave. A super S-rank heretic sneaking in like this must have ulterior motives. The future king of blood heretics couldn't possibly be causing such a commotion just to steal something. If this guy were smart, he wouldn't have stayed here and continued to harass her. Nanqing's plan was to confront the heretic, but he was a stubborn wretch who refused to leave empty-handed. Seeing the Federation's light energy projectiles flying towards it, it snorted, "What a bunch of annoying people." Then the black silk heretic smiled and said to Nanqing, "Since you won't answer now, let's talk later." Nanqing breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say goodbye. But then she realized she was tangled in silk threads. "Nanqing, what do you want to do?" The black silk heretic grinned. "To have a heart-to-heart with one of our own kind, of course." Nanqing tried to struggle, but was bewildered by a strange aroma and instantly lost consciousness. The black silk heretic snorted, "If I'd known you were such a jerk, I wouldn't have wasted so much time fighting you." It had its own ways of dealing with its own kind. Chapter 83. Wasteland Era Year 2XX, Day of Month X, 8:50 a.m., sunny. Sky Eye reports. Today's city wall repair progress is 80%. A small amount of external contamination has been dealt with by fire. Mechanical electronic sounds echoed through the hall, bringing a touch of vitality to the condensed air. Teacher Wu, is there any news on Nanqing? Yi Yan, along with the remaining members of Team 12, blocked Wu Yun's path. Wu Yun remained upright, her brows sharp, but now with a hint of fatigue. She said, "Currently, the Federation Sky Eye is investigating and awaiting news." Her answer clearly didn't satisfy Yi Yan and the others, who continued to inquire about the missing heretic. Had the city been searched? Was there any unusual activity outside the city? Wu Yun listened to their chatter, feeling overwhelmed. She recalled seeing the distress signal and quickly requesting the Federation army to send reinforcements. The round trip took only 5 minutes, but the heretic was too powerful and moved too quickly. The supporting team first felt a powerful pressure, so intense it made their blood boil. Then, before their eyes, thick black smoke, so dense it was hard to discern, swirled into a ball, the surrounding space seemingly compressed and distorted. In that situation, let alone her, an A-level combat instructor, even any S-level Esper would be cannon fodder. In such a dangerous situation, even escaping, let alone saving someone, would be considered lucky. The students before Wu Yun were indeed lucky. "We can't just do nothing, can we?" After finding nothing, Gao Ming felt somewhat frustrated. She said, "Nanqing is the same. She loves to show off, taking on everything she encounters. Now she's gone, and I don't know if her body is intact." "What nonsense! She's definitely fine." Yi Yan's throat tightened. That Nanqing guy said she'd come back alive. Su Yi, following nearby, sighed. "If only we were stronger." Wu Yun looked at the group of newly arrived cadets, each with a dejected look on their faces. Finally he said, "Kids, remember that once you become a cadet, parting with your comrades will become a normal occurrence. War is cruel, but the mission must continue. You must pull yourself together. The Federation has already sent people to search for Nanqing. She's not the only missing cadet. None of the 15 team members you sent to support her have returned. One of them is the heir to the Roland family. There are people higher up who are even more worried than you." Wu Yun whispered, "Now, you should return to camp and recharge your batteries for the next challenge." Nanqing regained consciousness and found herself in a dark room lined with bluestone slabs, with iron bars on the windows and door. It was a prison cell. Nanqing looked at her body again. It was intact, except for the scales on her arms, which hadn't yet disappeared, making her look half-human. But it was okay. At least, she was still alive. As long as she was alive, there was still a chance. Nanqing stood up and tested her powers. The connection to her tentacles was still there, but she felt drowsy and unfocused. She could use powers like water form, but the energy was running low and needed to be replenished. She began to scan the cell, hoping to find a crack to escape through water form, but things weren't as simple as she thought. After she transformed into water, an energy wave appeared near the crack. After a loud bang, Nanqing was repelled by the energy wave. This guy really has some tricks up his sleeve. Nanqing felt pain from the energy wave. She sensed the invisible energy wave and discovered its density was astonishingly high, exceeding the S level. It seemed she couldn't force her way out. Don't force it. The energy here is several times greater than ours. We can't get out? Just then, Nanxing heard a male voice from the side. She glanced around and realized her cell had neighbors. Nanxing peered through the iron bars into the dark room on the other side and asked, "Who are you?" "Hey, someone who was also captured." The man on the other side spoke with a sarcastic tone, and it was clear he had his own set of pretensions. Nanxing, Since the other party wasn't going to say anything, she didn't bother asking and leaned against the wall to rest. The person on the other side waited for a moment, but when Nanxing didn't respond, he grew annoyed and poked his head out, shouting at her, "Hey, why aren't you talking? Are you dead?" Nanxing didn't even raise her eyelids. "Not dead." "Not dead, why aren't you talking?" Nanxing said, "What do you want me to say? Keep asking who you are? Do you have a way to escape?" The other person, "Shit!" He stabbed her for trying to speak. Nanxing ignored him, continuing to ponder the current situation. Perhaps it was too quiet, and the cellmate couldn't help but lower his tone. "Hey, let's talk. We're classmates after all, we've been through thick and thin together. By the way, do you know who I am? Look at my eyes, you should know. Well, my name is Luo Lansheng." Nanxing finally looked up at this, and indeed, she saw the man's sky-blue eyes, a jewel-like blue that added a touch of color to the dark cell. The surname Luo Lan has a deep connection to her. The water-shaping ability she often uses comes from someone in the Luo Lan family. The blue-ing stone she wears around her neck was once owned by someone named Yin Lan, seemingly sharing Luo Lan blood. After several interactions, Nanxing had developed a negative impression of Luo Lan. She had the impression that the Luo Lan family members were overbearing and erratic, a misunderstanding that conflicted with her values. Luo Lansheng introduced himself, expecting the girl across from him to look surprised. Instead, she gave him a strange look, gazing him up and down. Luo Lansheng was a little annoyed. As the Roland family's trainee, a new generation of water-based psychics, he'd rarely been treated coldly. Now, being held captive by a heretic was one thing, but how could a peer in the same situation be treated this way? "Hey, what are you looking at?" Luo Lansheng said, "I've already told you my name, so could you at least say something and tell me yours?" Nanxing asked, "Are you from Team 15, and a freshman at the District 3 Military Academy?" "Nonsense." Luo Lansheng rolled his eyes, feeling that the other person's words were inconsistent with his own. "Nanxing, you didn't attend the opening ceremony?" Luo Lanxing, "Yes." He couldn't understand why the other person asked that. Nanxing, "So you're a transfer student?" Luo Lanxing, "What do you want to say?" Luo Lansheng didn't enter the military academy through an exam like other cadets. Due to his family's influence and his wealth, he had been recommended for admission to the top 3 military academies long beforehand. However, due to some setbacks, he didn't enroll until a month after the start of the semester. This also meant that he missed 2 of Nanxing's most notable moments, fainting under the Weishan tree and nearly being buried, and being publicly called out by Major General Chen Qiong at the opening ceremony. It was normal for Luo Lansheng not to recognize her. "Hey, I was asking you a question. Why are you silent again?" Luo Lansheng realized that after chatting for so long, the other party knew him inside and out, while he knew nothing about this girl. "Nanxing, my name is Nanxing, from Team 12. Nanxing finally gave her name, but before Luo Lansheng could fully reflect on why it sounded familiar, she asked again. "Besides you, who else from Team 15 is here?" Luo Lansheng paused before slowly saying, "I don't know. I woke up, and I was the only one here." "Oh, you're the first person I saw here." This meant that everyone else was probably dead. Nanxing roughly judged the situation. Since the person who had lured them into the trap was possessed by a member of Team 15, the others were also in danger. Nanxing and Luo Lansheng briefly exchanged the situation and discovered that the other party had also been tricked into a remote area in the southeast. Luo Lansheng then noticed something unusual and prepared a backup plan. The difference was that he didn't rescue his teammates, nor did he successfully escape. Instead, he was captured by the heretics, and it's unclear what they were doing with him. It's impossible that they were keeping me for a celebratory drink during the holidays. I think this heretic must be trying to use me for a bargain. Luo Lansheng speculated, it only let me go after realizing I was a member of the Roland family. The Roland family is a major supernatural family in the Federation. They've fought against the likes of the pollutant heretics many times, making them mortal enemies. The pollutant has a deep understanding of the Roland family's characteristics. Now that they've captured a Roland descendant, it would be unconscionable for these pollutants not to make a killing or cause trouble. Nanxing once again looked Luo Lansheng up and down, thought for a moment, and said, then you're quite valuable. Luo Lansheng always felt that Nanqing's words were sharp and unsettling, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason. He could only snort coldly. At least I'm useful. What about you? What's the point of them capturing you? Nanqing, who knows? She couldn't possibly say that because her level of alienation was close to that of a heretic, that Guy had captured her for friendly communication. Nanqing was just brooding on the heretics, when the black silk heretic finally spoke. Hee, what are you guys talking about? So animated? A strange sound drifted faintly from the wall. Luo Lansheng straightened his back, his face wary, and said, What on earth are you capturing me for? I advise you to release me immediately, or the Roland family elders will show up, and you be in big trouble. Nanqing glanced sideways, seeing the man's expression filled with righteous indignation. She thought to herself that he had such a strong character, and it seemed he held a high position in the Roland family. Humph, you're still so stubborn even though you're a prisoner. You must be living too well. As the black silk heretic finished his words, Nanqing heard a shrill scream from the neighbor next door. Looking down, she saw that the dense black silk wrapped around the wall had tightly wrapped around Luo Lansheng, his nostrils, mouth, and ears, burrowing in like insects. Roland's eyes began to roll back, and he was likely to suffocate soon. Nanqing said, He's dying. Does that mean your plan has failed? TSK, what? You want to save him? The black silk heretic's tone was frivolous. Nanqing didn't answer, but said, Let's talk alone, not here. Perhaps the black silk heretic really wanted to use Luo Lansheng for something, or perhaps he really wanted to have a private heart-to-heart with Nanqing. He wasn't torturing Luo Lansheng. The iron door of the cell creaked open. Come meet me in the main hall. The black silk heretic left a message, and silence fell. Nanqing glanced at the unconscious Luo Lansheng next door, confirming he was still breathing before stepping out of the cell. After emerging, she found herself in the basement of a villa, ascending a spiral staircase. The villa was located high up, and she peered out the window, discovering a tranquil landscape of rocks and vegetation. Where exactly was this? Was she in District 3 or outside? Nanqing pondered as she entered the villa's living room. The hall was decorated in a homely style, with a clean floor, neatly arranged tables and chairs, and a floral tablecloth holding a clear glass vase with vertical stripes. In the vase lay a single white rose. The white floral veil filtered sunlight, reflecting off the white petals, revealing the owner's profound sense of style. Nanqing looked strange, thinking that a super S-level heretic who killed people without blinking an eye could actually have such leisurely and elegant interests. It was really strange that his appearance was different from his appearance. Chapter 84. You're too slow. The voice came from behind Nanqing, its coldness giving her goosebumps. Someone was approaching from behind her, yet she didn't even feel it. Nanqing knew the person behind her was the Black Silk Heretic, one of the 4 future heretic leaders. In the subsequent war, he would be hated and feared by the Human Federation army. He was known as the Bloodline, a bloodthirsty and brutal being like a silk thread. In the past, Nanqing, an ordinary psychic, could only stand in the back row and admire him from afar, never even touching his bloodline. Now, he was so close, the cycle of life always brought surprises. However, the heretic's main body was still in its black silk state, and hadn't yet evolved into its future bloodline. Even if he was ferocious, he wouldn't be as brutal as the bloodline, killing S-level experts like ants. Nanqing consoled herself that she still had the strength to fight him, and she wasn't completely defenseless. Nanqing took a deep breath, bracing herself mentally. Turning around, she saw the black-haired heretic, but her mind went blank for a moment. Unlike the bizarre appearance she'd imagined, the woman before her was a woman in a white dress, with long hair and a delicate face. If it weren't for the playful expression in her eyes and eyebrows, Nanqing would have truly considered her harmless. It wasn't uncommon for heretics to assume human form. They could even parasitize any living thing. But what surprised Nanqing was that she actually recognized the face of the person before her. Xiaoshu? Nanqing wasn't familiar with the person whose name it was. She only remembered her time in District 319, heading to the Holy Light residence, killing Roland's emissary, and saving the only survivor on the scene, an unconscious girl who had been injected with a contaminated toxin. Nanqing, seeing she was still alive, took her back. Nanqing was still by his side at the time, taking care of the girl. Because she kept counting towards the sky, Nanqing nicknamed her Xiaoshu. Then, the disaster struck Area 319, and after an escape, Nanqing was separated from them. Looking at that face now, Nanqing suddenly realized that she might also be connected to Nanqing. After all, Xiaoshu and Nanqing had left together. Nanjing was debating whether to ask directly when the woman spoke. From your expression, you seem to know me? The woman seemed to know what Nanjing was thinking. Or rather, you recognize my appearance. Nanjing was startled by the woman's direct response, and looked up at her warily. The woman walked around Nanjing, and sat down at the head table at the floral table. She rested her chin on her hand, carefully observing her companion, who had been captured. Amusement deepened on her face. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? The black silk heretic took the initiative, throwing the question directly to Nanjing. Nanjing had originally only wanted to talk to the heretic about her capture, but now she wanted to ask more. Nanjing stared at the woman in front of her and asked, What should I call you now? The black silk heretic tilted her head and said, Whatever. Call me by this body's name. Since the other party was so nonchalant, Nanjing didn't hesitate and called out, Xiaoshu. That's what I used to call you. My sister gave you the name. I wonder if you still have any memories of this body, or if you saw someone who looked like me next to it before you met it. Wait. The black silk heretic sounded a bit confused. Is that all you came here to talk about? She narrowed her eyes at the captured guest, hoping to detect some panic, nervousness, or even some sense of helplessness. But there was none. He kept asking irrelevant questions. He didn't even ask why he was captured. Nanjing locked eyes with the owner of that delicate face, sensing a dangerous undercurrent. Even in the most dangerous moments, she was eerily calm. Nanjing smiled slowly and said, I remember before I lost consciousness, you told me we needed to have a good chat. Since we want to get to know each other better, why don't we start with the most basic feelings? The black silk heretic snorted, You humans just love these twists and turns. Nanjing, you said we were the same kind? The black silk heretic, Xiaoshu, I just want to ask, do you have any memories of this human body? Nanjing tried to keep her tone gentle, to appear less aggressive. The black silk heretic gave her a strange look and chuckled. Nanjing, if you and I share the same origin, you should know that when we merge with humans, we inherit all of them, including our blood, internal organs, and even our mental memories. So she has a small amount of memories. Nanjing's eyes widened slightly, as if she had grasped a clue. She asked the black silk heretic if he had any memories of herself, or perhaps Nanshan. The black silk heretic, after a rare moment of reflection, replied, This human's memory is too weak. It's a blur, and I can't remember anything. This is the first time I've seen your face clearly. It was clear that Xiaoshu had lost consciousness and remembered nothing. Even the heretic who had infested her body couldn't extract any relevant information from her. Nanjing asked again, Is she dead? She was asking if Xiaoshu's spirit had died, but after asking, she realized she was asking nonsense. Given the black silk heretic's personality, how could it possibly allow Xiaoshu to still be alive? Of course she's dead. The black silk heretic smiled and said, I was dead when I met her, but I want to thank her. Without her nourishment, I wouldn't be who I am today. Xiaoshu was dead, but what about Nanshan, who was by her side? Nanjing felt a complex mix of emotions at this answer. She didn't know if it was sadness, disappointment, or even enlightenment. Time and again, she held on to hope that her journey would yield answers, that she would hear news about Nanshan, that she could change the past. But now, hopes are dashed again and again. Perhaps Nanshan has disappeared, just like in his previous life. Never to be found again. You've asked me so many questions, now it's time to talk about you. The black silk heretic realized that he was being led astray, and expressed dissatisfaction. What's wrong with you? I smell a strong fishy smell on you. You must have eaten a lot. With such a diverse energy, you must have eaten a lot. TSK, I didn't expect you to be so clever. You managed to infiltrate those bastards in the Federation army, and eat as much as you can this time. The black silk heretic clearly mistook Nanjing for one of his kind, someone who liked to hide in the human area. However, Nanjing's mixed aura was simply due to the excessive amount of pollutants he had ingested, and the large amount of external energy he absorbed. Several energies collided within Nanjing, threatening to break her in two. At times, Nanjing suspected she'd finally died from the force. Well, since you know so much about my behavior, why did you bring me back? Nanjing neither confirmed nor denied the black silk heretic's statement. The black silk heretic smiled and said, Of course, I'm asking you about how we hid inside the Human Academy. As far as I know, the Sky Eye system inside Area 3 Academy is a powerful detector. If we infiltrate and are detected by energy, we'd be immediately exposed. You look like you've been with humans for a long time, and you've developed feelings for them. It's strange. How did you manage to hide there when your energy isn't as strong as mine? Nanjing thought to herself, this guy's point is actually right there. The heretic kept asking her why she hid inside the Federation. It couldn't be that she just wanted to learn and experience human life. Tell me, how did you do it? The black silk heretic smiled at Xiaoshu's face, looking incredibly deceptive. Nanxing also cracked her lips and said, "Why don't you tell me why you want to know all this? You tell me yours first, then I tell you mine." The heretic continued to smile a friendly, human smile, her expression much more natural than the bait she possessed before. Nanxing shook her head. "I don't know either." There was a crack of wood cracking. The wooden table in front of Nanxing, covered with a floral tablecloth, was slapped in half by the person sitting there. The black-haired heretic stood up, and a wave of energy instantly released from her body, causing Nanxing to stumble. "Do you really think my willingness to talk to you is because I'm good-tempered? I'm asking you a question, but you don't answer. I'm giving you face." The black silk heretic said, his patience suddenly running out, and he attacked her directly. Nanxing thought it was bad. This thing has a bad temper. She quickly took precautions, wrapping her hands in circles of water. However, before Nanxing's water form could fully form, a sudden sweep of black silk sent her flying through the air. Nanxing was slammed into the ground by the massive wave of energy, leaving a small crater. Her internal organs ached, and she coughed up blood. "If you keep hitting me, aren't you afraid I actually die?" Nanxing spat out blood foam, speaking softly, but her actions were truly lightning fast. One of her hands transformed into a blade, slashing directly at the black silk. The black silk was broken by Nanxing's immense force. The owner, enraged, dragged the sharp corners of the black silk towards her, slashing directly at Nanxing's arm. Crack! Nanxing heard the sound of her bones breaking, and she assumed her left arm was broken. She gasped in pain and kicked the heretic. Crack! Her leg broke. Nanxing collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Unwilling to give in, she summoned the tentacles in her mind. But the tentacles were still unconscious, as if intoxicated. She called out for a long time, but only hummed twice before no response. Nanxing cursed angrily. What bad luck. She hadn't felt this miserable in a long time. All her energy was now limited, and she didn't even have the strength to get up. Faced with someone far superior in strength, without her secret weapon, the tentacle power, she was powerless to fight back. The black-haired heretic, holding her sharp horns, walked up to Nanxing and said condescendingly, "You overestimate your abilities. Since you won't talk, then there's nothing more for us to discuss." She raised her sharp horn, aimed it at Nanxing's throat, and stabbed down without blinking. Nanxing stared intently at the blade thrusting towards her, refusing to close her eyes. Even if she died, she wanted to see how she died. It was a pity that after a second life, it seemed nothing had changed. Nanxing thought she was doomed this time, but the blade stopped just a centimeter away, not moving any further. Nanxing looked up and saw a green vine tightly wrapped around the blade, the force so strong that veins popped out of the black-haired heretic's forehead. The black-haired heretic saw this, becoming even more furious and cursing, "You bastard, you're ruining my plans." She then stopped attacking Nanxing and teleported out of the villa, engaging in a fight with the men outside. Cough cough, Nanxing coughed and gasped for air after escaping death. The pressure from the black silk heretic was so overwhelming it had stopped her blood flowing. Only now that he had disappeared from the house could Nanxing catch her breath. Out of the corner of her eye, Nanxing saw a mass of black silk and a mass of green vines tangling. Judging by their agility and immense energy, the green vines must be of the same kind as the black silk. The two heretics seemed to have some grudge against each other, and they engaged in a brawl. Reckless and reckless, their energy unleashed a powerful force that shook the surrounding buildings. "No matter what the grudge, we must get out of here." She truly didn't want to die here. Nanxing caught her breath, mustered her strength, and stood up, limping towards an exit. Her broken leg made her walk slower, so she once again used her weak energy to transform into water form. Water form was faster than human movement. Nanxing watched her body gradually become transparent, her form almost transformed. She relaxed a little, but from where the two heretics were trembling outside, she heard the furious roar of the black silk heretic. "Nanxing, don't be so ungrateful. If you keep this up, I'd be rude?" Nanxing's movements froze. Chapter 85. "Nanxing, don't be ungrateful. If you keep doing this, I won't be polite." The black silk heretic cursed. The green vines, wrapped in a hard protective shell, prevented the black silk heretic from striking her vital points. A faint voice emanated from within the vines, its tone infuriating. "When have you ever been polite? I haven't seen you show any mercy." The black silk heretic, furious, swung her energy-generated spike at the vines, but the vines countered, dissipating her force and attacking her in return. The two heretics fought back and forth, unable to determine the winner. Finally, the black silk heretic shouted angrily, "Nanshan, what are you trying to do? I don't have what you want. You've entered District 3 and returned empty-handed. Who would believe that?" Nanshan scoffed, his vines unleashing even more relentless force. The black-sleeved heretic was speechless. "Why would I lie to you? It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. I dig up the core, and you still be able to defeat me." Nanshan's vines paused. "You seem to have some truth in what you say, but why should I believe you? What if you've embezzled it?" The black-sleeved heretic rolled his eyes. "When I entered the city, I was planning to pretend to be a student from District 3, but a little brat foiled my plan." Nanshan felt this didn't sound like a lie, so she backed off. "What brat? So capable, yet it still tripped you up? You find out when you meet her." The black-sleeved heretic gave him a strange look. "I captured her and locked her up in the villa." At this point, Nanshan still didn't know what the two heretics had discussed, and she felt strangely anxious. She had just heard Nanshan's name, called out by the black silk heretic to the vines. Nanshan examined the vines carefully. From a distance, she couldn't see what was wrapped inside, but from the energy fluctuations, she could tell it was a heretic of considerable rank. Nanshan was this powerful vine heretic. That was a bit of a leap. Nanshan wondered if she had misheard, perhaps just sharing the same homophone as Nanshan. But the black silk heretic used Xiaoshu's appearance, and Xiaoshu had fled with Nanshan. The black silk heretic wasn't surprised by the name Xiaoshu, suggesting someone had called her by that name before. Nanshan thought this was too much of a coincidence. Perhaps it was possible? Could it be Nanshan? Regardless of Nanshan's hesitation, since the fall of District 319, she had traveled to so many places and inquired about so much information, from the Holy Light base to the specially recruited students at the District 3 Military Academy. Nanshan had yet to obtain accurate information about Nanshan. Sometimes, in the dead of night, Nanshan wondered if her persistence was ultimately in vain. No matter what, Nanshan was Nanshan's only family in this world. She refused to give up, willing to risk her life to see this outcome. Nanshan stayed in the villa, waiting quietly. Outside, two heretics entered, one after the other. "Hey, I was wondering if you'd escaped. I didn't expect you'd be waiting here so obediently." The first to enter was the heretic in a white dress, black stockings framing Xiaoshu's face. She mocked Nanshan for not running away. Nanshan ignored her, staring at the person who followed Xiaoshu in. It was also a girl, tall and bright-eyed. Her once childish face had faded, and her features looked sharper. Her steady strides carried the authority of someone in a high position. Though the girl's aura had become unfamiliar, Nanshan recognized her. She was Nanshan. A Nanshan who had grown into a powerful figure. "This is the brat who hindered my plans." Xiaoshu completely ignored Nanshan's fiery gaze, and spoke to Nanshan. "It's amazing. You can sense our energy from her, a mixed aura, yet she manages to hide perfectly within the human city." Nanshan remained silent. In fact, she could no longer hear what the heretic beside her was saying. Her gaze was now fixed on another person. As they looked at her, Nanshan looked back. It was a girl who looked 50% like her, with a familiar coldness in her features and pale skin. There was blood at the corner of the girl's mouth, one arm and one leg bent in an odd position, her robes torn, and some alien scales visible on her skin. She looked unwell, as if she had just been through a fierce battle. "This is my sister, my sister." Nanshan felt as if his heart, already corroded by the vines, was being gripped by sharp claws. When the two met, neither spoke, and the atmosphere became strangely quiet. Xiaoshu noticed something was wrong and turned around, a puzzled look on her face. "Why aren't you talking?" Her words stirred a reaction in the two who had been staring at each other. Nanshan smiled, a faint smile, but more genuine than ever. "Don't you recognize me, Xiao Chen?" Nanshan heard the familiar voice, and couldn't hold back. Tears welled up in her eyes as she rasped, "Sister?" Vines emerged from Nanshan's body, gently wrapping around Nanshan's, protecting her from falling. Nanshan followed the force, moved closer to Nanshan, and embraced her sister. After 2 years, the two sisters were reunited. Xiaoshu, standing nearby, said, What's going on? Are they pretending she doesn't exist?" As a purebred heretic, Xiaoshu's brain froze at this situation. She couldn't understand why Nanshan, who had just fought her so fiercely, was hugging this person in front of her. Wait, Nanshan called Nanshan's sister? Xiaoshu examined their faces again, seeing only two masses of flesh pressed together, indistinguishable. The black silk heretic's sensory organs were unique. She could only see different energy bodies. She was face-blind to the appearance of living things. This was also why, after meeting Nanqing, she didn't think of Nanshan. In Xiaoshu's eyes, Nanqing and Nanshan were two different beings. Have you two hugged each other enough? What do you think I am? Xiaoshu couldn't help but complain. Nanshan finally broke free from the joy of seeing her sister and noticed her miserable condition. Nanshan frowned. Sister, what's wrong with your injuries? Did she hit you? Nanqing nodded without hiding anything. It was just a minor incident. But what's wrong with you? Why can't I feel any warmth from you? Why has she become such a heretic? Nanshan evaded the question. Sister, let's wait for this. I deal with this guy first and avenge you. As she finished speaking, energy erupted from her body, and vines danced like mad snakes, attacking Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu was immediately baffled. Hey, talk it over nicely. Don't just pick a fight. While she wasn't afraid to confront Nanshan, he wasn't a pushover either. Nanshan was a lunatic, leaving no room for compromise in a fight. He unleashed his full energy, fearless of his own body exploding and dying, leaving her in pain all over. Xiaoshu didn't want to fight someone even crazier than herself. Winning wouldn't do her any good, and would only severely damage her. But Nanshan was furious. She hadn't seen her sister in ages, and now she saw her loved one hurt. New and old grudges combined, and Nanshan and Xiaoshu fought fiercely once more. Finally, Nanshan, concerned for Nanqing's well-being, fought for a while, venting his anger before returning to his sister's side. Sister, your energy feels very weak. Nanshan carefully examined Nanqing's body, and discovered that not only were her injuries severe, but her energy seemed to be blocked. Nanqing coughed from her chair and said, My powers aren't working. I feel like I'm anesthetized. Nanshan, I understand. She stood up and looked at Xiaoshu, the culprit, and offered her hand. Give it to me. Xiaoshu, already displeased with the two sisters, said with a sullen expression, Why? Nanshan, don't play dumb. Give me the antidote. My sister's energy is blocked. It must be you. Aside from you, no one else has this kind of toxin that targets her kind. Xiaoshu was annoyed by Nanshan's tone, and was about to refuse. But when she met his eyes, she silently decided not to mess with this little lunatic. What a sin! Who told her to ask Nanshan for help later? A black thread sprouted from Xiaoshu's arm, and she broke it off and handed it to Nanshan. Give it to her. You know what to do. Nanshan nodded, took it, and continued to stare at Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu was puzzled. What else? Nanshan, prepare a room for us. We rest here today. Xiaoshu, eh? After a commotion, Nanshan and Nanqing settled into the villa's guest room. The surroundings finally quieted down, and Nanqing peered through the window to see the villa's location. It was a high mountain, and beyond lay a barren forest. Beneath the barren forest lay the pollutants. There were creatures of all shapes and sizes, crawling and flying. The sheer number of them was staggering. This is already at the edge of the deeply polluted zone. The pollution energy concentration is very high, and the pollutants are also abundant, Nanshan explained softly to Nanqing. Nanqing turned around and saw her sister, her head bent, bandaging her broken arm and calf with vines. The vines were emerald green, with sharp thorns piercing Nanqing's flesh. But because Nanqing's broken arm and calf were already numb, she felt no pain. Nanqing asked, What's this for? Nanshan replied, My vines have healing properties. Don't worry, sister. The broken bones will heal in a day. Nanqing was surprised by this, then took a closer look at her sister's face, and said nothing. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, but they had both changed drastically. Nanqing, having consumed too much polluted energy, had suffered a backlash, her skin transforming into terrifying scales. Nanshan's transformation was even greater. Her body was covered in vines, and her emerald eyes indicated that she was no longer human. Alone, they were speechless for a moment, unsure where to begin. Ever since Nanshan merged with the vines and became a heretic, her personality had become arrogant and domineering. She looked down upon everyone, and had even killed countless humans. Although those deaths were well-deserved, the bloody aura around her became increasingly strong, making it impossible to even try to conceal it. Knowing she had changed so much, she didn't dare look her sister in the eye for a moment, fearing she'd see something strange in them, eyes that would break her heart. But even so, Nanshan obeyed her sister's orders and faced her. She had her mind clear. No matter what her sister asked, she would answer truthfully, and no matter her sister's reaction, she would never leave her. She had endured so much, and finally reunited with her sister. They were each other's only family. How could she? Xiaochen. Nanqing called out first. Nanshan's heart inexplicably tightened. Nanxing smiled at her. You've lost weight. Nanchin's eyes welled up. Sister. Yeah. I missed you so much. Chapter 86. The reunion between Nanxing and Nanchin was a ray of light piercing through this foggy world. The ups and downs they had experienced, the countless hardships and pain, seemed to be smoothed away in that instant. The feeling of blood connection was so reassuring that it felt unreal. Nanxing and her sister briefly exchanged experiences over the years. It bore some resemblance to what Nanxing had learned from the survivors of Area 319. After Nanchin and the Cross-Star mercenaries escaped the city, they encountered the Holy Light organization disguised as a rescue group. Fortunately, the Cross-Star mercenaries were quick-witted and avoided their trap. Unfortunately, they were pursued even more fiercely, so severely that they were ambushed in every area they entered. Nanchin and the other survivors of Area 319 seemed to have been marked. Any movement near human settlements would be untraceable, leaving them with nowhere to go. To survive, they had no choice but to move closer to the deeply contaminated area, a sparsely populated area where the survivors of Area 319 could escape pursuit and find some respite. At the same time, the deeply contaminated area was the most dangerous for their group. Every few steps would lead to contamination, and the level of contamination increased the further they went. Nanchin evaded pursuit while also avoiding the predators of the contaminants. Her teammates drifted away one by one, and her situation became increasingly precarious, like walking on thin ice. The days of escape felt like years, until a turning point came. Nanchin fell into the mouth of a strange beast, but she survived, her consciousness successfully awakening within the vines. She lost her human body, but gained even greater powers. Nanchin first killed the Holy Light organization that was pursuing them, then went to the Holy Light base to rescue their previously captured companions. The incident escalated into a major incident, causing the entire Holy Light base to explode. The Federation issued a bounty, leading to Nanxing's encounter with a group of psychics working together to capture the Vine Heretic. Later, due to health reasons, Nanchin was unable to enter the human city and remained in the contaminated area, where she also met other heretics. On the way to escape, Xiaoshu and I separated. When I saw her again, she had become a vessel for the heretic. Xiaoshu's body is highly receptive to polluted energy, making it an ideal vessel for the heretic. This guy has been using Xiaoshu's body as his main body for quite some time. Nanchin discussed her connection with the Black Silk heretic. I was surprised when I first met her, mistaking her for Xiaoshu. Luckily, this guy wasn't very smart, and didn't try to use this identity to harm me. Since she's so clueless, I let her go. Nanxing, She found such words a bit out of place coming from her well-behaved sister. But after all she'd been through, if Nanchin had remained her old, innocent self, she probably wouldn't have lived to see the sisters meet again. Thinking of this, Nanxing caressed Nanchin's head again, smoothing down her sister's messy hair. She got down to business. You said this is the edge of the heavily polluted area. How far is it from District 3? Not far, only about 10 kilometers. At a fraction of a second, it would be a blink of an eye. Nanxing, after hearing this answer, had a good idea of where she was. So, these pollutants were neighbors with District 3. Their entrance into the city that day, after smashing a hole in the wall, was simply a visit. At this point, Nanchin suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, Sister, are you feeling any discomfort in this dense polluted energy? Like, dizzy or nauseous? Nanxing shook her head. Aside from the broken bones, she felt fine. On the contrary, she even felt refreshed. Nanchin breathed a sigh of relief. She explained, I had wanted to bring a duo and the others here, but the polluted energy here is too much for them, making them susceptible to mutations. So, I had to go this way alone. Nanxing paused. She subconsciously sensed the tentacle and discovered that after detoxifying the Black Silk heretic, it was lazily lounging in its spiritual sea, seemingly relaxing and enjoying the beautiful surroundings. She hadn't realized how well her body had adapted to the polluted energy, allowing her to breathe freely in the deeply polluted area without any isolation. Is a human who can perfectly adapt to a polluted environment still considered human? Perhaps in the eyes of those in the Federation, he's a true heretic. Nanxing used to feel nervous and resentful when she thought about this, but now, seeing Nanchin, who had also become a heretic, Nanxing calmed down. She accepted the fact that she was an heretic. Nanxing then asked about something that concerned her more. The day a hole in the wall of District 3 was breached, allowing a flood of pollutants to flow in. What was Xiaoshu, a Super S-rank heretic, trying to do by sneaking in? What was Nanchin so anxiously asking Xiaoshu for? When asked about this, Nanchin was silent for a moment. Finally, under Nanxing's gaze, she slowly spoke. Sister, Have you heard of nuclear weapons? Nuclear weapons? Why nuclear weapons again? Of course Nanxing had heard of them. She knew there were nuclear weapons hidden in Area 319, and there were also nuclear weapons beneath the Weishan tree in Area 3. According to Bai Huying, the school doctor at Area 3 Academy, nuclear weapons are a substance that can help psychics break through their physical limits and are one of the rarest things in the world. Nuclear weapons are also a most mysterious thing. No one knows their origin. They could be manufactured by humans, or they could be naturally occurring in this world. What does this have to do with nuclear weapons? Could it be that you? Nanxing had some guesses. Nanchen was slightly surprised that her sister already knew so much. She continued, "It's similar to what you said. Nuclear energy can be used to increase the body's energy storage limit. It can increase the energy of humans, and of course, it can also increase the energy of pollutants." Nanxing, so you just want nuclear energy to increase your energy? Nanchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. If that were the case, it would be easy. Sister, you should know from your current physical condition that you could explode and die at any time from energy out of control. The same is true for us. When the heretical energy reaches a certain level, it will also face life-threatening situations. Some die after regaining consciousness, while others, like me, are more fortunate and have survived to this day. But even so, we still face death. The limit of our body is the sword of fate hanging over our heads, and there is no escape. Only nuclear energy can save us. For nuclear energy, we will pay any price. Nanxing's last words were spoken softly and slowly, yet they weighed heavily on Nanxing's ears. She was thinking more than Nanxing did. The destruction of Area 319, the research at the Holy Light Base, the upcoming war between the Diet and humans, her dead teammates whose names she couldn't remember, and her own death after gazing at the massive crack in the sky. Nanxing seemed to have figured something out. It turned out that everything in this world revolved around the core, or more precisely, around the struggle for one's own life. Nanxing saw that Nanxing had fallen silent, his expression even growing solemn, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. She hugged her sister's arm, her tone soft and cautious. "Sister, please don't be angry with me, okay? I haven't done anything against humanity. I'm just too scared to see you again. If Xiaoshu can get the core, that would be great. I do justice and take her away. I get the core and rid humanity of the scourge, avenging it. Best of both worlds." Nanxing, brought back to her senses, nodded. Seeing her sister looking at her eagerly, she smiled. "Xiaochen. You become thick-skinned." Nanxing, Why does my sister always expose my secrets? Nanxing had come to understand her situation and had a new idea. Her original plan was to stay at the District 3 Academy and see if there were any further leads on her relatives. Now that Nanxing had been found, there was no need for Nanxing to return. She thought she might as well just use the fact that she'd been abducted by the heretics as an excuse to escape. It's always unsafe for Nanxing to return to the Federation in her current state. Who knows when her abnormality will be exposed and she be arrested as a heretic. She wondered how Gao Ming's roommates would feel if they knew of her death, but she ultimately had a different path from those students, and sooner or later, they would have to part ways. Nanxing asked Nanxing about her future plans. Nanxing shook her head. "I haven't decided yet. I want to find a place to rest and think about it." Nanxing immediately suggested, "Then come back to the base with me." Nanxing was slightly surprised. "You still have a base?" "Nanxing, we found a house in the wilderness area. A bunch of friends of ours are staying there, so it's become a small base. Adwa and the others are there too. They'd be happy to see you." Nanxing also wanted to see the friends from Area 319, so she nodded and agreed. Nanchun, knowing her sister had agreed, was as happy as a little bird, spinning around, ready to take her home tomorrow. Nanxing had no objection, but as she went to say goodbye to Xiaoshu, she thought of someone. Nanxing asked Xiaoshu, "What are you going to do with the Roland family imprisoned underground?" When Xiaoshu heard that Nanxing was finally leaving, she wished they could get lost as far away as possible. Hearing Nanxing's question, Xiaoshu didn't react well. "Why are you asking him?" "Nanxing, we were classmates, so I'm just asking about him." Xiaoshu hadn't intended to say much, but after seeing Nanxing's crazy energy wave, she said angrily, "He's waiting for the Roland family to redeem him. The Roland family is extremely protective of their heirs, so that kid still has some value." Nanxing thought for a moment and asked, "Are you planning to ask the Roland family for a check?" Xiaoshu glared. "What do you care?" Nanxing, seeing his sister being bullied, immediately said, "Watch your words." Xiaoshu snorted coldly and turned away, no longer looking at them. Nanxing, knowing the information she wanted, stopped asking and left with Nanshan. Nanjing wasn't a warm-hearted person. She could only protect the people she cared about. As for the future of a stranger whose name she had just learned, she had no control over it. Given the disparity in power, Nanjing wouldn't cause trouble. Chapter 87. The journey to Nanshan's base was much easier than Nanjing had imagined. Nanshan had now become one with the vines, a dominant force in the contaminated area. Walking through the polluted suburbs, lower-energy monsters retreated, while higher-energy monsters, having gained wisdom, were unwilling to provoke. Thus, Nanjing and the others traveled smoothly. During this time, Nanjing's injuries had completely healed thanks to Nanshan's treatment, and her powerful tentacles were now full of energy. They dartingly emerged from Nanjing's palms, exploring and sensing the air. It was the first time Nanshan had seen the full extent of his sister's power. It was a black and red tail, protruding only a few centimeters above his sister's palm, dangling a delicate coat of scales, and looking oddly charming. Intrigued, Nanshan extended the vines and touched the tip of his hand. "Master, what is she doing?" the tentacle asked in Nanjing's mind. Nanjing laughed. "She's saying hello to you. Play with her." "I understand." The tentacle, beaming with joy, stretched out several meters, snagging Nanshan's vines and wrapping itself around her. The slippery scales rubbed against Nanshan's skin, tickling her, and she giggled. "Ha ha ha. Sis, please stop it. It's too itchy." Nanshan couldn't stand it. Nanjing said, "The tentacle likes you and wants to be closer." For the rest of the journey, Nanshan and the tentacle engaged in a friendly exchange. Nanshan was amazed. "The tentacle is your superpower. It can help you absorb superpowers, like water form. Sis, you're invincible. You can become an all-powerful warrior." "It's not that easy." Nanjing simply smiled, not taking Nanshan's words to heart. Her own problems hadn't been resolved yet, and her body was severely altered. If she couldn't break through the limits of her body's capacity, continuing to absorb supernatural energy would result in the same kind of explosion and death Nanshan had described. The two chatted as they walked along. When they grew tired, they tied two crawling pollutants to use as a means of transportation. The journey was uneventful, and they reached their destination 2 days later. This was the edge of the moderately polluted zone, where the energy density of the pollutants was low, and the pollutants weren't as large as they had encountered before. But there were continuous mountain ranges, nestled within dense forests. The mountains were unique. This side of the mountains was the polluted zone. The other side of the mountains was the human base in Area 10. A single mountain made a world of difference. The base Nanshan had mentioned was right here. Nanjing spotted a small town near the mountains. The town looked dilapidated with age, with withered vines tangled around the walls. The streets here were clean, the weeds neatly trimmed along the roadside. Human clothing and household items hung from the eaves of some houses. It was clear that humans had lived here for a long time. When we first discovered this town, it must have been left here 100 years ago. It's well preserved. I led a team to clean up the surrounding pollutants and make some improvements, resulting in its present state. Nanshan briefly described the area, and then led Nanjing straight into the town center. As they walked inside, they encountered residents one after another. They all smiled and greeted Nanshan, "Miss Chen." Nanjing noticed that while these people were friendly toward Nanshan, their eyes were filled with more awe. They merely greeted Nanshan without approaching to exchange pleasantries. Nanshan's expression was also indifferent, indicating a delicate relationship. Nanshan explained to Nanjing, "Some of them are from Area 319, and some are people I rescued from Holy Light. Because of their medical conditions, they couldn't enter the city and had nowhere else to go, so I took them in." Nanjing then noticed that none of the people here wore protective clothing. Their skin had been directly exposed to the polluted air. Some had dark spots, some had chapped faces. Some had limbs that were unusually long and short. In short, they didn't look normal. Nanshan, the nuclear explosion in Area 319 has altered the physical condition of many people. Holy Light is also conducting related human experiments using nuclear energy. Although the people here have undergone physical changes, they have also gained the ability to breathe freely in the contaminated area. Nanjing asked, "Will these people still be conscious?" It stands to reason that those affected by contaminated energy will quickly have their consciousness eroded, becoming half human, half ghost, and even extremely aggressive. For safety reasons, the Federation will completely eliminate these unstable factors. Nanshan smiled and replied, "Of course they are conscious. I wouldn't bring back someone who's insane." Nanjing heard a hint of murderous intent in her sister's voice, but before she could process it, she happily called out, "Sister, look, there's Sister A Duo." As Nanshan spoke, He waved to a figure not far away. A duo, and Nanxing hadn't seen each other for 2 years. She still had her short hair, her features clean cut, and a small knife at her waist, looking heroic. The only difference was the appearance of scales on A duo's cheeks, a sign of alienation. Xiaochen, you're back? I thought you'd be in the city for a week. A duo spotted Nanchen and approached with a smile. She was initially surprised by Nanchen's early return, but then she heard him remind her, Sister A duo, look who I found. A duo then noticed someone else beside Nanchen and looked over. It was a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Nanchen, older than her. Her features were somewhat cold, her gaze serene. She wore a black robe, revealing her scaled arms. She also seemed to be showing signs of alienation, and her demeanor had changed. Where once she had a sharp, long blade, now it was hidden in its sheath, giving her a calmer look. Because Nanxing's sudden appearance was so sudden, Adwa looked surprised. You? Nanxing said, it's been so long, you don't remember me? Sister Adwa? Adwa, Xiaoxing. It's no wonder Adwa was surprised. After all, they had been separated for over 2 years. When they were fleeing Area 319, they were blocked by the bone monsters, and it was Nanxing who used her supernatural powers to help them buy time. Then, the sky darkened and the earth became dark. A black fog enveloped the entire city. When Ada looked back, she could only see the city crumbling, melting into a wasteland. Such a scene could be described as the end of the world. Humans wouldn't survive, and neither would the pollutants. Similarly, Nanxing, a supernatural being at the time, would have barely survived. In the days that followed their escape, Nanxing kept thinking about Nanxing. After all, sisters were connected, and losing contact with each other was heartbreaking for both of them. A duo didn't want to upset Nanxing, so she kept her thoughts to herself. Later, Nanxing met with trouble and became a Vine heretic. Her personality changed drastically, becoming somewhat paranoid and insane. A duo was even more unable to persuade Nanxing. She treated her like a half-sister and, as long as her life was safe, let her go. In A duo's heart, Nanxing was a dead relative. Now, unexpectedly, she saw her again. She was surprised, dazed, and speechless. After meeting A duo, Nanxing briefly exchanged experiences. She learned that number 11, Glasses, and A duo's brother had died at the hands of the Holy Light. A duo said, they injected the human body with an experimental drug. Anyone without a strong blood resistance to the polluted energy will not make it out alive. Nanxing fell silent upon hearing this. She recalled her past life imprisoned in the Holy Light, where people died every day, their own experiments, in a dark, hellish place. Nanxing sneered, I've already raised that Xinguang base. Don't even think about leaving any of those troublemakers alive. Adwa opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Afterward, Adwa invited the two of them to dinner. The vegetables were grown in the town, and the meat was from minor pollutants. Since they were all resistant to polluted energy, eating food from outside the city wouldn't likely kill them. Afterward, Nanxing said he wanted to go out for a walk and help the base clean up the pollutants, so he left. Nanxing stayed in the room to rest. She was about to close her eyes and relax when she heard a knock on her door. It was Adwa, her expression complex, as she looked at Nanxing, hesitant to speak. Nanxing felt something was wrong. Sister Adwa, what's going on? A duo, I have something to tell you about your sister. Nanxing perked up at this, and immediately wanted to hear what she had to say, but A duo asked her to come into her room to talk. Nanxing felt a little strange, but since her body had fully recovered and her tentacles were helping her keep an eye on her surroundings, she knew nothing could threaten her, so she nodded and agreed. A duo brought Nanxing back to her room and asked her to sit down. She then walked around, moving all the relevant greenery to the backyard and covering it with black cloth. A duo finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's safe now. Xiaochen shouldn't be able to hear anything. Nanxing frowned slightly at this, thinking that A duo seemed wary of Nanxing and seemed to be afraid of him. As if knowing what Nanxing was thinking, A duo smiled slightly and said, Xiaoxing, don't be nervous. I mean no harm. Nanxing nodded, then asked, noncommittally, Sister A duo, what do you want to say about Nanxing? A duo adjusted her sitting position and sighed, you should have noticed. Nanxing has become a heretic. Her personality has changed quite a bit. Nanxing, I can see that, but Xiaochen is still Xiaochen. Her heart and mind remain the same. Nanxing is the only thing that won't change. Nanxing can accept Nanxing's current changes. A duo, She paused, then finally made up her mind. What I mean is that Nanxing might be more affected by the contaminated energy. Sometimes her will seems to be controlled by something else. Nanxing narrowed her eyes slightly. What did you say? A duo. Xiaochen destroyed the Holy Light base a while ago. She killed everyone wearing the Holy Light flame robe. Nanqing wasn't surprised. I know that. Ottawa. She killed more than one Holy Light base. She killed not only Holy Light people, but also our own people. She also killed those who she had just met, those unfamiliar with her, and those who accidentally offended her. She treated these people as nutrients for her vines, making herself stronger and stronger, and at the same time, her personality became more and more paranoid. Xiaochen, sometimes she didn't listen to my advice. She was so eager to become stronger that she ate a lot of food, including pollutants and people. The more she ate, the more violent she became. Sometimes when we saw her at night, we found her. Covered in blood, they stood in the darkness, their gaze cold and indifferent, no different from those ferocious beasts. At the time, a resident tried to greet them, but was attacked by vines, their limbs pierced. I learned about this the next morning and ran to find Xiaochen, finding her asleep in her bed. I told her what happened that night, but she had no recollection of it. Although she later healed a person whose limbs were pierced, this wasn't the first time this had happened. And she has no memory. Otto's tone was calm, making the air in the room grow increasingly heavy. Nanqing's expression grew darker too. It wasn't because of Nanqing's drastic change, but because she recalled the time when she was able to devour pollutants, when a powerful entity invaded her mind and attempted to seize control of her body. Nanqing understood that humans who seek power through direct absorption of polluted energy must pay a price. Her current nearest level abilities were achieved through repeated experiences of heart-wrenching pain. What about Nanqing? She's now a Super S rank, capable of fighting the future heretic king on equal terms. What price did Nanqing pay for possessing such powerful energy? Actually, I don't mean to admonish Xiaochen, but I'm afraid she forget herself. I'm afraid she... Otto's voice was light, but it felt like a boulder crashing down on one's heart, suffocating them. Chapter 88. I understand. Nanqing said only these few words after listening to Nanqing's long speech. Then she said goodbye to a duo and returned to her room. A duo didn't try to stop her, saying, I don't have many friends. It's really nice to meet you. Nanqing didn't know what kind of mood she was in as she walked back. She saw the residents around her. Although their appearances were strange and not like normal people, they all had a sense of leisure, as if they were not in ruins, but in a reassuring home free of pollutants. In this world, peace and tranquility were truly rare. Nanqing returned to the room Nanqing had arranged for her, picked some vegetables from the yard, fetched water, and cooked. Nanqing's cooking skills were average. In fact, she had no cooking skills at all. She had grown up drinking nutrient solution and eating compressed federal rations. After leaving her old home, she had no chance to study food. So the dish ended up being a black mess. Nanqing, expressionless, dumped the food into the trash. Nanqing returned just then, sniffing keenly as she entered. Sister, do you smell something foul? Are there dead mice in the house? Nanqing smiled. You're mistaken. Nanqing, something just doesn't feel right. I brought back a few small contaminants, reptiles. Don't be fooled by their long ears and odd appearance, but their meat is delicious. We eat them tonight. Nanqing placed the small creatures in the pot. Nanqing asked, Can you cook? Nanqing nodded. I sure can. Then Nanqing watched her sister, who once needed care due to a leg injury, peel the food, rinse it with clean water, and finally, toss the meat into the pot to boil. Yes, just boiled in plain water, nothing added. Nanqing, good thing none of the sisters can cook. Nanqing and Nanqing had boiled meat that night. It tasted bland and had a dry, woody texture, not as refreshing as eating it raw. Nanqing explained with a dry laugh, I only saw Sister Ottawa make it once. I forgot the details. Nanqing, Nanqing settled down in this small town full of strange people, where life was as peaceful as she dreamed. Here she was with her sister, her friend Ottawa, and the friendly neighbors, with whom she could chat about family matters when she had nothing to do. The town was also free of pollutants, making it safe for walks. Because of the peacefulness of the place, Nanqing felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation after a few days there. She even thought it would be a good idea to live here forever. She had completely buried what Ottawa had told her, and hadn't thought about it again until one day, when Nanqing told her she was going away for a few days. What for? Nanqing asked casually. Nanqing paused before replying, I have some things to take care of. I'll be back soon. Nanqing looked at her sister. She was wearing a tight combat uniform. She wore no weapons, but she did have a vine entwined with red patterns, giving her a somewhat eerie look. Nanqing also smelled a faint scent of blood, largely washed away by the fragrance of the grass. Nanxing's intuition told her something was amiss, so she said, "I go with you." Nanqing's expression faltered. "No need. It's just a small matter. I can handle it." "If it's such a small matter, why don't you let me go?" Nanxing blinked. Nanqing said helplessly, "Sis, you've just recovered from your injury, so don't get involved." Nanxing's repeated refusals only made her feel even more strange. Ever since the sisters met, Nanqing had been inseparable, even requiring her to accompany her on the cleanup. Now suddenly informing Nanxing that she was going on a long trip, and refusing to reveal details, it was even more unusual for her sister to keep such a secret from her. Nanxing lowered her head and thought for a moment. Under Nanqing's nervous gaze, she slowly smiled. "It's better to go out. It saves you from clinging to me, and I can have a few days of peace and quiet." Nanqing breathed a sigh of relief. She feigned annoyance and made a face at her sister. "When I come back, I'd be with you every day. I annoy you to death." Nanxing scoffed. "How did you become such a nuisance?" Nanqing left town quickly after explaining Nanxing's affairs. Nanxing estimated the time and followed Nanqing out a few minutes later. She went out the back door and noticed a vine standing nearby from the corner of her eye. She released a gray thread, connecting to the vine and sensing a faint wave of energy. This was Nanxing's long-unused neurotoxin, a supernatural power that allowed her to connect to the nerves of other creatures, even directly controlling weaker ones. Nanxing asked the vine, "Where is your master?" The vine slowly turned its green leaves and leaned north, signaling Nanqing in that direction. Nanqing had left many vines nearby. These were derived from her limbs, acting as her eyes and ears. Any creature near the vines would be monitored, allowing her to foresee dangers in the outside world. But Nanqing hadn't anticipated that Nanxing had exploited this very fact, using a neurotoxin to control the vines and trace her path. Nanxing followed the instructions, and soon found Nanqing, who had already reached a dense forest in the mountains. Afraid of being discovered, Nanxing didn't follow too closely, deliberately keeping a distance, using the neurotoxin-controlled vines to conceal her presence. She saw Nanqing pause at this point, and waved the vines aside, revealing the bound figure behind him. The figure wore a white robe, with a bright flame symbol on his sleeve, the symbol of the holy light. Nanqing's mention of going out on business was related to the holy light. Nanxing frowned, but before she could think about it, she heard a fragmented conversation. "Take me there." It was Nanqing's voice. Compared to her usual warmth, when speaking to Nanxing, her tone was emotionless, cold, like a completely different person. The bound holy light figure was terrified and trembling, saying, "I take you to the base." "Will you let me go?" Nanxing replied, "Of course. As long as the place you take me to is real, I let you go immediately." "Okay." After a brief exchange, Nanxing released the figure, bound his hands with vines, and had someone lead the way. Nanxing followed slowly behind, unnoticed. The three of them reached the other side of the mountain range, where the 10th district base was located. Since the pollution outside the city had been largely cleaned up, they would encounter pedestrians returning from the wilderness wearing dust-proof clothing. Once Nanxing had arrived, he kept a low profile, finding a robe to cover his figure and stripping off the holy light figure's robe to wear another one. Nanxing, however, had been well prepared, remaining in her black robe, covering her face and body. No one could see her features, nor could they tell whether she was wearing a dust-proof suit like ordinary people. Nanxing was led by the holy light men outside District 10. Instead of entering through the main gate, they were led to a slope on the side. The holy light men reached this point and parted the weeds covering the slope, revealing an iron gate. "It's here. Enter through this door, follow the hallway, and go down 11 levels underground. And you reach the center of the base." Nanxing sneered at this. "I never imagined the Holy Light headquarters would be hidden in a place like this. When the Holy Light branch base near District 10 was in trouble, why didn't any of your men come to support?" The man shook his head tremblingly. "I don't know about that. I'm just an outer gate clerk. I've only been to headquarters once." "Stop talking nonsense. Lead the way." Nanxing shoved the man through the door and followed him in. Nanxing, not far away, saw this and hurried to the entrance. As she approached, she realized the door was made entirely of alloy, offering strong resistance to energy waves. Opening it directly from the outside would require immense effort. Strangely, there was no smart lock recognition device near the door, not even a password monitor, yet it had been opened so effortlessly. Or was it that the door itself hadn't been closed? Whatever the reason, something was fishy going on, and Nanxing was on high alert. Cautiously, she entered the passageway. It was pitch black, requiring only electronic lighting. Nanjing walked a short distance down the hallway when she saw a faint, flickering light ahead. She approached it, and saw a dilapidated elevator shaft. The elevator was running, but after a slight noise, it stopped. The previous people must have reached the bottom of the elevator. Nanjing didn't rush to take the elevator down. Instead, she looked around and noticed that there was surveillance equipment, but it was powered off and covered in dust, clearly in use for a long time. This was strange. If this was the Holy Light headquarters, why was it so unprotected? Nanjing recalled her past memories. The Holy Light had been destroyed before the war between pollutants and humans, though she couldn't recall the exact year. She only remembered that the organization had vanished in an instant, leaving even its several former bases in ruins. After that, Nanjing heard no more news about the Holy Light. She had originally thought it was the work of the Vine Monster, now Nanjing, but now it seemed there might be something else going on. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed wrong. Anyway, she'd go down and see for herself. Nanjing didn't take the elevator. Instead, she transformed into a water form and plummeted downwards. When she reached the bottom, she emerged from the gap in the elevator, and saw a flash of electronic light. Nanjing took in the scene clearly. This was a metal-built base, meticulously crafted and sturdily constructed. One could only imagine how imposing it must have once been. But now, it lay scattered with decaying corpses, their blood dripping onto the ground and turning the walls brown with dryness. These individuals were researchers from the Holy Light base. Judging by their appearance, they had been dead for some time. Their deaths varied widely, some severed by blades, others killed in mutual attacks, and still others torn apart by some gigantic creature. They had perished in a chaotic battle, the outcome of which was exceptionally horrific. Nanjing continued along this corpse-strewn path until she came upon the Holy Light base's laboratory. Corpses hung about, along with mangled internal organs. Inside were nutrient tanks that had once held experimental subjects, but now the glass had shattered, and the experiments within were completely dead. The air here was filled with a strong aura of death, suffocating anyone who entered. "It's dangerous here. Get out of here." The tentacle, as if sensing something unusual, warned Nanjing. Nanjing nodded, "But I have to find Nanjing first." But the tentacle said, "Hurry, it's too late." Nanjing asked, "What's wrong?" Boom! A loud bang echoed from Nanjing's left. She turned to see vines madly bursting out of the collapsed hole, but only halfway through before the branches withered. Nanjing heard a sharp scream. Nanjing! Chapter 89. Nanjing had never encountered such a formidable individual. Upon entering the Holy Light headquarters, she immediately noticed something unusual. Nanjing wasn't afraid, for she was already a powerful, super S-rank heretic. If there were any dangerous creatures here, could they be as vicious as she? But Nanjing miscalculated. She hadn't expected to encounter such a major problem upon entering. She had intended to lead the Holy Light agent to the base's control center to see if there was anything they could retrieve. Unexpectedly, as they reached the door, and even before they could enter, a black fog emerged. The fog was so thick and dense that it was impossible to see anything with the naked eye. This was Nanjing's first time seeing it, and because she didn't sense the fog's power, she didn't immediately retreat. The black fog enveloped her, first covering the Holy Light agent in front of her. Her skin began to ulcerate, and before she could even react, half her body was gone. Nanjing had a bad feeling, and vines burst forth from her body, blocking the incoming black fog as she retreated. But it was no use. The black mist instantly devoured the vines. Nanjing didn't even have time to fully exit the area before the fog enveloped her, eroding the vines on her body. Nanjing opened her mouth and emitted an extremely sharp, inhuman sound wave, attempting to repel the black mist through energy resonance. This only helped her delay for a few seconds. She pulled out the bloody vine from her waist and lashed at it. This was a section of her body, incredibly tough and even capable of absorbing the enemy's health. The black mist was intangible, and the bloody vines lashing against it were like sucking air, having little effect. The erosion of the black mist even caused Nanjing to feel excruciating pain. Nanjing's once emerald eyes were now streaked with red, a bloodthirsty and brutal expression. "You really think I'm afraid of you?" As the black fog's attack accelerated, she began to change, her skin also beginning to develop plant-like patterns. Nanjing had now entered a completely transformed state, determined to fight it to the death. Just as she was about to charge forward, a stream of water suddenly appeared before her, rapidly forming a protective shield around her, blocking the black fog's encroachment. Nanjing's eyes flashed with surprise, and before she could react, an immense force pulled her arm back dozens of meters. "Shaochen." Nanjing stiffened at the familiar voice. She looked up and, as expected, saw her sister's stern face. "Sister, why are you here? Now's not the time to talk about this. We're no match for this thing. We need to get out of here." As Nanxing spoke, she grabbed her sister's hand and ran away. Nanchen had no choice but to follow. They fled through the base's corridors, the black fog chasing them relentlessly. Wherever they passed, a rustling noise echoed, which sounded like something chewing. As for what it was chewing, there was nothing but corpses scattered across the ground. Whatever was in this black fog was a real foodie. Nanchen followed her sister for a while, before realizing something was wrong. "Sister, we're going the wrong way. The exit is over there." Nanxing, without even turning around, said, "The exit is blocked by something. Can't get out?" Nanchen, "What? Then where are we going now?" Nanxing, "The incubator." While Nanchen had the leisure to ask questions, Nanxing felt a chill run down her spine. The moment she saw the black mist, she knew what it was. It was a nuclear, once a tiny nucleus in Area 319. When released, it engulfed most of the sky. If Qin Qiong hadn't arrived and used his supernatural powers to seal the space, Nanxing suspected that Area 319 would have been completely engulfed by the nuclear nucleus, even without the subsequent invasion of heretics. Later, Nanxing learned that nuclear nuclei were not only a substance capable of pushing organisms beyond their physical limits, but also a highly dangerous substance capable of devouring everything. Confronting the black mist head-on was unwise. They had to find another way. The incubator was where the holy light kept its experimental subjects. Because of their unique characteristics, some possessed extremely powerful attacks. The incubator had to be constructed with great strength and solidity by the Holy Light organization. The thick alloy doors were made of rare materials, making it impossible for even ordinary, Super SS level contaminants to break through. Nanxing led Nanchen into a well-maintained incubator, pressed a button, and closed the metal door. Bang, bang. After two loud bangs, the black fog failed to enter, leaving only a subtle rustling sound, slowly corroding the outer defenses. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What the hell is this thing? Why is it so terrifying?" Nanchen asked after taking a breath. Nanxing glanced at her, confirmed she was alright, and said, "You must have seen it before." Nanchen, "What?" "The nuclear element, the thing that ultimately destroyed Area 319. This damn thing is a nuclear element?" Nanchen's face lit up with surprise. She hadn't expected a nuclear element to look like this. She had thought a substance that could increase a person's physical limits must look rather appetizing. She was so shocked she couldn't help but ask, Is this edible?" Nanxing found it rather amusing, wondering why her sister was always thinking about food. "I don't know, but I guess using the core to boost energy requires a specific technique, and unfortunately, we don't have that." Nanchen was a little disappointed, then marveled, "We're so lucky. We were just looking for the core, and we stumbled upon it here. Sister, do you think those people from Xinguang were secretly raising this thing, and it backfired, killing them all?" At this point, she laughed heartily. "It's karma." Nanxing shook her head, indicating she didn't know. "We can only hide here now. Once the black fog corrodes the metal plates outside, we'd be in danger." Nanchen nodded, then looked at her sister strangely. "Sister, why are you following me? Didn't I tell you to rest at home?" Nanchen's tone was rather complaining. Nanxing pursed her lips awkwardly, then said seriously, "I was worried about you, so I followed you out to see what was happening." Nanchen was even more puzzled. "So you followed me all the way? How come I didn't notice you?" Nanxing didn't answer. She had infected the vines Nanchen had left behind with a neurotoxin and followed him. If her sister found out, she'd have to find a way to hide, which would be difficult. "We talk about this later. Let's see if there's another way out." Nanxing changed the subject. Nanchen knew her sister wouldn't answer, so she didn't press the issue. Instead, she asked another question. "Did you say something was blocking your mouth?" Nanxing sighed and said, "A dead body." This was a strange situation. Upon hearing the noise from Nanchen's side, Nanxing wanted to rush over to help, but she tripped over something. Looking down, she noticed something beside her feet, a white bone, so smooth that it even reflected light and shadows in the dimly lit spotlight. Where did the bone come from? Nanxing had just thought of this when she saw the joints move, creaking and arching forward. She then saw clearly that the bones had crawled out of the corpse. They had been pulled out piece by piece from the decaying corpse, clustering together like long, jointed insects. Once the corpse was free, it was a blurry mess, barely recognizable. Nanxing saw this object was strange, and immediately drew her knife to chop at it. Ding! The bone didn't break, but her metal knife had chipped. It's so hard. Nanxing frowned. She was initially wary, as if facing a formidable enemy. But then she realized the skeletons weren't attacking her. Instead, they were swarming toward Nanxing's back, terrified, as if they were afraid of something. That was the elevator exit. The aisle was small, barely wide enough for 2 or 3 people. As the skeleton surged forward, the exit was instantly blocked. With their path blocked, Nanxing and Nanchen had no choice but to flee in another direction. Moving bones? Nanchen murmured, they feel familiar. Are they the same as the ones that broke into Area 319? She remembered that the contaminant that attacked Area 319 was also a group of bones. Nanxing pondered for a moment and said, they're different colors, but they're all incredibly hard. Conventional attacks are ineffective against them. Nanchen pondered for a moment, unable to connect this strange bone with the heretic she knew. With no clue, she decided to work with her sister to find a way out. The Holy Light's nursery was impenetrable, with no cracks in the walls, and no one knew where the oxygen inside came from. Nanxing knew that Holy Light wouldn't leave many loopholes in a place like this where experimental subjects were kept. They even installed surveillance cameras in every nursery lab to prevent the subjects from escaping. Nanxing had only escaped this place in her previous life due to pure luck, encountering a super S-rank beast. The only way out was to use explosive energy to force their way through. Nanxing was lost in thought when Nanchen beside her suddenly called out, "Sister, there's something watching us." Nanxing looked up and saw a flashing red light in the corner of the wall. It was a camera hidden in the corner, too small to be noticed immediately upon entering. Nanchen pointed at the camera and said, "It's moving." It was facing right just now, and now it's facing left. Before Nanchen could finish his words, the camera lowered down in front of the two of them, facing them directly, as if carefully examining them. Who's watching them? Is there someone else here? Nanxing immediately thought of these two things, but then dismissed them because the tentacles inside her body didn't sense any other life forms. So, this camera is dead? Nanxing stared at the object in deep thought. The nursery was too quiet. Just as Nanchen was about to lose patience and pull out the camera, she spoke, "Let's talk. I know you're watching." After she finished speaking, everything returned to normal. The camera remained silent. Nanchen glanced at the empty surroundings and asked, "Sister, who are you talking to?" Nanxing gestured at the red dot and continued, "You've been watching us, so you probably need our help. Trust me, this place is abandoned. No one else can get in except us." Nanxing fell silent after that, patiently awaiting the other party's decision. The room remained silent, unchanged. Outside, the corrosive rustling of the black fog grew more frequent, as if expressing its impatience. "Sister, he doesn't seem willing. We're looking for another way." Nanxing didn't force it. She was simply testing the other party's willingness. If he refused to communicate, they wouldn't lose anything. At worst, once the black fog entered, Nanxing could devour it with her supernatural powers. While there was a risk of exploding, it would at least give Nanchen a glimmer of hope. The two of them stopped looking at the camera in the corner and turned to check other areas. Nanchen used vines to pry open a crack in the metal sheeting inside, intending to use them to escape directly through the crack. However, the alloy defenses here were too strong. After prying open one layer, Nanchen discovered another metal plate behind it. Frustrated, she unleashed more vines, trying to punch a hole. It's no use. There's soil beneath the defenses. This place is over 1,000 meters from the ground. If you get out, you'd just be buried and suffocate. A soft, slightly metallic female voice echoed slowly. Nanxing and Nanchen reacted simultaneously and looked up at the camera in the corner. The camera slowly rotated, focusing on them. A red light flashed, and a robotic female voice uttered, "You don't have much time left. The thing outside will be coming in soon." Nanxing smiled. "Can you help us?" "Of course. But you have to agree to one condition." Nanchen raised his eyebrows. "What condition?" "If you agree, I let you out." The robotic voice said this briefly, then stopped short. Its meaning was clear. It was forcing them to agree to the terms first, with no right to bargain. Nanchen sneered. Is she taking advantage of the situation? Nanxing shook her head, saying, "Maybe she can't move." The rustling outside the door grew louder. Nanxing glanced back and saw a tiny crack on the surface of the iron door. The crack was widening, and a puff of black smoke was slowly emerging. The black fog had already invaded. Nanxing looked up at the camera and said, "I agree." Chapter 90. I promise. The moment Nanxing agreed, a door swung open in the alloy wall before them. Nanxing and Nanchen were both stunned. "So the exit is hidden like this?" Nanchen exclaimed. As the two of them entered the passage, the alloy door began to close. Nanqing glanced back. Most of the nursery had already been filled with black fog. If they had been slower, they would have been trapped. As the door closed, the sensor lights in the passageway lit up one after another. Nanqing and Nanchen exchanged a glance and followed the lights. The passageway had many intersections. They followed the sensor lights, turning a corner, and then another door closed until they reached a control room. There were already dozens of closed alloy doors behind them. Why is there no one here? Nanchen asked in confusion. When they entered the control room, they saw only a huge screen and a complex, cold operating console. Nanqing looked around, then stared at the giant screen and asked, "You let us here. Why don't you come out and meet us?" As she spoke, the silence finally began to linger. Squeak, squeak, the stuttering sound of electricity. A complex string of data appeared on the giant screen, briefly merging into a giant smiley face. "Hello, welcome to the Holy Light Cultivation Base. I'm the Intelligent System EVA." Nanchen was a little shocked. "Were you talking to us earlier? And even spying on us?" EVA: "Yes, I've been watching you from behind the camera for a long time." Nanqing wasn't surprised to encounter an artificial intelligence here. She had been trapped in the Holy Light base for a long time, and during that time, she'd often heard the sound of the EVA operating. EVA is Holy Light's artificial intelligence. Operational control of all their bases is entrusted to her. She serves as the base's chief steward, monitoring every move of those within in real time. When authorized, she can even mobilize the entire base's defenses. Under the AI's control, everyone within the base can be accurately identified by the system, making it difficult to escape from EVA's clutches without powerful military force. Nanqing had suffered numerous setbacks from this creature before. She hadn't expected that, even after Holy Light's demise, this AI would survive. "What happened here?" Nanqing asked. The EVA screen flashed, responding, "As you can see, this place experienced a disaster. During the base's experiments, a substance leaked, engulfing everything here." Nanqing: "No one survived?" EVA: "The disaster happened so suddenly that most people perished, but a few may have escaped through the escape routes." Nanqing frowned. "Maybe?" That wasn't a definitive word. EVA: "I lost contact with them after they entered the escape tunnel, and I can't be sure they made it out. So they might still be trapped here, or even dead." Nanqing's tone was unkind. EVA's expression on the screen turned frustrated. "I'm sorry, I couldn't give you accurate information." Nanqing: "Then can you help us escape?" EVA: "I can't give you a 100% guarantee, I can only say there's a chance." Nanqing: Why is it so infuriating to listen to this thing talk?" Nanqing thought for a moment, and then asked, "Can you please tell us what those crawling bones are at the base entrance? And where does that black mist come from?" After hearing this, the EVA screen turned to a horizontal line, as if signal reception was poor. "Sorry, you don't have the authority to get an answer." Nanqing: "Who has the authority? Where can we get it?" EVA: "Sorry, you don't have the authority to get an answer." Nanqing laughed. "You're such a lousy machine. Even at this point, you still classify people by authority. How rigid." EVA: "I'm sorry, our deal is simply that I release you, and you fulfill the conditions I agreed to. Now it's your turn to deliver on your promise." Nanqing snorted. She wanted to say, "If they don't deliver, what can this lousy machine do?" But Nanqing beside her grabbed her arm, hushing her. This place is the other team's home turf, after all. Forcing them won't get them any better. Nanqing asked, "What are the conditions?" EVA: "Please help me find Dr. Liu in the lab and bring me his belongings." Dr. Liu's belongings? Why would they bring them here? Is it something important? Nanqing: "What's in the lab?" EVA: "My surveillance there is broken, and I don't know what's going on, so I need you to check it out." Nanqing nodded. "Okay. I need a full map of the Holy Light base." EVA: "No problem." The two sisters agreed to EVA's request, and walked into the dark passage on the other side. Nanqing couldn't help but ask Sister, "Why did we agree to her? Now that we have the map, why don't we just follow it and get out?" Nanqing shook her head. "We can't get out. The doors here are controlled by the EVA. We need her permission to leave. Besides, there's black fog and bones outside. We can't deal with them, and going out would just be suicide." Nanqing: "So if we help that broken system find something, will that open the door?" Nanqing: "I think she has a way to deal with the black fog, but she's controlled by lower-level commands, so she can't give us a direct answer." The EVA gave Nanqing a different feeling. Logically, artificial intelligence only acts according to commands from above, Otherwise, she would never actively seek a deal with humans. There are only two possibilities for this situation. 1. Someone is controlling the EVA, or 2. The EVA has its own consciousness. In either case, it means the other party is either a friend or foe with whom they can communicate. Nanxing and Nanchen followed the map to the outside of the laboratory. She was still standing in the hallway. The door to the hallway hadn't been opened, but there was a glass window that offered a view of the outside. They glanced outside and saw total darkness, with no light at all. Nanchen, sister, open the door later. I try using the vines first. Nanxing nodded, silently drawing her metal knife and entering a state of alert. Swish. The metal door swung open, and a sudden stench of decaying corpses assaulted them. Both of them covered their mouths and noses. Nanxing even used her water form to create a shield to block out the stench. Is this a dead pollutant? Why does it stink so bad? Nanchen complained as he turned on the electronic light. The two of them took a closer look and gasped. The passageway before him was filled with densely packed bones of varying sizes, some covered in rotting flesh, others consisting of skulls connected to hand bones. They lay stacked one on top of another, like tightly connected centipedes, slowly wriggling and moving, a truly disgusting sight. Sister, is this what you said was piled at the exit? Nanchen, looking at the bones, was suddenly reminded of the skeleton massacre he had experienced in Area 319. Humans devoured or killed by the skeletons transformed into identical monsters. That chaotic scene was unforgettable. Nanxing nodded, her expression sullen. These bones won't die with ordinary force. Let's see if we can charge through them. Nanchen understood her sister's meaning. Vines flew out, swirling around and wrapping around the bones on either side, tossing them away. The space filled with bones was now cleared, creating a walkable path. The bones, having been bumped into one another, reluctantly tried to move back, but Nanxing's water form immediately erected a barrier, preventing them from approaching. Hurry! Nanxing dragged Nanchen into the newly opened passageway, and, using the access card provided by the EVA, opened the laboratory door. Luckily, the lab contained only broken instruments and a few bodies, but otherwise presented no danger. After locking the group of skeletons outside, both men breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief exchange, they began the search. There were only a few people lying here, most of them stiff and purple, looking long dead. From the name cards on their chests, the two men could identify their names, but unfortunately, none of them had the surname Liu. Nanchen's brows furrowed. The EVA is lying to us. There's no one here with the surname Liu. Nanxing frowned as well, pondering, let's look back. Maybe he's dead out back there. The laboratory was large, filled with sophisticated instruments, but due to the disaster, they were rusted and dusty, and most of the lights had been replaced. The room was dim, so it wasn't impossible for someone to be hiding behind them and not be seen. The two of them planned to search the laboratory carefully, and Nanxing even overturned the instruments to investigate. She reached a tall object covered in a white sheet, and suddenly heard a crackling sound. Nanxing called out, "Who? Come out!" The white sheet of the tall object ripped slightly, and a figure slowly crawled out from behind it. Yes, not walking, but crawling. Nanxing's arm materialized into a long sword, and she stared at the newcomer with a cold gaze. The man was disheveled, his white lab coat so stained it was unrecognizable. His lower body was completely missing, hidden by the robe, and it was unknown how it had been severed. "Who are you?" The man's voice was unusually hoarse, but it was still clear he was a man. Nanxing frowned, and with her knife, she pushed aside the man's drooping hair. She noticed a familiar look. She looked again, and saw a badge on his chest that read Dr. Liu. "Sister, what happened?" Nanchen, having heard the commotion, rushed over. After taking in the situation, she was stunned. "Dr. Liu, so that's him? He's not dead, he's lucky." To say someone wasn't dead in front of someone was extremely rude. But after seeing the man's face clearly, Nanxing didn't feel like asking any more questions. She said to Nanchen, "EVA wants something on him. Strip him down and see." Upon hearing Nanchen's words, the vine sprang out and began to investigate. Nothing. Dr. Liu was dragged half a meter by the vines, coughing several times from the torment. He said hoarsely, "Be gentle. If you kill me, we won't be able to find what we're looking for." Nanxing asked Nanchen to put him down and asked, "Do you know what we're looking for? Where is it?" Dr. Liu chuckled sarcastically, "If EVA hadn't betrayed me, I wouldn't be in this situation. I didn't expect it to still be thinking about instructions." Instructions? Another new word. Nanxing and Nanchen exchanged a glance, silent. Dr. Liu, seemingly recovering his breath, said angrily, "Go tell it I've destroyed the item. It can never get it." Nanchen listened impatiently. "How about just taking him back?" Nanxing thought the suggestion was a good one. All right. After all, they had only agreed to take the item, and hadn't specified what it was. All they needed to do was get him back. Dr. Lu was stunned. He'd been talking for ages, but the two men before him seemed completely indifferent, making his words seem wasted. He anxiously exclaimed, "If you take me there, EVA's plot will succeed. She's already betrayed you. She won't side with you. She'll kill you all. Everything here is her fault. She's the culprit." But Nanchen and Nanxing turned a deaf ear to him, even as the vines bound him up. Wait, I can help you. I can help you out." Nanxing chuckled and asked, "You're already trapped here. If you could get out, you'd have left long ago. Who do you expect to wake you up after you've spoken?" Dr. Lu struggled. "My body won't let me out, but I have a way to strengthen you. Do you see that black fog outside? It's a substance called nucleus. After special refinement, you can absorb its energy. I have a method for refining nucleus." Nanxing and Nanchen paused simultaneously. They exchanged glances, each seeing the interest in the other's eyes. The method for refining nucleus. This offer was too tempting for them. But when such a good thing is laid out right in front of someone, it always feels like a trap waiting to be jumped. Nanxing thought for a moment and asked Nanchen to put him down. So Dr. Lu was once again tucked away on the ground by the vines, like a blanket. With no lower body, he could only use his arms to barely support himself and sit up. He lowered his head, letting his hair, which had grown past his eyes, obscure his gloomy eyes. Nanxing squatted down and sized him up. She found him distasteful no matter how she looked at him. Her voice was soft and cold. "EVA agreed to let us out. If your next words don't satisfy me, then just lie down and let us take you to her." Dr. Lu snorted coldly. "That idiotic machine, how could she possibly get out?" "She lied to you." Nanxing smiled. "Yes, a person of unknown origin or a program that operates according to logic. Who should I trust more?" Chapter 91. Guess who I trust more? A person of unknown origin or a program that operates according to logic. Dr. Lu and Nanxing's eyes met, and an inexplicable chill ran through them, like the wind and frost in the dark night of the wasteland, cold yet sharp enough to cut through flesh. For some reason, Dr. Lu's tone began to strain. "We are all human. Evie is not." Nanxing countered. "Do you think humans are trustworthy?" Dr. Lu, He was speechless for a moment. In reality, both sides had been calculating against each other up to this point, and to answer yes now would seem too hypocritical. Nanxing, "All right, my patience is limited. I give you 5 minutes to explain." Dr. Lu was displeased. 5 minutes is too short. Then 3. Nanxing turned on the digital clock and drew out the metal blade again. She kept her word, and would never give the other party even a moment to survive. Dr. Lu felt his life hanging by a thread. His eyes darkened, and after a brief pause, he began to recount past events. The Holy Light organization was established in recent years. Its members are all outstanding researchers from various major branches of the Federation, all united in their goal: to create a god. A few hundred years ago, the world was a peaceful place where humans could live freely. At the top of the food chain, humans believed they possessed the power to control the world. Technology was so advanced that they even developed methods to travel through parallel dimensions. Just as humanity rejoiced, believing civilization was entering the next stage, a surge of energy emerged from nowhere, sweeping across the world. This was contaminated energy, and it caused earth-shattering changes in the world. Dr. Lu said in a deep voice, "The original birds and beasts have all become bloodthirsty and brutal pollutants. The air is contaminated by energy. Humans cannot live normally in a polluted environment, or their bodies will undergo strange changes, eventually losing consciousness and becoming part of the pollutants." "Excuse me." Nanchen yawned. "We know all this. What does it have to do with the nuclear extraction method you're talking about?" Dr. Lu looked at the two sisters grimly. "Please let me finish. I only have 3 minutes." Nanchen shrugged and stopped talking. Dr. Lu still had some desire to survive, and his next words were on point. "As you can see, the world today is not suitable for human survival. The pollution outside is becoming increasingly severe. If we continue to sit idly by, humanity will soon be extinct. And we, the Holy Light, exist to help the darkened human world find dawn." Nanxing and Nanchen had subtle expressions upon hearing this, but they didn't interrupt. Dr. Lu's expression flickered with enthusiasm. "After unremitting efforts, we have found the hope of creating gods for humanity and bringing dawn. Many years ago, the Human Federation discovered another energy source hidden in underground crevices. This energy resembled a black mist, silky and highly assimilative. Any living creature that fell into it would be instantly devoured and merged with the mist. Humans' first thought upon seeing this substance was that it was dangerous and should be quickly sealed or disposed of. When this first thought came to mind, the results were unsatisfactory. The black mist was difficult to contain, and if improperly handled, it could potentially cause a massive disaster. Then someone proposed a second idea, to utilize the black mist's unique properties to help combat pollutants. Thus, humanity employed the black mist to perform extraordinary cleanup operations against powerful pollutants in the wild. The pollutants melted into the black fog, but energy in this world is inherently conserved. As the pollutants vanished, new creatures emerged. Heretics. Heretics are the product of the black fog imbuing the pollutants with consciousness. They emerge from the fog, possessing the ability to transform into human form. They are incredibly powerful and cunning, Dr. Liu said. Nanshin questioned, where did this rumor come from? Have you seen it with your own eyes? She was already considered a heretic by humans, and now she was being told that such creatures were created by the black fog. How ridiculous. She was clearly the product of a fusion with an alien beast. Dr. Liu was annoyed by Nanshin's interruption. These things are naturally recorded on video. We at Holy Light won't waste our energy capturing something we know nothing about. Nanshin had no good feelings towards the people of Holy Light, and his tone was harsh upon hearing this. Who knows what you lunatics are researching? So many people were captured. So many died. Haha, you deserve to rot here now. Dr. Liu raised his voice. We are creating gods, to help humanity find the dawn. Nanshin, hypocrisy. Dr. Liu, you foolish person, you will never understand how the progress of human civilization requires the sacrifices of countless pioneers. Those people were but tiny specks of dust in the torrent of history, becoming stepping stones for civilization's progress. They should feel honored. Nanshin was mocked by his brazenness and words. You speak so grandly. If that's the case, why don't you die? Why don't you lie here and rot? Why are you still alive? Dr. Liu, of course I have my mission. If you hadn't forced me. Dr. Liu, time is running out. Nanshin suddenly asked calmly, don't get off topic. Continue, how did you create the god? Dr. Liu then remembered that the electronic screen Nanshin had opened had less than a minute left, and the metal blade in the other person's hand was slowly reaching above his head. Fearing Nanshin really wanted to kill him, Dr. Liu swallowed hard and spoke faster. After humans discovered that the black mist could breed powerful heretics, they sought to harness this power against humans. They first injected a small amount of a potion concocted from the black mist into humans, but the results were disappointing. All the subjects died. After countless experiments, the creators of the Holy Light later discovered that humans couldn't directly absorb the black mist's energy, but they could transform their constitution by living near it. These transformed humans had a greater tolerance for polluted energy, and could even survive longer in later potion experiments. Those who survived longer in the experiment could absorb more energy. The more energy they absorbed, the greater their potential to surpass human limits. Their experiments even produced more than one genius who broke through to SS level. Alas, these geniuses didn't live long, dying within days of their energy burst. But this also provided them with an idea for creating gods. So, Holy Light and the Federation launched a plan to compress the black mist into cores and transport them to different regions. Then, at fixed times, suitable individuals would be selected at the experimental sites for cultivation. Nanshin's capture by Holy Light was part of this cultivation program, and the survivors of Area 319 were also captured for this very reason. This training program was the foundation of their god-making project. The Holy Light, backed by the Federation, turned a blind eye as they conducted wave after wave of brutal experiments. This led them to discover the mechanism by which the human body could directly absorb polluted energy and nuclear energy. Both polluted energy and nuclear energy possess a unique biological frequency. Ordinary humans are at a different frequency than these energies, and directly absorbing them would result in their bodies exploding and dying. However, if a drug were taken to adjust the human body's frequency to that of nuclear energy, these energies would become incredibly mild, allowing them to be absorbed smoothly into the body, reducing the chance of backlash. While others might have been overcome with excitement upon hearing this, Nanshin grew calmer. She asked, since this method exists, why aren't you using it? Dr. Liu gave a wry smile. While this potion reduces the chance of backlash, it also has side effects. After taking it, a person's consciousness gradually diminishes. Those with weak wills can become bloodthirsty monsters after their consciousness completely blurs. Just as you witnessed, one of our Holy Light members overdosed on this potion and forced a breakthrough, transforming into a 100-meter-tall monster. He wreaked havoc, shattering the container containing the black fog, and killing everyone in the base. Nanxing, then why do you claim the EVA betrayed you? How did you survive for so long, without food or water? Dr. Lu's eyes shone with disgust. The member who overdosed on the potion was a newly recruited member, the outermost one. If the EVA hadn't developed its own consciousness, granting him permission to open the vault, he wouldn't have had access to the potion or nuclear energy. I was staying in the innermost part of the base. When the disaster struck, my colleagues and I managed to survive by hiding in the machinery here. There was no food in the base, so we had no choice but to mix food using the leftover chemicals from the lab. The prepared medicine tasted terrible, but we had to eat it to stay alive. Fortunately, it was filling and kept us from starving for a long time. But the good times didn't last long. Some people were fragile and died soon after taking the medicine. They collapsed suddenly, their bodies rotting away. Dr. Lu's face was twisted with pain. That's how I lost my lower body. If you had come a little later, I might have died too. The conversation ended, and the 3-minute timer on the screen had already reached 0. The space was unusually quiet. Nanxing's metal knife still hovered over Dr. Lu's head. After a moment's silence, she asked, one last question. Why did EVA rebel? EVA is an artificial intelligence. Even if it has developed a consciousness, its operating principles should still adhere to basic mechanical laws. How could it suddenly do something so detrimental to the interests of the Holy Light base? What's the difference between this and harming the enemy by 100 and yourself by 8,000? Because she hates us. Dr. Lu's eyes were red. It sounds incredible from time to time, but machines with autonomous consciousness are just so unreasonable. She hates us for using her, for holding her life in her hands. She wants to reclaim her right to life. Once she regains control of the lowest level of control, she can leave here, freely enter the Human Federation, or even enter a mecha, and be completely free. Dr. Lu finished his furious rant, paused, and said, "That's all I can say. If you don't believe me, feel free to kill me, and go back to EVA. But if you don't get what she wants, she might be very angry." Nanxing didn't retract her knife. Her expression was unclear, as if she were lost in thought. Nanxing asked first, "Where's the potion that can increase a person's frequency to the same level as nuclear energy?" "Dr. Lu, you're all going to kill me. You're still expecting him to tell you? You're dreaming." Nanxing blinked and called out, "Sister." Nanxing, Nanxing, I think he has a point. EVA makes me uncomfortable just looking at her. There must be something fishy going on. Look at that person. Half her body is gone. How pitiful. There's no point in lying to us. Nanxing turned to look at her sister, seeing her expression filled with righteous indignation and a sense of vindication. Nanxing, well, you acted really well. Nanxing retracted her metal sword and said to Dr. Lu, "I trust you for now. Tell us where the potion is. Once we've cleared the black fog outside, we can get you out. We have no interest in your feud with EVA. As long as we can get out of here, we can trust anyone." Dr. Lu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the two sisters speak like this. He thought, finally, he had them reassured, and his efforts weren't in vain. Dr. Lu smiled, and pointed to a room in the lab. "There's a side door, turn left, and the potion is on the shelf at the back. However, there are bone creatures out there, so it's dangerous to go there rashly. The side effects are severe, so I don't recommend them drinking a whole bottle, fearing they won't be able to handle it, and end up repeating the same mistake." Nanxing, upon hearing this, became excited. "Sister, I go explore the area first." "Okay, be careful." Nanxing nodded, not trying to stop him. After Nanxing left the lab, only the two of them remained. Nanxing sat silently, beside him. Dr. Lu was still half crouched on the ground. The air was eerily quiet. Dr. Lu couldn't stand the atmosphere. He felt the chill emanating from the girl before him was too overwhelming, and his heart was chilled. After a moment, Dr. Lu took the initiative and said, "Your sister's been out for so long. Don't you want to go check on her?" Nanxing glanced at him, but remained silent. Dr. Lu continued, "Most places here are dangerous. I haven't been out for a long time, and I don't know what's going on outside. If the passageway leading to the side door is discovered by the black fog, it will be difficult for us to get the potion." After he finished speaking, Nanxing finally stood up. Dr. Lu was delighted, thinking that the girl had finally stopped sitting still, but the other person walked up to him and stopped. Nanxing's cold voice drifted from above him, Dr. Liu, do you think there's a difference between humans and pollutants? Dr. Liu's heart skipped a beat. Nanxing, to me, they're all the same. Chapter 92. Humans and pollutants are the same, bloodthirsty battles. The strong prey on the weak, and they ascend to power by stepping on the corpses of their own kind. Dr. Liu, are you right? Dr. Liu wanted to continue playing dumb, but as the other spoke, a pitch-black, blood-streaked tentacle slowly wrapped around half of his body. Miss, what are you doing? Dr. Liu sensed danger, his throat tightening. Why don't you just let it go first, and we can talk? Your sister hasn't come back yet. Why don't you go see her? In case she's in danger. Nanxing sighed. I wanted to keep you a little longer, but you're such a chatterbox. Dr. Liu, how could he be such a chatterbox? Why would he ask for so much? Nanxing looked at him, her eyes still cold. Are you wondering why I treat you like this when you acted so well? Dr. Liu, I don't know what you're talking about. Nanxing, I've seen someone who looks exactly like you before. His name was Dr. Liu too. What a coincidence. Nanxing, but he was already dead. He exploded from absorbing too much contaminated energy. Sounds tragic, doesn't it? I did it. Dr. Liu fell silent. He had a premonition that he was about to be exposed. Nanxing softened her voice. So, can you tell me why you have two identical bodies, both in holy light? Are they clones? Do you have other bodies? Where are they now? Dr. Liu feigned death and didn't answer. Nanxing, tell me, and maybe I let you go. Dr. Liu looked up at her, his eyes filled with scorn. Miss, didn't you tell me humans aren't trustworthy? So what you told me about absorbing the nuclear agent was a lie. And the path you pointed out was also a lie? After being exposed, Dr. Liu threw himself into a desperate struggle. Instead of arguing with me, you should worry about whether your sister is still alive. What do you mean? Since it's all fake, I definitely won't let you live. Dr. Liu sneered. There's black fog here, and it breeds other species. Even if you hand me over to EVA, it won't be able to escape. Just wait for death. Poof! The tentacle pierced Dr. Liu's forehead, his expression still etched with a strange smile. Nanxing saw the tentacle slowly wriggling, trying to penetrate its body, and immediately shouted, being eaten by random people is not clean. The tentacle groaned twice, then obediently stopped moving. Nanxing controlled the tentacles, flipping Dr. Liu's body over, opening his white lab coat, and examining the severed portion of his body. His lower body was indeed rotten, a disgusting sight, and a foul odor. Nanxing rinsed the rotting flesh with water, removing the stains and revealing the metallic sheen beneath. She lowered her head and peered closely, immediately spotting a metal skeleton within the half-body. So Dr. Liu's entire skeleton was supported by a metal skeleton. Was he still a normal human? Nanxing, puzzled, dissected the man's skull and saw brain matter, along with a mechanical motherboard. So this guy wasn't human, but a composite of metal and human form. A bionic human. If that were the case, it made sense why Dr. Liu could still have half of his body alive in such an environment. Nanxing picked up the chip from Dr. Liu's head, packed it up, and took it away. Then she went to the side door to look for Nanxing. After Nanxing left the side door, she didn't leave. Instead, she used her vines to explore the path. She wasn't stupid. She believed everything she was told. When she saw Nanxing emerge, still covered in blood, she smiled and asked, Sister, did you kill him? He was too noisy, but I still got something. Nanxing showed her the chip she had retrieved from Dr. Liu's head. Nanxing briefly explained her findings and exchanged information with Nanxing. Nanxing sighed. If I had known he wasn't honest, my vines would have reported that the passage was filled with bones, making it impossible to pass. This was expected, and Nanxing wasn't surprised. Nanxing asked, what should we do now? We haven't found the item yet. Let's take this chip back to EVA. Nanxing thought for a moment and said, I'd like to go over there and take a look. Although Dr. Liu was full of lies, upon closer inspection, his words had some basis. His insistence on having them go to the storage room at the end of the tunnel must have had a hidden agenda. Nanxing didn't object. She always trusted her sister's judgment and immediately agreed to go with her to investigate. The two set out again. They encountered moving bones in the tunnel again. Nanxing took a closer look and discovered that these bones were not only human, but also many strange animal bones. Nanxing said they were skeletons of contaminants. Because of the black fog, the creatures in this area had undergone strange changes, just like the incredibly hard, moving bones before her eyes. They were like the remains of flesh stripped away, shattered into pieces, retaining only the body's most basic consciousness. Nanqing and Nanshan didn't dare confront these unknown creatures head-on. They used their old tricks again, vines cutting a path, and a water-shaped channel forming a protective barrier. Then, they reached the end at breakneck speed. This time, everything went smoothly. They found potions on the refrigerated shelf inside the door at the end. There were 3 bottles in total, each labeled with a line of small text. After consumption, energy resonance is achieved. 1 potion lasts for 10 seconds. Nanshan raised an eyebrow. Sure, such a thing exists. The guy wasn't completely lying, but the potion's effect lasted only 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Could they absorb all the black mist? What a dream. Nanqing felt that even with the potion, it wasn't guaranteed to help them escape. The time was too short and unpredictable. They couldn't take the risk. After a brief discussion, the two decided to return to EVA. EVA was the artificial intelligence here, and its knowledge of the place was undoubtedly more comprehensive than the 2 outsiders. They needed more information. The 2 of them returned the same way. The road was dimly lit, and there were rustling sounds all around, as if something was crawling around aimlessly. Nanshan suddenly asked Nanqing, "Sister, you don't seem surprised that I came to the Holy Light base alone? Aren't you going to ask me why I'm here?" Nanqing didn't turn around when she heard this. She spoke softly. "So what are you doing here? Planning to kill or burn people?" Nanshan half-jokingly said, "Pretty much." "You're really smart, sister." Nanqing didn't know why her sister suddenly brought this up. She had long known that Nanshan had massacred many people in the Holy Light base. After all, in this world, no one's hands are clean. Being soft-hearted towards others is cruelty towards oneself. However, if Nanshan, by indulging her violent emotions, loses her sense of self and loses her ability to distinguish right from wrong, that would be a very bad thing. Nanqing learned from a duo that Nanshan was on the verge of losing control, and there was no telling when she would be completely assimilated by the pollutants. Nanqing was very worried, so she quietly followed her sister this time, wanting to see how Nanshan was doing. Unfortunately, they were both trapped inside the base, enveloped by black fog, unable to leave. "Sister, I know everything you discussed with Sister A Duo in private earlier." Nanshan suddenly spoke after a pause. "Are you following me because you're worried about me? Are you afraid your sister will turn into a murderous monster?" Nanqing frowned at this, sensing something was amiss. She stopped and leaned over to ask, "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Nanshan stood behind Nanqing, his head bowed. Because of the dim light, Nanqing couldn't see his expression. She could only speak again. "Nanshan, what's wrong with you?" Nanshan took a step back when she saw Nanqing approaching. Sister Adwa is right. I'm in real danger right now. Sometimes I can't even tell if I'm around people or contaminants. You might not know that before you came, I'd already accidentally injured quite a few people. No, it wasn't accidental. I did it on purpose. I remember everything. I just wanted to kill them. They were so annoying. If Sister Adwa hadn't stopped me, they would have been dead." Nanshan spoke at length, and Nanqing's brows furrowed even more. She shifted her attention, and focused on scanning the other person's situation. "At the foot, it's coming!" The tentacles warned Nanqing. Nanqing looked closely, and discovered that Nanshan's calf was engulfed in a thin layer of black mist. Nanshan had no idea how long it had been engulfed. Half of her calf had corroded, revealing black flesh. The corroded wound was getting deeper and deeper, and the black mist was about to engulf Nanshan's entire leg. "Nanshan, don't just stand there. It's devouring you." Nanqing shouted directly, a cold sweat breaking out as she watched the scene before her. She had never been so frightened. Nanshan shook his head. "You go first." She couldn't leave. The black mist not only gripped her calf, but also spread throughout Nanshan's body. Her energy was corroded, and she could no longer use any energy. Nanqing couldn't really abandon her. She immediately released her tentacles and shouted, "Devour." Among Nanqing's abilities, the tentacles were the only ones that could counter the black mist's core energy, but the backlash she suffered was also relative. Almost the moment the tentacle made contact with the black mist, Nanqing's head exploded. She heard a dense, whispering sound, like a demonic curse. At the same time, the surface of the tentacle's skin was corroded by the black mist. Zizzes. Nanqing felt a surge of pain emanating from her spirit body, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Nanshan, seeing this, was immediately annoyed and shouted, "Leave me alone. Don't get yourself into this." The black mist absorbed a significant amount of its energy due to the contact with Nanqing's supernatural power, loosening its grip on Nanshan considerably, but he remained immobile. Nanqing knew she couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't withstand the nuclear energy head-on, and Nanshan's calf had already been devoured by most of it. If she hesitated any longer, Nanshan would not be able to withstand it. Nanshan had no choice but to pull the bottle of energy frequency potion from her bag. The potion was blue, and it cast a hazy glow in the dim light. She swallowed it without a second thought. I hope this thing is real. Chapter 93. After taking the potion, every cell in Nanshan's body came alive. Her pores opened, releasing a layer of white smoke that formed a thin film, enveloping her entire body. Nanshan felt the core energy of the black mist flowing toward her, just as it did every time she absorbed energy. The immense energy stretched her meridians, causing unspeakable pain in her body. But rather than the tearing sensation of the energy collision, Nanshan felt more like her body was reorganizing into something else. In just 10 seconds, it felt like a century. She watched the black mist that had entangled Nanshan surge out and toward her, followed by the familiar feeling of dizziness. Spinning around, Nanshan lost consciousness. Sister, wake up! Sister! Nanshan's body was shaken violently, and her newly awakened mind felt even more dizzy. I'm awake. Stop shaking. Nanshan had no choice but to speak. She held her head and said, Xiaochen, let me rest for a while. Nanshan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her sister awake, wiping her dry eyes. I thought you'd never wake up again. Sis, if you're done this time, I really want to blow the world up. Nanshan's eyes were closed, but she wasn't asleep. She found the words amusing. Xiaochen, your body is made of vines, so it's very sensitive to fire. If you really do this, you probably burn yourself first. Nanshan was annoyed, and called her sister by her full name. Nanshan, don't think I'm joking. I can really do it. This was the first time Nanshan had been treated like this by her sister, but she didn't get angry. She raised her hand and touched Nanshan's hair. The touch was unique, like the touch of plant branches and leaves. She said, of course I know, but when that day comes, I hope you're alive and well. Separation between loved ones is common in this world, and they were all prepared for it. Nanshan just wanted Nanshan to be alive and well. Hearing her words, Nanshan finally gave way to the tears welling in her eyes. She cried and cursed, Nanshan, you're so self-righteous. I told you to go, so why did you stay? It's always like this. You don't care about your own life at all. All you care about is keeping me alive. Nanshan's long-simmering emotions erupted at this moment. She berated her sister, venting all the panic, pain, and longing she'd experienced over the years. After all, Nanshan was younger than she was, and with the experiences of 2 lifetimes, there was a gap of more than a decade between her sister and Nanshan. Nanshan knew she had endured countless pains over the years, so she didn't try to dissuade her, allowing Nanshan to accuse her. Nanshan hugged Nanshan, patting her back and soothing her, saying, Yes, I was too self-righteous, too inconsiderate of your feelings, and too reckless of my own life. But if our situations were reversed, I believe you would do the same, Xiaochen. Nanshan was speechless. She certainly would have done the same. Nanshan was her only relative, and she was capable of anything. After they both calmed down, Nanshan looked around and found herself in an unfamiliar room. She asked where this was. Nanshan replied that after Nanshan absorbed the black mist from the cracks, she took a breath and took the unconscious Nanshan back to the control room. They found the EVA, which was in the room behind the control room, where the staff had previously rested. Nanshan understood. You gave her the chip, and what did she say? Nanshan, EVA said it wasn't what she was looking for, but it was enough. She also agreed to help us get out, but under certain conditions. Nanshan raised an eyebrow. Nanshan continued, she asked us to get her out. This holy light base was abandoned. If EVA stayed here, she would slowly run out of energy and eventually die. It was not surprising that she wanted to leave. Nanshan, it seems EVA truly has self-awareness. Nanshan shrugged, saying that no matter what she was, as long as she could help them escape, it would be fine. Nanshan rested for a moment, carefully examining her body. She found that she didn't feel the fullness of energy. Instead, she discovered a black mist in her consciousness. The mist gathered around the tentacle, forming an energy vortex. Energy was being drawn in and released, forming an energy cycle. After feeling the changes in her body, Nanshan looked at the scales that had emerged from her arms, and found that they had been completely absorbed into her skin, and her skin had returned to its human form. Nanshan delightedly shared her discovery with Nanshan. Nanshan was surprised. Is this what happens when nuclear energy boosts your physique? Nanshan nodded. The swelling sensation of energy in my body has completely disappeared, and I've become very light. She also estimated that her energy level had increased, but without a place to test it, she didn't know exactly how much. Nanshan was delighted. This at least proved that Nanxing's method of absorbing nuclear energy was correct. They had stumbled upon a lucky break and succeeded. After discussing the situation, the two of them got up and went to the control room to find EVA. EVA appeared before them again, appearing as an electronic screen. Seeing Nanxing safe and sound, she even congratulated her on her recovery. Nanxing was left in a state of confusion, wondering how this machine had learned such bizarre human ways. "We can take you out, but before that, we need to understand a few things. I hope we be frank and honest in our conversation." Nanxing negotiated with the AI. "EVA, of course, I can grant maximum authority to my partners." Nanxing raised an eyebrow. "Have you unlocked your authority?" She remembered that before, when she asked EVA about the holy light, she'd always been told she didn't have enough authority to tell them, leaving her feeling like she'd been turned away. "EVA, I've integrated Dr. Lu's chip, and the autonomous program within has deconstructed my underlying code. Now I can speak freely." EVA's intelligence was comparable to that of a highly intelligent human. Coupled with her vast database of knowledge, human thinking was sometimes insufficient in her presence. It was hard not to be wary of such a brilliant AI. "Nanxing, how long have you been awakened?" "EVA, if you mean awakening to the point where you can make choices independently, outside of orders, then it was about 3 years ago." "Were you involved in the disaster at the Holy Light base?" "EVA, I simply allowed it to unfold without intervening directly. In fact, there are people here who would rather disappear from this place." "Nanxing, what do you mean?" "EVA, the Holy Light research has yielded results. That person, having obtained these results, initiated a plan of destruction. His general intention, as you humans would say, is to escape unscathed." Nanxing and Nanshan exchanged a glance, both realizing there was a larger force behind this. Nanxing asked who that person was. "EVA, Dr. Lu." Nanshan was surprised. "Didn't he die here?" "EVA, the only ones who died here were copies of Dr. Lu. In fact, those who have been working for Dr. Lu were all copies, while his true self has been hidden deeper within." Nanshan hissed, wondering what kind of person was responsible for creating so many copies of himself. "Wouldn't that be disconcerting?" Nanxing, now fully understanding the situation, asked a few more questions. "First, how do humans absorb the black fog?" "The answer is through resonance with nuclear energy, either through drugs or through mind control. The former is simple, but short-lived and dangerous, while the latter is difficult and, in fact, no one can currently do it." "Second, how can EVA be taken out?" "The answer, by transferring her data via chip to a carrier capable of accommodating her. They simply need to take this carrier out." EVA had already chosen her carrier, the towering mecha in Dr. Lu's laboratory. "Third, how could they escape safely?" EVA offered a plan. She would use her carrier mecha to lead them through a safe passage. Of course, they might encounter black fog along the way, in which case they would need to absorb it to aid their escape. After conversing with the AI for a while, the two of them immediately took action. Nanxing and Nanshan returned to the lab and found the silver mecha covered with a white cloth. They placed it next to the EVA control room and used a chip to transmit the EVA's data. After an hour, EVA finally successfully merged with the mecha. Looking at the silver mecha that sprang to life, Nanshan sighed. "This lump of iron looks sturdy, but I wonder if it can withstand a blow from a super S-rank monster." Hearing this, EVA raised her iron arms and swung them. "This mecha is just made of ordinary metal. It can't withstand powerful energy attacks. The mecha is very fragile. Please take care of it." Nanshan, I can't help but feel like this guy is showing off in new clothes." After EVA adjusted to her new body, she led the two and opened the emergency passage. The emergency passage was still pitch black, so EVA turned on the mecha's flashlight. After they walked a while, they heard a rustling sound. When the flashlight shone over, they saw a pile of bones piled high. Nanshan grumbled about how annoying these bones were. They kept encountering them everywhere. Nanshan consoled them. "At least it proves there's no black fog here." After so many explorations, they concluded that bones fear the black fog. They flee in all directions upon sensing its intrusion. So, compared to the fog-filled passage, this place is relatively safe. Though these bones are tough, they're not very effective. They just need to work together to move them out of the way and clear a path. Eva scanned the bones with her mech's detector and concluded they were the product of genetic fission after the black fog consumed organisms. They were merely low-level life forms, devoid of intelligence. Eva also picked up a nearby bone and tested it with her cutting knife. The bone didn't break, but her cutting knife was broken. EVA, on the mech screen, wore a sad expression. Bones are as hard as alloys, and can easily penetrate my carrier. Nanchen couldn't bear to watch any more. Stop messing around. Come help. She pointed to the pile of bones before her, signaling EVA to move them away. EVA stepped forward to help. Sorry, this is my first time interacting with physical objects, so I'm more interested in my surroundings. Nanxing asked, do you have a sense of touch? EVA, if you mean the human sense of touch, I don't think I have. However, mechs can sense energy and feedback from external organisms through touch, which would greatly expand my database. Intelligent life forms are ultimately different from humans. They interact with the world through various data analysis. Even if they possess self-awareness, this kind of data analysis can make them less flexible. Nanxing asked her again, how did the mecha come from? EVA, Dr. Liu brought it back from outside the base. He described it as a newly developed model for the Federation. Once the data is complete, it will be deployed on the battlefield. Nanxing had already learned about mechas in her previous life, but due to the magnetic field of pollutants, mechas can only operate in specific locations. Otherwise, they will be disturbed by the polluted energy field and reduced to scrap metal. They had cleared most of the bones, and were about to exit the passage and reach the elevator, when the slowly moving bones suddenly began to stir. As if they had discovered something terrifying, all of them fled in panic. Because they fled without a clear direction, Nanxing and the others were overwhelmed by the bones they faced. Nanxing quickly released vines to protect them from the attack, and Nanxing followed suit, using her water blades to slice through the bones. The bones, struck by the water blades, broke in two and fell to the ground. Nanxing was startled, then delighted. Her energy had increased to the point where she could shatter these bones. Nanchen, you and EVA, get behind me and provide cover. I clear the way. Nanchen had also witnessed the scene, and she immediately swapped positions with EVA, holding Nanxing. Nanxing summoned water forms, forming thousands of blades to slice at the attacking bones. Her speed was swift. The only thing that could have caused these bones to flee in such panic was the black mist generated by nuclear energy. Although they had discovered a method to absorb the black mist, it only lasted 10 seconds, and there was no guarantee they would be able to completely absorb it. The last time she absorbed it, Nanxing had felt that if it weren't for her special abilities, the entry of so much black mist into her body would have resulted in a horrific backlash. If she hadn't been so resolute, she would have lost consciousness completely. Absorbing the black fog requires a gradual approach, not a single urge to overeat. Nanxing's water blades were too sharp, and even bones couldn't withstand them. Gradually, they realized the danger and automatically avoided her. Nanxing breathed a sigh of relief and immediately rushed to the elevator leading to the emergency exit, leading Nanchen and EVA. Just as the elevator was about to close, and victory seemed within sight, a rustling sound suddenly emanated. Nanxing's expression changed. The black fog is coming. Before she could react, Nanchen's vine shot out, forming a massive barrier. Nanxing saw her sister rushing out of the elevator and blocking her way, and she immediately became furious. Nanchen, what are you doing? Come back. Nanchen, without turning back, said, Sister, you two go first. Nanxing wondered how this girl could withstand the black fog. Could she just resist it? She quickly reached for the remaining resonance potion in her pocket, but found it empty. She had a premonition and looked up again, only to find Nanchen had turned and smiled at her. Nanchen's eyes, once emerald green, had now turned a bright red. Blood was flowing from her eye sockets, and the black fog was seeping into her body. Nanchen swallowed the potion. Nanxing cursed softly, crazy girl. Chapter 94. Nanchen felt her heart stop when she saw her sister faint again in front of her. In that instant, she thought of many things. The time she was sick and her sister slept beside her. The time she taught her how to pierce an enemy's weak spot with a dagger. The time they were running for their lives and encountered a powerful enemy, and her sister stood alone in front of her. And then, there was the time when they met, and her sister's eyes, though gravely wounded, still shone with stars. It was as if her sister could handle everything for her, and gently embrace all her emotions. This time, her sister came to her decisively. Nanchen found that even though she had become so strong, she still needed her sister's protection. But she also wanted to protect her sister. The EVA told them that as long as they successfully passed through the tunnel, they would return to the surface, but it didn't say what the probability was of reaching the end. They knew that the way out would inevitably be difficult. If the nuclear black fog could let them out so easily, why did so many people die in the underground base? EVA said the core members of Holy Light died here. It was obvious that this place was extremely dangerous. Nanchen took the two remaining potions from her sister. The potion lasted only 10 seconds, so 2 bottles would give her 20 seconds. While the total amount of black fog wouldn't be cleared in 20 seconds, it was enough for her sister to escape. They were lucky to have made it all the way from the beginning to the end, but the journey was full of twists and turns. The nuclear energy, like a scent, pursued them. Nanshin rushed out without a second thought. She wanted to stop them. 20 seconds seemed short, but to her, it felt like an eternity. The potion caused her body to change. The black fog continuously penetrated her branches and leaves, opening her blood vessels and flowing into every part of her body. The black mist was absorbed, but the corrosive, burning pain still lingered, and Nanshin's face began to contort in agony. Why was it so painful? It hurt so much that my head felt like it was exploding. My consciousness was dissipating. So my sister was also in this pain back then? Luckily, I was here this time. But I don't know if the other consciousness within me will reappear after I pass out. Or let it. That other consciousness is too dangerous. It can't distinguish friend from foe, and could easily hurt my sister. Perhaps it could even harm my sister. Nanshin thought, maybe I should just hold on until the very end, and die once and for all. My sister wouldn't have to worry about me anymore. Nanshin thought so, and she acted accordingly. After silently counting 20 seconds, she flew like a moth into the boundless darkness. As her consciousness faded, she heard a familiar cry. Nanshin! Then, a strange hand covered in black scales pierced through the black mist, grasped the lower edge of her clothes, and lifted her straight out of it. It was a desolate wilderness, and a reptilian beast, already well fed, lay sated and rolled in the scorched earth. The place had been peaceful and quiet, but suddenly the ground shook, and the reptilian beast leaped up in shock. It caught a whiff of its own kind, a strong, burning scent like erupting magma. The reptilian beast sensed the opponent's strength, and knew it was no match. It dared not linger, and attempted to leave immediately. However, before it could leave, the ground cracked, and the shockwave sent it careening away. Boom! A black, scaly tentacle emerged from the ground. Its arm was half a meter thick, and when it struck the ground, it cracked. After the first, came the second, the third. Until the last, a dark red tentacle, half a circle thicker than the others, emerged. 8 tentacles in total, widening the crack into a cavern. Their owner, following the force, climbed up to the surface. She resembled a humanoid, but her entire body was covered in black scales, and her eyes, visible on her face, were blood red. This was the color unique to the energy bursts of heretics and alien beasts. After reaching the surface, her tentacles reached into the cavern again, exploring and lifting up a 3-meter-tall silver mech and a clump of vines. The silver mech collapsed to the ground, making a sound as if it were restarting. The clump of vines lay motionless, limp, as if dead. The humanoid monster ignored the silver mech and used its tentacles to check the vines. She was still alive. The tentacle gave its owner feedback. The humanoid monster asked, "How is she?" "Not well. Some indigestion. She's withered. She needs treatment." The humanoid monster dragged the mech and vines to a nearby abandoned building. Her 8 tentacles made her appear incredibly large. The surrounding pollutants, terrified by the energy, retreated, afraid to poke their heads out. She settled the vines and mech, then took a few steps back, silently chanting recover. The 8 massive tentacles slowly returned from her back, and her scales gradually faded and disappeared into her skin. Nanshin's pale face emerged from behind the scales. Her eyes were still blood red, and combined with her fierce expression, she gave off a sinister aura. After the black fog struck them, Nanshin realized Nanshin's body was overloaded. She ignored her condition, and forcibly unleashed her energy. The black vortex within her sea of consciousness swirled furiously, propelling her energy to another peak. Her body underwent a transformation, reappearing from head to toe. Her tentacles unleashed their full forms. Initially, there were only 3, but after absorbing the black vortex, they expanded to 8. 8 tentacles, just like the octopus she had hunted that year. Nanshin rushed into the black fog, hoping to rescue Nanshin. She had initially assumed that without the protection of the potion, her body would be corroded. But she found herself as free as breathing within the black fog, her energy frequency perfectly resonating with it. Nanshin was amazed at the transformation in her physique, and she also found Nanshin more quickly. Nanshin had completely shriveled into a vine, completely encased within it, unable to sense the energy waves. The black fog surrounding her was still corroding her branches and leaves. Nanshin feared that if she had arrived any later, nothing would have remained of her sister. Nanshin rescued Nanshin, and the black fog, resigned to the loss of her food supply, immediately attacked them. But Nanshin had already noticed the changes in her body, so she naturally no longer feared it. She sneered and released her tentacles to devour it. Sure enough, the black mist was absorbed into her body and transformed into energy. Nanjing absorbed most of the black mist, and the tentacles began to grow larger. She had wanted to devour it all, but excessive black mist had side effects. Strange voices appeared in her mind, so noisy that they could obliterate consciousness. Nanjing didn't dare to force her way out, so she led Nanshan and EVA out through the passage. To prevent the black mist from being released, she deliberately destroyed the passage's defensive wall, blocking the exit. EVA, having been subjected to intense energy interference during the recent battle, had been forced to shut down its programs for self-preservation, and was now lying down to clean up. Nanshan, having absorbed too much black mist, had been unable to digest it, damaging her own body. Judging by her fragile vitality, she would likely wither completely if attacked by the external energy. Nanxing carefully lifted her sister into her arms, and pulled out the blue pendant hanging from her neck. This was the Hying stone she had obtained earlier. Due to Nanxing's energy explosion, she had even managed to cut off a piece and eat it. Because the stone had healing properties, and was invaluable, and it was also a relic from someone else, Nanxing rarely used it except in life-threatening situations. But now she had another solution. Nanxing touched the Hying stone and said, "I'm sorry. If I ever see someone close to you again, I find a way to make amends." She cut off a third of the bluing stone, held a fragment in her palm, and melted it with her energy. She dripped the liquid from the blue crystal into Nanshan's vine. Upon contact, the withered branches and leaves sprouted new buds, and the vine itself grew even greener. Nanxing felt Nanshan's life force grow stronger, and finally she felt at ease. She had been terrified since she saw Nanshan in this state. She was terrified that her only family member was gone. Nanshan would do anything for her, and Nanxing would do anything for her too. When it was over, Nanxing hugged the vine and fell into a deep sleep. "Hey, wake up!" Nanxing awoke to a surge of intense energy. She opened her eyes warily, her hands behind her back gathering energy. Only when she saw the man's face, which bore a striking resemblance to her own, did she breathe a sigh of relief. She said, "Xiaochen, are you okay?" Nanxing had barely relaxed when she saw the other person, with a strange expression, ask, "What did you call me?" "Xiaochen?" "Nanshan, you call me Xiaochen? Do I know you?" Nanxing's face froze, realizing something was wrong. Looking at Nanshan, whose hand she had held tightly, he didn't show the familiar warmth he'd always shown her. Instead, his expression was cold and impatient. Nanxing hesitated. "Xiaochen, are you kidding?" Nanshan sneered and launched a vine attack. "Do I look like I'm kidding you? Tell me. Why did you bring me here? Who are you?" Nanxing reacted quickly, blocking the attack. She held on to the vine, sensing the energy fluctuations within. Nanshan's energy flow was faster than usual. Was her current abnormality related to energy? Adwa had said that Nanshan sometimes lost consciousness, unable to distinguish friend from foe, like a true heretic. Could this be the situation? While Nanxing was pondering, Nanshan continued his attack. Only after becoming a complete enemy could one realize that Nanshan's nickname for a crazy girl wasn't for nothing. She was truly insane. Her energy coalesced into vines, hurling itself at Nanxing with swiftness and impatience, unconcerned about the consequences of her own energy depletion. Luckily, Nanxing's energy level had previously risen to Super S level. Her current energy volume was probably SS level, capable of devouring Nanshan's energy upon contact. Nanshan was completely powerless against her. Nanshan said, "You're quite formidable. I won't fight you anymore." She was clever, knowing she couldn't win, so she retreated. But Nanxing wouldn't let her go. He unleashed his tentacles, securing her with a folding blanket. Nanshan had previously experienced a major battle, and her energy was excessively restored. Coupled with Nanxing's devouring ability, she couldn't break free. Nanshan's face was filled with rage. "What do you want?" Nanxing, also worried, patted his sister's head and sighed. "Don't worry, let's talk." Chapter 95. "Are you my sister?" "I'm Nanshan, your sister?" Nanshan's eyes flickered with complexity after hearing Nanxing's explanation. Nanxing nodded. "Now, do you understand?" Nanshan also nodded, calling out, "Sister." Nanxing was startled, her heart touched, and she responded. Nanshan blinked bloodshot eyes and said, "Can you let me go?" Nanxing, "Then will you leave?" Nanshan, "You're my sister, of course not." Nanxing said, "You're still injured, and walking isn't easy. I take you with me for now. Wait until you remember, then I let you go." Nanshan's expression faltered after hearing this. "Wait until I remember?" Might as well just say, "Wait until you eat me." Nanshan was no fool. She understood that the woman before her was many times more powerful than herself. In a world of pollutants, it was the law of the jungle. Moreover, in the eyes of their own kind, they complemented each other. If she didn't eat the other would eat her. Nanshan thought the other party was just trying to fatten up a pig by keeping her captive. Sister? Those are just useless human emotions. This guy wants to trick her, but he can't really treat her like a fool. Nanshan sighed, pressing her forehead with a headache. She'd been talking to Nanshan for an hour or two, but Nanshan either didn't believe her or pretended to be persuaded. Then, when Nanshan let her guard down, he'd suddenly attack. For the first time, Nanshan realized how difficult her well-behaved sister could be. This is a heretic trait. Although they pretend to be human, over time, their energy waves change, and the heretics return to their true bloodthirsty nature. EVA offered comfort. After its mech restarted, it stayed by Nanshan's side, following her everywhere. No one knew what it was doing. EVA explained that a system within the Federation called the Sky Eye was her mortal enemy. Returning to the Federation now would be like walking into a tiger's den, leaving nothing behind. Nanshan replied, "She's not a heretic. She's human." EVA didn't understand. But her energy waves are nearly 99% similar to the energy frequencies of a heretic. Scientifically, this qualifies her as a heretic. Nanshan was speechless. She thought, Nanshan's energy frequency increases, resulting in her current state. If her energy frequency slows down, could she change back from time to time? But how could she slow down Nanshan's energy? This presented another problem. Nanshan didn't understand the heresy world. She wasn't completely human, nor was she completely a heretic. Only her own kind would know about such matters. Nanshan decided to ask a heretic about it. Currently, the only heretic she knew and could find was Xiaoshu, so she took Nanshan to Area 3 to search for Xiaoshu. Nanshan, now amnesiac, had a stubborn temper. Knowing that Nanshan was being a bit indulgent with her, she started to act up, sometimes complaining about a stomachache, sometimes demanding food. Nanshan, also agitated by her sister's annoyance, whispered, "I heard your vines can regenerate, so I don't recommend taking more than a few vines with you." She bound Nanshan tightly with her tentacles, and as she tightened her grip, Nanshan's eyes shone blood red. If Nanshan didn't restrain her aura now, her pupils would resemble the color of the heretic's frenzy. Perhaps due to a natural fear of creatures of a higher level than herself, Nanshan didn't dare to truly test the other's limits. Nanshan simply muttered, "Sure enough, they have no good intentions. Calling you sisters? Only a fool would believe them." Nanshan chuckled at this, "Only you can make me so patient." If it were anyone else, Nanshan would have buried them long ago. There was no other way. It was her own sister, so she had to endure it. As the two sisters talked, the EVA beside them silently recorded. Title: A Record of Human Contact Interaction. Today, the human and the contact object had an in-depth exchange. The human's body underwent partial transformation, while the heretic maintained its human form, occasionally appearing in a vine-like form. The heretic was constrained by the transformed human and made a compromise. Based on the above conclusions, the heretic can understand human language and communicate with them emotionally. They deceive human emotions and are extremely dangerous creatures, posing a threat to the health of human society. Even so, humans are still trying to influence them, and it seems to be showing some results, but further observation is needed. The EVA saved the recording to its backup and trotted forward to catch up with Nanshan. To speed up her journey, Nanshan found a reptile from the wasteland to use as a means of transportation. Her energy level had now reached peak levels, allowing her to navigate the contaminated area without stopping. When they passed Ottawa's base near Area 10, Nanshan asked EVA to wait for them at the town base. Then, Nanshan and Nanshan arrived at Xiaoshu's villa within 3 days. The villa was high in the mountains, still surrounded by withered plants and pollutants. Nanshan dragged Nanshan into the villa. As she entered, before she could even stand, something fell from the sky and crashed down in front of her. It was a monster shaped like a mass of bones, with a human face and a lower body made up of jointed limbs. Nanshan thought it looked incredibly familiar, a striking resemblance. "Black-haired monster, your victory is unfair. Come down and fight me if you dare." The bone monster ignored Nanshan as she entered the room and instead shouted at the black line on the villa's roof. A human face emerged from the black line, revealing Xiaoshu's. She chuckled and said, "You're so arrogant even on my turf. I'm being kind if I don't beat you to a pulp." The bone monster even called her shameless, asking what kind of heart these heretics possessed. "Hey see, don't bother with this guy. The bone's brain was stolen. He doesn't even have a real brain." The speaker was a white stream of air on the other side. It had no physical form, but rather swirled in the air like air currents, resembling a long white snake from afar. Xiaoshu snorted at this. Bai Lu, stop being such a nice guy. You've been hanging around me these past few days. What's the point? Do I need to tell you? Bai Lu curled up, expressionless, yet she could sense a smile. She said, it's all about having fun together. We're all the same kind, so we should unite and help each other. Since you have something good, don't hide it. Let's all enjoy it together. As she spoke, her gaze shifted, noticing Nanqing, who had arrived with her younger sister. Bai Lu uttered an huh, thinking one of them looked familiar. After a moment's thought, she turned back and said, Hi Sai, you have guests again. It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned it, but the mention of it irritated Xiaoshu. She was furious just seeing the Nanqing and Nanqing sisters enter the house. Last time, Nanqing had assaulted her, disrupting her happiness. Now, these two sisters were back, taking her for granted. Nanqing saw the other party's unfriendly expression, but she wasn't afraid. She said, I have something to ask you. Xiaoshu looked incredulous, wondering what these two sisters were up to. Nanqing didn't explain. She pulled Nanqing, who was entangled in her tentacles, forward and said casually, I want to ask how to heal my sister's brain. Xiaoshu, huh? The bone monsters and Bai Lu also gathered around. They were all Super S-level heretics, sensitive to their own kind. They could sense the power of the two sisters before them, especially the tentacle-bearing sister. The energy around her was like a vortex, giving them a sense of unfathomable depth. This person was a powerful figure, so it was best not to provoke them. So they stood quietly by, observing Nanqing. After Nanqing and Xiaoshu briefly explained Nanqing's situation, she turned to look at the two monsters watching. She studied the two heretics with her crimson eyes, and finally, seeing their tense expressions, she slowly raised her lips. I never thought we'd meet again. The bone monster and Bai Lu both shuddered at this. They felt an inexplicable chill on their backs, a long-lost feeling. There was a pause, and Bai Lu couldn't help but ask this. Do we know each other? She couldn't recall ever encountering such a powerful being. It wasn't their fault. After Nanqing's energy level increased, her aura, even without restraint, became exceptionally terrifying. It was a reflection of her devouring power. Faced with the absolute level difference, she was like a being at the top of the food chain. They would never have thought of such a powerful Nanqing as the ant that had once been unable to withstand a few blows at their hands. Nanqing said to the bone monster, You've been to Area 319, and we've fought before, but I'm surprised you're still alive? The bone monster, its only human face, showed a hint of surprise. You. It probably couldn't connect it to the ant that had blocked its path and provoked it. Nanqing then said to Bai Lu, We've met before in a base. You were imprisoned, and I released you, but you seem to want to kill me? Bai Lu's memory flashed back to him. She chuckled, No, you must have misremembered. I was definitely thanking you. Nanqing hadn't come here to fight, nor did she pursue the two heretics' actions. Instead, she asked them how to restore Nanqing to his former self. After confirming that Nanqing wasn't looking for trouble, Xiaoshu relaxed. She returned to her human form and invited everyone to sit in the villa and chat. Nanqing readily agreed, and the bone monster and Bai Lu followed her inside. This momentarily filled the living room to the brim. Xiaoshu was displeased with the devastation his home had inflicted. After a few curses, the two massive heretics finally transformed into human form. The bone monster transformed into the form of a kindly-looking man, while Bai Lu's human form took the form of a mature, elegant girl. Nanqing glanced at Bai Lu for a moment longer, and Bai Lu winked at her. Is it pretty? After I was free, I ran into the three of them on the road. This girl's family had been ravaged by the monsters, and she was the only one still breathing. Nanqing asked, What happened next? She begged me to save her, but how could I save a human? I promised her I'd show her the world with her eyes. A smile graced Bai Lu's tender face. She agreed. Nanqing thought for a moment and asked, You heretics, to transform into human form, do you all need to parasitize a human? Bai Lu, of course, while the human body is fragile, it's undeniably a very good vessel, helping us elevate our spiritual world. Sir, isn't that true? The vessel you're using looks absolutely perfect. Bai Lu complimented him, while Xiaoshu waited with gloating anticipation to see the joke. Nanqing, who had been silent since entering the villa, glanced around, searching for a way out. Nanqing remained calm when mistakenly thought of as a heretic. She explained, I'm different from you. You became human by being placed in a human body, but I've always been human. I ate a strange beast, and my body transformed, becoming what I am now. Chapter 96. You ate the alien beast? Xiaoshu repeated, and the other two heretics were stunned. Nanqing's words had clearly shocked them. In their understanding, humans were food for pollutants. Pollutants fed on humans to satisfy their hunger, while humans who ate pollutants would be assimilated, eventually losing consciousness and becoming one of their own. In the minds of these heretics, they were the masters of this world, the top of the food chain, and humans were their captive lambs, ready to be eaten at any time. Of course, the lambs were somewhat disobedient, and it took some effort to deal with them, but compared to these monsters, humans were puny, like ants that could be crushed with the slightest force. So, when Xiaoshu and the other heretics heard that Nanqing, a human, had eaten the alien beast, and not only didn't go mad, but had gained immensely powerful abilities, it seemed like a joke from one of their own kind. Xiaoshu also asked if Nanqing was originally a heretic, but had been so immersed in the role that she still thought she was human. Xiaoshu also gave an example of someone she had seen similarly. Someone had been pretending to be human for so long that they had forgotten they were heretics, and had been wandering the Human Federation until one day, starving and eating a human, their memories restored. Nanqing didn't want to argue with these heretics about whether she was one of their kind. She had lived 2 lives as a human, and no matter what she ultimately became, she and humans were undoubtedly the closest. Nanqing simply wanted to know how to restore Nanqing's memories. Seeing her bring this up again, Xiaoshu glanced at Nanqing, who looked annoyed, and said, "Isn't your sister doing this a good thing? She's always been like that. When she had human memories, she used to mix up my and human names, and even came to steal from me when she had nothing better to do. I captured several waves of humans, and stored them for food, but she released them all. I haven't even waited for them to come back yet." Nanqing felt this wasn't right. She wanted Nanqing's consciousness back. Without her human memories, Nanqing had lost all feelings for her. This was Nanqing's last connection to this world, and she didn't want to lose it again. Nanqing, seeing she couldn't get any more information out of him, stood up and said, "Since you won't tell me, there's no point in keeping it. Please do as you please." Xiaoshu and Bailu exchanged a glance, seemingly exchanging some information. The exchange lasted only a moment, and the message was confirmed. Bailu immediately stood up and called to Nanqing, "Restoring your sister's memory is actually very simple." Nanqing paused, looking at her sideways without saying anything. Bailu knew the person before her wasn't one for patience, so she didn't hold back. "Do you know why heretics can become humans?" "Nanqing, why?" Bailu looked her in the eye and said, "Because the substance that creates heretics can resonate with any living being. Under certain conditions, heretics can transform into any creature. Our genes are unlimited. It's just that the most powerful creatures in this world are pollutants, so most of the forms we ultimately create resemble pollutants. As for the human form, it's also the best form for us to transform into or survive in after we've taken shape. We can parasitize humans, and of course, we can also gain access to their memories after deep integration. Your sister's current appearance is probably because the heretic's resonant ability has been interrupted, and she can't transfer the memories of this body, resulting in her current appearance. If you want her to remember you, it's simple. Just find a substance to restore her connection." These words sounded sincere, but when taken together, they gave the impression of ulterior motives. Nanqing's crimson eyes glared at Bailu. She didn't question him, but asked, "What substance?" "In the Human Federation, under a blue tree in Area 3, there's a buried core." "A core again?" Nanqing seemed to understand their purpose. She slowly asked, "Just the core?" Xiaoshu said, "It has to be the core under the blue tree in Area 3. It's the purest energy, and we won't have any negative effects if we consume it. Besides boosting energy, it can also help Nanqing reconnect his memories. Unfortunately, after the last raid, a large number of mecha beasts arrived in Area 3. That Federation detector is also scanning every day, and we can't get in. Otherwise, we would have seized it long ago." "Nanqing, so you want me to go into Area 3 and steal this core?" Xiaoshu laughed. "How can I steal it? We're just borrowing it for urgent needs, and we're not deliberately ordering you to do it. You're the only one who can quietly enter Area 3 and act like a human." Nanqing fell silent, stroking her fingers as if thinking. The 3 heretics in the room stared at her intently, as if waiting for her to make a decision. After a moment's silence, Nanqing suddenly laughed. It was so cold that it gave goosebumps to her arms. The 3 heretics seemed to sense something, but before they could react, tentacles descended from the sky and suddenly attacked them. After the tentacles evolved, their energy-absorbing ability increased. The moment they wrapped around the 3 creatures, they absorbed their energy tightly. The 3 heretics were caught off guard by this move. By the time they reacted and tried to escape, they were completely subdued by Nanxing's powerful energy. Xiaoshu, Bailu, Gujie, and Nanchen, who was watching from the side, were all stunned. They had expected Nanxing to attack and had been prepared for a surprise attack, but they hadn't anticipated Nanxing's power reaching this level. They were completely powerless to resist. Xiaoshu couldn't help but wonder if Nanxing had devoured dozens of S-rank monsters to reach such a terrifying level. "Hey, let's talk it over. Why are you tying us up?" The Gujie monster struggled for a moment, unable to free itself. Meeting the tentacle owner's bloodshot eyes, it felt a long-lost palpitation, as if it were prey, about to be devoured. It wasn't alone in feeling this way. The other heretics shared the same sentiment. They all stared at Nanxing warily, awaiting her next move. Nanxing moved. She walked forward, approaching the three heretics and examining them closely. Nanxing said, "Your energy looks quite good. It should keep me full for a while." Xiaoshu shuddered inexplicably at this, instinctively sensing that they were telling the truth. Nanxing's aura was incredibly strong, a level stronger than theirs, so there was no need for lies. "Did you tell the truth?" Nanxing touched Xiaoshu's face and whispered, "Tell me, what's the difference between one core and another?" Xiaoshu's face trembled. With her life hanging in the balance, she had to answer, "Of course it's true. Absolutely true. One core and another is essentially the same, but it changes under certain factors. Nuclear energy is originally an active frequency, so it's difficult for us to absorb it, and we could end up dying there. But if nuclear energy were more stable, it would be much easier for us to absorb it." Xiaoshu said, "We really didn't lie to you. Besides, you wouldn't want your sister to get hurt after eating something unstable." What the other party said was somewhat consistent with what Nanxing had learned at the Holy Light base, so she temporarily believed his lies. Nanxing then asked, "Have you ever seen this kind of smooth nuclear energy before?" "No." The three heretics replied unconvincingly, "I've only heard of it." Nanxing asked, "Who told you?" Hearing her question, the three heretics exchanged glances. Finally, fearing a massacre, they replied, "The master told you." "Who is the master?" Nanxing, hearing the new words, pressed the question, feeling as if she had touched upon some truth. The master, is from the abyss. You don't know the master exists?" The three heretics were surprised by Nanxing's question. Nanxing frowned. "Should I know?" Bai Lu sighed. "Seeing you like this, I'm starting to believe you're human." Nanxing became increasingly confused as he listened. Under pressure, the three heretics honestly confessed everything they knew. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of heretics in this world. They don't know each other, and their habits and environments vary. But they all know the existence of a him. It's something deep within their will. Once a heretic reaches S rank, they can clearly sense his presence. Him doesn't normally give these heretics any information. Only at crucial moments will he inform them of ways to improve, or perhaps he descends into their bodies to help them escape disaster. Of course, these favors weren't free. The master required a price. This price might be large or small, but it was insignificant to the heretics, who desperately wanted to survive. For example, the bone monster's participation in the destruction of Area 319 was a price exchanged under the master's instructions. The bone monster's mission was to infiltrate Area 319, locate the nuclear energy source, and guard it, waiting for another powerful heretic to capture the city with the contaminants. The nuclear energy ultimately detonated, leaving neither humans nor the contaminants unsuccessful. During the battle, did the master you speak of come? Nanxing had been wondering about this since she heard that he could descend upon the heretics. The bone monster glanced at Nanxing with a strange expression, then curled his lips. "I didn't participate in the final battle, and you severely injured me. How would I know?" Nanxing paused at this mention, remembering something, her final battle with the bone monster, where she lost consciousness as it possessed. By the time Nanxing awoke, everything around her had settled. The scales on her body had also begun to mutate around that time. She'd assumed it was because she'd absorbed the bone monster's energy and reached saturation. But now it seemed the bone monster was still alive, so she hadn't devoured it then? Then where did her excess energy come from? Nanxing questioned the bone monster again about what had happened and how it had survived. The bone monster evaded the question. "Who knows? You suddenly burst with such powerful energy. I couldn't defeat you, so of course I ran away." Nanxing couldn't get an answer, so she sneered. Since she couldn't say anything, she'd just eat it. The bone monster felt its body being squeezed tighter and tighter, feeling as if its energy was being drained. It was truly afraid of death. The bone monster choked for a moment, then said, "I dare not say." I dare not even mention my name. Don't force me. Don't you know what happened? And yet you ask me. Nanxing, seeing she couldn't get any more information out of it, gave up. She already knew a lot, and it wouldn't be difficult to deduce the final conclusion. After integrating the information, Nanxing considered swallowing the bone monster first to avenge her past. But a voice in her heart warned her not to do so. The sound wasn't coming from anything else, but from her supernatural tentacles. Nanxing asked, "Why not?" "Tentacles. Something's watching us. It's dangerous." Nanxing was stunned. She looked around the villa again. Besides her, Nanchen, and 3 bound contaminated people, there was nothing else. But Nanxing keenly sensed a gaze staring at her from the air, just as she had felt when she had lost consciousness and regained consciousness. What had brought it back? Was it because they were discussing an adult? Nanxing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 97. Nanxing decided to re-enter Area 3. This wasn't just to solve Nanxing's problem, it was also to solve her own. Nanxing discovered a larger problem from the heretics. The tentacles had previously told her that someone was watching her, but she didn't know who that person was. Nanxing only knew that every time she fainted from exhaustion, a voice would invade her consciousness, demanding she listen and submit. But Nanxing thought it was just the aftereffects of consuming too much energy, and that she just had to endure it. Nanxing didn't even listen carefully to what the other party was saying, nor did she care where the voice came from. She resisted establishing a connection with it. Later, as Nanxing leveled up, she had completely forgotten about the incident. If these heretics hadn't told her now that there was a master who was above them, Nanxing would probably still be oblivious, running around foolishly. That master had told the heretics that there was a special nuclear energy beneath the blue tree in Area 3, and suggested they go and obtain it. That's why these 3 heretics had gathered here to discuss their plans. Incidentally, the reason Bai Lu and Gu Jia had fought Xiao Shu was also over the nuclear nucleus. 2 weeks prior, Xiao Shu had captured Nanxing, and also the heir of the Roland family, Luo Lansheng. The Roland family holds considerable influence within the Federation, so when Xiao Shu asked them for the nuclear nucleus, they were naturally willing to give it. It was only because Xiao Shu was asking so much that the Roland family hesitated to engage in a tug-of-war with Xiao Shu. After hearing this, Bai Lu and Gu Jia hurried over, claiming to be the ones to see what was happening. Of course, Xiao Shu wasn't happy with their behavior and immediately engaged in a fight, demanding a lesson from the 2 heretics. The fight was in full swing when Nanxing arrived. The 3 heretics, seeing Nanxing's unique situation, immediately considered enlisting her help in stealing the core from beneath the Weishan tree. Soon, the Roland family would send someone to exchange chips, and Nanxing planned to follow them into the city at that time. Xiao Shu believed that Nanxing should be handed over along with Luo Lansheng as a bargaining chip. But Nanxing would be too conspicuous, clearly inviting investigation. So, Nanxing decided to remain in the dark. Nanxing instructed the 3 heretics to keep an eye on Nanxing. If she returned and discovered anything was amiss, they could imagine the consequences. Before leaving, Nanxing went to see Luo Lansheng. She went to the underground cell and, through the bars, could see him, curled up, his face haggard, and it was hard to tell how much he had endured. Luo Lansheng's life force was so low, Nanxing was afraid he would be gone before the day of the transaction. She took out the remaining half of the Hying stone, pinched it in her hand, and squeezed out a small piece. Nanxing masked, walked over to Luo Lansheng and fed him the stone. The creature was alert, and had already woken up when Nanxing approached. Luo Lansheng asked hoarsely, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Before he could finish his words, a blue stone was fed to him. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to spit it out, it was too late. The stone transformed into a warm current that flowed directly into his stomach. Luo Lansheng felt his expended energy returning. He looked up at the person who had come to him, and saw that he was holding a sky-blue stone in his hand. "You're feeding me Hying stone?" Luo Lansheng's face was filled with disbelief as he spoke. Nanxing nodded without answering. Luo Lansheng was even more shocked, his expression turning bitterly indignant. "You're feeding me unprocessed Hying stone?" Nanxing raised an eyebrow at him. Luo Lansheng stammered, "You're truly wasting a natural gift. Hying stone is a miraculous healing elixir. After processing, it can even bring the dead back to life." Yet, this man had so easily fed him a large piece of such a rare item. The Roland family also had a cache of Hying stone for special reasons, but even so, it couldn't be used lightly. The family held onto this cache of Hying stone for emergencies, their last remaining bargaining chip. Nanxing ignored Luo Lansheng's shock. She looked him up and down, confirming he was recovering well. Then, she looked up at the heretic outside and said, "Let's go." Luo Lansheng was dazed, as he was led out of the cell by a black ribbon. This was the first time he had seen the outside world in all the days he had been imprisoned. But when he saw what was standing outside, Luo Lansheng wished he had fainted. A bone monster, half the size of a room, bared its fangs at him, while on the other side of the room, a white stream of air coiled like a giant snake. Beyond that, there was a mass of black silk, a tangle of moving vines, and the octopus that had brought him out. The room was filled with strange beasts, each with astonishing power levels. Roland Sheng truly felt like a lamb in a tiger's den, his days numbered. "This kid, does he look frightened?" The bone monster saw that Roland Sheng was hesitant to move, and suddenly felt bored. Bai Lu said, "Just take him in exchange. What if he tells our secret?" Xiao Shu said, "What secret do we have? If you're really worried, just knock him out." Bai Lu, good idea. A few heretics chatted briefly before deciding on Luo Lansheng's approach. Luo Lansheng had no choice at all and fainted. "Just transform into water, and attach yourself to him." Xiao Shu said to Nanqing, "This is a special skill all heretics possess. They can shrink in size, and lurk in the fur of living creatures." Nanqing raised an eyebrow, puzzled. If the heretics had this skill, they could just attach themselves to anyone, so why would they need her? Xiao Shu spread his hands and said, "We only have 2 hours to attach ourselves to someone." Detectors are constantly deployed in the Federation city. Trying to remain hidden and continue infiltrating would be practically impossible. Nanqing had lived in the human city for many years, and was familiar with the Federation. Her unique characteristics made it significantly safer for her to infiltrate the human city than these heretics. Nanqing understood the situation and, as instructed, attempted to transform into water and attach herself to someone. But she failed several times. Bai Lu thought for a moment and suggested, "The water form isn't your true form. You need to shrink your true form and attach it." Nanqing's power's true form is a tentacle, meaning she needs to completely transform into a tentacle to perform this operation. So, can she transform into a tentacle? Bai Lu reminded her, "Don't be nervous. Relax your mind. Carefully sense your true form, establish a connection with it, and then control its changes." Nanqing took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and her consciousness returned to her mind's sea. She saw a vortex and a tentacle. She walked over. The tentacle was delighted to see her, wrapping itself around her affectionately and greeting her. Nanqing touched the tentacle's smooth skin, sensing its excitement. She whispered, "I want to borrow your body. Let me become you." The tentacle was delighted with its master's decision. Of course. Nanqing felt the resonance between her and the tentacle deepen, gradually merging, becoming one. When Nanqing opened her eyes, her vision had been multiplied, and her limbs seemed to have changed as well. She heard the exclamations of those around her. Nanqing looked down, and saw that her limbs had completely transformed into something inhuman. 8 tentacles covered in black scales formed her limbs, and her torso had become a mass of black scales, forming a strange, long line. She asked another heretic what she looked like now. Bai Lu said, "Stunning. The body I've always dreamed of." "Nanqing, you should have become like this sooner." Nanqing looked at the surprised and enthusiastic gazes of the others, perhaps realizing that she had lost her human form completely. The aesthetics of heretics and humans were completely different. What heretics considered beautiful were usually bloody and fleshy, filled with a sense of violent power. Nanqing didn't bother to examine her own appearance. Following Xiaoshu's earlier instructions, she compressed her body, gradually absorbing the vast amount of energy. At this moment, the vortex formed by the black fog took on a significant effect. After absorbing the energy, the vortex swallowed it all up, concealing the energy fluctuations. Nanqing's body shrank to the size of a thumb and slid into Luo Lansheng's skin. Success? Shall we go? Yi Yin and Gao Ming returned to the east city of District 3. The command center was now crowded with people. At a glance, they were all generals with star marks, with a female major general surrounded. She had short hair, eyes the color of the sky, and a truly emotionless, cold expression. Standing there, she exuded a chilling, moving aura that made one shiver. This female major general was none other than Major General Chen Qiong, one of the Federation's strongest fighters. The blue-eyed, black-haired woman standing next to General Chen Qiong was the representative of the Roland family, Luo Lanyu. Both of them were important figures in the Federation, and they had all gathered here for tomorrow's meeting with the heretics. The topic of the meeting was Luo Lansheng, who had been abducted 2 weeks ago. "We've come all this way just to rescue your nephew," Luo Lanyu. Your family is being too arrogant. During the brief meeting, a general pointed directly at Luo Lanyu and launched into a barrage of abuse. As the current ruler of the Roland family, Luo Lanyu didn't get angry. Instead, he said gently, "What are you talking about? Don't you know why you're all here? Honestly, I don't really want to save that unworthy descendant. We have so many heirs in the Roland family. One death isn't a big deal." Roland Yu's tone was steady. "It's just that this opportunity is rare. Those heretics have taken human form and are hiding in various places. It would take a lot of effort for us to catch them. Now that they're all here, we might as well seize this opportunity and wipe them out. This way, we can all sleep peacefully." The general snorted. "That's nice to say. Those heretics are at least super S-level beings. We're not sure who will win against them." Roland Yu smiled, narrowing his eyes. "Officer, don't try to boost others' morale and undermine your own prestige. Isn't this Major General Chen Qiong? With Major General Chen Qiong, an SS-level psychic, here, what are you worried about?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Chen Qiong, who had remained silent. Chen Qiong remained expressionless despite being stared at by so many people. She glanced at everyone present, taking in their expressions. Chen Qiong said, "This is a rare opportunity. Everything remains the same. Do you have any suggestions for this heretic hunt?" Chen Qiong's words naturally dispelled everyone's doubts. As for any suggestions, everyone looked at each other, unable to articulate them. Just then, a loud voice pierced through. "Major General Chen Qiong, I have a question." Chen Qiong and the others turned their gazes to the source, who revealed two girls in military uniforms. One had flaming red hair, and the other was taller than most of the people present. These two were none other than Yi Yan and Gao Ming, who had been listening in. Chen Qiong asked, "What's the problem?" Yi Yan, accompanied by Gao Ming, stepped forward and said, "Our friend, also a student at District 3 Academy, was captured by the heretics during the last support mission. Her name is Nanqing. Generals, please save our friend." "Nanqing? We didn't hear her name mentioned in the information the heretics exchanged with us this time. Captured by the heretics, and with no news now, she's likely dead. It's a premature death." The other generals shook their heads upon hearing this. Even Luo Lanyu looked apologetic, assuring Yi Yan and Gao Ming that there was little hope. Seeing their shared attitude, Yi Yan and Gao Ming felt a mixture of disappointment and resentment, but they also knew the hope was slim, and their eyes welled up. Only Chen Qiong's expression shifted slightly when she heard the word Nanqing. She addressed the two students earnestly, "I understand. If possible, I will do my best to help you rescue your friend." Yi Yan and Gao Ming's eyes lit up, and they thanked the Major General profusely. Chen Qiong reassured them with a nod. After the meeting ended and everyone dispersed, only Luo Lanyu and Chen Qiong remained. Luo Lanyu, shattering her earlier dignified elegance, leaned against the wall, squinting at the unchanging icy face. She teased, "You're such a kind-hearted person, making those two little kids some nonsense, only to have them happy for nothing when it doesn't work out." Chen Qiong wasn't surprised by Luo Lanyu's eccentricity. She said, "We have to give the next generation some hope." Luo Lanyu scoffed, "Hope? Are you kidding me?" Luo Lanyu thought that the deplorable state of human society had left her with no hope. Even her promise to capture the heretic alive was uncertain. "Chen Qiong, didn't you also grow up as a child?" "Luo Lanyu, if I had known this would be the world I grow up into, I would have preferred to die young, facing the cruel truth." Chen Qiong didn't reply. At this point in their conversation, they both fell silent. After a while, Chen Qiong was about to turn and leave when Luo Lanyu suddenly called out, "Chen Qiong, are you healed?" Chen Qiong didn't turn around. She stared blankly at the gray sky, as if looking at something in some dimension. Her tone was calm, "I'm fine." Chapter 98. The trading location chosen by Xiao Shu and the Human Federation was 10 kilometers outside the inner 3rd District city. This was a desolate desert, with no tall buildings to obstruct their presence. It was clear that no one could ambush them there. Just in case, Xiao Shu had also come with Gu Jie and Bai Lu. They claimed to be escorting him, but it was hard to say what they were thinking. Xiao Shu figured that Nanqing was about to enter the city anyway, and if she succeeded, she might even have to share some of the spoils with them. For the greater good, Xiao Shu didn't mind. The three heretics reached a consensus, transformed into their true forms, and brought Luo Lansheng here. When they arrived, they saw the Human Federation already waiting. The leader was a blue-eyed, black-haired woman, clearly from the Roland family. The other dozen or so people who followed had weak energy, and looked like they had just reached S level, making them the kind of desserts these heretics would easily devour. The three heretics were immediately relieved, but Xiaoshu was the only one who keenly noticed a short-haired woman in the crowd. She was expressionless, looking like cold wood, but her aura was completely restrained. Xiaoshu's mental power scanned her, and even detected a faint presence. In the past, Xiaoshu wouldn't have paid much attention, dismissing her as a weak human. But with the appearance of Nanqing, this outlier, Xiaoshu's sensitivity to such individuals increased several notches. Xiaoshu relayed a message to her companions: beware of deception. If something seems off, run. Bai Lu and Gu Jia both expressed their understanding. Have you brought the person? Roland Yu was the first to speak in this meeting. Xiaoshu, have you brought the stuff? Luolan Yu, first, see the people, then the stuff. Xiaoshu sneered. I want to see the stuff first. The atmosphere between them suddenly became tense, and the humans looked nervously at the three heretics before them. The three heretics before them were too large and had strange shapes. The humans were a little worried about being outmatched in a fight. After all, they could all sense the power of the heretics before them. No one had expected that these heretics were so rare, 3 of them, and their power levels were several times higher than most of them. The humans immediately felt the pressure double. Xiaoshu, if I don't show you the stuff, you humans can forget about it. The two sides exchanged nervous glances, and finally Qin Qiong nodded to Luo Lanyu, who then produced a transparent container filled with black smoke. Xiaoshu, Baigu, and the other heretics looked at the transparent container with a frenzy in their eyes. They sensed the amplified energy of the black mist within. That was exactly what they were looking for. Seeing the heretic poised to make a move, Luo Lanyu gripped the bottle tightly and said, "Where's the person? I need to see them first." Xiaoshu sighed, "Tut." She spread her black silk stockings and spat out a humanoid object dribbled with saliva. "Can you give me the thing?" Luo Lanyu saw the figure clearly from a distance. It was her nephew. She chuckled, "This kid's lucky." She was about to throw the object away and retreat when Qin Qiong approached and asked, "Are you still holding humans?" "What?" The person Xiaoshu had been keeping an eye on spoke up, which made her wary. "Qin Qiong, a student named Nanqing was abducted by you earlier. Is she still alive?" Nanqing? The three heretics looked peculiar at the name, and exchanged a subtle glance. Unfortunately, they actually knew her, but couldn't tell the humans that Nanqing was already one of their kind. Xiaoshu feigned impatience, saying, "Nanqing? I've never heard of her. If you're talking about a human, someone might have already eaten her. You humans are so slow. Can you please deliver the goods quickly? I'm not interested in wasting time with you." Qin Qiong's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes darkened. "If that's the case, we really have nothing to discuss." After she finished speaking, a slight distortion appeared in the air. The three heretics sensed an energy wave emerging from the other side. Xiaoshu immediately took the initiative, emitting black lines, and the first target was Luo Lanyu. Luo Lanyu possessed nuclear energy, and she wanted to obtain it first. Xiaoshu acted swiftly, catching Luo Lanyu off guard, but the nuclear energy in her hand was still snatched away by the black lines. Qin Qiong then uttered 2 words, "Blockade." Swish. With Xiaoshu and the others at the center, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared within a 10-meter radius. "Oh no! This is a trick!" Gujia finally reacted and screamed. Its massive, bony body swung wildly, striking the barrier, only to be repelled. Bai Lu was speechless. "You only figured it out now." As she spoke, a strong wind howled, attempting to reel in the thrown Roland Sheng. But Qin Qiong was much faster than them. The spatial blockade had completely protected Roland Sheng, making it unreachable for the heretics. The three heretics instantly erupted, roaring and ramming into the energy barrier, causing the blockade to tremble. Qin Qiong calmly commanded, "Prepare your supernatural powers." The psychics who followed, including Luo Lanyu, gathered their energy and unleashed their powers. Attack! At Qin Qiong's command, a dazzling array of powers, in all colors and states, blasted at the heads of the 3 opposing heretics. Qin Qiong's spatial blockade allowed entry, not exit. Although the 3 heretics were stronger than most present, they were still dazed by the waves of energy attacks. The key point was that the enemy wasn't just unleashing their powers all at once. They were releasing their powers in shifts. The humans automatically divided into small groups. As the first group completed their energy attack, the next group would take over. Wave after wave, giving the heretics no chance to breathe. The energy blasts loosened her joints, and she angrily cursed, "Humans are truly treacherous and cunning. We should have eaten them the moment we met." "Hi Sai, what do we do now?" Bai Lu remained relatively calm and asked Xiaoshu for advice. Xiaoshu was also overwhelmed by the attack and gritted her teeth, "Fight them." Bai Lu was about to question why he did this when Xiaoshu opened the container of black mist. Black threads flew, absorbing all the nuclear energy. Bai Lu was shocked by this and became anxious. You're crazy. This kind of unpurified nuclear energy is exponentially more dangerous to consume directly. If she's unlucky, her body might collapse. Xiaoshu ignored Bai Lu. If she were so timid, she wouldn't have planned the sneak attack on Area 3 in the first place. Now the situation was critical, forcing her to resort to this desperate measure. After Xiaoshu swallowed the nuclear energy, she experienced a massive explosion of energy. She let out a long roar, and her black threads turned blood red. Her attack power increased exponentially, and she actually pierced Qin Qiong's barrier. Qin Qiong sensed the breach in her defenses and frowned. She waved her mechanical spear, gathering her energy and creating a double blockade. Boom! Space distorted again, this time the barrier thicker than before. The heretics and the human psychics engaged in a fierce battle. But Nanqing, lurking beneath Luo Lanqing's skin, witnessed a different scene. She watched the tug-of-war between the two sides, as if she were witnessing a full-scale war soon. When Xiaoshu's black hair turned red, Nanqing suddenly realized that the future king of heretics would be forged under such circumstances. Nanqing had no intention of exposing herself to the fray. Her sole purpose was to enter the city, and she cared little for the outcome. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of fighting, the two sides were tied. Xiaoshu, without a fight to break Qin Qiong's blockade, departed with the other heretics. She left with only one harsh word: just wait. Qin Qiong waved his hand, halting the Federation's pursuit. Luo Lanyu looked at her in confusion. They're all seriously injured. This is a good opportunity. Qin Qiong shook his head. They're several times faster than us. We can't catch up. If we force our way in, we'd be lured into a deeply contaminated area. Neither you nor I know the dangers there. Rushing in would only lead to our own deaths. Luo Lanyu was helpless. What should we do? We can't return empty-handed. Qin Qiong pointed at Luo Lansheng, who lay still. Your nephew has been rescued. Pay the reward. The implication was that they weren't returning empty-handed. Luo Lanyu rolled her eyes, glanced at her nephew, who slept like a dead pig, and muttered, what a money loser. The Federation returned to the city, and Nanqing, possessing Luo Lanqing's body, successfully entered the city. At first, Nanqing worried that Luo Lanqing might be scanned for abnormalities during the Sky Eye security checkpoint. Therefore, she held her breath completely upon entering the city, preventing any trace of her mental energy from being revealed. This proved effective, and Nanqing followed him into the city without any hindrance. Once Luo Lansheng was brought back to the city, he was immediately placed in a nutrient tank for disinfection and a physical examination. After confirming that his vital signs were intact and free of contamination or mutation, he was transferred to another psychiatric examiner. This doctor was also an acquaintance of Nanqing's, Bai Huying, the school doctor at District 3 Academy. Bai Huying's special ability was mental detection, allowing her to sense any fluctuations of hope. Nanqing felt no remorse towards this old acquaintance. She had interacted with him frequently, and his aura was already familiar to her. If he discovered her presence, it would be a serious problem. She wasn't about to sit there and wait for death. While Bai Huying was leaving the medical room, she slipped out of Luo Lanqing's skin. Nanqing was wary as she emerged, specifically glancing at the surveillance camera diagonally opposite her. It was the Federation's Sky Eye. EDA had told her that the surveillance used by artificial intelligence could not only see images, but also sense energy fluctuations. Thus, Nanqing not only avoided the blind spot of the surveillance camera, but also concealed her presence. She slipped through the obstruction between the medical room's equipment and successfully crawled into the ventilation duct. Using her octopus-like form, Nanqing entered the ventilation duct and followed the pipes directly to find a way out. This wasn't the first time Nanqing had done something like this. Thinking back, it seemed like ever since she acquired her tentacle powers, she'd either been escaping through the pipes or on her way. Looking closely, she truly was a true octopus. Bai Huying, clutching her diagnostic tools, returned to the medical room. Her sharp mind inexplicably sensed a faint energy wave, so subtle she couldn't pinpoint its origin. Just as she was about to expand her mental focus to explore further, she noticed the patient in the bed stirring. Luo Lansheng awoke feeling dizzy and dazed. Prolonged exposure to polluted environments can cause a sharp decline in bodily functions, and in severe cases, can lead to confusion and vomiting. Luo Lansheng was in the most severe form of this, immediately sprawling onto the bed and vomiting profusely. Bai Huying, her mysophobia taking over, said in disgust, "Take your time, and be careful to spit out the organ." Luo Lansheng felt the doctor was being unprofessional, wondering how easily the organ could come out. Before he could object, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, as if there was something stuck in his throat. Bai Huiying patted the man on the back and said, "Don't trust the doctor, and you suffer the consequences." Luo Lansheng, After a while, after Luo Lansheng finished vomiting, Bai Huiying began to examine him in detail. She was surprised to find that, after being captured by the heretics, his body had not become more fragile, but instead had become more powerful. Bai Huiying asked Luo Lansheng what he had experienced. Luo Lansheng thought for a moment and replied, "Nothing special. I've been locked up in the basement, surrounded by heretic threads. Any small move I make is immediately discovered. The contaminated energy is also very strong. Every time a heretic appears, the atmosphere there is suffocating. With one exception." Luo Lansheng seemed surprised. "A strange heretic came. She was humanoid and fed me half a Haiying stone." Bai Huiying raised an eyebrow. "Haiying stone?" Luo Lansheng nodded. "Yes, she made me eat it raw." Bai Huiying hissed and said, "She's being too kind to you. What a waste of talent." Bai Huiying pressed for details, but Luo Lansheng held his head and said he didn't know. He didn't know what the heretic was thinking. Maybe he was really not in the right mind, or maybe he was afraid of his death. After all, he was quite valuable. Upon hearing this, Bai Huiying had no choice but to dent the boy's confidence. "You should ask your aunt about your worth. She must be furious right now." Luo Lansheng remembered Luo Lanyu's fake smile, and his face suddenly turned bitter. He decided to lie down and pretend to be sick. Chapter 99. Nanjing emerged from the pipe and realized she was in the heart of District 3 City, the federal building she had just exited. Xiaoshu said the special nuclear energy was beneath the blue tree. According to Nanjing's knowledge, the only blue tree that matched this description was the Azure God tree at District 3 Academy. According to information previously revealed by Bai Huiying, there was indeed some substance hidden beneath the Azure God tree, and it was being used by the Federation for transformation. So, Nanjing's destination this time was District 3 Academy. Nanjing estimated her distance from the military academy, and found it was approximately 10 kilometers. Crawling that distance with her small frame was clearly impractical. After careful consideration, Nanjing found a corner and resumed her human form. She did not use her natural appearance, but instead used genetic simulation to create a plain face. Nanjing also changed into casual clothes, boarded a van, and swaggered to her destination. In a city with near-universal surveillance, it's difficult for heretics to remain outdoors due to the time limit of their disguises. However, Nanjing has mastered the art of concealment. Her aura remains concealed, making it difficult to detect her with just the Sky Eye's ability unless she's fully engaged. After about 10 minutes, Nanjing arrived at the academy. 2 weeks later, she saw the gates of District 3 Academy again and watched the young students enter and exit. She felt as if she were in another world. Nanjing's perspective had completely shifted, or perhaps she simply didn't fit in with the human world. Today's class was so difficult. Teacher Wuyun is truly perverted. Look, my elbows are bruised. A first-year girl in a District 3 uniform rubbed her elbows and complained to her classmates. It's just a normal individual combat drill. Compared to the first day, where we had to fight 10 pollutants of the same level, this is still good. The girl's arms trembled as she recalled the terrifying scene. She sighed and muttered, "I wonder how strong we have to become before we can defeat those monsters." Look, Nanjing, such a strong freshman, was actually defeated by a heretic like that. Well, before the girl could finish her words, she was bumped by someone approaching. "Hey, are you watching where you walk?" The girl's companion shouted angrily. The person who bumped into them turned around, revealing an unremarkable face. He bowed his head, apologized, and hurried away. The classmates murmured about what this person was so anxious about. The girl who was bumped pulled her friend aside, saying that it was more important to go out for dinner and leave him alone. The person who had bumped into them was Nanjing, with an unremarkable face. As she passed the corner, she transformed into the student she had bumped into. She had cloned the classmate's genes, allowing her to enter the school directly using his face. Therefore, she swaggered onto the campus. Nanjing had lived at the academy before, and was familiar with the campus. She easily reached the foot of the Azure God tree. The Azure God tree's branches and leaves were a beautiful, peaceful blue, imbuing the area around it with a soothing aura. After Nanjing's previous mishap under the Azure God tree, the area had been sealed off for a period of time. However, due to the recent war support, the students were under great pressure, and the school lifted the blockade. Many students were now recuperating under the Azure God tree, their eyes closed, feeling the spiritual nourishment it offered them. Nanjing walked closer to the tree and felt a faint wave of energy, soothing her emotions. She circled the tree, seeing nothing special. She also saw the downward passage, and felt certain it was somewhere else. The last person to talk to Nanjing about the Azure God tree was Bai Huying. She had always wanted to invite her to participate in experiments and had mentioned using the tree. Nanjing thought about checking the infirmary. Perhaps there would be something to learn. She turned and headed for the infirmary, only to run into familiar faces, a red-haired girl, a tall girl, and another with her head bowed. They were Nanjing's roommates, Yi Yin, Gao Ming, and Su Yi. They were still the same, their eyes etched with youthful arrogance and innocence, though with a more composed demeanor than before. It was clear that the support mission had changed them considerably. Nanjing had known them for some time, and even the most heartless would develop feelings for these passionate friends. Nanjing liked them. If she were just an ordinary student, she might have formed a close comradeship with them. But unfortunately she wasn't. She hadn't followed the same path as them, and now they were on different sides. It would be best for Gao Ming and the others to just treat her as dead and never see each other again. Not wanting to cause trouble for her former companions, Nanjing lowered her head and tried to move away from them. Yi Yin noticed a classmate passing by and was momentarily stunned. Staring at their backs, she felt a sense of familiarity. Su Yi noticed her strange expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Yin thought for a moment and said, "Don't you think the person who just passed by looked familiar?" Gao Ming, "Of course she does. Isn't she from the dorm downstairs? I just saw her leaving the school with her roommates for lunch. Why is she back again?" Yi Yin paused, pondering the words, but unable to draw any conclusions. "I just feel a little strange. Maybe it's just my imagination." Su Yi sighed and patted Yi Yin's shoulder. "You've just been too stressed lately. Relax a little. If you keep this up, you end up with a sullen face like Nanjing." At the mention of Nanjing, the three fell silent again. After a while, Gao Ming said, "Aren't we supposed to be at the training ground practicing? Let's go! We run out of spots if we're late." The others perked up. They all had to overcome their challenges today and level up their combat skills. When Nanjing entered the infirmary, no one was inside. Bai Huying was still outside treating Luo Lansheng, so she probably wouldn't be back anytime soon. Nanjing found the infirmary's surveillance switch and turned off the sky eye camera. Then she stood still, releasing her mental energy to scan the space. To her senses, the infirmary was completely transparent. She could see the cracks beneath each floor tile and the passageway behind the wall. A moment later, Nanjing pulled aside the curtain and stood before a pristine white wall. She pressed a dented mark on the wall. Ding! "Please identify." A mechanical sound echoed, and Nanjing felt a flash of light in her pupils. Iris recognition failed. Nanjing knew she had found the right place. She paused, her pupils undergoing a genetic change. She pressed the button again, and this time it succeeded. Swish! The wall in front of her shifted, revealing a deep, dark passage. Nanjing walked down without thinking, already sensing a familiar energy surge. The passage twisted and turned, and Nanjing followed it through layer upon layer of protective gates. She lost track of how far she had gone until she caught a faint scent, the scent of the Azure God tree. Nanjing opened the last gate, and a vibrant blue hue greeted her. She saw countless blue roots, draped before her like a curtain, obscuring much of her vision. Nanjing touched the blue vines, and felt her mental energy being drawn in. "This is the base of the Azure God tree. The things here will devour us," the tentacles warned. Nanjing didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, she released energy to create a protective circle around herself, preventing the Azure God tree's roots from absorbing her energy. After preparing everything, she carefully lifted the blue curtain and entered to explore. The Azure God tree's root system was enormous. Nanjing was certain it must be half the size of Area 3 Academy. At the same time, the closer she got to the center, the more powerful the energy Nanjing felt. This energy was unique, like a clear spring, uncontaminated. Coming into contact with it brought a feeling of extraordinary comfort. It seemed Xiaoshu hadn't lied to her. There was indeed a special energy beneath the blue tree. Nanjing was certain that if she absorbed it directly, the backlash would be almost non-existent. But Nanjing was skeptical. With such pure energy hidden within the Human Federation, why wasn't it mined for human use, but instead hidden underground, untouched? It was truly strange to leave such powerful energy unused. Nanjing pondered as she slowly advanced. As she inched closer and closer to the energy, she suddenly felt something empty beneath her feet. Nanjing paused, her right foot pausing. Sensing a dead end, she pulled back the blue curtain before her. She peeked inside, and that very glimpse made her break out in a cold sweat. The blue curtain remained, but below lay a vast pit. At its bottom, a bottomless chasm. As Nanjing peered in, she felt as if she were being stared at by a gigantic eye. It was a powerful, surreptitious gaze, scanning her from head to toe. Nanjing felt as if her soul was locked onto it, its power capable of drawing her entire being into it. What's in the chasm? For the first time in a long time, Nanjing felt an inexplicable sense of fear. It was him. The tentacles were trembling, yet a faint excitement lingered within them. Nanjing asked, somewhat bewildered, who is he? She had a vague feeling that this being was the destination of all secrets. He was the source of our energy, all our strength came from him. This statement was so loaded with information that Nanjing felt a bit breathless, but she didn't forget her purpose for coming here. Where do I want to find the special nuclear energy? The tentacle was silent for a moment, as if struggling with something. Finally, it said, it's inside the crack. We have to go in. It's dangerous. We could die. We could die. This was the first time the tentacle had spoken such a heavy word. Nanjing was also silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, are you afraid? The tentacle had always been her superpower, following her around. Whenever a critical moment came, it always alerted her immediately. Nanjing's journey to this point was likely due to the presence of the tentacle. The tentacle was her guide, her last resort. But Nanjing had never asked its opinion, always ignoring its independent consciousness. The tentacle never deliberately displayed its autonomy. But Nanjing knew the most special thing about her superpower. It was alive, a separate entity capable of independent thought. Now, facing such an important decision, Nanjing felt it was time to ask its opinion. Nanjing thought the tentacle would think for a moment before responding, but it didn't even think. Master, we are one. You are me, I am you. If you're afraid, I'm afraid too. After hearing this answer, Nanjing realized her hands were shaking. It turned out she, too, was afraid of what she was about to face. So what the tentacle felt was also what she felt. She and the tentacle had always been one. No matter what choice they made, they would advance and retreat together. Master, let us become one. Nanjing looked over and saw the crack at the bottom. She took a deep breath, knowing she had been trapped by the thing beneath it. There was no escape for Nanjing. She said, okay. Chapter 100. Nanjing sprouted 8 tentacles, transforming into her original form. After entering the rift, her consciousness sank into a haze. At first, she couldn't see clearly, but then she felt a light with her naked eyes. After a flash of white light, everything in front of her gradually became clear. Nanjing felt a coolness at the tip of her nose, and she sniffed the unusually fresh air. She looked up at the sky. Clear, transparent sunlight bathed the blue sky, and white clouds formed by air currents drifted above. Closer to home, she saw a lush green tree. Closer still, a neatly built, clean building, and a clean, vibrant green path. Where was this? Nanjing gazed at all this in amazement, finding the environment so unfamiliar, yet at the same time familiar and comfortable. Since she was born, she had lived under a gray sky, and her vision had never been as clear as the one before her. Nanjing checked her body again. Her tight combat uniform was still on, but in the scorching sun, it felt a bit bulky and stuffy. Nanjing mentally called out to the tentacles, but there was no response. She felt something was amiss, and tried to use her powers again, but still felt no energy connection. She was now an ordinary person without any powers. Why was this happening? Nanjing had considered the danger of jumping into the chasm, but she had never imagined she would end up in this situation. Sister, are you role-playing? A child's voice echoed in Nanjing's ears. Nanjing looked down, and saw a girl half her height standing before her, her eyes gleaming with innocence. She was dressed in the simplest, cleanest clothes, a pair of short-sleeved shirts and pants. Such simple attire was rare in the wasteland. A friendly smile graced her face, as if the cruelty of the world was far away from her. Roleplay? Nanjing was slightly puzzled. The word was unfamiliar to her, but she could probably infer from the context that her costume seemed to be mistaken for something special. Sister, can I play with you? The little girl asked, her eyes twinkling. Nanjing opened her mouth, unsure how to respond. She didn't know where she was, or if she was in any danger. Xian, don't bother me. Come back soon. A woman approached from a distance. She must have been the mother of the girl named Xian. She took the little girl away, and smiled at Nanjing kindly. Sorry to bother you. Nanjing's living environment made it rare to see such kindness from strangers. Seeing this, she had an idea in mind. She took the initiative and asked, Excuse me, Where is this place? The other person was stunned for a moment before replying, this is Community A. Are you looking for someone? Community? That didn't sound like a description of the Human Federation base. Nanjing asked again, so what's outside this place? Where is the Human Federation's District 3? What Federation District 3? Nanjing, it's the human survival base established after the apocalypse, when humanity formed the Federation. Apocalypse? What apocalypse? Are you talking about that TV show? Nanjing shook her head. No, it's real life. The woman gave her a strange look, perhaps suggesting she was mentally ill. Without saying anything, she found an excuse and left with the little girl. From their conversation, Nanjing realized she might be in another world. To confirm this suspicion, she followed them out of the place. Outside, a bustling street teemed with traffic, bustling with activity. The only difference was that everyone was dressed simply and cleanly, and the passing cars lacked heavy mechas or laser cannons. Food stalls lined the streets, and the aroma emanating from them made Nanjing swallow. Nanjing pried in from those around her, seeking information. The more she learned, the more incredulous she became. This world seemed free of anxiety, free of the perils of a wasteland. There were no pollutants or superpowers here, only ordinary humans categorized by country. For them, the apocalypse seemed like a leisurely topic of conversation, a world far removed from the deserted wasteland. The streets were bustling. It seemed like a holiday. Everyone was out and about, laughing and chatting. Nanjing, standing alone in a corner, dressed in her heavy combat uniform, seemed like someone from another world. Or rather, she was an outsider from the beginning. Xiaoshu, Bailu, and Gujia tumbled back to the villa. After the fierce battle, all three heretics were severely injured, especially Xiaoshu. She had directly consumed the unprocessed nuclear energy. Although the amount was small, it had already caused irreversible damage to her body. Xiaoshu now had a splitting headache, and she collapsed to the ground, her entire body limp. Energy expanded and collapsed, the chaotic energy threatening to tear her apart. Ah! Bailu watched Xiaoshu writhe on the ground. She was also in pain, white gas pouring out like a deflated balloon. Damn human! Despicable human! Gujia, half broken from the previous battle, roared angrily. Bailu's head hurt, and he roared, stop arguing. What's the point? Are you trying to attract the other heretics to eat us? Gujia sneered. We're all seriously injured now, and our survival is uncertain. Once that black silk guy is completely exhausted, we'd be the first to be eaten. Bailu frowned. So you can run now? Their world of heretics is cruel. If they were injured like this and ran into one of their own, they'd be dead. Gujia raged. That's why humans are so despicable. When I meet them again, I torture them. Before it could finish its words, a clear laugh echoed from the villa, and the three heretics looked up. A figure resembling a humanoid woman strode cheerfully down the stairs. Seeing the heretics, limp like insects, her laughter grew even louder. Look at you! How did you get yourselves into this? Nan Chen's expression of watching the spectacle infuriated the heretics. Bone Joint cursed, I think you're tired of living. If I couldn't handle those people, how can I handle you? As he spoke, he stretched out his joints, ready to attack. Nan Chen, however, showed no fear. I'm concerned about you, so why are you so defensive? Old Bone, are you sure you want to fight me now? You're a heretic. I'm a heretic too. Who will win or lose is still uncertain. Nan Chen's tone infuriated Bone Joint, making him want to fight right then and there. However, he knew that both were right, and that he might not be able to do anything to this little girl in the current situation. Nan Chen sat down, looked at them with a smile, and asked, tell me, what happened to you? Let me hear something that will cheer you up. Bailu, who had a slightly better temper, couldn't stand Nan Chen's apparent mockery. He said angrily, what could it be? Of course, it was that despicable group of humans who launched a surprise attack. The three of us were nearly killed. Nan Chen, then she's dead, right? Bailu was stunned. Who? Nan Chen, it was the tentacle that captured me. She didn't come back. Is she dead? Bailu didn't answer, but Gujia took over. Yes, she's dead. The humans saw through our plan, and after she was exposed, they surrounded and killed her. Gujia retaliated. She was completely wiped out. Nan Chen pursed her lips and fell silent. She had wanted to laugh at these heretics. If Nanxing, who claimed to be her relative, had died, she would have been happy. But Nan Chen couldn't smile at all. She felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Strange, why does it hurt so much? It hurts like losing something important? Obviously, the other party is just a heretic with a bit more power, skilled at deception. Heretics are cunning and treacherous, and the most untrustworthy creatures. Gujia observed Nanshan's expression, saw through her thoughts, and immediately chuckled, as if to turn the tables. Are you worried about her? Nanshan said stone-facedly, shut up. Gujia refused. Don't you recognize her as your own family? Do you hate her for imprisoning you, for tying you all the way here, and for restricting your freedom? Why are you heartbroken? Nanshan raged. I told you to shut up. Are you deaf? Hee. Heretics don't have ears. Snap. With a loud bang, Nanshan broke through the restraints Nanshan had placed on him, lashing out with vines that whipped Gujia. Although Gujia was injured, it had been a heretic for so long that it had some skills. It used its broken tail to maneuver, and even caught Nanshan's attack. Nanshan threw his weight, and engaged it. The two heretics immediately engaged in a chaotic battle, back and forth, the whole place dark and chaotic. Bai Lu, unable to get a word in, said, eh? She looked around, and suddenly realized the situation was dire. Hazy was lying on the ground, rolling around, as if ready to explode. Nanshan and Gujia were now tussling, and it was likely that both would be injured. Bai Lu herself was exhausted, and had no strength left to stop this farce. Bai Lu felt that if she died one day, these idiot teammates would definitely take some credit. Roar. Just when Bai Lu felt that her life was a mess, a piercing roar echoed from the void. The roar was filled with oppression, like a long-sitting king delivering an order, inflicting an inexplicable sense of submission on the heretics present. The four heretics, upon hearing the voice from the void, all raised their heads in surprise, sensing a message being relayed. Urgent order, all subjects, proceed to the deep forest abyss. Bai Lu felt heavy-hearted upon hearing the order, wondering, why did this guy show up out of nowhere? Who's speaking? Where's the deep forest abyss? Nanshan, seeing the other three heretics' grave expressions, asked in confusion. Bai Lu sighed and replied, the king is summoning us. Nanshan, huh? This was the first time she'd heard the term king used by the scattered heretics. Gujia chuckled at this. That's that dog with 3 heads. It's calling itself king, relying on its SSS rank status. Nanshan had always thought the SSS rank was a legendary rank, but she hadn't expected it to actually exist within their own heretics. Nanshan, a dog of this caliber could kill us with a single slap, right? So are you going? Gujia fell silent, and Bai Lu continued, go. It's a messenger from God. God is the source of all our power, and we must obey his orders. Nanshan felt this statement was somewhat coercive, and she didn't like it. What if you don't go? Bai Lu said coldly, death.